interest anyway. All the thieves dressed as sheep tell you they know the way. So bite the hand that feeds you to the wolves as prey. Get out my face, try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, bake me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too and I got deja vu when your words are up, puke on you nauseous. Your shit belongs in the driveway, don't remember but you wish, babe. Took out the trust like I used to have rest, but all that's in the past, now I upgrade. Shit in the past like I used to have. Snap the C on the pictures, they flash on the page. Now they're pleading on the fifth and last mistake. But I know that dirty secrets the gamekeepers hold the keys to the gate. Only open for the pawns who sell their souls just to play. I don't keep up with the fake, we are not the same, so go take your losses. Plastic and products left in a box with nothing to promise. Get out my face, try to stab me
set, go.
What's up, everybody? It's Puckett. We're here on day one of EWC for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and I've heard the players are here for Media Day, so let's ambush them with a microphone. How you feel on day one?
We are so excited to play here and like to represent the MENA region and Saudi. We are so excited to play here.
So talk to me about the squad. Who are we playing with this week?
I'm with Cam, Joe Awakening, and Snoopy. Excited to be here.
And who are you guys repping?
Boston Breach.
And how do you feel playing for $1.8 million over the course of 1 week?
I'm excited, ready to get into it.
And who's your best player?
Give it to Joe.
You ready to get to makeup?
I guess.
Get in there. We'll see it. Do you feel prepared for this event?
Oh, extremely prepared. Shout out Josh, our content guy. He really got us in check. So now we're just ready to come win and have best mannerisms for it as well.
How's it feel to know you're playing for $1.8 million here in Riyadh?
Feels good knowing Joe Deceives can't kill me one time. Neither can Nasty. Literally run them.
This Joe Deceives can't kill you once?
Not one time. I was running him so hard, he said he's sick.
Oh, he's sick today. Joe, you feeling better?
Oh, I'm not sick today. Oh, trust me, I'm not sick today.
You might get sick on that stage, though. All right, let's talk about your team, because I stole Clayster. He's in my booth. We're going to be breaking things down on the stage. Who are you playing with?
Playing with my boy Benjamin Beans, the GOAT.
So what's Beans brought to the table other than some amazing trash talk?
Honestly, I've changed how I play a lot. I let Beans kind of go more rogue, and I sit in the hill more. Literally soaking.
Who's getting more kills in your first matchup? Is it you or the AR?
Might be me. I'm going for a triple-double. 2 minutes in the hill, 10 defense, 20 kills. Something slight.
Rookie of the Year is ready. Look out for his triple-double. Let's go talk to a coach, an old man with a mustache. He's tattooed out, and he's got the Rookie of the Year on his team. Coach Saint, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm still trying to win ping pong.
Don't stop.
I think it's 16-0 right now, but no, we've been looking great so far. I think Ben's added a lot to our team. I mean, Isaiah's really been stepping up his game as well. I think Ben just opens up the map for him.
Talk to me about the season, because you guys placed dead last. It wasn't pretty. We didn't see you at Champs, but now you get a second life. You got some new teammates coming into Riyadh. How are we feeling about our options?
Yeah, I mean, the whole season was pretty tough, you know. We placed last, like you said, but I learned a lot, and I'm happy to be here with this team. and I know we'll do pretty good, to be honest.
Do me a favor, look into this camera and yell knockout. Oh my God, he did
Knockout!
Perch is terrible. Good dude. Now, Diamond Con's got the better drip, but how's his backhand? Right over the net. How we feeling, D?
I'm feeling good. Just ready to slam them.
All right, so we're here for the Gorillas this weekend, right?
No. Whoa, chill. We're G2.
Tell me about the squad. How we feeling?
Now we're feeling good, man. We're good, confident. Got a new squad. Gonna get a honeymoon cheese, hopefully, and then here we are.
Honeymoon cheese. Ooh, tell me about that. If I'm not a COD fan, what's this mean?
Honeymoon cheese. Basically, every team that has a new roster, they always like do super good right when they make a roster change. So.
Who's the hard carry this weekend outside of you?
We got Estro. That's my duo right there. LAG camp or Tom Lin. I don't think everyone. Got Iceman, Linz, Estro. We got everyone.
And what have you learned from accuracy in the short time he's been on the squad?
Honestly, just pushing pace, like playing a lot faster, just running down, run at people, treat people with no respect. That's the game plan.
G2's here to do dirty things this weekend. You got $1.8 million on the line. Where do you guys think you'll finish?
Number one, baby.
So let's talk about the squad. You've been off the sticks for a minute. Didn't see you competing at Champs, but now you're back. How's the new team?
It feels good, It's good to have some new energy in the room, good environment, some dope again. We got some good dopamine going. Team's feeling good and, hoping to make some noise this weekend.
Well, you are always known as a leader, someone who also builds some squads and finds some ridiculous talent. So did they pick you up first? Were you the decision maker or were you the last piece added to the puzzle?
Honestly, I don't really know how it went down. You got to talk to the boss man for that one. But honestly, I got the call. They said, suit up for EWC. I said, I'm there.
What are we looking forward to from the new Cloud9 roster?
Coming out with a chip, like, set the tone. First event as a COD 9 is going to be fire. New jerseys, I'm excited. It's always excited for a new beginning, but hopefully win the EWC, the first one.
Now, you guys were going way deep back at Champs. It didn't quite raise the trophy at the end of it all. What was your experience like at Champs, and what are you looking forward to here?
Honestly, we played pretty good at Champs. I feel like Sunday they just came out more prepared than us. They were just playing better, which is I tip it. But can't let that happen this event. Just come out on top.
All right, right now we see the Carolina Royal Ravens having a very serious discussion. Let's ruin their vibe. Excuse me, Beans, hold your phone. All right. Bro, why didn't you tell us you look this good in blue?
I don't know. I was thinking maybe green's my color, but as we found out, green is definitely not the color. So I decided to go blue somewhere else.
When he has blue on. Yeah. We can win S&Ds when he's wearing blue, says fellow. Yeah. All right, so Beans, talk to me about the squad. Of course, I stole Old Man Clay. He's hanging out with me on the stage. You're going to be playing the main AR role?
Yeah-ish. Main AR, flex, it's all the same nowadays, to be honest. There's no difference, so yeah, but something like that.
Carolina, pretty underwhelming. So is your team this season. But now we got a new roster coming into EWC. How are we feeling about the new squad? What are the vibes?
Hey, we're looking phenomenal in scrims, can I say, so far. We've been looking pretty great. Been giving every team a pretty good match so far, in scrims anyway. That Scrap Kids has been getting it online. So, yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident going into this.
You've been giving Scrap the business.
Oh, of course. I mean, come on, that guy cannot kill me.
It looks like we're in a UFC ring. We're hitting them with Kimuras, flying arm bars, DDTs. It's been bad.
DDTs are an illegal maneuver, and I support it. All right, Beans, last question. You came from the Challenger scene. We have the Challenger's top players here competing. Will any of them outplace the CDL teams competing at EWC?
I'm hit that with a hot no. I don't think so. There's some good players kicking about. Some of my boys from Europe.
Name one, I dare you.
Hey, Ben Bance.
Took him a minute, but he got it out.
Ben Bance in Challengers is a crime, but no, I don't think they're going to make it out, unfortunately. I think the pros are too good for him.
I hope Bance proves us all wrong. We're looking for you, Bance. Much love, buddy.
Me too.
You feeling confident about your group?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm feeling confident. We got Optic, Vegas, and who's the last team? Oh, Proloot and them. Yeah, no, I feel confident. I think we're going 2-0 and excited to get the matches going.
Is this Vegas roster better or worse than the previous roster?
We've only played them once when they first formed. I think they were worse, but, I mean, they could have got better over time. I don't know. They didn't look that good, though.
Last time Optic won a tournament, they went on to lose every single match for the following stage. Is the championship drop-off happening here in Riyadh?
Oh, yeah, AG can't beat me, so he's my son, and looking forward to that matchup.
TJ, calling out Pred. Love to see it. I don't think I'm allowed back here. It says, please close this door. I'm ignoring all the rules today. Come on in. Okay, we're going to be quiet, though. Just we don't want to ruin anyone else's takes. But let's see who's back here for Media Day. This place is massive. Every room I go into, I'm just blown away by the scale here at EWC. And filming seems to be in progress. I see light shining. Let's go see what's happening. Oh, my goodness. It's the Stallions. Look how stoic he is. Oh, my goodness. Is that Exceed? I'm so excited. Let's talk to his teammates while they're getting ready. Oh, we got Brack. Hey, Brack. Been up and down from CDL back to Challengers, now here at EWC. Tell me about the current squad.
I mean, yeah, we're feeling good. It's me, Rex, Asim, and Exceed, and looking to make a statement here at this tournament.
Exceed, get over here, you handsome man. All right, so how long have you been playing with this nerd?
Oh, I mean, last year we didn't get to play with each other, but yeah, we ended the year in Vanguard winning together, and then we've played all this year.
So all the way since Vanguard. Exceed, since then you've been bopping kids down in Challengers. Now you get a chance to play the CDL pros again. How are we feeling about the opportunity with 1.8 on the line?
I don't know if it's necessarily an opportunity. I mean, I think we earned it. And, you know, thankfully everybody that's thrown the tournament on, it's been amazing so far, everything that we've experienced. But, you know, I think this is our chance that we were the best team in Challengers. I've been running Challengers for years, so has he. And it's our chance to prove to everybody that we deserve to be in the league, and we're going to slam everybody.
I love that call out. And finally, you got a new piece here that I haven't seen take a stage for a minute. Who's Rex, and what does he bring to the table?
That guy's like our son at this point. He's a kid. He's talented, stupidly talented, and, you know, he has a big future ahead of him as long as he keeps his head on straight. He's going to turn some heads this weekend.
Who's the cockiest CDL team you're going to knock out first?
Toronto.
Suck it, scrap. I don't know if I can say that. Bleep it out.
Repeating Vanguard, buddy.
We're going back. Hey, everybody, it's Puckett backstage, and I just found me a Chance who's asking, where is makeup? Chance, it's 9 a.m. Are you excited to get your face painted?
I'm incredibly excited to get my face painted, have a lot of interviews today, talking to very exciting people.
All right, I've been asking all the players this. I'm asking the casters, which Challengers team is going to take down a CDL team first? Who has the best chance of going deep?
Lore Gaming would be the best guess, but they have a very difficult group, so I don't know if I would give them the shout. Probably Stallions.
Stallions?
There you go. I'm going to go with Stallions. I think they have the easier group of all the Challenger squad, and they have a very solid team.
Brack, Exceed, Rex. Who are we watching?
Ooh, probably Dylan Rex, one of the very few players that we actually haven't seen in the Pro League yet. His first time against the Pro League competition. Going to be exciting. He always drops like 1.3s, 1.4s in Challenger, so should be a good time.
Great interview. Now I can show you where the makeup room is. Come on.
Perfect.
All right. Vamos! What's up, everybody? I just found a few more players rolling in. Let's start here. Can you walk and talk backwards? Let's test your might. All right, I got Vic here. Vikal, playing for the Heretics this weekend, trying to earn some club championship points, but also you're playing for $1.8 million. How's it feel to be out here in Riyadh?
I mean, it feels surreal, to be honest. No one, if someone told me I was going to play in Riyadh Call of Duty 3 years ago, I would literally like say he's mind blown. So.
Now, you're used to the heat down in Miami, of course, representing the squad throughout the CDL season, coming over from Spain. How's it compare, though, to Saudi Arabia?
Wow. I mean, it's kind of similar. Saudi Arabia is more like dry heat. Miami is more like humid, so I guess it's better. But, man, it's very, very hot.
Okay, things are going to get hot on the stage a little bit later. We are going to see a lot of the Challengers players get their chance to go up against the CDL pros. Yeah. Are any of the non-CDL teams going to cause problems here in Riyadh?
I mean, we got 2 non-CDL teams in our group, so I don't want to jinx it, but it's going to be a good battle. I think they deserve a chance to play amongst the best and in the biggest stage, so hopefully they show up. Not in our group, though, and yeah, that's all.
And if you are going to call out one Challengers player to watch, who do you think it should be?
I'm probably going to give it to my guy, let's say Brack. I teamed with him last year, so props to him.
Stallions, good luck. Vic's giving you some extra luck. Final question for you. Where are we finishing?
Top 1.
600,000. Put in the bank account. He's ready for it. If there's one player to watch, though, from Challengers, who do you think deserves some love?
Ooh, one player to watch from Challengers. That's a great question. I'm gonna say Yuli. On what team is it? Lore?
Lore Gaming.
Yeah. So I mean, he had one little stint in the league. I feel like it was a bad stint because he was on London Royal Ravens, who were not a good team.
They were trash.
Yeah. But yeah, I think he's a good player, smart guy. I think it'll be good.
And how do the sounds from AG, aka Pred, behind you make you feel inside?
Reminds me of Champs Round 1 when it didn't go very well.
Cheers, brother. Good luck this weekend.
Don't choke it, buddy. Don't choke it.
Iceman off the table. That's an automatic L. Once again, AG, a champion.
Hey, man, it feels great. GG's to Lamar, accuracy, Betty. You know, he can't beat me. He's yet to beat me in anything, even table tennis now, so GG's.
All right, we got the purple jerseys waiting in line. Toronto Ultra fan favorites, and of course, Envoy, one of the Call of Duty League's favorite human beings. We're here at EWC, $1.8 million on the line, and you guys are already getting hooked up with swag. What do they got for you?
It looks like they got a bomber jacket going for us. We're about to get fitted for that right now. So, I mean, it's kind of insane. I won't lie. This is probably the most insane event I've ever been to. So, yeah, props to EWC.
You get custom fitted?
Yeah, custom fitted. I think we got some shoes on the way as well. So we're going to be geared out for the event.
All right, talking about the event, serious prize money on the line, but I know for you guys, it's about more than that. You want to be back in a grand finals. How do you feel about starting in groups? Is there a challenger?
Obviously the challenger, I think the AM teams are always something to look out for. You know, they kind of play a little bit more unorthodox, and then we got Miami as well. So they gave us a run for our money the last couple times, and I expect the same now.
What's it been like for the team since champs?
Oh, it's awesome. You know, we are, as I said, we are practicing so much more and better, and we are doing a lot of changes with the champs, and we are looking so good.
All right, from the teams that were successful at champs, who do you think is the first one to fall off, and who struggled this year that you expect to climb here in Riyadh?
To be honest, I don't know, man.
You're not going to say Toronto was scrapped right behind you?
No, I'm not going to say that.
He's a nice guy.
Thank you.
If anyone's going to climb, are there other challengers players to look at? Who do you think could maybe do some work?
I think Boston. Boston is looking good. They are pretty good players, so we have to, you know, play our 100%.
They can't do worse than they did in CDL. We'll see you guys on the stage, bro.
and gentlemen, welcome to the first ever Modern Warfare 3 Esports World Cup. It's time to show you 16 of the best teams in the world fighting out for a $1.8 million prize pool, one of the biggest prize pools in Call of Duty history for the title of the first ever Esports World Cup champions. My name is Infinity, and I'll be here on the B stream today alongside a good friend of mine, one of my Challengers duos. It's Seymour. Colin, how you doing today, mate?
Doing fantastic, Brody. Like you said, $1.8 million, a second chance at glory after championships was just a couple weeks ago. And a lot of team changes that's just going to lead into probably one of the coolest Call of Duty events that we've ever seen in history.
Yeah, it's a super cool event, right? I already mentioned it, 16 of the best teams in the world, and you guys know already that there's only 12 CDL teams, so you're going to get some Challengers teams in there. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's talk first and foremost about the format for this event then, because Colin, things are going to be a little bit different here at EWC.
Yeah, CDL teams, they might not be a little used to it anymore. We got group stages for all 16 teams. So 4 groups of 4 teams, double elimination, best of 5s. Only the top 2 out of each group are going to be making it into the single elimination gauntlet that is going to be happening in playoffs, where 8 teams are going to be playing what looks like best of 7s, Brody, to come out on top. I'm not sure if that's going to be true or not, but if it is, that is going to be a grueler.
Yeah, I know there's been a lot of talk about whether or not they are best of 7s, right? That's been a conversation point over the last few days about whether it's just the grand finals that's the best of 7, whether it's going to be the entire brackets that best of 7.
It's a lot of COD.
Yeah, it is a lot of COD, right? I know that there's also been a lot of conversations around like that single elimination bracket. How different is that going to be? It kind of reminds me of the old X Games days. You remember that back in the day? I know that was a really long time ago. It was like a decade. We were basically kids at that time, Colin. But yeah, it's a very different format. It's going to be interesting to see kind of what it does to the CDL teams competing here at the event. But we got to talk about those teams competing here at the event. We already mentioned it. 16 of the best teams in the world. 11 of them are going to be teams competing from the Call of Duty League. The only one that's not here, of course, is going to be LAG, but there's kind of an asterisk to that because G2 are here in the conversation. And you've got some Challengers teams joining in on that conversation, 4 of which come from Challengers Championships, Colin, one of which Team Falcons from this region.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams are going to be having their eyes on these Challengers. We heard from some of the players when Pocket was interviewing them that the Challengers teams, they play unorthodox. Everybody's got their eyes on, Stallions, who have been having one of the most consistent seasons in Challengers, or Lore, who just come out as Challenger champions, and then omit Brooklyn, who moved in towards Boston now, and then Boston, who were once H-Town Spartans. So a lot of changes, a lot of roster changes in and amongst the CDL teams as well, but everybody's got their eyes on how the Challenger teams are going to perform here at EWC and what changes they made to fight these top CDL teams.
Yeah, it's I think one of the most important events ever, not just for those CDL teams, but I think for those Challengers players, right? I mean, you're coming into this event, you don't just want to do well and grant yourself a larger chunk of the prize pool, but also you want to make a name for yourself, right? You need to make sure that you're out here, you're doing well, so that you can be looked at for the next CDL season. That being said, you've seen the teams. Now let's take a look at what matches are coming up here on the B broadcast. We're kicking off today with absolute bangers, Colin. We've got the number 2 and the number 3 seed from each group going head-to-head.
Yeah, we got Las Vegas Legion and the Carolina Royal Ravens to kick things off. Both of these teams making roster changes. Neither one of them at champs. So that's going to be a fun one. I'm really looking forward to see, Vancouver Surge play against the newly formed G2 roster, who is, a mix of Minnesota Rocker and LAG. But you and I kind of both agreed before heading into towards today that 100 Thieves versus Lore match is the match of the day here on the B stream. Lore, your Challenger champions, coming in towards this tournament at the EWC. Arcees was just saying how these players want to be back in the league, and now it's their chance to prove it. I think versus 100 Thieves, there's a very big chance that these CDL or former CDL pros on Lore Gaming can take a walk through this group and make it out.
Yeah, there's a lot of good matches on the line here, and really there are very few teams that actually kept their roster from the CDL season or even the Challenger season, right? So there's kind of a little bit of spice to every single matchup. As you've said, that 100 Thieves and Lore Gaming matchup is going to be a very interesting one. That's going to be our first Challengers versus CDL roster. I guess technically speaking not, because we've also got the Boston Breach in there as well, which I believe Gwyn was talking about earlier, right? Being kind of like the Boston Breach, are they kind of a CDL team? maybe, considering they've got 3/4 of the former Omit Brooklyn roster on the lineup as well. There's a lot of conversation points here, I think, as we go throughout the B broadcast today, but still, we're very excited to see what is ahead of us. Our first match, I mean, is going to be sick, bro. I absolutely cannot wait to see kind of what's coming up next.
No, neither can I. And I think for you and I both, we were talking about, you know, this match of the day that we did have between 100 Thieves and Lore Gaming Brody, and these two teams have just been unreal throughout their seasons. 100 Thieves coming off a big champs run, and then Lore Gaming, their Challenger Championships. It's going to be a fun one to take a look at.
Yeah, so I believe we do have a match of the day to talk about. We already kind of very briefly mentioned it there, as you've said. Let's talk about the match that's coming at the end of today. It is 100 Thieves versus Lore Gaming, and you set this up really well, Colin. Good job, buddy. Lore, the Challengers champions off the back of the 2024 season, they go up against a steadily improving 100 Thieves team. This is going to be a difficult match for them.
Yeah, and 100 Thieves can't just walk into this matchup and think that they're going to walk away with it clean. This Lore Gaming had one of the best search and destroy runs that we've seen in a Challenger's land, you know, and I don't know how long, and I'm sure they've been working on things to, you know, take down 100 Thieves, you know, maybe even phase if they have that chance, but you cannot look at this team of Lore and just call them a Challengers team, because all 4 of these members were at one point in their career in the CDL, and they have that caliber to take down CDL teams. So it's just, on the day, it's Call of Duty, a day-to-day esport. Who's going to show up and play that match at their best? Because Lore has a good chance there of taking down the Thieves.
Yeah, they absolutely do. It is going to be an interesting one. We're looking for kind of any way in for these Challengers teams throughout the day, and we'll be continuing to kind of discuss that. If you guys want to watch any of the Challengers teams, you can go do so over on the main broadcast. I believe they're basically covering Challengers versus CDL matchup for the first 4 matches of the day. For now, though, we're going to talk about CDL teams to kick off the day. Our first match is going to be the Las Vegas Legion going head-to-head with the Carolina Royal Ravens. Still feels a little bit like betrayal for saying that, by the way. I still wish it was the London Royal Ravens. But still, the Carolina Royal Ravens versus the Las Vegas Legion. That is our first match of the day, Colin. And this is an interesting one because you and I were kind of looking for what's going to split the difference between the two teams, you know, that their records, right? But they could not have similar stories throughout the 2024 season. These guys were kind of constantly making improvements, changes, whether it be roster changes or changes in the gameplay to kind of get ahead of one another to get the 8th spot for champs, as it were. Neither were able to do it at the end of the season.
Yeah. I mean, both of these teams missing champs was a big story for them because both of these had realistically great runs and a great stake at making it in towards champs towards the end of the season. They don't make that happen, but they both make roster changes heading into EWC. Fame coming in for Johnny on the Las Vegas Legion, Beans for Clayster and the Carolina Royal Ravens, and these are upgrades in their own rights for both teams. Fame playing a similar role to what we saw with Purge on the Las Vegas Legion at the start of the year, and then kind of Beans bringing from Challengers in towards that Boston roster. We saw the firepower that he has in that assault rifle role, and I think that is going to be exactly what Carolina needs to find that upgrade here at EWC and challenge some of those top teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question for us, isn't it? You know, how much of these changes that these rosters have made, how much are they going to improve the teams? Because I think a lot of people would agree that for both Las Vegas and for Carolina, they both needed to make some kind of change. They both have done exactly that. And I think moving in towards this next matchup, it's going to be a question of, all right, you guys have made those changes. What are they doing to your records? And it's important to note as well, I wouldn't say like there's any obvious placing across the modes, for example, in any of these teams where it feels like this is where you need to make those improvements. This is why you're bringing in a player to change your roster. That doesn't feel like it's the case. I think just wholesale across the board, they needed to bring in Slayers. And Colin, the question for me is kind of, have they done that here? Are Beans and Fame going to do that for these teams? We will find out. But let's start talking about the rosters then. We've already very briefly mentioned it here. Let's start the conversation with the Las Vegas Legion. You bring Fame into the lineup. You've already got a pretty solid team. Of course, a lot of discussion about how high up in the top 20 Attach and Nero were this season. I want to give some love to Gio, honestly. Gio joined this roster, I think we're basically all the way at the beginning of the year. A player that I don't think a lot of people really had a lot of love for. But as soon as he entered this team, I think it became pretty abundantly clear that he's a talented guy.
Yeah, and I have a lot of stock for this Vegas team in total, Brody. You know that. I think that if they were not plagued with certain roster changes heading into towards this season, I think that they would have had a great run in towards champs. And I really like adding Fame into this roster. He plays a similar role to Purge, like I said, and being more consistent on that SMG, while bringing that communication towards that mid-round that not a lot of players can do. I think the communication is going to elevate this Las Vegas team. And not only that, you talk about Gio being probably a contestant for Rookie of the Year. Well, let's talk about Nero, who has really stepped things up in Search and Destroy alongside Attach. Both of these two players have had a lot of a better showing towards the end of the year in the CDL than they did at the start of the year. This Las Vegas Legion team has been steadily on the incline, moving their way now into EWC.
Yeah, and that Search and Destroy is only going to get better as well. You bring in Fame, a player that I think Search and Destroy was his bread and butter through the back half of the 2024 season. I mean, it just shows that they are going to be a Search and Destroy team through and through here at the Esports World Cup. So that's what we're looking for the Las Vegas Legion. But on the other side, you have another team that has also made the change. Carolina Royal Ravens has swapped out leadership for firepower. They get rid of Clayster. They bring in Beans. Colin, what is it going to do to the team?
Well, I think that it's not going to change too much when it comes down to the leadership role. You still have T-Fel himself, the CEO, heading this roster, and he's got a great brain on him. We saw it back at the start of the year from Convoy. It's why he was brought into this roster for Carolina. The knowledge that Fellow brings to this team is unmatched from a lot of veterans. Then Gwyn, Rookie of the Year. He has been unstoppable for Carolina in so many matches. TJ, he was brought in Major 1 for Real. A roster change that this Carolina team was not expecting, but I think it was for the better because TJ has really stepped it up in the MW3 year, and he's having a fantastic year for his own right, where nobody was really expecting that. And then you add Beans to this roster. They were talking about how now they can win Search and Destroy, where Beans was struggling with that back on Boston, and maybe doing some illegal UFC moves alongside that. Puckett was really excited for this one, but I'm excited to see what Beans can do because this team was lacking in that backline firepower. We saw it really plague them in so many matches back in the CDL, and Beans could be the answer.
Yeah, I think Beans is absolutely the answer as well. I think Beans is one of those players that is just so underrated, right? He did well on his couple of attempts over at Boston Breach. We obviously got to see a lot of the love for Beans back in Challengers. Of course, he was playing then on that War roster in the middle of the season that were doing pretty well. They were challenging for the top spot in European Challengers, and Beans is just such an explosive player. I think you even really heard them talking about it, right? The fact that he can kind of split the map and create a lot of space for the team. Honestly, I think it's just fair to say, I think Beans is exactly what this team needed. Sure, they probably could have gone for someone else and got the same result, but still, Beans has very clearly done a lot for this roster already. He's going to add a lot of firepower to that AR lineup, and we'll see how that turns out, I think, especially in the respawns coming into this best of 5.
I'm just getting giddy thinking about these two teams, Brody. Nothing excites me more than seeing roster changes heading into a tournament of this caliber. We got challenger teams. Everything's just leading up to me having probably one of the most happiest days I've had in a while watching Call of Duty. This is going to be so fun to see these two teams because of how close they are in proximity when it comes down to the CDL standings. Literally across the game modes and everything, the only thing that separates these two teams are the roster changes that they made and how it's going to set them apart.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is the bottom line for us here, right? What are Fame and Beans going to change for these guys? And you said it. I mean, again, we spent a lot of time talking about, all right, what separates these guys? What are we looking for here? And pretty much every single category possible back in, of course, not champs, because, of course, champs is, neither of these teams are at champs. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say here. I don't want to rag on them, but neither of these teams were at champs. Conversation talking point then, goes all the way back to stage 4, and you compare these guys across not just Major 4 but also Major 4 qualifiers, and everything is basically dead even across Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, and Control. Control is maybe slightly different, but that's really about it. Everything else is totally even across the board. Honestly, Colin, I wholeheartedly believe this is probably going to be the closest matchup that we've got this entire set today.
No, and I think if not for it being our first matchup today, this could have been the match of the day between both of these two teams, because not only that, it's the weight that this matchup holds in terms of their group. You have a red-hot Olmet Brooklyn team who, Houston Spartans, now taking the mantle of that roster. they got a little chip on their shoulder because they weren't supposed to be here. And they got Optic Gaming, the world championships in their group, or the world champions in their group. It's not an easy group to win by all means. And this matchup between Las Vegas and Carolina might separate that second place to third place team right now. So this holds a lot of weight in consideration of making it out of this group in total, because you're not expected to beat Optic, and that Omit Brooklyn team, they're going to give you a run for your money for sure. So you kind of want to take it out on now the team that is neck and neck with you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing in this group as well. We didn't really get a chance to take a look at the groups, but it is important to note that this group is by no means a walk in the park for anybody, right? I mean, I think Omit Brooklyn, I think a lot of the CDL teams coming into these groups are going to underestimate the Challengers teams, and I think in certain circumstances, that's fine. I think if you look over towards Group T, for example, and you're looking, if you're a FaZe and you're 100 Thieves, I don't think you're going to be particularly threatened by the Falcons. Sorry, guys, I know it's home turfs, but still. I think you look at a group like Group A, though, and Omit Brooklyn are, despite, you know, maybe initial appearances, the back half of the season for the roster here in this group, they're still a pretty challenging team. I mean, you look at players that for the most part have had CDL experience. Spart had CDL experience towards the back half of the season, of course, right? And he did pretty well, especially in Search and Destroy in that stint. Proloot, of course, another one of those players as well. You got Proloot and Spark back together. We talked about them kind of being the Challengers Reaper duo, as it were. You actually have a pretty formidable team in Omit Brooklyn that can definitely challenge these guys, especially when they've just made changes. I know that there's obviously that kind of talk. I think we heard, I think it was Accuracy talking about it earlier.
Diamond Con, the honeymoon
period,
cheese.
Right? Yeah, Diamond Con, right. The honeymoon cheese. Is that there maybe for teams coming out with a brand new fourth? Perhaps, but I still would not underestimate Omit Brooklyn in this group.
No, I wouldn't, because even look at Challenger Champs when Prolu was playing under the mantle of Omit Brooklyn with, you know, the now Boston Breach team. He was playing incredible with his own role. Some of the best COD that I've seen Prolu play in a while. And just a couple days ago, when these players arrived in Riyadh, you saw Hamza Glow Frosty posting on Twitter that he's shooting, 1,000 bots at night. Like, he's got the passion flowing through his veins. And I think Glow Frosty, another one of those players who, you know, dates back all the way towards Boston. When we saw him in the Boston Open, he makes it to the grand finals. Glow Frosty is having a fantastic year for his own right in comparison to a couple of the last. This is redemption for some players. This is, you know, like kind of we're leading to with challenger teams. This is their chance to show why they should be in the CDL next season. And you do not want to overlook any of them.
Yeah, and I think if you're a Challengers competitor here coming into EWC, you know, you're looking at making yourself a rookie next season, right? For a couple of players. I know that, you know, Challengers are slowly kind of transitioned into what I would describe as the CDL dumping ground, right? Where CDL teams will kind of dump the players that they don't win in Challengers, and then they kind of form teams that, if they're actually competing in the CDL, would be pretty competitive. But, you know, you do have players that are looking to make their opening debuts in the CDL. I'm looking at like Cobra and Rex, for example. And you looking to put yourselves in potential 2025 Rookie of the Year conversations. We've got a couple of players that, one of which was not even only in that conversation, but actually won that conversation. You've got Gwyn on one side here, who was the 2024 Rookie of the Year, perhaps controversially so, but still, he had a phenomenal back half season. You've also got Gio on the other side that probably should have been in that conversation. These young guns are really valuable to these teams.
Yeah, and Brody, I was wondering how long it was going to take you to talk about the only representation you're going to be seeing from Europe all weekend long. It took you about 10 minutes to start talking about Gentlemen.
We don't need to talk about that.
It took you too long.
We didn't want to talk about that, mate. Look, I'm just saying, I might be a European caster, and I would say that these guys might be buffed if they were the London Royal Ravens. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, if these guys were the London Royal Ravens, the Carolina Royal Ravens, I'd be hard down on 3-0. I'm just saying.
You know, back at Warzone, back in week 1 of the EWC, you know, Enigma and Dandro, they talked about NA versus EU. I'm sorry, my friend, but I think NA has you top today.
Yeah.
I think they do. I think they do.
I'm not going to disagree with you. I think the whole international aspect of this, right, is always an interesting one because, you know, you talk about kind of the European representation, and granted, you know, there is European representation, at the highest level, like, for example, the Toronto Ultra, right? But I wouldn't say it's wholesale Europe anymore, right? I don't think there's like the one European team per se. Gentlemates, I think if we have that conversation, which I believe is going to be, I want to say on the B broadcast, on the second match, or the A broadcast, on the second match today. They've got Cloud9 to kick things off. that's going to be a difficult match for them. I will
Yeah.
say, just on the whole, I don't want these teams, right? Because I think a lot of people are going to be watching the main broadcast and they're going to be seeing these Challengers teams go up against the CDL rosters. I don't want the Challengers teams to go head-to-head with the CDL rosters and then get slammed and everyone going, Challengers teams rubbish. They're awful. They're awful. They're going up against the top 4 teams, for heaven's sake. Like, it's going to be difficult, I think, for the Challengers teams. It's going to take a while for them to show up. And it is important to note that here on the B broadcast, we technically have a couple of matches as we get towards the end of the day where we are going to be seeing Challengers teams, right? The current Boston Breach is basically a Challengers team, more or less. Like, I think you and I, while a lot of people would approach them as like, this is the new Boston Breach, which it is, for us, it's technically like the new Omit Brooklyn, because it's 75% of that Omit Brooklyn team that got second at Challengers Championships. And of course, you know, as we've already kind of said, the match of the day is Law Gaming, the Challengers Champions, taking on 100 Thieves. So I think it's going to take a while for us to get to a point where the Challengers teams actually do show up here at the event, if they show up at all.
Yeah, and you know, when they do show up, I expect them to show up. I mean, they've had a lot of time between Champions and in towards EWC to practice and scrim against a lot of these teams. I know a lot of the Challenger teams would have been on top of their game for doing that. These guys, they play, I want to say, twice as many games than the CDL teams do play across their seasons. So they have a lot of reps under their belt for the likes of MW3. And not only that, if they weren't getting scrims in, or if they weren't playing against those CDL teams, Challengers plays a lot different than the CDL, and there's going to be some unorthodox play calls in Search and Destroy that I don't think a lot of CDL teams might be prepared for. If they didn't do their homework, there's going to be a real surprise, but that's for the future, Brody. Right now, we have to dive into a banger. 2 teams heading up against each other that are neck and neck, not only in standings, but statistics. Las Vegas Legion and the Carolina Royal Reapers.
Man, I can't believe this. Honestly, you and I, obviously, you know, for those of you guys who didn't know, we weren't actually set to cast the first set of matches today. We were on for the second block. We were prepped for that match of the day, right? 100 Thieves versus Law and the elimination matchups. This morning, we were told, actually, you guys are going to be casting an absolute banger of a series to start the day. It is an incredible one, and as I've already said, it really does feel like the closest mirror matchup you could possibly ask for here in the Esports World Cup, because literally it is. I mean, I think it's the 8th versus the 9th seed overall, I want to say, for this tournament. I think that's kind of how the seeding works, right, with the way that the groups kind of split themselves up. It is 2 teams that did not make the CDL championships at the end of the season. It's 2 teams that have made those changes, and 2 teams that were struggling basically across the same modes here. Honestly, it's just, you really do not know what to expect. And this is a conversation point that we can kind of expand to the entirety of the field here. Almost every team that has made a change, including these 2, there are not really any expectations as to what we're expecting here coming into these series.
Well, I mean, I have been talking your ear off about the Las Vegas Legion all weekend long, getting in preparation for this tournament. That's because of Fame coming into this roster. I mean, he was at the top of the CCL. He was at the top of Challengers. And it's only a matter of time before Fame Banana is going to be at the top of the CDL as well. In this Las Vegas team, he can do some serious damage, because this Las Vegas team, it's a good camp. They got their heads on their shoulders. They have that will to win in practice. And I think with Gio added into this roster, they were getting better every single time they took that stage. Carolina, the other side too, it's going to be quite similar to that, Brody, because Beans, he's filling all the gaps that they were missing.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to seeing these guys just filling those holes right in these teams, right? What is Beans going to do for the Carolina Royal Ravens? And as I've said, I mean, like, I try not to be a bias caster, right? We always try not to be like the bias casters, Colin, but try as we might. I think it's hard not to root for a guy like Beans on the Carolina Royal Ravens, right? It's hard not to root for a guy that kind of arguably shouldn't have been put down to Challengers after the performance he had on the 2023 season. The fact of the matter is, though, I mean, he has now, you know, come back from that. He proved that he deserves to be in the CDL. He had a good stint not only in Challengers in the middle of the 2024 season, but also on the Boston Breach when he was brought back to that lineup in a rather surprising, but positively so, move. So for us here, I think, you know, looking towards what Beans is going to bring to this lineup, I'm honestly just happy he's here. I think he's just a guy that absolutely deserves it. I think he's still got a lot to bring to the CDL. The fact that he is here on this lineup, I think, shows that the Royal Ravens have a lot of faith in him to provide what they need.
Yeah, and we were talking about how we're in agreement that it is so early into the career of Beans that you really cannot put any merit on what we've seen in the past for his CDL teams, because in challengers he puts up so many good numbers, he puts up so much success for these teams from Europe, that you just know when he finds that good camp in a team for the CDL, he's going to perform. And it's not a if, it's a when it's gonna happen for Beans. So I'm excited for him to jump into this Carolina team. I think that, you know, Gwyn being Rookie of the Year was deserved, and I think that around this whole roster, you have Teach, who's playing fantastic in MW3, Fellow, who is probably one of the most knowledgeable pros that we have in Call of Duty. It's just going to be a good roster. And I think that Beans, I hope he sticks together. I hope we get to see this team grow a little bit more, even outside of the EWC.
Yeah, I just think, I honestly hope we see growth from both of these teams. I think, you know, coming into the 2025 season, and this is, I think, a more general talking point, right, about the roster changes that we're seeing a lot of teams make, not just from this season, but also into the next, right? Of course, we've got Roster Mania. I mean, it won't be long before Black Ops 6 is a knock-in, right? We're not that far away from the Black Ops 6 season. We're going to see all the fun that omnidirectional movement is going to bring. You know, the roster changes, they're not going to have long, right, to make those changes. And for both of these two teams, right, I know that Beans obviously has been added for EWC. I know obviously that, you know, on the other hand, we've also got Fame joining the Las Vegas Legion for EWC. Are these permanent changes into the 2025 season? You know, this is kind of almost like an audition for these teams as they currently are for stay the same, you know, to make those improvements, to make sure that this is the roster that perhaps gets you to champs at the end of 2025. I know that's really long away. Like, I feel like I'm kind of predicting the far future right now. GTA 6 might come out before that, but still, it's a really, really long time away. But nonetheless, I think it's important to note that these roster changes, they do feel very auditionary in a way.
I mean, I think you and I both know for sure, Brody, that this is not going to be the secured rosters for a lot of these teams heading into the Black Ops 6.
Yes.
I mean, roster mania is going to happen. There are three things that are certain in life. It is death, taxes, and Call of Duty roster changes. And it's only a matter of time before we get them. But for EWC, we can enjoy what we have here.
Yeah, we absolutely can. Well, I believe we do actually have maps, although we can't actually show them to you guys as they currently are. So we can at the very least talk about them and kind of, again, we'll put an asterisk on this conversation only because of the fact that, you know, while we might be looking at strong maps for Las Vegas and the Royal Ravens in the past, it doesn't necessarily translate to strong maps now, right, with their current rosters, and they definitely will have been working, the coaching staff on both respective sides will have been working to plug the holes in their map set coming in to champs. Nonetheless, we can tell you that we're kicking off the series with a 6-star hardpoint. We've got a high-rise search and destroy, an invasion control, and then if we need them, we've got a Vista hardpoint and an invasion search and destroy to close out this best of the 5. Let's start the conversation with the 6-star hardpoint, Colin, because back in stage 4, even though Las Vegas Legion were very 50-50 on hardpoint, this is one of their stronger maps.
Yeah, Las Vegas 5-3 on 6-star hardpoint, Carolina 4-3. Both of these teams have their reps, but with the changes to these teams, like kind of we were talking about, is going to encompass both of them. What separates them, because the break percentage, the hold percentage, and the rotation percentage is the exact same between both of these rosters out of Major 4. It's that, you know, Fame, he's going to be on top of his game for calling the rotations, making sure that he's inside of that hill on the rotation and securing that positioning for the team. Beans, he's going to be the one that's going to be looking to be headstrong and breaking those holds. So on both sides, you kind of now separate that these are two very different teams in identity after adding these two players to them. And I expect that Las Vegas on a map like 6-star, which is quite mixy, going to be really ahead of the game. And Carolina, they're going to just be looking to power through a lot of these hills.
Yeah, honestly, I think that the key difference for me, and it goes back to kind of one of those conversation points that we're seeing when Puckett was walking around doing the interviews, right? It's kind of like, look, Gwen was talking about they're letting Beans go rogue in some of these respawns, and I think that's the key differentiating factor for me. I think for the Carolina Royal Ravens, if you can have Beans be that slayer that they need, add some kills to the tally for the roster, create some space on the map here on 6-star, they should be able to beat out the Royal Ravens, or the Las Vegas Legion, excuse me, in the hard points. But again, we'll see. I mean, we're speculating a lot here, to be frank, Colin, on stuff that we just don't know. We do not know what these rosters look like. It's important to note that, to be fair, it wasn't that long ago that we had champs, right? I mean, it was, what, just a few weeks ago now that we last saw these guys at champs? That's not a lot of time to make the improvements that they need to do. I say we last saw them at champs. You know what I mean? It's been a while since champs. The last time we saw CDL teams compete, you know, it's not a lot of time really for these guys to kind of make those roster changes they needed to and fix up in the way that they need to.
It feels like it was just yesterday when we had champs, to be fair. We're still getting content pushed out from that event. But for this one here, and for these two in particular, for Vegas and Carolina, I think mostly for this best of 5, what I'm worried about, especially for Vegas' situation, is that Vista Hardpoint map 4 and High Rise map number 2. Because for High Rise, this Las Vegas team, they're 1-5 in that search and destroy for the record. And Vista, they're 1-4. They've had their issues in these maps in the past. So seeing them kind of come into the map set for today, for this match in particular, which is going to be so important versus Carolina, you expect to know that this Las Vegas team has been making changes. They have been making improvements for both of themselves. I mean, because we heard it even from Beans when he was on the interview with Pocket, is that when they first played Vegas, as soon as this roster change happened, they were not good. That's what Beans was saying. But that was a long time ago, leading up to EWC. It's obvious from this map set that they are looking to show their changes here in their first match.
All right, well, not a lot of splitting between these two teams at this point. Right now, we are just waiting for the first game to get underway, folks. Trust me, nobody wants this game to get underway more than we do. Las Vegas Legions versus the Carolina Royal Ravens. It's all to play for in the first match of the Esports World Cup after this break.
Yeah, no worries, it happens.
I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just another piece of data. Is this the numbers again? The fights, the fear, the fear. Is this the numbers again? It's just life without reason is no life at all. We are taking over. We can't change it all. We can't change it all. We can't change it all. We can 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 change it all.
Alrighty, folks, we're back here with the Esports World Cup. Hopefully, we've got the Las Vegas Legion versus Carolina Royal Ravens for you very shortly. I believe we're just dealing with some technical issues as it currently stands. When we will be in the game, we'll all be very happy. For now, though, you get more of Colin and I talking about the game and talking about things that I think, Colin, to be fair, you and I will probably get to the point where we won't be talking about the game. We'll be talking about all sorts of things. I will say, you and I, we got to go out actually to Riyadh for the Warzone Esports World Cup. What was it now? You said it was like 6 weeks ago, which makes me feel like I'm going to have an existential crisis to a certain extent because it didn't feel like it was that long ago. But nonetheless, yeah, we were out there 6 weeks ago or so. The place itself, like when you're actually out there, is phenomenal. Like I have never seen anything like it.
And maybe somebody on stage, one of the players may have broke something. There's a ladder on stage right now. But no.
You think Beans was out there just smacking shit up?
Hey, Beans has to be on his best behavior for this event. I wonder maybe that's going to cause him to maybe get a less momentum going his way, less hype towards the team, but we'll see. No, you're right that we kind of were just in Riyadh, and
yes,
it's great to see the players and everybody kind of talk about it and everybody experience it from the CDL because everybody's been just saying how good the environment has been for the players, just talking amongst each other, hanging out with each other. They don't usually get that downtime when they go to events for the CDL, so for the fact that they've just been able to hang out and chill with each other in the player lounges, I'm sure it's going to be leading to a lot of fun moments for this entirety of this tournament. The content that Pocket put out earlier was great as well, just talking to each player about what their experience is like heading in towards the EWC, what the changes are like, if there are challenger teams that are going to be beating them. It's been a good environment so far for these players, and I think it's really going to show when it comes down to it's not going to be just arriving to this event and playing the game. It's arriving, practicing, hanging out, and then playing the game, which is maybe going to lead to some more comfortable play styles at the start of these matches.
Yeah, dude, absolutely, right? I think it is just going to be so fun, I think, for the players. Obviously, as I said, you and I were out there, and the vibes are tremendous, right? You wake up every day. I also don't know what it is, by the way, just as an aside, right? But, like, I would wake up and my sleep schedule would just be like magically fixed out there. Maybe it's because I wake up at like 10 a.m. every day and there's like a 2-hour time difference between myself and Riyadh, right, in the UK. But still,
speak for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, for you, very different story. You were jet lagged to hell and back. Oh, the entirety of the North American talent back then. It's what you guys deserve, actually. It's what you deserve for us always being on the NA times. But regardless, yeah, like the vibes are always super high. You know, like it's so fun out there. You sit there and you're chatting rubbish for the most part. But also, I think, you know, even for us, right, when you're actually out there and you're actually, you know, sitting there and you're having breakfast and you're like, you know, talking just kind of casually about the games that you're going to see in the day, it's such a very different experience. And I think for the players as well, they are definitely going to be feeling that, where it's just like you are spending a few days, and especially if the vibes are good on your team, especially if you're friends with the guys on your team, right? It's not kind of like a professional relationship, as it were. I mean, like, it just makes you so happy. You're going to be going into these matches in a very happy state.
It's a lot better being in person than it is being online.
It is.
And for these players, they don't really get to experience this in-person treatment like they are for EWC. So I think it's going to lead to some better attitude. I think it's going to lead to some better content and probably even some upsets when it comes to these players don't feel the pressure of just showing up on the day. It's just, it's entirely different. But no, I mean, it's early. It's early for sure for a lot of these players when it comes down to their time zone. It's 8 a.m. for me, Brody. I've already been up.
Yes.
I've gone to the gym. I've had my breakfast. It's still 8:30 in the morning. It's gonna be quite the day for us on the East Coast.
Yes, yeah. This is what you deserve. I'll be honest with you, mate. After years and years of you Americans, you know, we have to go over to your time. This is what you deserve. I feel like this is karmic justice coming through here. That actually, this is the first event, and I know there was a lot of fun talking points about this for all you European fans out there, or just rather all you non-North American fans out there. I will say I know that the New Zealanders and the Australians kind of have it rough, right? The APAC region, but still, hey, we actually get an event on our time for once. We can actually get up at a reasonable time of the day. I can finish at a reasonable time of day. I'm not finishing at like 5 a.m. in the morning here. Like it's great. I'm feeling good about it, mate. I'm ready to go. I'm feeling energized, probably not as energized as you, because as you said, you went to the gym this morning, which I think anybody who's actually seen me in person knows that I definitely do not do that. But still, yeah, I mean, it's fun to actually have an event on European time for once.
No, it is. It's going to be a great time, and I think we should take a little bit of a zoom out from our matchup between Las Vegas and Carolina for a moment and talk about maybe even some other groups that we haven't shown some love to in particular, especially, that we're going to be seeing, after this one. Vancouver for the first time playing against G2 Esports. G2 being in Call of Duty for the first time since Black Ops 4, Brody. A lot of these orgs finally coming back in towards Call of Duty. It's so cool to see that as well. And the fact that we get to see not only G2, but then playing against another Canadian team in Vancouver, taking the mantle of one of these city-based franchises. It's going to be great to see for our second match of the day.
Yeah, it's funny. It's actually, we were having that conversation, right, about the former Seattle Surge, now Vancouver Surge. We were asking a conversation of, like, who are we rooting for at this event, right? We never want to be biased casters, but, who are we kind of pulling for? I try not to be a biased caster, but I'm always somewhat going to be pulling for Gentlemates, just because obviously Challengers team, they're the European representation for this event. But we having the conversation about kind of you supporting the Canadian team. Obviously, the obvious choice would usually be Toronto Ultra now, but the Seattle Surge are now have gone more northern. You've got the Vancouver Surge. You've got 2 picks, mate. I feel kind of envious as a Brit who has absolutely nothing anymore.
Yeah, you lost your
nothing
picks.
left.
You had to, and we took it from you. And then, I come to that sudden realization of, hey, I'm a big fan of Toronto. I want to see Toronto play good in EWC. And I want to see them overperform. You've got 3rd place back at Champs. They had a chance to be back-to-back in championship finals, going to a Game 5 round 11 versus the now Cloud9 roster and NYSL back at Call of Duty Champs. But I want to see it. I want to see Toronto do good at this event. But now that I think about it, I'm just like, now I have Vancouver to root for as well. And I'm a big fan of Vancouver because we have so much representation on Vancouver Surge from Challengers as well, including what was one of the runners for Rookie of the Year in Abusa. So I'm excited to see him play, and I'm excited to see that Vancouver team take the stage.
Oh, dude, I'm so excited for so many of these games. I'm so excited for the Challengers teams to go head-to-head with the CDL rosters as well. Of course, you guys can catch up on main stage. Right now, I believe Optic Gaming are going head-to-head with Omit Brooklyn. For the moment, though, we're still waiting for this matchup between the Las Vegas Legion and the Carolina Royal Ravens to get underway. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get a cup of tea. Colin's going to go get a cup of maple syrup. We'll be back in a moment here with these games, hopefully after this break.
That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
already here to the Esports World Cup. I promise that the Las Vegas Legion versus Carolina Royal Ravens will be soon. I am so excited for this matchup, Colin. We've hyped it up a lot. We've been talking about it a lot. We've got these two teams which are incredibly closely matched going head to head. And I believe we actually have our first map ready to go. Let's get into it, folks. We're starting things off with Hardpoint.
Yeah, we got the 6-star Hardpoint. Vegas, they are fantastic at this map. 4-1 out of major 4. So you expect that Vegas are going to look to have a little bit of advantage heading into this map number 1. Look to kick off this best of 5 with a map victory. Obviously, we led into this one. We're going to be keeping our eyes very close to the performance of Fame and Beans across this matchup.
Yeah, we absolutely are. We're going to be looking at what those players are going to be bringing to the lineup here. Of course, the new additions to the lineups here for the Royal Ravens and the Vegas Legion, respectively. For the moment, though, teams looking 50-50 off the back of the first kill here on this map. Now looking towards the rotation. Already gunfights going in your favor. And Vegas Legion, they're looking to try and break.
And into P2, you can see Nero Fame inside the opening here, trying to find their way inside. TJ good for 1, traded by Nero, but it's still Carolina Royal Ravens in control of this P2 rotation. They're going to look to flip this lead now as Fellow trying to find some space outside. Vegas not getting anything going, and it looks like Fellow feeling a little bit good here on the 6-star. 7-2 to kick things off. 1 away from getting that cruise missile on rotation now for Vegas. They're looking to get set up. Felony gets shut down. Wow. It's a nice 4 in the feed for Vegas. They're going to get into the old as well, and Carolina struggling at rotating over to new. They get flipped.
Yeah, this is not good. If you're Carolina Royal Ravens, you get broken there off the back of that hard point. Vegas Legion now starting to really heat up here in this game. You aren't going to win the last couple of gunfights, though. So Carolina Royal Ravens will be happy with that at the very least. They'll be looking for the back 5 seconds, but this is so frustrating. You're dealing with these players that are effectively cutting you off from that protective rotation.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that Vegas got into this flip as well. They're going to be set up with the better spawns. You're going to be looking at Carolina hit this from 2 different sides, and really off the back of player number 1 and 2 to try to get in onto this flank and see if they can flip spawns in behind.
Yeah, you got to win gunfights, though. Player in behind, it's going to be Beans. He's going to get cut down by Fame there. Now looking for players through the cuts. Gwyn next up to try and do something. He does find a double here. Perhaps an opening now created off the back of that, but those back spawns are so damn infuriating to deal with. Vegas Legion are continually finding the garrison, the reinforcement, but nades over the tops. The trophy systems have expired here. Royal Ravens just very happy to sit here and contest in this situation. This is going to force Vegas Legion to go for the chows there. They go through. Attach will win the trades in the end. Just one more player to contend with, an Attach with a slide out will remove Fellow from the point. You take that if you're the Carolina Royal Ravens.
All things considered, it's a fantastic game so far from Vegas as there looks like they are going to be in control. I think the scoreboard is a little bit flipped on the top side. Vegas leading 78-47, so off of a big rotation in towards P3. They get the majority of the time there, but it's Carolina to set up at new. They're just losing the gunfights from none other than Geo through the middle of the map. It's going to let Vegas in for an early contention and keep this lead for Vegas Legion.
Vegas Legion do want to hold it, though. Attach is going to get overwhelmed. Nice double coming through from Fellow now, and if you're Fame, you just got to try and play your life for the moment. Of course, you will get the back spawns through, so it won't be long before the reinforcements arrive. Just going to try and play a route here. Wants his team to survive for as long as humanly possible. Goes in for the Chow. Fame is weak enough to pick up 1, but no more than that. Carolina now looking to deal with the reposition through the middle of the map. Fellow is going to get shut down from you. This is a big move coming through from the Vegas Legion. Kills now starting to be made. Beans overwhelmed. Can find 1. Looking for more. He's going to get shut down. Vegas Legion looking to hold.
It's great from Vegas to send 3 through the middle of the map, keep their lead now with a good break towards the back half of that scrap time into the second set of rotations. A small lead for Vegas Legion. It looks like 93-74. Carolina will be the first ones to this hill. Beans is going to be attempting to watch from the outside towards water, but Vegas is going to be fighting this one from 2 separate fronts, P4 and P2.
Right now, Carolina just looking to try and find their way in here. TJ is going to be isolated, so that's a wave of gunfights there for the Vegas Legion. We'll have a moment of calm before the inevitable storm that will be Carolina Royal Ravens making their way up from that stairwell, middle of the map. Attach just laying down, ready for these players to hit it. Beans will be the first player to do so. Geo able to double up, though. Trades ultimately favoring here the Carolina Royal Ravens. You're starting to assault the middle of the map. TJ finds 2. Looking for number 3. Fame will overwhelm, though. Fighting right back. Vegas Legion holding on to this time.
That's good for Fame to get in towards this one. Vegas fighting tooth and nail for this P1 presence, and Fame's doing a little bit more than that. He's going to look to push forward, drops to the side of TJ. And this is going to be an issue for Vegas because they're not going to be in the rotations this time around. Carolina's been beating them from both P1 and P2 in the second set. So again, Vegas are going to have to settle for contesting this one at the front and starting to look for a break in through the middle. Nobody hitting this flank. It's going to be all four through the middle.
Yeah, this is difficult. You're running straight into the gunnies here. The AR lineup of the Vegas Legion, or the Carolina Royal Ravens, excuse me, something we've been talking about quite a bit. If you're the last player in Fame, you're trying to play your life. That's not going to happen, but spawns will flip. The comms should come through here from Gwyn. That's exactly what's happened. They should be ready for this hit. Question is, can they actually win the fights? And the answer is no. Geo doubles up towards the hard point, and all of a sudden, the Vegas Legion are in.
I mean, Vegas get absolutely gifted on that P2 hold with a blessed spawn in the back. I don't think Carolina were ready for that at all. They get overwhelmed. Geo pops up a couple. That's keeping Vegas in this lead. The breaks that they had in P2 last time led them to flip those spawns in Carolina over towards the back of P2 and give them a safe transition over towards P3. It's not the same conversation this time around. Vegas, again, gonna have to look for the break. But with Attach shooting like that, they might get it done. They lose the flanker from Fame, so Attach is gonna have to go big.
Last time around, we saw a little bit of a test through the front of the hard point. That's not going to happen this time around. Attach gets a little bit overzealous on the chow. Will be shut down. So Carolina Royal Ravens here will have a moment to chill inside this hill. Well, Vegas Legion now looking to try and break in through the middle of the map, but look how far in towards the middle of the map and towards Paul's side you can see Carolina Royal Ravens extending here. Finally, Beans will go down. So again, it's a little bit more movement, but how solid those back spawns are, it's so difficult. Fellow will find one, but again, if you're Vegas Legion, you are just punching towards this hill, trying to find a way to punch these spawns in your favor as the flip comes through. Now Carolina taking the lead.
Beans just single-handedly gives Carolina 30 seconds for free in that hill, and that's one thing Gwyn said that Beans is bringing to this roster, with Beans playing so far forward, just flying at their opponents. Gwyn's just big chillin', soaking up all the time, and we see it there in P3. It gives Carolina what seems like their first lead since P2 back in the first set of rotations, and now 172 to 145, heading over towards P4. Vegas, the first ones here, they're gonna have to hold on.
Yeah, that might be one of the most important hard points, something we might have to come back to towards the end of the game. For now, though, moving over towards New. Gunfight's already started to be won here by Carolina. Attached, just trying to play his life and draw the ire of Carolina. He will do so for one, but as he goes down now, this becomes significantly more one-dimensional, and once again, Vegas are going to have to get a little bit more creative with it in terms of trying to break this one through. You have to win these gunfights through the middle of the map, and as Beans picks up a double, now looking for number 3. Geo, who has been phenomenal this game so far, 25 and 15, will pick up a couple of kills. Now an opportunity here off the back of this one for Vegas Legion to get in towards the kill.
Absolutely disgusting shots from Geo, but he needs the team to turn up around him. 3 go down for Vegas. Geo's gonna fall. And now with 12 seconds of scrap time, Carolina are pushing closer to a win here on 6-star. They have to set up towards P1 as well. And with Beans and Fellow shooting the way they are, 21 and 18, 22 and 16, it seems like nothing that Vegas throw at them is breaking past these Royal Ravens. They're set up again, and TJ's on 5.
Yeah, you just keep on losing hold of these rotations. Once again, now Carolina Royal Ravens going to be in. Geo will pick up a double. Nice trade out from Beans. Ultimately, is Attached that has the final say in that ensemble of kills. Big break coming through from the Carolina, or from the Vegas Legion, excuse me. Carolina Royal Ravens now, an opportunity to try and get it back in towards this game. They've got themselves a solid advantage over the Vegas Legion. They could, technically speaking, still do it here. Now, no longer the case. They're going to have to go towards the next hard point, but kills still coming through. And if you're the Carolina Royal Ravens here, you have to fight for this time. You've got to try and get it done. Nero from the stairs will pick up a double, but continually, the Vegas Legion here, you are stressing about the amount of time you've given away to the Carolina Royal Ravens.
Every second on P1 just gives Vegas less time to break over towards P2. They can feel the pressure, and Fame's already looking to make some moves, but he's alone. He has to be cautious here. He cannot fall ahead of the rest of the team joining up. They have to play this correct.
Absolutely do. Beans opens things up with that first blood. In through this one little doorway. It's a choke point. Carolina Royal Ravens, they've got to be ready for this. TJ laying down, finds the first, looking for the second. Geo able to double up, and Beans inside the vent will get stuck. That's the break there from the Vegas Legion.
And Geo's playing incredible, 31 and 20. If the rest of the team can turn up here into these last couple of hills, I mean, Vegas can still win this, all things considered. They just need to get all the time here at P2, and TJ's giving them a run for their money. 3 from TJ, and the spawns in the back for Carolina.
Yep, they absolutely are. Carolina could still finish things here. You've got to fight for this time. That Gwyn double is going to make things awkward. Geo down all the way to 8 HP. The ARs are getting it done here. Gwyn will find the triple inside this time. Those back spawns still good for Vegas Legion. Can they touch in time though? You've got to hit this simultaneously. You lose. Near around the back line, through the vent. You can't get through towards the kill. And Carolina Royal Ravens towards the back half of that game went supersonic.
It slams to the slaughter in the end of that P2. Everybody from Vegas just funneling from 1 point of contact, and Gwyn was putting them in the grave 6 feet under. That is a troublesome look at Vegas on 6-star. A lot of poor performances from their individuals, especially their pop-off players that you normally see on a map like 6-star Hardpoint. But on the other side, Carolina. I mean, what a rockstar performance from your AR line of Fellow and Beans. You see them on your screen, and they were nearly untouchable through a lot of those hills. Constant breaks over towards the second set of rotations, and in towards the third, their rotations, their setups were just near flawless on a lot of those hills, Brody. Not a lot that Vegas could do when it comes to stepping up to those two.
Yeah, I think, you hit the nail on the head there, right? You kind of, what was it, the third hill, right, of the second set? That's where things really start to feel the difference between the two rosters. They're relatively 50-50 up until that point, but something changes between P2 and P3, where all of a sudden Carolina Royal Ravens know exactly how to hold hard points. Vegas Legions, I think, for 3 hard points in a row, lose the rotation, and for the most part are not able to get that much time away from those next 3 hills. Just great hold potential coming out from the Carolina Royal Ravens as they take map number 1. Solid performances. I do want to give a shout out to Geo as well at the end of the map, because I believe he was the highest performing player there on the Vegas Legion, and even that performance was not enough to get them the dub.
I mean, Geo played fine. Geo played above and beyond for Vegas in that 6-star. It's the rest of the team that just needed to give him help. I mean, Itachi was positive heading into that third set of rotations, but not a lot of engagements for him in comparison to, the way that Fellow was putting up numbers next to Beans, and a really poor performance out of the sub lineup of Nero and Fame. Both of those two players are, a couple that we've had our eyes on heading into towards this one to, play up against Gwyn and TJ, but it seems like they just couldn't get their fire started here on this 6-star, and that playmaking attitude that Vegas was good for back in Major 4, back in Major 3 just was non-existent here. Especially with Nero playing the way that he was. One big key for this Vegas team that if they're going to win, you need Nero playing like Major 4 Nero, putting up just constant numbers, not only in the Search and Destroy, but inside the hardpoint as well, and we just didn't get that in the 6-star.
Yeah, the slaying just frankly wasn't there. And again, it has to be said, I think that, for the first set, right, for the first half of that hard point, things were pretty even between the teams, right? There wasn't a lot to split the difference, and then all of a sudden, I think the slaying just kind of tipped in favor of the Carolina Royal Ravens, and it never really felt like the Las Vegas Legion did recover. So, yeah, this is a really interesting game right now. Again, we kind of go back to that talking point from the interviews that Puckett did at the beginning of today. We talked about TJ, right? He was saying that, he felt like their opposition are worse than they were before the changes that they'd made. Well, would you believe it? So far in this series, it's been proven right.
And we only get one map to kind of tell us so. We're heading into the Search and Destroy next, Brody, and things not going to get any easier for this Vegas team from High Rise. Back in Major 4, they're 0-1 on this map mode combo. Carolina, not a lot better. They're 1-1. They have that extra map rep. They have the 1 win under their belt, but in comparison, I think that, Vegas, you can see that they've struggled on this High Rise. They haven't wanted to play this map too much, and for Carolina on the other side, they were mentioning, in those interviews that Puckett had that, they have been feeling incredible on the Search and Destroys, that Beans was winning Search and Destroys in comparison to his stint on Boston, and it just seems like the energy and the vibes on that side of the stage are just a lot higher than on the Vegas side right now.
Yeah, but we talked a little bit about it, right? When we talk about the composition of players for the Las Vegas Legion, you talk about Attach and Nero being slayers in Search and Destroy, right? I mean, now you've added Fame into the mix as well, and his specialty is in the Search and Destroy game mode. Surely, if there was a way into the series now for the Las Vegas Legion to try and tie things up, it should be here in the Search and Destroy, of course. I mean, again, there is that asterisk of like, look, these guys are new. We are kind of relying on scrim bucks, as it were, to try and get an idea for what these guys actually look like in S&D. Obviously, S&D scrims are few and far in between as well. So there's not a lot that we know necessarily about the teams as they currently are in Search and Destroy, only as they were pre-champs, right? You know, the last time ultimately that we saw them. So a lot of questions that we still have here, but we're kind of hoping if you're the Las Vegas Legion, I mean, that slaying has to appear here in S&D.
And I mean, Fame on LAG, he was rocking a 1.38 KD inside Search and Destroy alone with a 50% opening duel win percentage. And that's going to be important on a map like High Rise, where you know Gwyn's going to be running routes. Fame has to meet him there and hopefully shut him down if it's not Nero. This is a player that by all means is fantastic in the Search and Destroy, and you expect to put up numbers like that. So if Fame can get going here, give that little bit of an edge over towards the submachine guns of Vegas, then you know Nero's not going to be far behind to follow up, especially when it comes down to the way that we saw Nero play in Major 4 for those opening duels. I mean, Nero was a first blood machine. So on a map like High Rise, you can see these subs turn up. It's just a matter of fact of seeing how poorly they did on that 6-star hardpoint. It's a little bit worrisome.
Yeah, well, it's been a good start in this series between the Carolina Royal Ravens and the Las Vegas Legion. Certainly for the former of those two teams, a stellar hardpoint to kick off this best of 5. I assume anybody watching this broadcast right now probably is keeping tabs of what's going on over on the main broadcast. But if you're not, here's a shocker for you at home. Omit Brooklyn 1-0 up versus Optic Gaming. They managed to take that first hardpoint away. Who said that Challengers teams wouldn't perform at this event? Hey, get the hell out of my lobby. And I'll tell you what, we're going to get into the lobby here from map number 2, folks. We're going to High Rise Search and Destroy. Already first bloods being drawn across the board.
Yeah, don't talk down on the Challenger teams right now, but we don't have any on stage here present. Gwyn and Nero first to fall in the map. Not a lot of control here from Vegas, so it seems like they're going to have to make their way around and try to figure something out, but they lose their lives. Gio's the last one up in a 1 versus 3, and oh boy, TJ is shooting.
That's a beamer right there. You know, we were kind of hyping up Gio in the opening moments for what he was able to produce in hardpoint. You think for a second, hey, a 1 versus 3, maybe. TJ was even weak going into that fight. Just turns and burns. Heads are rolling here on map number 1 already. Gio done and dusted. Carolina Royal Ravens looking pretty oppressive there in round number 1.
That's a TJ Haley ace in round number 1, Brody. That is incredible to see. If you're a Royal Ravens fan, just continuing off of that success from that 6-star map number 1 and not looking back. And now they get a chance on towards their offense. We can see their break off over towards bottom blue. It looks like, again, TJ's going to be looking for some early presence here alongside Gwyn.
You want to try and get control of the B site early on. That's what Carolina Royal Ravens are trying to get going here. Vegas Legion just holding themselves back for the moment. Set nades over the top. None of them really going to connect, but it will send Vegas scarpering momentarily. First engagement, good for Gwyn. Nero now down for the count. You've already got TJ in the site. This is site control here for the Royal Ravens.
Just look how patient that is from Gwyn, watching down the B string, then dropping down, then putting the bomb on. They're not rushing anything at all, and they have good map control with the player over towards top heli. That's going to be Beans.
Wow. How does Attach get away with that kill? That is a big frag to take. It's going to give a realistic chance. Once again, Gio left up in a 1 versus 3. Finds one. Immediately chowed out by Beans, and somehow Gio wins that fight. Can he hit the reset? He will get it. Back up to full 150 HP, and he might have just won the dance with Fellow. Fellow's got no idea that Gio's run right by him, but on the other side of the situation, Gio has no idea that Fellow's on this side of the map. He's seeing where that bomb's been planted for. He's checking that backside area all the way for Fellow. And Fellow is just going to hold his irons on this site. If Gio turned around back at Electrical, it could have been his round. Fellow's going to win the 1 versus 1 in the end. Prevents the 1v3 clutch from Gio, but a little bit of COD timing might have changed that.
I mean, 2 ships passing in the night. That COD timing couldn't have been any worse for Gio in the possible 1v3. Some electric shots again, like we saw back on the 6-star, but with Gwyn popping off 3 kills in that round, a near second ace in a row from the Carolina Royal Ravens. It just seems like Vegas are really lacking when it comes down to these engagements. These individual gunfights are not being met with any pressure from Vegas, and that needs to change heading into this 3rd round because they just cannot keep getting walked on in these early rounds or the start of these rounds. They need to find a first blood here and work off of that.
Just need some kind of advantage right now. Carolina Royal Ravens are just playing around them, and you can see that exact same thing once again here. Look at the positioning across the map. You've got Nero. You've got one outside site, excuse me. Wait, and the name's flipped again. Is this wrong? It is wrong. Vegas Legion. I don't even know anymore. The cameras are flipped for a second there. I was on Planet 9. I don't even know. Regardless, numbers now in favor of the Carolina Royal Ravens here. And if you're the Vegas Legion, once again, you're kind of left stranded, looking for a way towards the site. Attach picks up Beans, and, well, now they should be able to get the bomb down.
Should be able to. Beams off that first blood, gets a little bit over aggressive, and that's going to give a way back in for Vegas. They get the bomb planted. Fame's going to go down into the pit. It's attached, sitting towards that B street. Fellow gets spotted like Superman, putting Carolina on the 1v2, and Fellow just gets all three. Oh my goodness, T-Fel, the CEO, showing up.
He's doing it ice cold as well. Look at his face. An ice cold killer there. So he picks up those last couple of kills, and Vegas Legion just cannot find a way into these rounds. And they're trying, you know, they're making these situations even. We saw Gio in that, prior round for a 1 versus 1. There we see a 2 versus 2. They're getting close, but still, this is wild. Carolina Royal Ravens are showing that they right now winning the battle of the roster changes, coming out on top of the first 3 rounds.
This is what you kind of expect, too, bringing a player like Beans into it. I mean, the vibes that he brings, the energy that he brings, he's loud, he's proud for this team, and it just seems like this is such a confident roster of the Royal Ravens, and nothing is getting in their way. They are flying, quite literally, at their opponents. Now, how did Vegas turn this one around? Obviously, calling for those first bloods, but who's going to be that player to deliver?
Vegas Legion trying something a little bit different this time around. Neo is pushed all the way up in towards the B-bomb site. Nice kill from Fame. Nice set nade equally, though, from TJ Halley with a return. Fellow should be able to pit up back towards 100% HP. Now Carolina Royal Ravens looking for a way towards the site. TJ Halley has spotted out his next victim. The call is made to Gwyn for the kill, but Attach comes through from B Street for the double. Fellow now left up 1 versus 2. Good news here in this situation. These players are isolated. He's looking for it, but can't get it done. Kill comes through for Vegas Legion, and they're finally on the board.
Yeah, they finally stopped the bleeding, and Attached doing a good job at taking advantage of that first blood that Fame gave them. He runs up the B Street, gets the time on the players that are pinching out Nero, and not only finding that first one, getting the trade, but he gets the second one, putting that bomb in a really tough spot for Carolina. 3 rounds in a row is met by finally a round from Vegas, and let's see if they can ride this momentum and start to put some more on the board, see if they can claw their way back into this one. I like that we saw Attach finally making some bold plays there. And Fame in that first blood, although he did get traded, went a long way for this team.
At the very least, they've stopped the momentum from the Carolina Royal Ravens, stopped any potential streaks as well off the start of this search and destroy. And once again, just trying to find a way through the Royal Ravens. Again, 3 players over towards B for the Royal Ravens this time around, but look at this route from Nero. All the way in behind enemy lines. He's made this pretty much totally uncontested, but if he does climb those stairs, I think TJ will be able to spot him out. Or at least Beans, somebody from Royal Ravens should know, but Nero is just holding steadfast for the moment.
Yeah, nobody knows. Nero's just waiting for the right moment, and there it is. He may have found it. TJ's going to spot him. Beans has no idea, and Nero with the first blood, immediately answered by Gwyn yet again. Vegas have a pinch coming through. They know Gwyn's going to be in the elevators, but Gwyn is still alive, and he's got TJ watching over him, and Gwyn just living by the hand of his teammates.
Yeah, TJ does everything there in that round for the Carolina Royal Ravens, and granted, he can't quite save Beans' life. I think, you know, the setup was pretty good for the Royal Ravens, a pretty unique look. Certainly, I think, was it Gio going on, or Nero going underground, excuse me, didn't quite expect the positioning to be there, but still, great plays from TJ Halley, and I think on the whole right now, what we're seeing from the Carolina Royal Ravens is very clear improvements in search and destroy. As a team, they're watching each other's backs.
Things that you wanted to see change from Carolina. I mean, we are ticking off our boxes right now. Very sound search and destroy, a fantastic hard point, very explosive. Now 4-1 up, just 2 rounds away from being up 2-0. Against Vegas Legion. TJ thinking about going deep in towards this A site. He wants to put the pedal to the metal here, but met by some nades. Gio's in trouble. He didn't see TJ cross.
It doesn't matter if he saw it or not. Attach is ready for it. They've got faith in their teammates once again. Vegas Legion now, advantage for the first time in forever. And now, looking for more. Got to keep an eye on player number 7 on the minimap. That's Gwyn, who could potentially cause some issues. And he does exactly like that kill on towards Fame. This is going to divert the attention of the Vegas Legion here. Behind enemy lines, Gwyn is also finding more value. Surely not number 3 for Gwyn. Now just 1 kill away from the ace in the round. Gio, tagged up, has to get the hell out of dodge here. Instead, we'll hit the reposition. The Ego Chow will give the ace to Gio. And a round here to the Vegas Legion.
Quinn is all over the pit. I mean, he's jumping over the walls.
Quinn,
He's
dude.
watching other people jumping over the walls. He's got an ace.
That's
Again,
crazy.
the second ace from Carolina in this map, and that's going to bring them up 5-1 against Vegas, who just cannot get anything going. They see so frantic. They're giving away so many opportunities. And right there in particular, you see Gio with another chance at getting a 1v X situation. I think it was a 1v3, maybe a 1v2. He just does not get it done towards the end.
Alrighty, well, we still have gameplay here for ourselves. 5-1 now, are the Carolina Royal Ravens. Stellar Ace coming out from Gwyn. He will now go into this round of 5-1. You got to imagine, I think, with the amount of rounds that Carolina Royal Ravens have to play with here, they'll probably play around that. Fellow goes down, though, as does Beans. And I think now, especially, as you lose your opening players, especially as you everybody but Gwyn, you are playing for that Predator missile. It does not come through the cruise missile, excuse me. Big stop there from the Vegas Legion. They pick up everybody. That is a clean round.
A clean round from Vegas, keeping themselves alive in the high-rise search and destroy. They're going to have to do that 4 more rounds in a row, Brody, just to steal this map away. So right now, it's kind of taking things away from Carolina and the success and putting a real highlight on Vegas's composure in this map mode combo. You see a couple shots there. I mean, that's the LAG special that Fames brings to this roster. Early shots are going to give Carolina a little bit of a slower presence over towards mid, but it's not going to stop Gwyn, who's 10-4.
Yeah, Gwyn is just on a heater right now. Again, off the back of the ace. He's slowed down, I imagine, somewhat. Maybe not, actually. We'll find the route, but I think he's already been spotted out here. The chow from Attach is not good enough. Gwyn will somehow win in that fight, and now he's looking for more. Surely the call should be made here to Nero that Gwyn has managed to get behind enemy lines. I don't think he's ready for this fight, and he absolutely will not be. Gwyn's on the hunt for another ace.
Yeah, Gwyn just cannot be answered. Finally, Gio's going to put him down, but it's still a 2 versus 3. Bomb getting planted at B, and you have presence from, I think that's going to be Beans up top. Heli, so Beans can put this whole thing away, and he's seen them both. Beans calling game in the search and destroy. 6-2 over Vegas. Now 2-0 up in the series.
Wow. I mean, that is a clean search and destroy, and it does definitely feel, I think, since, what, halfway through the hard point, Carolina Royal Ravens have stepped it up a notch somewhat, right? I mean, just in the hard point, obviously, it was that second half where they just went ultra mode. Here in the search and destroy, they give Vegas Legion nothing. And really the only times where it feels like, what, Vegas Legion here are actually in any form of control, what happens? Gwyn comes through for an ace. Yeah. What happens? You see clutches from the Carolina Royal Ravens, like that final 2-piece coming through there at the end. It is just wild to me, the way in which we're seeing Carolina Royal Ravens take full control over this series at the moment.
It's just nothing that Vegas can do. Even when Vegas are throwing some wrenches in the plan, changing things up and trying to adapt, it's just met by some kind of individual performance from this Carolina team that just pops off and takes over. I mean, you think even back towards the Fellow round where he gets all 3 kills, flying over towards TJ in the pit, or flying over towards, I think it was Nero in the pit, and shutting down a big 1 or 2 versus 2. Everybody is playing good on Carolina, and that is an issue for this Las Vegas team, Brody. They just cannot match the energy. They cannot match the hype that this Carolina change has brought them.
It feels like right now, to be honest with you, I mean, you're talking about hype, right? You're talking about energy from the Carolina Royal Ravens, and I think certainly that is there. Certainly that was a conversation point that I think a lot of people were talking about regarding Beans, right? You know, Beans coming in here as a very hype player, right? You know, he's constantly talking, he's constantly chatting rubbish to the other team, and obviously you can't do that here in Riyadh, but still, I think, you know, right now it looks like they're just treating this as business as usual. Fellow getting that 3-piece, he's just chillaxing. Yeah, he feels like he should win this game. Carolina Royal Ravens right now are on cloud 9, and they're going to have to continue to do that. They're looking for a clean 3-0 in a series that we said was going to be a close one. Right now, Carolina Royal Ravens are throwing all that and more out of the window. Right now, though, we are going to go to a very brief break. On the other side, we've got a map number 3 control between these 2 teams. That will be the last one. We'll see you then. What's back, everybody? We've got back here with the Esports World Cup. We've got the Las Vegas Legion going head-to-head with the Carolina Royal Ravens. And right now, the latter of the two teams feels like they're putting a stomping down, Colin. The first two maps, I mean, the first one was relatively close, right, until the halfway mark, where the Carolina Royal Ravens kind of found a sixth gear, as it were. But the second map, I mean, they took full control of High-Rise Search and Destroy.
Carolina's been on a tear, and it's been their individual performances that have really separated them from Vegas right now. In particular, on this 6-star, it was Fellow and Beans putting on an absolute blowout performance with the AR presence that they were showing up. Just monstrous when it came down to the slang presence on the side of Carolina. And same with the Search and Destroy. This time, kind of you looked over towards the subs of Gwyn and TJ, a couple of aces between the two of them, and they just blew through Vegas in those that second map, at least, like you said. But heading into map number 3 for the Control, we got Invasion, Brody, on the line here for Vegas to extend this to maybe a Vista Hardpoint and maybe a map number 5. This Vegas looking for the reverse sweep heading into this map number 3, and at least for the both of them, when it looks at the stats from Major 4, Vegas 2-1 on this map, Carolina 2-1 on this map. These two teams again are even, but you said it before we went to a break. It seems like Beans and Co, they're throwing all these stats out the window because this new roster is cooking.
Yeah, I think we kind of said, right, we didn't really know fully what to expect regarding these two teams, considering they've made the roster changes that they have. But I will say, so far, it doesn't even really feel like it's Beans that's making that much of a difference. It feels like just everybody else is stepping up. Not that Beans isn't doing anything, because he absolutely is. But you look at Gwyn, for example, his ace in the Search and Destroy. You look at Fellow playing as well as he has this series thus far. These guys are treating it like business as usual. Interesting. We'll see how this series goes. Right now, I believe we're not going to be starting this Control. I think Vegas Legion at least thought that they were going to start it like that. But yeah, we're going to be restarting this one before we get into the Invasion Control. But yeah, that's the key thing for me, I think. You know, we're looking at Carolina Royal Ravens, and you expect them to be hyped going in to this series. You expect them to be hype as it currently stands. I think there might be a bit, maybe a feedback given to maybe Beans here coming into this team, that even though he's a very hype player and you want to be hyped versus the best teams in the world, you don't want to get too heated, I think, early on in the tournament, right? This is the group stage. You don't want to get going. You don't want to be hitting 100% and kind of peaking before you can go anywhere at this stage of the tournament.
No, they look composed and they look comfortable. Even, with, Beans not being as hype as you normally would see him when he's on the main stage, they look like they're in a good headspace for this matchup. And I think that's what I'm most excited about for this Carolina team, because oftentimes you would see them fall behind in matches and then trying to claw their way back into the match, they have to go above and beyond. And this time, they're starting off strong and they're staying strong. And that's important when you look at roster changes for teams that are on the fringe of top 8 in the CDL. Is just how do you make them improve? It seems like they've found exactly the chemistry between these 4 players that they needed to have a good time on stage and play at their best, even if they're not going to be getting loud, if they're not going to have that momentum going their way. And I wish the same could be said about this Vegas team, but they seem a little deflated after those first 2 maps. Rightfully so. They're performance just not as we would have expected, Brody. With Fame joining into this roster, it just doesn't seem like they're meshing very well. It looks like a lot of their timings are off, and a lot of their efforts towards that Search and Destroy just seemed very solo-esque and not really too team coordinated like you expected from this, or like you saw from this Carolina team. And into this Control, it has to change, because you're heading into an Invasion Control where those subs need to put the pressure on, find those routes to run and get onto those points and play that objective. It's going to be really important to see Nero and Fame play at that level we expect them to play in this map 3 and continue.
I mean, you need to see those subs step up and I think really make the ARs of Carolina Royal Ravens feel uncomfortable, because right now it doesn't feel like they do, at least in my mind. I think you're looking at kind of what Beans is bringing to the table specifically, and he's having a hell of a time as it currently stands. He's feeling really comfortable. I think you can see that. Fellow is also there, and he's kind of getting heated in these games early on in a positive way. You've really, I think you just got to set the place out the door here on Invasion Control. If you can get an offense, great. I know that a lot of these controls do just very often go round 5. It's kind of just like a kind of comedic point at this point that, it's Control. Going round 5 really doesn't mean anything. But still, I think, just try and make the Royal Ravens feel as uncomfortable as possible. Try and stop the momentum. I mean, I think it is just kind of a bit of a bummer for them, because as we said, we were kind of hyping up the Search and Destroy. We were talking about the Las Vegas Legion in Search and Destroy, and all of these players seemed very proficient in the mode. To come out flat in the way that they did, and the times where they tried to throw different looks at the Royal Ravens, for them not really to work, I think is a massive positive point for the Royal Ravens. You're at the point now where you're kind of crushing them in this series. You have to come out firing on all cylinders at the start of this invasion control to stop that from happening.
With Optic losing a hard point against Omit Brooklyn and you looking this good if you're Carolina, I mean, you're licking your lips at the potential here with the performance that you're putting on. I mean, they just look like they're ready to take this whole group by storm and not leave any questions asked, which is exciting to see for Carolina. But we kind of put a little bit of harsh light on this Las Vegas Legion side. We could shed some good light here, and the fact that Geo is playing incredible for this team. A breath of fresh air for the Legion, Brody, and if there's anybody who's going to keep that fresh air here and maybe provide a little bit of effort towards the rest of the team to step up, Geo is exactly that person to look at, especially for Control, where in Major 4 he was rocking a 1.3 KD. I mean, he was unbelievable for this mode when it's providing that slaying, which is what Vegas are lacking right now. So if Geo can keep on pace like this, you imagine it's only a matter of time before the rest of the team around him steps up as well. And with Invasion being very comfortable over into the defensive side, they will have some time to at least get that confidence back for them.
Yeah, and we often talk about kind of like the challengers players, right, coming into the CDL and what they bring to the sides. Geo is one of the players that has had a meteoric rise this season, right? I mean, you know, I think last season was kind of, I want to say relatively mediocre for him, right? You know, he was constantly on like a top 4, top 6 team, but never really finding the value that he wanted out of challengers. At the start of this season, though, he's on that Lord Gaming roster that managed to take the grand finals of the Boston Open. Impressive enough that he is picked up by the Las Vegas Legion. And I think it's so difficult for kind of new challengers players to make an impact. I think certainly on kind of low-level teams where they're looking for kind of ultimately a band-aid to fix a rather large problem. Geo did a stellar job at that at the start of the season, right? Geo was a great slayer, albeit, you know, he's not like your prime scump, right? He's never going to be that kind of player, but certainly provided a lot of value to the team, did what the Vegas Legion wanted, and now he's here, he's playing well in the EWC, but he needs the rest of the team to step things up if they want to pull off the reverse sweep. We're going into the invasion control, folks. We're seeing Las Vegas Legion kicking things up on the offense, but things not going so well.
No, not at all. The kills again going the way of Carolina, 30. Playing 28. TJ is going to take a look over towards this B zone as it is Vegas hopping on to stop that time. Geo finally going to put some kills here on the board and look for a little bit more pressure. Geo and Fame looking to find those kills and take that space. And now this B zone might look to be cleaned up early on. I think Vegas for a second thought about taking a look over towards A, but they want that pressure over towards B for first off.
Yeah, I think the right decision here from the Carolina Royal Ravens on the defense, right? Don't over-aggress on this situation. Just try and get yourselves in a position where you can set yourselves up for a defensive A. But granted, that is a stellar start from the Vegas Legion to take control in the commanding way that they have. But keep an eye on this. Routing from behind. Gwyn is able to unsettle one. Attach down for the count. Nero also going to get found out by the point. And while Fame might trade things out, this is great transitional fights here being won by the Carolina Royal Ravens. But somehow, some way, Fame is finding his way in behind enemy lines. He is being such a nuisance right now, looking for more value, but Gwyn will shut him down.
Yeah, Fame was just looking to buy some time for the rest of the team to get off spawn, and Nero's going to open up an avenue through that B straight attach, already rushing forward. So Vegas out of their spawn, not in the trap just yet, and the kills to follow up as well. They've broken through. Now they're going to be looking at trying to get towards this A zone, but see if Carolina posted up in some corners, and Nero's not going to be ready for Gwyn.
Well, Geo is ready for him, though. Good trade coming through. Fame also going to find TJ, so players isolated. You're starting to win the fights towards the point. Haven't quite dealt with Fellow towards Water Street side. That's going to be a constant nuisance that you're going to want to deal with sooner rather than later. But players towards Gas. Gunfights being won now for the Vegas Legion. Fame will double up now. Vegas, they're going to swarm the point.
That's 3 in a row for Fame, and they're going to be on A. First segment in. Fellow's going to have to backtrack here, and he needs to go big. Renetti's out. He's going to get 2. Looking for all 3 with the help of TJ and Carolina. Break back in towards the A zone, not giving up that second tick. I mean, that could have been way worse if you're the Royal Ravens, so thank the heavens for Fellow there.
Yeah, you're fine with this, though, if you're Vegas Legion. It removes Fellow from the point, and you're even better off with the fact that Fame manages to pick up yet another double. 8 and 4, start of this game. Nice double back from Beans, though. Will slow things down for the Vegas Legion. You can't afford to overheat here with 50 seconds on the clock. You're not going to have that many more chances to hit this point. Shots out from Nero will find Beans. Attach shoots a little bit early as well, and Gwyn will pick him up for it. Again, not a lot of chances here with 40 seconds left. You've got to start winning these fights. Gwyn finds one through Cafe, goes for the weapon switch at the wrong time. Geo able to double up off the back of it, looking for number 3 from afar, but Beans in a position that will unsettle him. Fellow towards the point also finds Fame, and the numbers are starting to thin out here for the Vegas Legion.
35 seconds, now down to 26 seconds for Attach. He's going to find a kill, but he will be traded out inside the cafe. Not a lot of time here for Vegas, and not a lot of lives to make mistakes either, so they're going to have to take this one slow, but with 15 seconds, still work their way to the point right away.
Only 10 seconds on the clock. And we're losing all the gunfights here. All of it down really to Nero, unless Attach can sprint towards the point unscathed. Yeah, no choice but to take the fight. So you knew that Beans would have taken him down regardless. So not going to be around there for the Vegas Legion. Good effort early on B. They get, what was it? I think it was 15 seconds. They were on the point. So they had a whole 2 minutes or so to get a capture over by A, but it just does not work.
No, and Fellow, I mean, how long was he living over towards that convoy, towards Palace? On the Vegas side, sitting in bridge as well, just buying time for the rest of the team, forcing out those spawns of Vegas Legion. And then eventually, when Vegas does reach the point, Fellow just backtracks and with the Renetti pops off a big 2 to allow his team back in towards that zone, only giving up 4 segments of control across that first round defense. And now to try their hand at attack, they're heading to B right away.
Carolina want to have as successful of a start as the Vegas Legion did in that last round. Got a couple of players on the point here. Vegas Legion are taking their time with this. They haven't got any players through Dark yet. Nobody's technically speaking watching it. Never mind, actually Beans is doing so from afar. Those team shots should be good enough. The Fellow will be able to take a couple down. Good trade coming out from Fame. Damage already starting to be done here towards the point. Fellow's now going to have to turn his attention towards Dark. Good call. Fame is pushing the hill, and good team shots from the ARs here. Carolina Royal Ravens. That's B point done.
Yeah, Fellow's turning up here in Saudi. Having an absolute stellar performance. TJ's in the spot of Vegas, just wrecking havoc on them as well. Another double kill there for Carolina. The B zone's going to get secure. 2 minutes and 14 seconds. And a life lead as well on transition here. Gwyn's going to find another kill off spawn. He should be traded, and he will be. But Beans is on the point, working on this first segment. And he's got to worry about Gio just around the corner. He's going to win that out. Beans is going to stay on this point.
Big kills being made by Beans at the moment. He is alone, it should be said. Vegas Legion having to make their way. Beans has got a lot to deal with here. Can he stomach it? He's already picked up one. Looking for the second. Beans goes huge. Builds on towards Nero and Gio. And now these players in a panic mode for the Las Vegas Legion. Carolina Royal Ravens doubling up on the point. I don't know if anybody from Vegas Legion will touch in time. And the Royal Ravens just continue to fly high.
Benjamin Bean says, don't worry, I'll solo you. And with the presence from his teammates off spawn, he pops off 3 big kills in the A zone to almost single-handedly capture it, Brody. An absolute stellar performance by the newest face of the Carolina Royal Ravens. And just look at the faces of these players. They're locked in, they're smiling, they're chatting with each other. It's just the vibes are flying high for Carolina and Vegas. I wish you could say the same here. Down 0-2 in the control, down 0-2 in this series. It's going to have to be a reverse sweep into the reverse sweep. And with this attacking round, gotta look at B first. No chances for anything else.
Well, you want the same success that you had previously. Vegas Legion winning the opening gunfights as well. They should recognize that TJ's still hanging about up top in Treehouse, but Vegas Legion, they want this transition straight from B to A. Fame is the advanced guard. Unfortunately, won't be able to do anything more than just the opening gunfight, and now Nero starting to feel heat over by B as well. That second tick, I believe, is also not all the way through. So Vegas Legion here, they look so much more splintered than they did on that first offense column.
And because they transition over towards A, they leave B so vulnerable that they don't get anything at really either of them. Second tick's not in at B. They're back off of spawn, and another wave of kills. They're threatened for a spawn trap. You got Fellow and Broken, and he knows exactly that, so he's hoping that he can find another couple of these kills on the rotation in towards B. Well, the rest of the team of Vegas looking to get on. Fellow's got the beat down Beans with the team kill, but might be enough to still hold on to the zone. Bees finally get that second tick in from Fame, but Vegas are on their back foot.
Yeah, if you're Carolina here, just give this one up. Look for some exit fights. When weak, just going to wait for the child to come through on the door. Peekaboo! Oh, he hits the reload at the wrong time. That's so unfortunate for Gwyn, but somehow still wins the fight. That's insanity from Gwyn. Exit frags being won here by Carolina Royal Ravens. It's all looking pretty good. Fellow might have just hit the perfect route onto Nero as well. Nero being pressured here. Fellow doesn't have to be the one to finish this fight. And I think just on the whole here, you are just draining time off this clock.
Yeah, 1 minute and 19 seconds. TJ is going to clean up Nero over towards B. You have Beans now sitting over towards the sandbags. Not going to allow anybody presence of this water stream. That's going to force so much more time from Vegas. I mean, you're looking at another 30 seconds before they even have a chance at getting on this zone, let alone finding these kills to give them that chance, Brody. This is not what you want to see if you're a fan of the Vegas Legion.
This is just so much more indomitable from the Carolina Royal Ravens. Hopefully we can actually show you what's going on screen here. We currently can't see it, but I assume it's just pure dominance on the defense from the Carolina Royal Ravens. I think it might have actually just
maybe there was a
stopped. I'm not
DC.
entirely
You
sure.
see the players
Yeah,
have
DC.
stopped
Maybe someone. Yeah, okay.
playing.
I was gonna say because I know we've been saying that they've been looking pretty nonchalant all series long, right? Because I think that's a pretty fair assessment of what the Royal Ravens have been doing to the Vegas Legion. But I wouldn't say this nonchalant. They've not been this chill.
I mean, just look at Fellow. He's chatting with the admin. He's like, no
okay.
worries. It happens. Like, we've been playing this game. It's August now. It's, we know that this stuff happens for sure. And he's feeling no pressure whatsoever from the game, just maybe not going their way. Carolina are locked in. And, I mean, for Vegas here, it's going to take a heroic effort from not just Gio, who's been playing great, but for the rest of the team. And it was a very slow start from, again, Nero and Attach this time kind of joining in for this control. They just cannot get it going. And even when they do find that presence over towards B, get those kills, you saw them. They tried to bite off more than they could chew, make that rotation over towards A. They're trying to make those bold plays. They just need to play some systematic COD. Go for that B zone, get it captured. Just one step at a time. You know that these teams can do it. We've been watching them all year long. It just seems like Vegas are doing a little bit too much here in the control, especially the offense.
I don't know, dude. That final round, I think, the key differentiating factor for me between rounds number 1 and rounds number 3, even though that round number 1 isn't successful for Vegas Legion, right? I think, back in round number 1, the biggest threat that they were kind of dealing with, right, was Fellow, right, on Water Street. He was the biggest problem. He was the one that was being a constant nuisance, either actually picking up kills towards that Water Street side or just taking kind of pot shots as players tried to exit through what would have been the B site, the B control zone. But, we look towards that round number 3 where Carolina Royal Ravens was significantly more successful and players were not escaping through that B route, right? You had a couple of players that were positioned towards that top side. Things are just so much better for the Carolina Royal Ravens. And honestly, I'll say this much, right? I know that Omid Brooklyn have been pretty competitive with Optic Gaming over on the mainstream right now. I think right now, as I understand it, it's 2-1 to Optic in the control, and they are currently on the offense, so that's probably going to go to a round 5. That's also happening over on Invasion. But there is a real chance that Carolina Royal Ravens, playing the way they are, granted, again, you can kind of ask the question of how much of this is Vegas Legion kind of leaving holes in their gameplay, leaving gaps in the map for kind of Carolina to fill. But if Carolina continue to play like this throughout the rest of the series, if I'm an Optic fan, I'm at the very least, somewhat concerned that Carolina are currently playing firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and who knows how much that comes down to. First match of the day, sometimes not going your way for Optic Gaming or, in some light, but it is going to leave some sort of confidence there for Carolina when they do watch that back, when they are getting prepared for the match versus Optic. They know that hard point didn't go their way. So although Optic are leading, still worried about that monster in their closet here from Carolina Royal Ravens. That change into Beans has just revitalized this team, and we didn't get to see them at Champs. Optic haven't played Carolina in a while, so who knows what Carolina are going to be throwing at the world champions when they do reach that stage, as they're feeling good right now, Brody. And I'm excited to see that match as well, because if Carolina can upset Optic, I mean, what a better way to start EWC.
I mean, it's fair to say, I know the Optic fans are going to hate me for saying this, but I think that right now they're in the A streets. I think I'm safe. I think I'm safe from the social media hate after this. I've already got enough for EWC. But I think it's fair to say, I mean, Optic, back in, they won, Major 3, and then they got to Major 4, and they kind of, boot the bed a little bit, DFR'd. There's a chance. There's always a chance. I'm just putting it out there in the universe. There is a chance that, Optic coming off the back of winning the World Championships, that, maybe this doesn't go so well for them. I don't know. Regardless, I think, the positive point here is for the Carolina Royal Ravens. They are playing top-notch Call of Duty. They're feeling pretty good here in this control. Currently 2-0 up over the Las Vegas Legion. Everybody has been firing on all cylinders for the Royal Ravens. They are looking good.
Yeah, and I mean, I think to ease the minds of those Optic fans, Brody, play a little devil's advocate to you. The weight of this
you just want to be an Optic fan here?
The weight of this tournament, it's a little bit different than Major 4 for sure. So I'm sure this Optic team are going to be well prepared for a tournament like this. And I don't expect that same thing to happen. It was a seemed like one of those moments we're never going to see repeat ever again, but crazy that it did happen in the moment for sure. But here for these two teams, just waiting on them getting back into the invasion control. Carolina leading 2-0 in the control, 2-0 in the series. And one thing that's really been a surprise for me for this team, Brody, that I think we can really touch on is Fellow's performance so far, not only in this control, but in the series in general. I mean, in the search and destroy, he got that 3-piece to single-handedly win them around. Back on this control now, he gets another 2-piece to save them that first round, save them that A zone. You see the support and leadership that he's giving towards this team is backed up by the slaying as well for Fellow, and that's not something we always saw consistently back during the season, and it seems like he's playing a little bit better as well here at EWC. Even in the hard point, he was going pound for pound with Beans. The two of them looked like an unstoppable killing machine. So
yes,
it's good to see that Fellow, who was late to joining this Carolina Royal Ravens roster in Major 1, is turning this team again around here at EWC.
I mean, it just goes back to the conversation point, right? But before we even got into the invasion control, we were talking about kind of the subs, right? Applying pressure to the ARs right now of the Royal Ravens. And they've tried, right? I mean, they've certainly tried to do that, but they haven't been able to. It really is as simple as that. You know, Fellow and Beans have been a constant nuisance for the Las Vegas Legion, and I think that's kind of borne out not just in the stats, but also in the results here, as we see the Carolina Royal Ravens currently 2-0 up in this control. Now, I do believe that we are going to be resetting round number 3 just basically fresh. I don't think there's any streaks here on the board, despite the fact that Carolina, for the most part, have been in dominant control of this control. We're not going to see any streaks here, so this shouldn't be that stressful of a reset, but I think it will be somewhat frustrating for Carolina, considering the fact that they did have basically full map control.
And nearly a spawn trap as well on Vegas, who are on their last lives there. So a full reset for the round. You know, you're going to brush that one off if you're Carolina. Say, you know, if we've already done it 2 rounds in a row, what's another 3rd round if we're resetting it? On Vegas' side, you know, this is a lifeline thrown to you. You got to take advantage of this lifeline that's thrown at you. And I want to see a big change up for their start of their attack here for this round number 3, especially you're looking at that presence over towards B. Last time they got a full wipe at that B zone. They had their players on B ready to capture it, and then they decided that they were going to pressure A instead. It kind of deviated away from that early plan. Yeah, I want to see them off the start here. Just worry about getting that objective and giving them that buffer time for the transition over towards A. Capture B right away. Have hopefully at least 2 minutes, maybe a minute 30 to get over towards A now, and then just work your way out for that slaying, because last time when they tried to make that transition too early, you could see that they were truly struggling.
All right, well, look, Carolina Royal Ravens here. Gonna have to be ultra reverse swept by the Vegas Legion. 2-0 up in the control, 2-0 up in the series. They're just 1 control round away from moving forward in the Esports World Cup towards the next round of their GSL group. Off the start of this round, Carolina Royal Ravens already starting to win the vast majority of the gunfights. Attaches Bean from up top. Nice kill from Beans from the streak. Gwyn will also find the other, and while plan A is out the window, time for plan B. Straight towards A they go.
Yeah, Nero on A as well. Fame looking over him, and the team shot's there. The nade's actually going to clean up Fellow. Fame will end up falling, so it's Nero on an island looking to get this first segment locked in. He will have some support from Geo, but Beans is ready for it, and Beans is going to get rid of them both. The first segment in A was captured, but at B, absolutely nothing. Fellow making sure that that is going to be the case of the matter, as it seems like we are not in the game right now on our faces. No, we're back at the game for a second. Carolina, they were a little bit worried at A, but now they have a life advantage, and they've stopped B for the most part.
All right, I know that everyone loves our faces. I get it, all right? They just wanted to see us again in the middle of the game. They didn't want to see Vegas Legion getting slapped around. Right now, it is just Geo left up on the point. Big kills to make, down to 46 HP. Good enough for the fight versus Beans? No. Now on 7 in a row of the restart. He's got himself the cruise missile in the back pocket. This is a dangerous position for Vegas Legion to be in. With 35 seconds on the clock, Beans needs to go huge towards the point. He's going to get shut down, but off the spawn, you got to imagine, maybe that streak just comes straight out.
Why not? If you're Beans, will he call it in? It looks like he is. Streak's going to be used to hopefully stop this progression at B. He's going to be looking at these players. The curve not going to land, so still Vegas able to sit on this B zone. Fame's not going to find that kill in towards Rugs, but Vegas are so pushed up that B shouldn't be a worry of them. Now on their minds, just making sure that they can work off of this rotation and have some presence through the middle of the map.
That was such a smart play call on the whole from the Vegas Legion, right? You know that streak's going to come down. You saw what Beans was doing. You get the notification that he's on 5 in a row. So you just ultimately push A to give your team space to capture B, give Carolina Royal Ravens something else to worry about, but that worry is very quickly subsided here. You win 3 fights, Gwyn responsible for 2 of them, and now Vegas Legion down to the last player. You know it's Nero, you know it's the player that was capturing the point. Gwyn immediately, by process of elimination, recognizes the player is going to be towards that B streak. You win the fight. Now 60 seconds on the clock. You got a 5 life advantage. Gwyn looking to press that with more kills. Looking to get it done. Drop shot from Geo, though, will win it. You're starting to make progress here, but not a lot of time for Vegas.
Yeah, making their way around blue. Gwyn also shut down on a streak. TJ is going to fall as well. So Fame's now opening up the map a little bit as they're looking to pierce the heart of this A zone. And Geo might have a chance to find another kill here. He's going to look the wrong way, looking for the player in his spawn. Gwyn cleans him up, so that's good support from Carolina as Vegas are now down to 8 lives to the 13 of Carolina with 30 seconds left. This is the danger zone, Brody, of being knocked out of this match.
If it wasn't attached, it's now going to be Fame. You need to see some individual heroics here from the Vegas Legion. Nero's going to get it done. Big first kill. Now Vegas Legion starting to make the move forward. It has to be now. 10 seconds or so on the clock. Fellow's going to find one inside the cafe, though. Big trade out from Nero. You've got to go. You've got to start hitting the point. Down to the final set of lives. Kills from Attach. Gwyn will find Attach. Fame dies towards the point as well. And the Carolina Royal Ravens cleanly sweep the Vegas Legion away. An easy dub in the first match of the tournament.
Carolina, they fly high with a 3-0 here. Amazing performance from them, and they're not even excited at the end of it. That's just business as usual. Clean 3 sweep for the debut of Ben Beans as a Royal Raven. And that was such a good look. Vegas, the other side, just not able to get done at any moment. That's a tough loss for them as they're going to be dropped into the lower bracket of this group. Now, going to have to fight their way back out of it if they want to see day number 3. Brody, what a showing, though, from Carolina. What a lovely match from them.
I mean, honestly, just insane. Really well played from the Carolina Royal Ravens. I think, you know, again, from frame 1, it was relatively competitive at the start of this series back in the first half of that 6-star hard point. But as soon as we got to the second half of that hard point, things just started to look all Carolina Royal Ravens, right? Everything was looking good for them in that hard point. They started to get control of pretty much every single rotation. We look towards the high-rise search and destroy, and it's just total map control. The rounds with the Vegas Legion did get control. We're going to clutch sharp, looking towards that ace from Gwyn, that 3-piece from Fellow. Just huge moments individually from the Carolina Royal Ravens that give them the advantage. I think just in that final control as well, just total map control from them, Colin. It was just an insane performance. We can take a look at the highlights here in this one as well to show you guys exactly what the hell happened across this series. I already talked a little bit about it, mate, but I mean, as I said, it was competitive at the start of the hard point, but for whatever reason, Carolina Royal Ravens just took full control past the halfway
But you
mark.
even look at that clip from 6-star, that seemed like it was the second set of rotations, and there was 3 players on 20 kills there. Fellow, Beans, and Gwyn. Search and Destroy was its own monster and its own issues for Vegas because a 6-2 loss on high rise. It just shows how tough this team is looking in that map number 2. And then, you know, clutch galore across that search and even into the control. Fellow with that 2-piece to get back into that round number 1. Beans solo holding the A zone towards the end of it to capture it as well. This was that moment where he just goes absolutely huge for Carolina. And in round number 3, although you have the reset and everything for Vegas to have that second chance, Carolina, you see Beans gets that streak, they use it right away, and they just hunker down, just setting up those spawn traps constantly on the defensive side of that invasion. This team was always looking ahead in these matchups, always making those adaptations. Even when they were in the lead, you could see them still looking for an advantage.
Yeah, just a solid performance, I think, on the whole from the Carolina Royal Ravens. They look like a much improved roster. We talked about kind of what firepower they needed to add to the roster. Beans has exactly done that. He's added that firepower to the AR lineup. And granted, I think we've got to give a lot of love to Fellow, who not only is playing IGL for this team, but is also coming out here and slaying out with the AR. Beans is matching pace with him. He is doing exactly that. And I think especially we saw that in that invasion control. So we asked the question at the start of this series, who is going to have the better change on the whole? It feels like we haven't seen the potential of what Fame can do for the Las Vegas Legion just yet, but we certainly have for Beans on the other side.
I do agree. And Beans was kind of joking about it too in the interview with Puck, and he was saying, are you the main AR, Beans? Are you the flex AR? What are you doing? And Beans just kind of shrugged it off. He's like, I mean, it's MW3. It's the same thing at this point. And Fellow was making it look like right alongside Beans that they were playing the exact same role. Just when you can fill that space, when you can take that map control and that power position as an AR, go for it. Take that position. Fellow was doing it, Beans was doing it, and even at times you saw Gwyn doing it in that control as well. It's just very heads up, very good looks there from Carolina, and what a way to kick things off for the EWC for you in an Aya 3-0 sweep. We didn't expect it, but even still, it was fun to watch.
All right, well, let's take a look at our highlights. I believe we're going to talk about the MVP of that series to see who it was. We don't know who it was yet. To talk about kind of, I mean, there's so many different players it could technically speaking be. I believe we're going to be looking at Gwyn right now. Gwyn, the MVP of the series, Colin. I mean, honestly, we probably could have picked anybody, but after that ace in the search and destroy, I'm happy it's Gwyn.
And that play right there from Gwyn in the control as well. I don't know how he got that kill, but I'm glad it's Gwyn, the rookie of the year from the CDL, a player for Carolina that everybody has their eyes on to be a superstar in the Call of Duty League, and at EWC really make some differences for this Carolina team. And Gwyn was doing that in the search and destroy. He was 10-4 at one point heading into the back couple of rounds, and he was always present in those gunfights on every single map that you had. Gwyn, he is just a machine for this Carolina team.
Yeah, the right choice, I think, for Carolina Royal Ravens. Granted, it wasn't technically this roster that put Gwyn on the team. That was a Clayster decision at the start of the year, but it was the right decision, it would seem, as Gwyn has been a worthy investment for the Carolina Royal Ravens, and now it seems that Beans is a good one as well. It's a Royal Ravens 3-0 to go to the broadcast here at the Esports World Cup. We've got more matches to come, though, on the B broadcast. We cannot wait to see what is next. Don't go far, folks. We've got more action here from the Esports World Cup after this break.
and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of like the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon.
I'm Miles Ross here at the Esports World Cup, and I'm joined by Abuza of Vancouver Surge, and we are playing Who Is. You ready, sir?
I'm ready.
My man. Who is most likely to clutch a 1v4?
I would say myself. I don't know.
And nothing wrong with that. Who is most likely to choke on your team?
Oh, that's bad. I don't know. I have no clue. I actually don't know.
You have to give me an answer.
I would say Paul. I would say Paul. I don't know.
That's okay. That's good enough. Who is the best trash talker?
That we are not like a team like who trash talk a lot, but I would say myself.
That's good. Who is most likely to team kill?
Paul, no doubt. No, zero doubt. No. It's insane, guys.
Yeah, insane.
It is. That's fine. That's okay. That's okay.
I'm looking around the room. He's not in here,
Yeah,
guys.
so
He's not
that's
in here,
fine. I
but
can.
He can say it.
Yeah,
He's
I
safe.
can
He's
say
very
his name.
safe.
That's fine.
Who's most likely to make the crazy play?
We'll say Offer.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's because he's here, you know. I need to gas him up, you know.
Who is the most dedicated to practice?
I would say myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Who is most likely to make everyone laugh?
I would say myself too. I'm a clown sometimes. So.
Who is the most improved player?
I would say Offer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any reason why?
I mean, he was in Challenger and he comes in our team, and I think he changed his mentality a lot for sure.
Good. Who is the most reliable player under pressure?
I would say myself too.
You're on fire.
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I'm confident. That's it.
Who's the best team player?
I cannot put myself again.
Yes, you can. You can, Abuja. You can do that.
I just know I'm gonna throw my life on my team, so I will say my team, myself.
That's my guy. Who is most likely to get a surprise ace?
I would say Paul.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice, nice. Who's most likely to be late to practice?
You know what? I would say Offer.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes.
Who's most likely to rage quit?
No one. No one. No. There is no way you can rush quit like in scrims. No way.
I love that. I
No
love
way.
that. Abuza, thank you so much.
Thank you, bro.
Hello, my name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup, and I am joined by Abuza of the Vancouver Surge. I'm going to get used to that. Mate, welcome to Saudi Arabia. Welcome to
Thank you.
Riyadh. How you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm fantastic, man. I'm ready to rock and roll. We have some simple questions for you, some fun ones. We just want to see how you're feeling about the tournament ahead.
Honestly, it was pretty excited, for sure, for me. The tournament looks pretty good, honestly. And yeah, I want to wait. I want to play right now.
You got to wait, man. You got to wait. Let's talk about the season for you. You've one of the nominations for Rookie of the Year. You've come from Belgium. What do you think are some of the advantages the European players have over North American players in the Call of Duty scene?
I honestly don't know, like the difference, like if you are like, I have no clue. Other thing is like, it's different for everyone, you know, like, but I have no idea, like if you have some advantage or something, you know, like, I don't think so.
No advantage? Do you think maybe, I mean, we think of some of the, in recent memory, Hydra from France, yourself, there's a lot of talent coming from Europe.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. I mean,
some good players coming out of there.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, I don't know why, to be honest, but that's fine.
That's good.
Yeah, that's
Keep
good.
it coming. Keep it coming. With regards to this tournament, the Esports World Cup, what does it mean to you? How important is this tournament for you?
For us, it's pretty important. I mean, like, we literally like full champs, so it's like a good tournament for us for sure. We need to bounce back, you know.
It's a very unique opportunity to bounce back.
Yeah.
We don't normally get second lives.
Yeah,
in this.
that's true. Yeah, this is the first time, so yeah.
You came from Challengers. You made it to the CDL. Now you're here at the Esports World Cup. Is there any comparison so far for these events? What was it like being a Challengers player? What's it like being a CDL player? And now, what's it like being here?
I mean, it's pretty different for sure. Like, you being training pretty good in CDL, and it's clearly not the same, like, even like just playing on like good PC, good monitor, like it's so different. So, and playing in front of the crowd and like on the stage is, nothing can give you that, like, you know, like the energy, you know, like, so that's pretty sick.
Do you ever talk to your friends or family back home about what this feels like?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, everyone's gonna say like it's insane, you know, like, and it is, so yeah.
Have your family, have they made the trip out to these events to see you play?
No, just my girlfriend at this moment, so, and that's it.
I hope they get to see you play in the future, man. It's very, very cool. There haven't been many tournaments or many experiences in the past for Challengers players to match up against the CDL pros. What do you think this is going to be like for you, and how important do you think that is for the young talent?
I think it's very important for them, like, to have the chance to play against like some CDL teams. I think it's really sick for them. Like, we needed that in Challengers since like long time, you know. So it's pretty good for sure.
Why do you think it's so important for Challengers players to play against the
I mean,
CDL?
just to know and compare you like against the best, you know, like you wanna play against the best to know, like, and I think it's pretty good for them for sure.
What does it feel like to be a rookie who's being well celebrated now? What does it feel like to be in the CDL at this point?
I mean, it's pretty good for sure. You know, like, I mean, being a rookie, it's mean nothing for me. Like, you know, like, I'm not 18, so, you know, so that's fine for me. And yeah, that's it.
That's cool, man. That's cool. Well, dude, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank
Good
you.
luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات. وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Alrighty, folks. Well, halfway 3-0 from the Carolina Royal Ravens. It's time for more action here from the Esports World Cup, and we've got a treat for you. The Vancouver Surge, not the Seattle Surge. Put a pound on the jar every time you say that for the rest of this series, Colin. Going head-to-head with a brand new G2 Esports rosters. One of the rosters that's been created basically from the ground up from the CDL season into the Esports World Cup. This is going to be an interesting one, given kind of the very different positions that these two teams are in going into this next series.
Yeah, and I think this is just as much a battle between you and I as it is a battle between them, because you got G2, a European-based organization, versus Vancouver, a Canadian franchise spot. I'm really excited to finally get a look at, Vancouver coming in towards the CDL under the Surge banner, because we talked about it during the break that this Surge team, after making some bold roster changes during the year, found instant success with this team and got loads better. And I'm excited to see them here at EWC, because even at Champs, they were giving some teams their run for their money, albeit 2 round or game 5 bounces out of the tournaments to get DFR. But the fact that they get to go game 5 versus teams like Seattle and teams like Miami, you can see that this, or teams like Cloud9, sorry, and teams like Miami, you can see that this Vancouver team does have that, I guess, potential at rising versus some of the top teams. And for G2, this is their first step.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it is 2 rosters and 2 very different positions, as I said. I almost said Seattle Surge there. A Vancouver Surge roster that has, of course, I mean, they've made their changes earlier on this season, right? They've now been very comfortable with the roster for about a couple of stages now, versus a GT roster that kind of looking for that honeymoon cheese, as it were, right? You've got a brand new team. You want to work off the back of that honeymoon period to try and take something away from the Vancouver Surge. This is going to be a big ask, though, because we talk about Vancouver Surge as kind of one of those, I want to say, like mid-table teams, right? Reaching the upper side of the table that are competitive, and we're making serious improvements towards the back half of the season. Even with a honeymoon phase in your favor, I don't necessarily think that this is going to be a series you're going to be able to easily take away from the Surge.
No, I would still
put the Surge above G2 for the matter of their group and who's going to come out of these groups. But for G2, what has them going, I guess, into this tournament is the fact that you're adding Estriel into a lineup with Lins, two rookie sub players that had a fantastic year. And when you're kind of putting them side by side in a tournament like this, I'm really excited to see the way that they work together. And I'm excited to kind of break things down and see exactly how they play throughout this series.
Alrighty, well, they're going up against the Vancouver Surge. Let's start the conversation there. Then, of course, I already mentioned it, right? This roster did make controversial changes in the middle of the season. I think at both times, and Reddit knows best as always, right? They were very critical of dropping Illy, then dropping Arcetes, two of their best performing players at those respective moments. But you bring in Brezzy, you bring in 0-4. Brezzy, of course, I mean, he's got that pre-established chemistry with Abuza, and that, I think, has just kind of rocketed this team towards success. 0-4, of course, the young gun. He has had, in my opinion, Colin, one of the best rises, the quickest path to pro we've ever seen a player have, because it's worth saying that the 2024 season for CDL wasn't just his rookie season in the CDL, it was his rookie season in Call of Duty Esports, full stop.
Yeah.
That guy started the season in Challengers as a rookie and ended it in the CDL as a rookie.
And champs nonetheless as well. No, I mean, moving into the year for 0-4, I mean, turning 18 and playing for that lore team in Miami to make the historic reverse sweep in a best-of-7 at that Miami Championships for the Open. I mean, you know 0-4 was the real deal for being that playmaker, and for Vancouver, he has proven that on this team, and I think he's here to stay for the CDL for sure. This is a player that you can build around if you're Vancouver, and it's a player that we're going to be looking at throughout the EWC to make those changes.
Alrighty, well, let's take a look at G2 then. This is a brand new roster here for EWC, not just in terms of the organization. The first time, since I want to say 2018, 2019, something like that, we've seen G2 participate in Call of Duty Esports. Of course, they were known as Minnesota Rocket previously, Accuracy and Lins returning from that CDL roster, but they've overhauled the team. They've brought DiamondCon and Estriel into the lineup. What good are they going to do?
Yeah, I mean, Lins, a longtime teammate of Brezzy and Abuza, so a little bit of, I'd say, revenge in this series between them, but adding Estriel and DiamondCon, that is a very big move for G2 Esports, is to make a big overhaul of half of your roster and adding them into this season, but taking what is a good mix of LAG and Minnesota Rocker and putting them together here, Brody. I'm excited to see these two mix well inside of this tournament, but we got our maps and modes for the series here on screen, Brody. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm very excited as well here. And, you know, I think through the season, right, again, there's only so much we can take away given the fact that G2 Esports are basically a brand new roster here for EWC. From the Minnesota Rocket performances and even to a certain extent from the Los Angeles Guerrillas performances, of course, that's where DiamondCon and Estriel was sourced from. But a key talking point we're going to be kind of returning to here is, you know, Minnesota Rocket, they were struggling with respawns throughout the 2024 season. They didn't look great in hardpoint whatsoever, and they certainly did not look good in control. Is Estriel and DiamondCon, are those join-ups going to be good for the team to fix their woes in respawn against the Vancouver Surge, especially in hardpoint? That's a big ask.
It is a big ask, and something tells me that we're not going to be seeing a sub-base control and a sub-base search and destroy for map 5. I'm not sure what is telling me that, but something deep inside is saying that that is not going to be the case, Brody. But for map number 1, looks like we're going to be kicking it off with a 6-star hardpoint. Vancouver 7-6 across the 2024 season on this map. G2 1-8 respectfully, considering that it is only going to be the stats for 2 out of the 4 players on this roster. But we know that the hardpoint woes have been there for G2, and will DiamondCon and Estriel fix this? Well, we heard DiamondCon talk about how Accuracy was working on their pacing issues heading into EWC, trying to play a little bit faster with this team, and adding somebody like Estriel to it is going to automatically make this roster faster, especially with the relentless pressure that Lin's put on all year. These two are going to be an absolute monster, but my issue with G2 is going to be that AR lineup. Very slow ARs here between Accuracy and DiamondCon, and when you're trying to work on adding that presence, adding that pressure in for this AR line, it almost seems critical when you're playing against somebody like Abuza.
Yeah, I think that's the thing for me, right? You know, it's not even necessarily just about pace, and I think this is not necessarily a criticism that I would direct at accuracy, but more or so just a concern. You know, if accuracy isn't going to be the Slayer for this roster, which rarely is he that case, right? Rarely is he going to be the lead Slayer for this team. Is Diamond Con going to be bringing the slaying to the team here as we get into our first map of the day? You know, are the ARs going to be able to fire on all cylinders? Is Diamond Con going to fill that hole in the team? And, you know, you already said it, right? Diamond Con can sometimes be a relatively slow AR. I don't necessarily think that's the case, but maybe it is salvageable because of Linz and Estriel, that sub-duo here for G2 Esports as we're getting ready for the first map of the series. I believe we're going in towards this hard point. We're going to Karachi, and if you're the subs here, you're happy, right? This is a map that's built for you.
Yeah, a little bit better for G2, 2-5 on this map across the 2024 season. And for Vancouver, 7-10, so not their best look for the Surge. But we know what this team is capable of. We know what this team can rise to, and the back half of the year was completely different to the start. So you accept Vancouver to make some big waves here inside of their debut to Call of Duty Esports. I am really excited to see this one.
Yeah, that re-debut for G2 Esports here. First time we've seen them in a hot second, we'll say for sure. And they want to have a good debut with this brand new look roster. Right now, though, as we move over towards the first hard point of the game, G2 are in command and control. Estriel currently with an AR in his hand, clearly flexing for the lineup to try and garner some kill control. Now DC up top, looking for something, and neither really able to find any value whatsoever, but this is okay. You've got the backstop of the rotation. DC now starting to heat up from the middle of the map. Nice distraction as Linz is going to pick up two. These are the rotational battles you needed to win if you're G2.
And for G2, if Diamond Con can play in those power positions like we just saw, you know he is a straight shooter. He is not going to miss on those players rotating to the point. So G2 with a good lead after P1, set up in towards P2. The contest is going to be out, and 04 finds the break. And, you know, Vancouver now looking to make at least some scattered plays here against G2, but will it pay off for 04 trying to stay alive? No, G2, they're going to battle back off the spawn with a quick 3 down.
Yeah, big kills coming through once again from G2. I was concerned there for a second that 04 being in the position that he was would meant that G2 couldn't manage to get over the wall, but it's not going to happen. Big kill from Hugh towards bottom ticket side. 04 also following up with another one as well. They're hungry for this back 15 seconds. They know that Vancouver have got these guys stuck in that sticky spawn situation. The kills are also starting to come through as well. Hugh is heating up here. Will get shut down by accuracy. If you're 04, you're just being a nuisance. You're stealing, what, about 10 to 15 seconds away from G2 that they otherwise would have had. And as I said, Colin, they had those sticky spawns towards New. They needed to push that.
Yeah, this is going to be a good set of time off the initial 4P3. Lots of map to cover if you're G2, and you still have a player to worry about inside of red. Just punishing you from behind is Hook. Just in behind the play here for G2, and you can see these players trying to turn around to deal with this when already Vancouver have closed this lead.
Yeah, this is a big moment here for Vancouver Surge. You've already lost control of Scrap, though. Estriel, big guy towards the back line. The shots are not as nice as you'd like, and Brezzy will win the fight in the end. So Brezzy now a constant presence. Linz with this jump up here. A position that maybe they won't check. Yet Brezzy will, but Linz takes out his former teammate with ease, and the second one as well on towards Huke. Big kills being made now from G2 as they break for this time. Now they're looking for the back 20.
Yeah, Linz broke that single-handedly and holds it as well to keep G2 in this lead. Now chasing some of these shadows around the map. Linz is looking for this cruise missile potentially. He was on 3 in a row. Hook is going to stop it there. So looking at about a 20-point lead heading into this P4 hardpoint on Karachi that not a lot of teams get time on. So Vancouver can continue to keep this one scrappy. You just need to get that PA presence in towards top third. You're just dealing with that setup from Diamond Con. But as Diamond Con falls and you catch that flank, you break the hill, and now you can look for time.
Yeah, this is big from Vancouver Surge here. An opportunity here to try and get control. Estriel still hasn't been found out, though. He's been chilling up top. Surely someone will come to deal with him sooner rather than later. Yeah, 04 peeks up top and takes Estriel down. So that's a big gunfight to take. But you haven't quite dealt with the plague that is G2. They're still over here. They're still infesting this hard point. DC picking up a couple of kills towards the middle of the map as well. Gonna make things awkward. Once again, the route being taken by Linz. This is so darn frustrating. If you're the Vancouver Surge, you cannot get rid of these players. And Linz finds even more. He is a kill machine at the moment for G2.
Yeah, more than that, it's just a double kill machine. He can't be traded, it seems. Finally falls, but it's enough to keep this lead for G2 yet again.
One thing to note is accuracy 13 and 9. This is a great look from the Iceman of G2, and if he can keep on this performance, Vancouver will struggle. So you look at trying to shut down these ARs. You look to get in the backline. 0-4 wants to make a play over towards P5. He's going to get in behind, finds the break onto the point, but can he stay alive? Of course he can. It's 0-4.
Yeah, one more player to deal in the backline though. Estriel's just playing quiet. Vancouver Surge on the hunt. It's like prop hunt. They're looking for him. Estriel's going to find that one. He's just pulling attention away. Estriel for 2 big kills towards the backline. And that'll weaken things on the defensive side as well. Abuser down for the count. Brezzy also removed swiftly from the kill. Estriel does it all for G2 there.
And because of that, Vancouver get absolutely no time in that break. Even if G2 are soaking up a little bit here and a little bit there, their lead is by 30. They are okay with this. Heading into the second set of rotations, they're going to be looking for this presence in this early setup. Accuracy with another win to look to claim top third, a position that Vancouver could not take away from G2. Back at the start of this game, Vancouver are struggling.
Yeah, they're fighting for it though. Accuracy up top. Big kill onto Abuser. Brezzy also taken down around Chicken Coop here. Once again, G2 are winning all their rotational battles. How does this keep on happening? A 30-point advantage right now for G2. They continue to win hill after hill, control after control, and Vancouver Surge are sent reeling. At the very least, they do take accuracy out of that power position. But right now, G2 in full map control. Estriel looking for that power position up top will get shut down. Vancouver, a chance now to break towards this back 25 seconds. You need to get these kills and get through towards the other side of the map. But DC is playing his life so well. Inside O will finally get shut down. But even that is not good enough as the kill feed will light up white just out of Brezzy inside. He gets shut down. This is disastrous here for the Vancouver Surge.
20 and 10 from Lamar. Accuracy having an absolute banger map on Karachi right now. 141 to 87, near double the points of G2 as this one's going to open up. Diamond Con's going to be watching the cross from up top. They have the full setup here. Hook's looking to break it. He's going to slip in behind. And the kills come through as well from Abuser, so Hook just mosey his way on in, looking for this hill. He needs to hop this time. He needs to keep G2 away.
Yep, you got to play your life here. Shoots, no way! Almost hits the melee for the kill against Diamond Con, but it's not to be. G2 now fighting this from that spawn side. Vancouver going individually at this hard point. Brezzy gets shut down, and this is a back 30 seconds you can't really afford to give away. You have to hit this over and over again. But the routes that G2 are taking here against you, Estriel wraps around for the second kill against Abuser now, and perhaps here an opening towards the rotation as well. Vancouver will read it. Estriel should be down for the count, but nonetheless, Colin, that is a great hard point for G2 to take full control of.
It's almost a 100-point game. If not for the rotation here, Vancouver would be on their heels. And you have the setup, but you need to get those power positions, and nobody's going to be fighting for top third here from Vancouver, so G2 will be able to get that pressure from the front line. Hook's going to be watching the flank. He's going to take down Linz as well. It's 2 for Vancouver to open up this hill. Accuracy still alive over towards top third. He is going to be somebody you have to be worried about with the way he's playing.
Yeah, he's just going to constantly push pot shots into the players from Vancouver Surge as they look to approach this hard point. Accuracy taken down, though. Big kill to make if you're the Vancouver Surge. Brezzy towards the backline now, trying to stop this wrap happening from G2. He very quickly gets removed from that power position. Now DC able to follow up with another one. Abuser left alive inside. He's going to get shut down as DC picks up 3. Now off the spawn as well. The AR's really heating up here. Vancouver Surge are read like a book. Fortunately enough, 0-4 will follow up with a double, and Vancouver Surge will be back in for a valuable 15 seconds. But if you're Hugh here towards this rotation, you have to find some value.
It's scrappy, but you get majority of that time there for Vancouver. That's going to be some sweat wiped off of your head for the rotation. What a shot there from Accuracy. You're going to get the initial time. Again, you have Accuracy set up over towards Bridge, so it's going to be difficult to get towards top third, but looking to break this one is Brezzy. Can he hop up and find this kill? 0-4 is going to do the damage. Brezzy jumps up, and Accuracy is down. Now time for Vancouver to push the issue.
Here we go. Got to win these fights if you're Vancouver. Got one player in behind enemy lines as well if you're Hugh. Now he's going to win 1. Brezzy wins 1 through the front of the point. Estriel now isolated. Nice patience there from Hugh for that second kill. That is 4 down. And if you're Vancouver Surge, you're fighting this one from the front.
Yeah, you have a great setup right now for Vancouver, because not only this, you get the time, and you can put G2 in a spawn trap here if you continue to find the kills, but Linz again breaking back in. 04's up top. He's going to get 3, and it's a back and forth, a bloodbath between these two. Vancouver on top for what is a little bit more time, but it secures them the spawns for P5, and they will be able to set up for this hill again.
Cannot be understated how important that hard point was for the Vancouver Surge. It keeps him in the conversation for the game. A game in which G2, for the fact the first set really had taken commanding control. The ARs have slowed down somewhat as well. Worth saying, accuracy, he was what, 20 and 12, I think at one point, is now just 25 and 20. Vancouver Surge have found a way to respond to them. But now they need to hold. They need to hold scrap. They need to win some of these fights. Streak being brought down from DC. And he TKs Linz as well. Fortunately enough, Estriel follows up with another one. 04 proved out of position here. Will at least look for positioning up top Hotel. And he has help from his teammate here. 04 able to double up once again. And off the back of a cruise missile utilization from G2, Vancouver still hold.
04 is just going. He's just flying at him. No worries in the world. He gets 3 kills again after the cruise missile from G2, burning that streak and limiting across the past 3 hard points. G2 have only gotten 10 seconds. They're going to get the scrap time here, but Vancouver are fully back in the series, only down for about 40 points. You get a good setup here at P1, Brody. They are still in this.
Still in the conversation here. Not something I thought I would say at the end of the first set where G2 were in commanding control. But as I said, G2 have slowed down significantly. Vancouver Surge now on the hunt. The SMGs are out on the prowl. Huke looking for the kills. 04 sitting inside, soaking up time for the roster. There we go. Players now starting to encroach from all angles. Huke and 04 though, they're winning the gunfights. Huke's on the hunt for these kills. He gets turned on by Linz. 04 now back up towards 150 HP. Gets stunned up by the stun. Linz now looking for some more kills. He's just holding time for the rest of G2 to make their way. But Vancouver Surge now starting to win all these times, starting to win. So the hardpoint control here are going to take the lead in the game. Unless accuracy can do something, he's going to get shut down in the trades. And Vancouver Surge will somehow, some way take the lead in this game.
I mean, it's been a while since we've seen them at least in contention for the lead, but that is 4 hills in a row where G2 are limited to just about 10 seconds in total. Vancouver are electric right now as they're heating up. Rezzy's gonna find 2. Linz on the cross. Hook trades it out. It's a 1v1 for Hook, but accuracy's nade well placed keeps G2 in this hard point, but the contention's out.
Here we go. Accuracy, a lot to do. Inside, tagged up, has to go for the melee against Abuser in the back storage room. He's going to get shut down. Abuser for 2. Trade good. Brezzy there to pick up where his teammate left off. Vancouver Surge, they're in.
You can't win here if you're Vancouver, or you can win just barely if you're Vancouver. You can't win if you're G2 at this point, but you have to contest it. At some point, they're going for the full wrap around. See if they can flip the map, but somebody's got to get to the hard point.
Yeah, you can't afford to give this time away. You're not winning the fights. DC from red side is going to apply the pressure. You have to hit this. You've got to hit it now. And you got to get to looking towards all the players. DC finds the way in for the contest. You just got to contest down to 6 seconds. There we go. No longer can Vancouver Surge win it on this hard point, but unfortunately for them, the rotation is in Surge's favor. You've got 6 seconds to fly across the map if you're a G2, and you get stuck by a Semtex from 04. That's going to be GG's here in map number 1. Surge managed to pull back a hard point where G2 felt like they were in control for the majority of it.
160 to 87, Brody. The lead for G2 that you thought it was a sure win for them on Karachi, but look at the smiles of Vancouver. They know what they just did, and they just broke down G2 Esports. That is going to be a furious one for sure for this newly formed roster where you thought that you were lights out. Well, maybe not just yet. And Vancouver, man, what a way to pull this one back. I mean, just constant rotations from this team. So they were losing those fights towards those power positions in the first set of rotations, but in the second time, you started to see them fight for that and then push for some more map control. You think over towards the P3 rotation that you had in Hook, still in towards red, finding constant kills off of spawn, making sure that G2 were so far away from the hill and that the rest of the team could just hop in and get that time. And I mean, as soon as you took accuracy away from those top 3rd positions and you weren't allowing them to put pressure on those hills from above, you started to see G2 struggle. in breaking those hard points. Not only that, but every single time we hopped on towards the point of view of 0-4 in a critical moment, he got what looked like a three-piece every single time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I think it was kind of two things for me, right? And we mentioned it at the start of the game. Accuracy had a hell of a start to the game, by the way. I think it was in the middle of the game, right, when they were up by about 80 points or so. He was 20-12 was the scoreline that I vividly remember him being on. And I think just, you know, as we got into the second half of the game, he started to slow down. I think just on the whole, G2, I think their ARs just really started to slow down, weren't getting the map control that they were previously. And then on the flip side of that conversation, you mentioned it, right, that the constant two pieces, the constant three pieces coming out from 0-4, the subs for the Vancouver Surge just turned their hell up. They started running routes and making those ARs feel uncomfortable. That is a game that you don't lose if you're a G2. It has to be said that the way in which they were commanding control of the map, they were commanding control of hill after hill in the first set was just not there. And I think nothing encapsulates it more than when DC brings a streak down for scrap control on the second set. It hits a TK and you do get nothing off the back of it because you get pieced up there right afterwards from the Vancouver Surge. It's just a total contrast to what we saw in the first set, right, where Estriel made that big play carrying Vancouver Surge to the back of the hill. I don't know, it just felt like G2 had it and they let it slip.
Yeah, they just lost the plot on the game. It seems like they just didn't know what to do for the objective, Brody. At some point, all those power positions that you saw in the first set of rotations just did not exist. And, you know, whether that was Vancouver fighting for those positions on the map and towards the back half of the game, or, you know, maybe G2 not putting as much focus on them, it started to become more of an individual effort towards a couple of those hills at the ends. And I think Vancouver, they just took advantage of that. Even in the last moments there, when you saw G2 go for the full wrap into P2 rather than just hitting the hill and making sure that you have that time for it to get towards P3, it was just very scattered and all over the place from G2. Heading into the search and destroy, I hope they can wipe that from their memory. Like, it didn't even happen. You just gotta forget about it and move on.
Yep, early questions about the respawn of this new G2 esports roster, right? It certainly wasn't great when they were Rocker. Again, albeit it's basically a brand new team, so the asterisk kind of has to be added to that conversation, but still, not great, it would seem, in the hard point. We see moments where they look like they're promising, and then it all falls apart. The ice seems to be on the side of the Vancouver Surge here. I've heard it is colder up north, to be fair, in Vancouver, so maybe that will be why.
You'd be surprised.
Regardless. Yeah, I mean, you would know. You've probably been in Vancouver a couple of times, right?
I was there last week. It's very, very warm.
Well, it is summer, to be fair, Colin. I've been to Toronto in the middle of summer twice now in consecutive years. And you were telling me it wasn't hot, and it was sweaty as hell. I've never been sweatier in my life, and I've gone to the gym every so often.
It's different. It's humid. It's different. It's a lot to deal with for sure. But in Vancouver, it's not the same. I mean, it's hot year round. Maybe you get a little bit of snow sometimes, but the only ice we see is in this match today versus G2. And I think one thing heading into the search and destroy, as well as for G2, it gets more difficult because you've had limited time to throw together plays and strats for this team, for this game mode, where Vancouver into Champs and Major 4, their search and destroy was unreal. I mean, 0-4 is literally a walking first blood machine, like what you'd kind of mentioned for Abizi. And then Hook, when you listen to the comms from them and you know that Hook is right behind him, making all the calls, being that IGL and always communicating the position of your opponents, this Vancouver team in search is a well-oiled machine, and they have all the talent and all the tools to just continue to lay down the pressure on this G2 roster.
Yeah, well, it should be said that Vancouver Surge, of course, since losing Illy at the start of the season, their search and destroy has gone downhill somewhat, right? I think they've kind of had to try and retrieve that. And maybe the IGL of Q-Kit will make all the difference. Not for start. What a beamer from Estriel to kick off this search and destroy. Good trade from 0-4, though. Things will calm down somewhat here. 3 versus 3. The Vancouver Surge now just trying to find a way out. 0-4's done exactly that.
Yeah, 3-on-3. Diamondcon gonna put down some warding shots there. 0-4's gonna be watching the crossing towards the site, so maybe he can find a kill, maybe some damage to lead into a kill, but he's just feeding information to the rest of the team. Eventually, this bomb's gonna go. Whether or not Vancouver can test this or play the retake, I think that's up to 0-4 and what he can get done onto this bomb carry. No damage there, so I'm sure they're going to wait. The nade, Linz is there, slides in for 0-4. The bomb does not get planted.
Yep. UD will save his life. Diamondcon also taken out of the play. Brezzy will get shut down by Accuracy. Accuracy, of course, when that kill will reveal his position. Now 0-4's got to shoot through the fence. You get no way there. And Accuracy gets the better of 0-4. A 1 versus 3 for the Iceman. Shots on towards Abuser. Oh, it's aspirational, and Abuser's going to win that all day long. Yeah, he's shrugging his shoulders like, why the hell is Accuracy taking that fight against me?
Bold, brash, I love it, but wow. And the fact that he actually almost gets the kill. It's a beautiful read from Accuracy, but a tough fight to take with not a lot of time to get to that bomb and get the plant. You only had limited options there, Brody, but Accuracy, he makes it look good. Into the 1v3, brings it down to a 1v1. And Vancouver kick things off with a round win on their defensive side. And it comes down to 0-4 making that play onto the bomb planter. You throw that nade down, no trophies in round 1. So the follow-up there to stop that bomb plant really sends G2 in shambles.
Oh, great start from the Vancouver Surge. Stopping 1 versus 3 from Accuracy. They're going to stop him at the start of this round as well. G2 now extremely one-dimensional here on the defense. Everything is over by B. It's good enough, though, to take Brezzy out of the play. That's also the bomb carrier, so that's going to make things extremely difficult for the Vancouver Surge.
They're going to lay down the pressure here, too. I like this from Linz and Estriel. They're looking to flip the map. You know, Abusa's all the way in the back, and would have been a great kill to get. Maybe Estriel can trade it out once again, but Abusa is just finessing his life right now. And the read was there, although not the kill. 2v2 with 44 seconds. Bomb's going to get picked up, and DiamondCon just needs to live.
Yeah, this is the thing. You kind of isolate out DiamondCon right here. That play from Abuser is everything, but now we go down to 1 versus 1. Good trade from Estriel.
For the
of course,
ace.
you know where he is, so you should be looking for it here. 0-4 looking to, as you said, stop the ace, and he's searching for the kill.
Yeah. Has to worry about this objective. He knows exactly where Estriel's going to be coming from, so he can plant it for himself and play for the post plant and really work some magic here. We know 0-4 is one of the most iciest players that we've seen in Search and Destroy. He's been so good to watch here on Vancouver, but can he do it again?
Makes me feel way back. Oh, this is cheeky. This is so cheeky. This is not okay from 0-4. It's a spot. Estriel checks it. No long-range shots. Not good for Estriel. 0-4 wins that all day long.
Look at Abuser. He's like, why does he check that? He just knows. Estriel with the reads, but again, Vancouver with the round win. 0-4, pulling out all those late year strats. I mean, this is the last tournament of the year, Brody, so why not throw it out there? And that post-plant spot from 0-4, you know he's been sitting on that for a while. That was a great round to see. And even from G2, to make that one competitive, I like the way they flipped the map there. Estriel trades out almost every single fight until the end, making it a 1v1. And he is playing fantastic for the rest of this team. Linz and DiamondCon still on a donut. Looking at them to turn it around.
Well, there's still early doors in this Search and Destroy. G2 want to get aggressive. It's a good way to get it done. Linz, of course, was running routes back in map number 1. Door was closed. Is the read good from Brezzy? He's going to check it, but won't get good timing. Linz slams his former teammate. Elsewhere, though, you'll lose that advantage just as quickly as you grab it. Accuracy will bring it down to a 2 versus 2, though. Linz, still the biggest problem for the Vancouver Surge. It's going to enable Accuracy to pick up that bomb and get the hell out of dodge.
Linz is in trouble, 14 HP, and they know exactly where he is. 0-4 is hunting for the kill, and Linz has no idea what is coming his way. 1 versus 2 for Abusa, or sorry, for Accuracy, as he's going to put that bomb down and look to get away in time. They've spotted him, and now they know exactly what options Accuracy has. They can hop this bomb and just watch over their teammate.
Yep, Diffuser's coming through. There's no stopping this now. Shots from Accuracy, good on towards Abuser, but 0-4 gets the defuse through. And yeah, I think as soon as Accuracy gets stuck on the door, he has nowhere else to go but either for the reach out, which you can just pre-aim, or the wraparound, in which he does not have enough time to make. So good comm from 0-4 to just hop straight on the bomb. And you can see Abuser, I mean, they are just bewildered at the moment by what G2 are throwing at them. They're taking this in their stride.
Look, these have been 3 really close rounds, I will say, when it comes down to the clutch. Vancouver are just a little bit better, and they're really giving some taste of your own medicine to the Iceman right now. But for Linz to make a play like that and the rest of the team to fall, you really need to stay alive and support him a little bit better for making those bold plays, and you can't be giving up those lives while your teammate is in the enemy spawn. So Linz again is going to make a play up towards B Street and hopefully catch a first blood onto Abusa, but Hook's going to get that first blood. It's Accuracy to go down, traded immediately by DiamondCon.
Oh, these early round trades, haven't exactly determined how these rounds have gone. 0-4 might do exactly that. Kill, and he somehow gets away. How on earth has that happened? Estriel is on the hunt, but 0-4 plays his life perfectly. 4 in a row now for 0-4. Looking to make it 5. Estriel, the next kill on the kit list, and he'll find it. 0-4 just one away from the cruise missile. This will be a damning indictment of G2 Esports. And now it's DC. Next up for a 1 versus 3. Shots on towards Abuser. Good enough. Will not find the second. Vancouver Surge are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, just 4 unanswered rounds by them. And that one is probably the most comfortable that we've seen. Just getting that first blood, playing off of it, 0-4 with that kill into the player on the bomb site and getting away with his life. Not only that, showing that, the Renetti still is the best gun in the game for those up-close engagements. Everything is going right for Vancouver right now for the plays that they are making. And G2, you can see them trying to make some adjustments. They're really working towards getting aggressive and looking for those openings and forcing those engagements. But when you see Linz look to make those plays, he loses a teammate, and that slows them down. You need to see that support for Linz to make these pop-off moments because he is just trapped sometimes.
Now, well, the good news is that final kill did not go the way of 0-4, so still 1 kill away from a cruise missile, although it has to be said, if they do earn the cruise, it will be damaging. Now looking for the first bloods, though. Linz will find 0-4. That's cruise missile down for the count. Linz also able to double up off the back of a trade. So numbers now for G2 Esports. It's an aggressive challenge from Linz, who will suffer for it. Does not matter. Brezzy now left up 1 versus 2. G2's got the bomb.
Yeah, Vancouver looking for yet another clutch. This time Brezzy. Bomb looking to go down. Brezzy's making the full rotation, and Accuracy's not going to spot this sitting in elevators. They're going to cross. Brezzy's going to make it a 1v1. Accuracy out! And Brezzy!
No.
Oh, another clutch for Vancouver. 5-0 in the search.
And every single round, every single clutch that goes the way of the Vancouver Surge gives them just even more confidence than they've had previously. G2 Esports are being shut out of this search and destroy, and you can see it on their faces right now. They might well be cool, calm, and collected, but I wonder how close they are to losing that call. 5-0 down in the search and destroy. And it is just, I mean, well, you're 4-0 down in the S&D, right? I mean, you start the round by taking that cruise missile away. You, get yourself in a 2 versus 1. To lose that is basically the end of the world for G2. You now have to full sail this search and destroy.
Yeah, I mean, 3 1v1s, a 1v2, and what is as close to a ninja defuse as you can get without it actually being a ninja defuse. Book opens up the round. A team kill from 0-4, but he's going to follow up with a second one, so it's still numbers for Vancouver. So 0-4 has this bomb. Brezzy's going to join him as they're looking towards A. DiamondCon pinching things out. Can he get the damage? No, but Accuracy's right above them.
Yeah, Accuracy's have the call here. He will pick up that first blood. Good trade from DiamondCon. Now, a 1 versus 1 to stave off a clean 6-0. And Abuser's just going to wait for information. There it is. Shots on towards DC. DC runs up top, and Abuser almost picks his head off. DiamondCon down all the way to 18 HP. Going to have to sit the reset here. At the very least, does have bomb in his hands. That perfectly cooked nade from Abuser, though, will stop it once again. And now Abuser going to take the long road to this bomb.
It's just extra information for Abuser to make this full rotation, and DiamondCon does not know what to do with the bomb being down. He's going to hit the full wrap around the world.
I mean, DC can play this one as long as he likes, to be fair. It is ultimately Abuser that has to get that bomb down or pick up the kill. It's going to be the former. Rock planted. And what does the post plant look like for Abuser? Has he made the right call? COD timing can be your friend. It could also be your worst enemy. DC might get it in his favor here. Here comes the challenge. Abuser's not looking in his direction, but he is sat in a corner. It's where the DC checks it. Looks to the left. DC should have the shots. Abuser fires back. And finally, a round for G2 at the 11th hour.
Not a lot of places to go for Abuser. Picks a corner, sticks to it, but DiamondCon, the hide and seek, goes his way, and plenty of time for that defuse. It got a little bit close. DiamondCon was knocked down to 18 HP. From those shots on top heli. He gets got by the nade as well. Abuser had the information, he had the time, and he was gifted that plant as well. But finally, we see G2 Esports on the board. And now for this to be a full sail moment for G2 against Vancouver, see if we can see 2 breakdowns in a row. It's really up to some of these opening engagements from this team, because G2, you can see them fighting for the space on the map. They just have no success behind those moments. Everything that comes down to G2 looking to win a round, Brody, has been in those clutch moments, which has not gone their way. So I want to see them play a little bit slower, see if they can work some of this map by way of kills, and hopefully those contact plays can pay off like we saw back in the hard point.
All right, well, G2 Either way back into the search and destroy. Right now, we are taking a while to get into this final round, so I don't know if we've got any technical issues to be contending with here into this final round. It looks like that is the case. So we get a chance to talk about kind of what's happened so far in this search and destroy. And it has so far, I think, just all the way through, been the Vancouver Surge, just taking command and control. They're so happy. And I think, you know, the reactions as it currently stands as well, I think it's kind of showing right now that they are kind of bewildered by what has been thrown at them from G2. They've not been expecting half the looks that they've been given. I think a lot of that is just like, yeah, we're looking at basic level Call of Duty. Maybe kind of, I guess, part of having a roster that you basically just put together not that long ago. And they're dealing with it very well.
Yeah, it seems like G2 do not have the reps underneath them for this game mode, and maybe the play calls or the strategy and maybe even trust around their team to kind of work together on a map like High Rise, watch over each other and make those cohesive plays. And it's troubling them at times where when you look at Seattle, they're smiling, they're having fun, and they're just throwing themselves at these players. It's a great look for Vancouver, and it's a great look for some of them who are looking to kind of make those, I guess, adjustments after champs where those search and destroys weren't going your way, Brody, where they didn't look the best.
Yeah.
Now for Vancouver, I mean, they're on top of the world.
Yeah, I think right now as well, I want to say that G2 do feel relatively one-note in their search and destroy gameplay. I think, you know, something we were talking about in regards to the hardpoint routes when they were kind of relying on their ARs to get map control and kind of creating space for the subs to run routes. And that feels like very much the same thing they're trying to do here in the search and destroy. You can see that in the rounds where Linz has been successful, getting it behind enemy lines, being a proper nuisance. And I think sometimes we're seeing Linz somewhat overheat, I want to say, in doing so, right? Getting a kill and then and then not actually playing his life afterwards, getting kind of immediately traded by the Vancouver Surge, you know, whichever player it is. Linz is being shut down on these routes, and there's been moments where Linz has been successful. I think it was with round number 4 or 5, I want to say, where Linz kind of got in behind enemy lines. It was the round where Brezzy basically took the double to win the round back in their favor, but still, you know, you're seeing these routes being taken by Linz. I think that's the only positive we can talk about really for G2 at the moment on the offense, is they're trying to rely on these subs to create space on the map, and that's not really working out for them.
No, the subs need some help. You need those ARs to push up a little bit, you know, push that line of scrimmage for the team and really assist each other in taking that space rather than making it a one-man show, really than trusting those superstars to make those pop-off moments. It's almost similar to Minnesota Rockers search and destroy from when we would see before, or even in their respawns at times. It seemed like there was a lot of pressure on Linz to be that playmaker, but Linz, now that he has Astrial and with Diamond Cut on this roster, I want to see these players from LAG really assist at the playmaking potential that Linz has. Follow him up, work together, trade each other out. It's possible, and Astrial was playing good at the start. Every single time that Vancouver found a kill, Astrial was more often than not there to trade it out, but he slowed down towards the back half, and so has the rest of this G2 team. Not a lot of potential to win some of these rounds for sure. So whether or not it's going to be a single player taking this over or the whole team, I think you look towards this whole team to make those improvements rather than putting the pressure on just one person.
Yeah, something needs to change right now for G2 Esports, not just, I think, in this game, but in this series as well. It's worth saying, if you guys didn't get a chance to watch the Karachi Hardpoint, that was a map in which they started in control, right? I mean, they were fully in control, they were firing on all cylinders, the ARs came out shooting, and then towards the back half of that Karachi Hardpoint, things just slowed down totally for the G2 Esports side. Vancouver Surge took control. I think they've just been kind of all smiles since then. They probably know, to be honest with you, that map number 1 is not something that they should have won. They should not be 1-0 up in this series, 1 round away from being 2-0 up in this series right now. But it's a big confidence booster, I think, for the Vancouver Surge, right? We talk about a roster that towards the back half of the CDL season had been making those kind of constant improvements. The only reason they got DFR'd and champs was because of the fact that they lost 2 Game 5s consecutively. You know, I think for a roster that, you know, had to kind of make a couple of changes to get to the position they're in today, to be able to kind of win Search and Destroy of East. I say win, obviously there's an asterisk in there because they haven't technically won the Search and Destroy yet, but to win Search and Destroy of East, to make the comeback in Hardpoint that they did, it is a huge confidence booster, this roster. Kind of, I guess, an indicator as to where they're actually at.
No, you're right. It's a great feeling. And one of those Game 5 losses was to a team that's in their group right now, Cloud9. They lost to them at Champs in a Game 5 fashion. And I'm sure that this Vancouver team, they knew they were going to be in this group. They've been working on their Search and Destroy, looking for that payback. And with that work done against G2, they get to try it out and test out some of these strategies, maybe some of the play styles, and they look fantastic. And this is a team that, you know, had a chance to take down Cloud9 back at Champs, can potentially take them down here in the group stage. And if they're playing like this, you want to put some weight onto their side of the map. So here we're heading into what could be maybe the last round of this Search and Destroy. Vancouver up 6 or 5-1 on High Rise. We get a trade early, 3-on-3.
Yep, you immediately read where Linz is going towards the A site. Map coverage as well. Estriel should be dead to rights here, and that's exactly what's happened now. The last couple of players are isolated. DC finds 04. The climb up towards the ladder. So now DC is just looking to pull off what would be a protective 1 versus 3. He might have just found the timing on towards these players as well. They're not looking in that direction, but Abuser survives. That's the worst thing that could possibly have happened. The shot's not good on towards Hugh either. And just as quickly as we get back into this Search and Destroy, it is over. Vancouver Surge find their final round to take a 2-0 lead.
It's a 3K from Hook in that round as well. Just full takeover. Estriel, deer in the headlights over towards the A site. As soon as he gets there with the bomb, he stops out in the open and is a free kill for the player Top Propane. Diamond was able to at least get that trade, but at the time it happened, it was too little too late. And Vancouver now up 2-0 over G2 Esports after a monumental comeback in the hard points and a very commanding Search and Destroy on High Rise. Control on the horizon for this team and is full wind in their sails, Brody. This is a new look Vancouver, it seems, with the change of city, their city franchise. And heading in towards EWC, they look electric.
Yeah, I mean, this Vancouver Surge roster in Search and Destroy right now, they just look so confident with everything they're doing. And again, it's worth saying, right, that G2 are throwing looks at them, and I just think majority of it is just so one-note. You know, already off the start of that final round, right? I mean, it's so clear that they know Linz is just going to run at them, right? And they're just sitting there with their irons up, that they know that they can get an easy kill on towards Linz as long as they're able to track exactly where on the map he's trying to hit. And as soon as they get that first blood, I think things just kind of fall apart. Even though there is a trade there from G2 Esports, there's just no way back into that final round and no way back into that Search and Destroy against the Vancouver Surge roster that are looking confident at this point in time. And why wouldn't you be? A comeback on Karachi Hardpoint, a dominant showing on High Rise Search and Destroy. Gives them the 2-0 advantage. One more map, and we've got our second 3-0 of the day here on the B stream. I have no idea what's going on, Colin. Maybe you and I had a curse for 3-0s or something. I don't know. Either way, we'll see where the Vancouver Surge get it after this break. I feel like we're doing well, Colin.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Alrighty, folks, we're back here with the Esports World Cup. Currently 2-0 to the Vancouver Surge over G2 Esports. And for G2, I mean, something's got to kickstart their systems right now, because after that search and destroy, I don't know, I'm taking the longest bathroom break in the world, dude. That was a blowout.
Look, Brody. New city, same motto. Drown them out. Easy and simple. 2-0 up for Vancouver. And, I mean, the hard point was something special to be seen out of this team. And I think it's really refreshing to see the composure that this Vancouver team does have. Because all things considered, when you look at their season towards Major 4 and towards champs, I mean, they were giving some of those top teams a run for their money. This is a team in Vancouver that you just do not want to underestimate whatsoever, because they have the talent. And they have that teamwork, and obviously you can see in their camp that they like to play together. I mean, the teamwork is on point with them. It's just kind of trying to play up to their level sometimes when it comes down to that individual talent that, you know, somebody like 04 is going to bring, or maybe that Abuse is just going to pop off with his potential Rookie of the Year season that he had. But it's just something that I think G2 we're not really accounting for in a lot of these moments, and to come underprepared and towards that search and destroy, throw the same strat towards them over and over again, and then in the hard point, maybe let off the gas a little bit. You woke a monster up. And now into the control, you have to start your reverse sweep on a Karachi control, where G2, they were 1-0 in Major 4, but that is not a lot of representation for how good you're going to be heading in towards the EWC with the changes that they made.
Yeah, I think ultimately more the point, though, I guess the positive here as we get in towards this game is the fact that for Vancouver Surge, Karachi control has never really been a light in the darkness, as it were. I think just control in general has not been that good for them. It's been very 50-50. So there's a chance for G2 in this control, a chance that they already seem to be taking advantage of, a wave of gunfights that goes in their favor. And as they basically get a full wipe here, they've got an opportunity to fly across the map. Options as to how to play this round. AR's firing on all cylinders here. Vancouver Surge pushed all the way towards that back alley. If you're those last two players, if you're Abuser and Drezzy here, you are trying to play alive. You win your 1v1s. Even more than that, Brezzy's able to double up, and what was a great position for G2, not so good anymore.
It's all kinetic from the side of Vancouver. They absorb that energy and throw it right back at G2. Incredible from Brezzy and Abuser, the longtime duo from the Awobabobs. Some challenger champions right there. That is incredible from the two of them. Now for G2, it's back to square one on this offense. You're just looking for some map control, hoping to get on towards A. Stop this clock. That's only at 33 seconds. Lives are about even. You just need to find some success when it comes down to the objective.
Well, that's what you'd like to have. First tick now through over by A. Flanking players, though, from the Vancouver Surge. Accuracy is going to deal the ones from Fire Alley. You're not expecting Cuke, but it doesn't matter because DC's ready for the kill. There is going to be a late hit from Brezzy here. Might actually be able to stop Accuracy, and he will. So what would have been a nice transition for G2 from A to B, they're going to actually have to go back to the former of those two control points. DC falls by beat. And for G2, a masterful play has fallen apart. 20 seconds on the clock. Lind will find Hugh. They have to now go back to finish off this A control zone. And you still haven't dealt with player number 6. 0-4 is still hanging about here.
Yeah, and...
Where's Brezzy?
If Brezzy kind of played that delay hit 4 in a row, Zone's finally going to get captured, but he's looking for kill number 5. Estriel and Accuracy are going to turn around, but really Brezzy's just trying to distract them at this moment, see if he can burn a little bit more of this time and keep the streak alive, but Accuracy finally going to kill him. Minute 2 to hit over towards A. 0-4 is going to be sidelined actually by Estriel, and that's going to be Abusa and Hook now to fend this one off. They're going to find 2 kills and hopefully slow things down, but as they fall, now's the chance for G2 to hop on this objective.
Yeah, kills being made by G2 here. Accuracy watching the cross will get shut down. Estriel already down to 18 HP is trying to play his life. Will get the full regen off. Now going to sat in that cheese spot outside. Has to go for the challenge against Abuser. Should be shut down here, and he will. Still though, kills to be had here. If you're Vancouver Surge, haven't quite dealt with the threat just yet. There goes Linz. DC stunned up, not ready for the fight against Huke. All things will reset here with 40 seconds on the clock.
Hook with the slide underneath the barrel right there. 11 playing 10. 0-4 is going to get in and around, so he's going to take Accuracy away from top red. It's Estriel who has to make this play. 26 seconds, hoping to wait for the respawns. Who's going to check it? Oh, Estriel gets burned in the spawns. And 9 playing 9, 17 seconds.
15.
G2, they got to go.
Yep, you got to go now. Accuracy falls. It doesn't matter if you don't have the numbers in the situation. Somebody needs to make the hero play. Diamond Con, Channel is in as Batman from up high, looking for the kills, not going to find it. Now just down at Accuracy. You've got no time. You're going to be shut out of this round. Good effort from G2 Esports, but Vancouver Surge holds steadfast over by B.
And with the capture over towards A, at least they have those 3 segments, but it is not an easy objective to break if you don't get in and behind and spawn trap them over that half wall. So G2, they can never truly accomplish that setup, always scrapping for that objective in B. And a couple big play calls from Vancouver, especially with that one where Brezzy late hits the A zone to take Accuracy off. It slows down the transition over towards A, and it allows the rest of Vancouver to kind of pinch them at that point. Another moment where Vancouver pops off with an individual moment.
Nice set nades off the start of this round, though, from G2, who going to get shut out almost immediately here. So this will split things up a little bit for the Vancouver Surge. They kind of had their heart's desire over towards B, but everything's kind of going all right off the start of this round. It is a flawless start from G2. But you haven't got players in the power positions here, so Vancouver Surge will get close spawns towards that B side. 0-4 going to kick things off with a couple of kills as well on this transition back towards B. There's an opportunity here for the Vancouver Surge.
Oh, and that's all 3 players over towards B dying, so Brezzy's going to be able to jump on this objective. Over the half wall is Lin, so hoping to fight for the contest, but Abusa's going to sniff him out. It's Accuracy now, taking down Brezzy and Abusa to hopefully delay this from Vancouver. 0-4 gonna have to finesse a little bit with this SMG in hand. He's on 3 in a row, gonna make it 4, but Estriel trades out. They recover the B zone, and Vancouver taking their sights over towards A.
Yeah, why not? You, at the very least, off the back of that hit, have created some space for you to make this A hit work, but have you got all of your angles being watched? Brezzy, keeping an eye on this street. We'll keep G2 Esports away. Linz is going to try and find a way, and he's going to get shut down. Accuracy on the pinch will also be falling out of the play. DC the only one for G2 to find any value whatsoever. And this is a full wipe for the Vancouver Surge here. You're not going to finish things over by A. You're going to attempt to get some map control by B.
That's a major kill from Linz, and he gets 2. Linz with maybe a round-changing engagement right there, taking down both players heading over towards that B zone. Gets there just in time, even if you lose A. You're just setting yourself up there if you're Linz on holding this B zone like Vancouver just did to you the round before. You have a couple players trying to work the flank for Vancouver, and I know that that G2 are going to be ready for this one. You have a player watching the half wall and a player sitting inside red of Linz. He's going to get the first one, now looking to stay alive, maybe do some more damage.
Huke's still finding kills here. I guess some bad timing there, unfortunately, against DC. The one area of red he didn't check is going to be the area that he does get shut down by, but Surge still have players over here, or rather, player. Just 0-4. Looking to be a nuisance. Estriel on the hunt. He's going to get tagged up in the back. Perhaps the help here can take 0-4 out of the play. 0-4 almost steals that kill away against Linz. Maybe Abusa can pick up the trades. Not to be a full wipe here from G2 Esports. It's looking pretty good. Now you got full map control.
It's full map control, and look how far away Vancouver are spawning. Accuracy with the nade and a couple of shots there on the Hook. The car bomb with the Semtex going to take down 2 off the spawn. Vancouver down to 9 lives left.
with 53 seconds. They're going to have to play this one slow just to make it over towards B. Lots of corners to check, lots of gunfights to take, but it's the explosives that are keeping them away.
Yeah, this is full map control now for G2. You've let a couple of players through. Keep an eye on Brezzy, who's now behind enemy lines. I don't think they'll know about him. The kill cam might give his positioning away. Abuser does get shut down. So Surge have players in the position. This might force Diamond Con to draw back unless the kills can be won, but unfortunately it is going to be the subs here for G2 that get it done. Linz will close out that kill against Huke, and now I think with 15 seconds left, I think the light in this round is starting to fade. Abuser and 04 will combine for 3. Estrel pushing up though to just try and create some resistance. That final Semtex will get it done. G2 with map control off the back of the pressure they put forward on towards B, they will win that round.
The round starts with a nade kill and ends with a nade kill. I mean, G2, they've obviously been brushing up with their set nades. And that's a great recovery from G2 Esports. That got a little bit dangerous with the 4 down that you saw through the middle of the map. Hook almost gets over towards that half wall at one point, but Linz taking Hook down and finding the second one as well from Vancouver, really slowing things down for them, regaining that map control, and they never gave it back either. Vancouver responding so far away from that B zone that it just took so much time to make it happen, and everybody on G2 really stepping up that round to get that win back. 1-1 tied. Estriel looking for top 3rd position. Lin's going to be inside the control zone and now looking for some progression off of it.
Yeah, not going to catch Brezzy in behind enemy lines, though, once again, making that exact same route he was back in round number 1. DC has to turn to him. 04 off the back of that will be able to take DC down. So G2 now going to want to approach this one from a different angle. Are they going to check the corner, though? No, they're not. Abuser off the back of that will be able to abuse it for the kill against Estriel. Kills in favor of Vancouver Surge here. G2 will have to slow up considerably.
I'm surprised they're still taking some looks over towards B right away here, working through a red. This is a little bit risky to dropping lives over and over again, but Accuracy is going to hop on towards that A zone. You have Estrel in top red. They're just keeping these players busy at the B zone, making sure that they cannot rotate and put pressure on this control. And even if they do, they die. Now you can take a look at B if you're the side of G2, but again, they get over aggressive. Hook and 04 cleaned them up, and now Vancouver looking to collapse on A.
Yeah, you're okay with this if you're G2. They've got players on A. It's their backstop in this situation. You're already starting to win the fights as well. 04 Semtex will do naught. Kill against Accuracy. Good, though. Actually not ready for the fight. Fortunately enough, Linz is there to trade things out. And that should be a donezo. So GT will get the capture through. They get the extra 60 seconds on the board.
Not a good game from Brezzy either. 8-14. A lot of critical kills, but really falling behind when it comes down to the slaying for Vancouver. And that's been an avenue in for G2 Esports. You see Accuracy's back into his shooting ways. 17-16. Linz now, and Estriel starting to heat up. It's 3 down. Hook, the only one alive to maybe do some damage, but he's so far disconnected.
Yep. Hugh's got a decision to make. Do you wrap back towards this point, or do you try and keep Accuracy away from this point? To be honest with you, might just have to be the former, especially as their teammates are dying. Accuracy for the middle map is finding value. He's keeping the rest of the squad away. Hugh's been found out as well. Second tick through over by B. Abuser might well pick up a double here, but can he get more towards the point? Estriel and DC isolated. The former finds a kill. DC also down for the count. And Vancouver Surge with a goal line save here. Stop that 3rd tick from going through.
And none of it's possible without Abuser finding those 2 kills to relinquish that pressure, allow something for Hook to do. And he gives them that route. So still life advantage for G2. You only need 1 segment, and there's still 1:11 seconds. Lots of lives here for G2 Esports. They can get this one done. They just have to keep throwing bodies at it.
Kills from 04 and Brezzy, though. They're getting it done. DC, last one left up. What do you got for us? It's a bit of a shaky fight. It's not good enough. Brezzy going to take it down. And Brezzy finds a second one as well. Close spawn should still be good for G2 here through bottom red, though. Nobody from Surge towards scrap time. There's an opportunity for G2 to push themselves forward. Vancouver want to find these kills in your favor. You've got a slight life advantage. Accuracy trying to play his life will do exactly that. This is dicey from both sides.
This one's getting mixy. Abusers looking for some players off spawn. He's going to find at least Estriel, but the trade in nade. And it's down to a 5v5. 37 seconds. Last chance hurrah for G2 to try to get over towards this B zone for that 1 tick left to steal away the offensive side. And Vancouver going for a full bunker down on B.
Is it locked down? Huke, eyes tightly on the back alley. Double chow from Estriel and DC. Gonna overwhelm. Good trade from Abuser, though. Now 4 versus 4. Back to the standard S&D setup here. Estriel for the double up though. Abuser with a double right back. Looking for number 3. Hits the reload at the wrong time. Player over the wall. Last one up is Cuke, and he's going to get shut down. G2 win the first offense of this control.
Very patient from G2. As soon as things start going wrong, they group together. They find the kills from the front side. They get into the control, and then they start zoning out these individuals, double challing together, trading each other out, and it is not easy to hold that B zone as soon as you're trapped inside of it. You have so many angles to take there if you're G2 to surround them. So many places where, Diamondcon and Accuracy in those power positions have been really well on Karachi, even back in the hard points. And I think it was just Vancouver were sitting ducks at that moment. G2 taking advantage. It goes down to the wire in a 2v1, but that's an offensive round that can continue the series to map 4.
Yep, that's a big round for G2. It might well be the key to continuing this series. Abuser now up top though. Vancouver Surge. We've seen a meltdown previously in this series back in map number 1. That, of course, was on a Karachi from G2 Esports. Vancouver are hoping the same thing happens again. I'm not too sure if like a nuke has just gone off or something. The screen went very, very bright for a second. It's all right, though. Vancouver Surge, they're winning the opening gunfights. Cuke now looking for some of these supporting kills inside red. He will find one. Information passed off to the teammates that there's going to be pressure coming from that top red side. Vancouver are watching all of these angles like a hawk. And G2, they look so stressed about this one.
It's just Vancouver do such a good job on the offense at locking down these lanes, making sure that G2 cannot work these flanks, cannot take these power positions away from them, and it's so patient out of Vancouver to secure that A zone right away, make sure that nobody can get out and behind you. And with 2 minutes and 7 seconds, it looks like 0-4 wants to make a play in towards their spawn, maybe to cut off some of these early setups, and this might be a little dangerous, but at the same time, G2, they don't have to worry about 0-4 just yet. All these players in G2 can look for the players off spawn.
Yeah, I think the moment they're going to have to worry about 0-4 is if Vancouver Surge wins some of the fights inside red. Unfortunately, Estriel draws that first blood. That's going to force 0-4 into the point, but that's okay. 0-4 wins the first fight against Diamondcon. Now repositioning here for G2. They're constantly worried about the players coming off the back of the spawn. They're worried about players pushing through scrap. That's not where it's coming from. 0-4 towards the point. Also now looking to win some fights. First one versus Linz is good. Elsewhere, Brezi's starting to provide the support. 0-4 looking to dip and dive away from Estriel. He's going to get shut down. Accuracy also with the kills on towards Brezi and Abuser towards red. G2 Esports, they hold for now.
That's big from Vancouver, 0-4 in particular, to work that first segment at B. But G2 have the life advantage. 17 playing 14, minute 30 left. And they are finding the trades as well. Estriel's going to slide out. Brezzy going to get 2 there. And no opening just yet for Vancouver. Just a surge forward just yet. Still have to worry about some of these individuals like Diamondcon, who's just sticking around and being a nuisance. Back and forth trades now from both sides. But Vancouver, here's the break. They're going to find 3, and now they're in.
Yeah, go time and the kill on towards Linz as well. Why the heck not? A little bit of a cherry on top of the cake there for Vancouver Surge. It's a triple stack coming through. G2, you gotta go if you want to force a round 5. This is not happening. Estriel might well take 0-4 out of the play, but that is done so. And just like that, it goes to show how tentative that point can be at times. 3 kills come through from the Surge, and they immediately make the best of it.
Fortunately enough, Bressy has been turning up since I gave a little bit of criticism at his slaying throughout this control, but segment should be about even for these teams heading into round 5. So those kills are going to be super influential now to see who's going to get that game or round 5 defense on Karachi. But back-to-back offensive wins from both teams. Early on, we saw back-to-back defensive wins. Both of these teams can turn up on either side of the playing field. So I wouldn't give an advantage just yet. Just that the only thing, Vancouver's offensive side was a lot more convincing than G2's.
Round 5, here we go. For all the beans. Wait, no, who was in the last series? Vancouver Surge. On the defense, just holding strong for the moment. Hugh in a position towards the street will manage to pick up Linz. Trade's looking pretty good if you're Vancouver Surge, though. You've removed the one player that was on the point, and you don't need to take the head of accuracy in this position. You just need to keep control of that top red side. It's a constant position that G2 are going to be worried about.
Yeah, look at Brezzy now. He's just going to be ready to pick off some players as they transition. Oh, wow. And Linz sticking around a little too much around that Semtex. It's going to be a clean 4 down between 0-4 and Brezzy. Now they can push the issue up, start to gain some of this map control, set up in these power positions with the MCWs in hand. Abusa on 4 in a row, looking for number 5, 1 away from the cruise missile. What a streak to have as well to put this away in a 3-0 sweep potentially.
I don't know what's happened, Colin, but it feels like G2 Esports starting to fall out of this control and out of this series. It's an 8-light differential between these two teams now, and it looks to grow even more. Abuser's streak is done. Brezzy now on 6 in a row as well. 0-4 will be cut short off the streak, but you've got 2 cruise missiles ready to go. Yeah, why on earth not? You've got to bring that first one down. You've got a second as another insurance policy. This control might be done.
Abusa and 0-4 have 66 kills combined between the two of them across 5 rounds of this control. Absolute takeover mode. And here's the cruise missile number 2. As Vancouver, they flood the streets of Karachi. They drown out G2 and they send them into the lower bracket of the group.
Such promise for G2 Esports at moments in that series, in that 3-0, especially in that final control. We asked a question before we got into it, are the respawns better for G2 Esports now that you've brought DC and Estriel onto the lineup? Yeah, they're better. They're still not good enough to take down a Titan like the Vancouver Surge. They might well have moved locations, but they're just as good as they were before. That search and destroy, I think, is going to be the biggest pill to swallow if you're a G2.
Oh, but that control gets me a little heart pumping here, Brody. That was exciting between both of these teams. Offensive wins, defensive wins, and then just a flip switch for Vancouver heading into that last round of control. Everybody was on takeover mode. The cruise missiles and the map positioning almost felt suffocating, even to watch there if you're a G2 fan. And yeah, you know, you talk about, do those changes for G2 really make a difference for this team? I think you did see some improvements, especially in the respawns there. They get to the round 5 in the control. You saw that they should have won that hard point as well, Brody, but it's just winning them at the end. They're just missing the closing moments of these situations. And it's tough not to see that defense on Karachi for G2, especially how hard they fought for that offensive round win, but giving up so many lives across that whole series, it goes to show Vancouver. I mean, they were just on top of it from start to finish.
And lesson learned there. They're not quite kings of Karachi in that series. Let's look at the highlights then of what was, I think, a bit of a competitive 3-0, we'll say. It wasn't quite what we saw in the first series of the day. Of course, that hard point, as we said, I mean, fair play to G2, right? They had an 80-point advantage at the beginning. ARs were firing on all cylinders, but things started to slow down as Surge were finding routes through the map. The SMGs, as they started to fire on all cylinders, the Vancouver Surge took full control. This search and destroy was disgusting, to be honest with you. G2 just didn't look in control at all.
No, and it just seemed like everything that G2 was throwing together in that search just was completely doused by Vancouver and into towards the control. I mean, again, another situation where the ARs of G2 really playing well. Linz was actually rocking the MCW as well alongside DiamondCon and accuracy, and the presence that they provided was really strong in the early defenses, in the offense that they won. But in that last one, I mean, it just seemed like they bit off more than they can chew with another attack over towards B. They get started in the spawn trap, and it's just sometimes the way that control goes in this game is that if you give up that much of a map towards Vancouver, especially giving up 2 streaks, you're not going to be able to fight your way back out of that one. You gave too much up to Vancouver in that last round, and you really had nowhere to go from there. So strong performance from Vancouver. I love everything that I saw from them from start to finish, especially that comeback on the hard point in Karachi. Really goes to show how deep this team can play into a lot of these games. And I think this is going to be a team that we keep our eyes on across the rest of EWC to maybe even challenge those top 4 teams. They still haven't played Cloud9, and I cannot wait to see them get that rematch.
I mean, it's the position they've been in all season long, right? Since, well, I say all season long, since making that change, since bringing 0-4 and Brezzy into the lineup. I think that is where the former Seattle Surge, now Vancouver Surge. I can't believe, by the way, props to us for not saying Seattle Surge once in this series.
I did.
We did well, Colin. You did? I didn't notice it, so you didn't need to tell me that. You would have got away with it. But, you know, this Vancouver Surge roster, they have constantly been challenging the top 4. They've been knocking at the door, top 6 at 2 consecutive majors. The top 8 at champs, again, was down to the fact that they lost 2 consecutive game 5s to get the Afard. But still, you've got to give Vancouver Surge props. Right now, I mean, you're looking at them as kind of that challenger for the top 4. Can they challenge Cloud9? I don't know. I think they absolutely dismantled Gentlemates in the first hardpoint of their series on main broadcast, is what I heard. So, I don't know. We'll see. Cloud9 are a roster I feel like could well be contenders. They should be contenders for the entire thing here at the Esports World Cup. Let's take a look at then the MVP of this series. It has to be the man, the myth, legend, the rookie who never was, Boozer, who, you know, just played out of his mind the entire series.
Yeah, Boozer was talking to Miles, I guess, in the content for the media day yesterday, and he said, how does it feel to, you know, be a rookie and have so many people talk about you in such a good light? Abuser said, you know, I don't really feel like I'm a rookie. He's like, it doesn't really bother me. He's like, I've been playing for so long. He's like, although I'm a rookie in the CDL, not a rookie to COD whatsoever, and we know how powerful he can be with that MCW in hand. We saw him rock the TAC 56 all year last year and just be an absolute animal with it as well, putting up absurd numbers down in the Challengers pit. Now with the CDL, he started to find that rhythm, and in this game versus G2, he was a big reason why they made so many of those plays. You give Abuser the MVP. But I can't really talk about just one player being an MVP because he had so many times in the control where Brezzy was making that flank play to constantly cut off the A zone. And back in the hard point, how many times did 04 get a triple kill to save the day on that absurd comeback? Everybody there on Vancouver deserves some shout for that 3-0 win, and they're going to look good into the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Talking about Brezzy as kind of the AR of this team, right? The main AR. It's almost funny in a way because you and I were having that discussion about him kind of being a sub previously, like back in Vanguard, even back in Modern Warfare 2 on that Wubberbobs roster, which is a whole talking point of this group, given how you got all four Wubberbobs players in this group. It still feels like at times he's playing with a sub, even though he is, of course, he's got the AR in his hand. The way he's playing, the routes that he's taken on the map, it definitely makes other teams feel uncomfortable, and it certainly made G2 feel uncomfortable there in that final control. A 3-0 then from the Vancouver Surge, 2 3-0s in the day. I'm starting to get the feeling that we are the curse here that's bringing 3-0s. Will the next series be a 3-0? Because we've got Team Heretics versus the all-new Boston Breach. Who knows? We're hoping for a banger of a matchup. We'll see after the break. Will we get it?
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Scrap of Toronto Ultra, and we are playing Duo, Clutch, Choke. Are you ready?
Ready.
So the rules are, it's 3 categories. Duo, who would you rather partner up with? Who's most likely to clutch when your team really needs it? And when you really don't need it, who's going to choke? You have to pick your teammates. Duo first.
My duo, okay. I'm gonna go with Toby. You know, Toby's just flying around the map with me. You know, me and him are setting base, and I love when he's by my side, just, you know, baiting for me pretty much. It's always a good time.
Oh, off my team? I'll do Dan.
There we go, Dan's your duo. Okay.
Brack, for sure. We're just the AR connection, and we always clutch everything together. So, perfect.
I have to say Alpha.
Why?
I don't know, he's my guy. So, I don't know. Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Who's most likely to clutch?
Most likely to clutch, we go with Insight. I mean, that guy's been the Iceman all year. When the 1v1's needed most, he's there for it. So yeah, we're gonna go with Insight.
Okay. I got this. Okay, out of game, we'll do Nasty.
Why? Why Nasty?
Calls our Ubers, man, you know? Like, he makes sure we're on practice on time.
Team dad. Everyone needs a team dad.
Exceed.
Any other reasons?
I don't know. I think he's really good in his 1v1s, and every time we've ever been in a situation where we needed a clutch, Exceed came through.
I cannot pick Alpha anymore.
No.
I would say Kala.
Yeah? How come?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes he's going crazy, you know, like, and that's it. Yeah.
Out of game as well?
I don't know. Maybe I have like some confidence for him, like in game for sure. And so that's it.
That's good. Who on the team is most likely to choke?
See, I'm gonna go with Dylan, but Dylan's definitely icy sometimes. But you know, sometimes you gotta hit that extra bullet. Might not be there, but you know, he's always a beast, and he's clutching up when he needs to.
I'm pissed. Yep.
Who's most likely to choke when the team needs it?
Listen, Cramp sometimes, like, he just, you know, he'd be taking a little too long in the shower.
In the shower? Okay.
A little long in the shower, a little long.
I have no choice. I have literally no choice. I'm sorry, Paul, brother, but I have no choice.
Any reasons why, or just because he's last picked?
Because he's last, and just because he killed me every time with a nade in practice. That's for him.
Tim. But also Exceed. So it's both. It's hand in hand.
It feels like there's a lot of love across the board.
Yeah,
Everyone
there is.
can do all of these things.
There's a lot of goods and bads. I would say for all of us.
What a very honest and very real answer, Rex. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yep, no problem.
All right, folks, and welcome back here to the Esports World Cup. We've been dealing with CDL teams for the entirety of today here on the B broadcast, and we're continuing that into the third match of the day with Team Heretics taking on the Boston Breach. Although this is the closest we've gotten here today, Seymour, to a challengers team, Boston Breach. Basically blowing up the roster coming into the Esports World Cup and potentially the 2025 CDL season. I mean, look, you and I, we're biased challengers casters here. Basically a challengers team.
Yeah, I mean, Feekle even said it at the start. He's like, hey, we got 2 challenger teams in our groups. I mean, they feel confident in leaving their groups unscathed right now, but this Boston team is not anything that you really want to overlook if you're the Heretics heading into this group. We talked about, you know, maybe how humble Method Sick was when he was talking about them, how, you know, every team is a threat. You don't want to take them, you want to take it one step at a time, realistically. And I think for Boston, you want to do the same because, I mean, this is that honeymoon roster for Boston Breach where things have not been going well for you all season long with the multiple changes that you have been making. But with Snoopy, the designated survivor of Old Boston, getting another chance here at EWC to represent their organization, to represent the franchise. And it's going to be bringing us in towards Rio Hardpoint. I think Snoopy's going to be that guy that has to turn up.
Yeah, absolutely, he will have to for the Boston Breach, of course. We're wasting no time, folks, getting into our third match of the day here on the B broadcast. Team Heretics taking on Boston Breach. We're getting right into the Rio Hardpoint. And already off the start of this one, Boston Breach, they impressed for the first bit of time. Team Heretics, though, they're fighting back.
Yeah, one thing that I'm really excited for about this Boston team is Purge joining it and the nuances that he brought to that Las Vegas roster alongside that Omen Brooklyn roster. It just goes overlooked from a lot of teams, and hopefully that Purge back in towards a CDL team and maybe level up yet again. Here we're seeing Boston in control of the time, 29 seconds. But on rotation is going to be Team Heretics, who got that early setup towards P1, but nothing to show for it. So hopefully they can put this P2 to test.
Yeah, you're happy with this if you're Team Heretics. Yeah, you've lost the vast majority of time off the back of P1, but you know that you can hold P2. Snoopy is red. Good trade from Metals to make sure that Snoopy doesn't do anything dastardly towards the flank. Feekle pushed all the way up here towards Garage side. Will find one. Goal will be made on towards Wake as well. Middle of the map pressure looking pretty good from Metals. Every single angle at this point in time being watched by Heretics.
Real pops up, gets one. He's going to be able to ward off this first wave attack from Boston, and Heretics going to be able to flip this time, but the spawns in the back for Boston, so they're going to get another look at this early.
Yep, read is good. It's going to be Lucky going to deal with it. He gets shut down by Purge. Cammy able to double up towards the point, and those back spawns being gifted from the COD gods will give Boston Breach control of the back 15 seconds. Purge now might actually win some of these rotational battles as well. Purge will get the team shots in. Snoopy will actually be the one credited with the kill against Metals, but Purge does a lot of damage there. Boston Breach now on their way towards the rotation. They're starting to get a look at it.
Yeah, if Boston breaks this, that is red alert for Team Heretics because the Breach, they are off to a good start here on Rio. Snoopy's going to slide in for the contest. Nice shots from Real, but the backup from Cammy and Purge is going to allow the Breach for a chance at fighting this one. 3 go down. Last one up is going to be Lucky in the back. He has to play his life and hope for some reinforcements. It's a foot race to get back to this hill.
Yeah, you got to look at a couple of different directions, though. If you're a Boston Breach here, there's going to be a chance to overwhelm for your Team Heretics, and that's exactly what happens. So now a moment to breathe for really the first time since the beginning of this Rio Hardpoint. Vehicle going to push out towards the middle of the map here. Player that's been solid for Team Heretics this season, stepped up a notch at Champs despite the fact that the hardpoint was far from gracious for Heretics there, but he will get shut down now. Awakening finds 2 also. That's Metals. He would have been the player responsible for scrap time. Real now starting to do some damage towards the middle of the map, but the fact that Boston Breach have approached the scrap time means that Real is forced back towards the point. Lucky with the TK is not going to help the situation. Ultimately, it is going to be Lucky, I believe, that does manage to get in for scrap time, but Boston Breach are doing a really good job at keeping Heretics out of it.
And that man that we just saw in the pit, Real, who comes in late to this Team Heretics roster after losing his spot on Carolina Royal Ravens. He has been such a good look for the Heretics. And again, you look at him to be that difference maker here in the hard points. So looking to see him heat up and hopefully look to turn things around for Heretics. And into P4, they're looking to threaten it.
Yeah, Real going to double up. Big kills for Team Heretics. Now on 2 in a row is Real. Things will settle down once again. Boston Breach reliant on a potential flanking play from Purge. Shots being made out towards Vickle. Real still looking to take any of the players that approach. Purge is still not activated. Didn't quite check Vehicle in the corner there. Kills also now being one towards the front of the point. Boston Breach waited for so long to Purge to activate. He's not able to get it done. Metals now with a streak in the back pocket as well. He finds himself on 3 in a row towards all time. A huge hard point for Heretics.
Yeah, that streak's going to be big as well for Rio, and how open this map is for later on the Heretics. If they need to break it, they have that tool, but what a way to break that hill and hold it for majority of the time. Now leading 99-77. It is quite the lead for Team Heretics. They're going to get the initial as well over towards P5 with that setup, and Vehicle push way far forward.
Kills now for Boston Breach. They're starting to encroach once again. This is a huge break, but it's a break back coming through from Boston Breach. Real, the designated survivor here, over by Old. He's going to get shut down. Metals is actually going to utilize the streak here. A big play call from Team Heretics.
I think that is a little bit of a miscall from the Heretics. No need to use a streak when nobody's in the hard point. Still looking to fight for this one is Boston now that the streak is gone, and Cammy looking to soak up a little bit of the time. Metals going to keep it open for now, but it's Purge's turn to hopefully dance for this. Lots of presence from Team Heretics all in and around this as they have the middle of the map under control right now for Heretics. They're going to take one last look at this and hope to dominate the rotations anew.
Yeah, Wake's trying to play his life in here, especially if you lose Cammy in this situation. Fair play to Wake for playing his life for as long as humanly possible here, but Heretics now, I think, starting to take root in this game. Big questions back at Champs as to whether or not their hard point was a big problem. Of course, they didn't win a single one. They got close in a number of games. They just couldn't finish them out. Right now in the lead in this one. Lucky wants to try and get some damage through the middle of the map. He will pick up 2. Real now following up. Slide Chow out for not just 1. Actually, he will only pick up 1. Metals is the one to finish that second gunfight. Now looking for the second. Snoopy will trade things out, but Heretics have found their way through.
And Real 19-10, so holding on to this one. Vehicle pops up. He's going to have the help of Metals. Renetti's out, but the kill not found. Lucky trading, but it's still a bloodbath on point. It is not going to be Boston walking away with that clean time just yet. You still need to throw some reinforcements here for your both sides, and at the moment, Boston, they have the better spawns for that P2 setup. You can start to see some of the Breach making their way over towards that hot dog stand, see if they can lock things down on their side, but Cammy barrels his way back over towards P1. Boston gonna sink their feigns here over towards P2. Now with a 30-point deficit, see if they can close this lead.
Yeah. Purge has also read Vehicle here in the situation. I think the entire play, the Vehicle at this point, is to try and draw the attention of Boston Breach in his direction. Only Cammy will bite, though, for yet another kill, and what I believe is still a streak going. Boston Breach dealing with the damage around the front. Real finds 2, but no more than that. Yeah, Cammy is now on 5 in a row, so if they can earn a cruise missile, Boston Breach should be to the good here. Now looking for control. Snoopy jumping up to one of the cheese spots. Team Heretics on the front of this point. Also keeping an eye on a potential backline. Purge made the wrap before. He's probably going to do it again. This time it's actually Cammy looking for the cruise missile. He will actually find it. So he's got one ready to go, but Snoopy towards the front of the point is doing enough damage. Boston Breach, they hold.
Yeah, they flipped lead as well after this P2 rotation, getting almost all 60 seconds of this hard point and into P3. We remember last time in the first set of rotations, Boston were playing from the outside in, and they managed to find that break within the first 5 seconds of this hill opening. They're looking to do it again, this time around the back side of it, but looks like Lucky's done enough to ward them off for now.
A lot more to do. Wake on 5 in a row. There's a big shutdown. Wait for the second. Shot's looking good if you're lucky, and I don't think Wake's going to take that one. No real reason to, especially if you're isolated. Wait for a little bit of help from your teammates to come so they can be the distraction towards your streak. Wake will find that kill against Vehicle, who tried to make the wrap through boxes. Gunfights, though, for the most part, being won by Heretics here until the SMGs for Boston Breach find some value. Snoopy has had a relatively slow game, but through the last few hardpoint, he's now been going off the Semtex stick for yet another one. Snoopy is now starting to beam.
Yeah, Snoopy's heating up at just the right time for Boston Breach. Cammy is also alongside him, 22-19. Some major turnaround here for Boston after P2 in the second set of rotations, and now with their lead growing by about 30. Over towards P4, this Boston Breach squad has been on top of these breaks, and looks like Cammy's going to invest this streak. They want to use it to break it from both sides of the hill.
Yep. This is it right here. If you use this streak, you get control of a hill that can be a money hard point. This is huge, but you're not going to find any value whatsoever, and Heretics are actually going to win the gunfights off the back of it. Wake will find 1. No more than that. Shut down where the Boston Breach streak doesn't work.
Yeah, that is a big moment from Heretics. They work the extremities. They clear out those players, even finding Cammy at one point, but another streak coming in for this time from Awakening. It's going to force Heretics off and give Boston a second chance at this P4 Purge. Finding Metals. Cammy going to double down. Everybody dies from Heretics at Boston break. Now looking for 220 points at the end of P4 and a potential to win it on P5.
Yep, your Boston Breach. You're already starting to get control of the rotation as well. Purge is trying to get something going from the middle of the map. Unfortunately, a bit of lag there, I believe it was. Real will catch him off guard. So Heretics are winning some of these opening gunfights, and the fact that they now do not have a cruise missile means that they won't have one ready to go for the break. Now looking to win the opening engagements. Our team Heretics, lucky, first few shots, not all that great. Fortunately, Vehicle is there to pick up where he left off. Purge the only one that gets through. That's a clean wipe from Heretics.
And the biggest thing is nobody dies from Heretics, so their setup is still good to go. Nobody has to move. You just push even further forward to punish the players off spawn, and Metals is going to do just that. Real watching through mid. Everybody from Boston just funneling from the front.
Oh, the kill's good. Vehicle shots not that great, to be honest with you. It's so difficult in the fight, but you're ultimately still trading here in the situation. One player to contend with. Purge will slide out for the kill on towards Metals. Real, 5 in a row. Big kill for the streak. Purge will shut down. Boston Breach can still finish it here. Still looking for the contest. Heretics need to dive towards the point. That's exactly what they do. Snoopy for the double. Cammy for number 3. Doesn't matter if Boston do it here. They could still close out with P1 control.
Yeah, they have middle map. They have everything to close out this Rio. Purge is here, and he is ready to watch these players as they slide up the escalators. Contention is in. Awakening's going to find the first one, and now it's go time for the Heretics to try to hold on.
You gotta go, but you run straight into the AR lineup of Boston Breach, a Rio hardpoint team through and through. And Boston Breach show out in map number 1. The former Challengers lineup of Omit Brooklyn there, joining Boston Breach, supercharging the franchise here ahead of the map number 1.
And that's everything that you needed to see cook up for Boston to take that as well. We're seeing Cammy heat up in the AR, just dominating throughout the entire map and into the back. Second rotation and third rotation, it was Snoopy working through the middle of the map and complete takeover time over towards P3. They get those streaks in P3, Brody, and they just work their magic across the rest of the hills, using those streaks to deny Heretics any time on the hard points and then gaining a lead that I don't think the Heretics could just keep up with in the end. So that's a fantastic look from Boston, who have made this change, taking a shot in the dark at this Omit Brooklyn team that lost in second place at Challengers Champs, but now 3 out of 4 of them working in towards this Boston Breach roster. They start their tenure with a win.
That is a big win for the new Boston Breach lineup. Of course, a lot of questions about this team. I think a lot of people don't know, right? I think a lot of people know what these players individually are capable of on this new Boston Breach lineup. I mean, for anybody who's been paying attention to CDL over the course of the last year, you'll know what Cammy, what Wake, and Purge are capable of. They've all played on CDL teams at the start of the 2024 season. Unfortunately, they were swiftly removed from them and had to kind of battle their way back through the passion pit. They've done that now on this Boston Breach lineup. You know, they've looked so good. They look good there in that map number 1. They're proving like they should be on these franchise teams.
And one of the biggest things to kind of take away from these players coming from Challengers in towards Boston is how good their search looked back at Champs, Brody. Yeah, it wasn't the best in the Challengers Champs finals, but in total throughout that weekend, these are players that can play this game mode and really support Snoopy to do what he does best, and that is just get up in the face of these opponents and really slay out. So heading into this high-rise search and destroy for a map number 2, Boston was atrocious throughout the CDL when it comes down to their game, the search and destroy game mode. But now with this change up, and you're adding, you know, the Mind of Purge, the ARs of Awakening and Cammy, this is Boston who are looking to make some serious damage against Miami and really show exactly, you know, why they've made this change.
Yeah, I think it is important to kind of refer back to the Challengers finals. Again, we can only really talk about this in a capsule to a certain extent, right? I mean, ultimately, Challengers Championships is a very different thing entirely to, all of a sudden you're facing Team Heretics, right? I mean, it's a totally different ball game entirely. And yet still, I think we can take away something from the Search and Destroy for the former Omit Brooklyn squad, who now are effectively the brand new look Boston Breach side. In the Search and Destroy, I mean, generally speaking, they've been a pretty good roster in Search and Destroy over the course of the 2024 for Challengers season, at least since this roster, since those 3 players that had moved from Omit Brooklyn to Boston Breach had formed on that Omit Brooklyn side. But yet we do go to the grand finals where they kind of got decimated in the Search and Destroys versus Law, and it proves that they can play relatively uncharacteristically, right? I mean, it's a roster that were, I mean, you and I got a chance to watch it just kind of to refresh our memory yesterday, and in the Search and Destroys, there were just so many moments, I think, where they were getting overheated, they were over-choweling, the mid-round adjustments were not there in the same way that they were for Law, they were failing to read them. Team Heretics are the kind of team to take advantage of that. They've looked good in the back half of the CDL season in Search and Destroy.
And it's a little bit different because when you're playing against Lore, it's a very slow roster. They're going to pick you apart. They're going to watch and, you know, exploit your weaknesses. I don't think Miami is one of the same. I mean, you're going to have a lot of players on this Miami roster that also want to kind of match you in that pacing and that play style. And I think when you kind of now have Snoopy with let off the leash here at EWC within that sub role, this is where it's going to be fun to watch Snoopy really in his own element. He knows that heading into EWC, he has something to prove. And inside of that hard point, you started to see him turn up towards the end of that Rio. I would like to see it continue for this Boston roster. I'm still looking at Snoopy to be that player to open up the rounds for these first bloods on Boston, but you're playing up against a really tough player in Real who is also playing good on that Rio hardpoint, and he's repping a 2.10 KD in Search and Destroy over the course of the season of Miami Heretics, and he has just been unreal with an 87% opening duel win percentage.
Yeah, these first bloods, I think, are going to be everything as we get in towards this one. Again, it's something that I definitely think going back to Challengers Champs, that Omit Brooklyn roster was struggling with. Does that change with Snoopy? I think it is the bottom line for me, and I don't necessarily think that it will. But this Omit Brooklyn team, or former Omit Brooklyn team, I knew that I was going to keep on referring to Omit Brooklyn because we're kind of conditioned right off the back of Challengers to just kind of look at them like that. But no, they are now the Boston Breach side. This Boston Breach side, you know, back when they were Omit Brooklyn, they were kind of really struggling. Win Search and Destroy at Champs on that grand final, but you know, back in season 3 they were dominant. They just were not losing them. So that's what they're gonna want. Go on.
Back in season 2, Cammy and Wake were Boston Academy. This is a team that has represented this namesake of Boston before, and obviously Boston trusts them to do it again here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, let's see whether that Omit Brooklyn Search and Destroy will show through here on Boston Breach, or whether or not it will be the grand finals version of the roster. As we get into a high-rise Search and Destroy. First blood already going the way of Boston Breach. Team Heretics looking for a response. They're probably going to find it by way of Real, but he gets read by Wake. Metals towards the side also is not going to be expecting that positioning from Snoopy, and all of a sudden now it's Vikal. 1 versus 4. You know he's going to be playing relatively passively. He finds 1. No more value than that. That's fast from Boston.
Yeah, and one of the most uncharacteristic things that you see from Snoopy is he pumps the brakes on the B side. He just sits back and waits for Metals to make that misplay and not check his corners. So Boston come out with a relatively thorough attacking round to hit that B zone with caution. And I think, at the Team Heretics, they were expecting them to go fire with fire, but that is not the case anymore with this Boston team. This is a new look Boston team.
Boston, refreshed, blew it up. They've got this brand new lineup here for EWC and potentially the future beyond that as well. Team Heretics now going to give a different look to Boston Breach here. Granted, they're now the ones on the offense. They're expecting over-aggression. That's exactly what they get. They know that Snoopy can kind of overheat at times. Good read from Real for that first blood.
Yeah, and you see Purge trying to work up towards top Propane. I think he was spotted by Lucky. But Heretics are taking a while to make any moves on the map. A lot of map positioning giving up towards Boston Breach. And this zone's going to be a little tough to break. Now Cammy's going to get that information that players are still in and around Green Tarp. Real now going to look to make the play.
He's going to make it. Kill versus Awakening. Looking for the second. Somehow Real gets away with that. And now looking for the ace in the round. It will be denied. Heretics, though, nonetheless managed to steal it away.
Yeah, Real making the big plays right there with the MCW of all guns up close like that. Not easy shots to hit, but he makes it look very easy. And again, he is that player to look at for Search and Destroy on Team Heretics. And as an answer back on the offensive side with patience from Team Heretics, they post up, they let Snoopy make that mistake, draw that first blood. As soon as Snoopy goes down, suddenly the rest of Boston, they also have to move forward to deny that map control from Team Heretics. And Heretics, they just make it work.
All right, well, they're looking for the first blood in this round. Not going to find it. An immediate challenge from both teams over by B Street. Real and Metals will get the better of a couple of players there from Boston Breach. Team Heretics now looking for some kind of control. Boston Breach here. Down to the final 2 players. Things will slow up significantly as they look for a way back into the round.
Oh, look at this. Oh, the timing for Real, he just misses. The player going up to Propane. Purge is going to be sent packing from that engagement. And Real now looking to reposition. It looks like Heretics are flipping this map completely, and Boston are trapped over towards this B zone. Awakening might have to just shoot their way out of it, but he is going to back on down. There is nowhere that Boston can go right now.
You need Purge to win that fight against Vehicle. That's tough. Now Wake, you know where he is. Wake has to try and find a route here. I mean, there's a ton of them to take on High Rise. Unfortunately, he is going to get ganged up on there by Boston Breach, who once again... I mean, I think that round, to be honest, just kind of falls apart there for Team Heretics, and the fact that they don't win those opening bloods. Or for Boston.
Yeah, I think for Boston, this kind of goes back to what we were saying they were struggling with against Lore back in the Challengers Finals. As soon as they lose those first bloods, Brody, they don't really have any second choices in what they want to do. They continue trying to pave some way and force their ideals into that round. And this Miami team is not going to let you get away with that at all. They're going to punish you for making those mistakes. And you saw Real and Vico both repositioning all the way around the map to trap Awakening on top of Propane. Make sure that there's just nowhere for these Boston players to go.
All right, well, this is that same kind of passive play for the most part that we saw from Team Heretics in the last round, right? Just waiting for Boston to come to you. The difference, of course, this time is that Snoopy's not doing that. He's holding himself back. Vico, and the slightest of cracks is going to take Cammy down. Cammy's not going to expect that in a month for Sundays.
Real's on 6 in a row. Looks like he wants to take a swing over to this B side. Perch has no idea, and the timing works out. Real's not going to stop there. He wants more. He's flipping this map yet again. Snoopy's going to spot him, but it's a 1v4 for Snoopy. And again, there's just nowhere to go. Everybody on Heretics is all over Boston right now, not letting anybody out of sight.
I mean, Heretics are just playing that so well. That round was brilliant from them, even just from the first blood, right? Playing passively, they kind of get the idea that, hey, Boston aren't going to play into our hands, so let's send our own secret weapon up the map. Real, of course, the player that changed everything in Search and Destroy for Heretics when he joined the roster all the way back at the midpoint of the season. So now Boston Breach. Not up in this Search and Destroy. 1-3 down. Real on 7 in a row. Cruise missile ready to go. First blood, Setnade's looking pretty good. Cammy down for the count. And that bomb, while it initially looked like it was going to go towards A, you get a bit of a nice little route here towards B. Lucky should be ready for this one, though, and he is, but not enough for the frag. Lucky's going to have to back up.
Yeah, Lucky's still on 0 kills, albeit up 3-1 for the team. That would have been a great kill to find. But still Boston looking for a way in, and there is none. Lucky's going to shut down Awakening, and Purge gets spotted. Snoopy again in a 1v4. Nice shots there onto the player up top, but again, it's just not enough for Boston. These first bloods are just so elusive, and every time they look to make a play and work the map faster than Heretics, they're always caught by somebody sitting with their iron sights. You need to start seeing these ARs of Wake and Cammy start to work for some power positions, whether it's going to be on the attack and sitting over towards that green hut, try to watch the cross over towards that B Street, or maybe fighting for top helipad as well. You need to start seeing Awakening and Cammy start to provide some support for these SMGs. You can't rely on them to open up the map every time.
I think on the other hand, Team Heretics are relying on their SMGs. You've got Real on 8 in a row, Vical on 4 in a row as well. Snoopy will at the very least draw first blood. Again, a different look thrown by Boston Breach here as they get aggressive in this defensive effort. Bomb will now have to be retrieved by Metals. So Heretics now looking for a way back into this round. This is a great start for Boston.
It's a great call from Purge to work alongside Snoopy just in case they needed that trade, but map control, and I don't know if Purge actually saw Real slide across. If not now, then Cammy's going to see him, and that's 2 down for Heretics. Finally, Boston Breach with some control in it, but it's still not over just yet.
Yep.
Snoopy's going to go down, and Lucky's going to fall as well. 1v3 for Metals.
Yep, Metals now looking to try and make a clutch up happen. It's not going to work. First blood for Boston Breach. They silence Heretics in that round. And that's what you need, right? You just need to try and match the effort. I think Snoopy, they are better for it when he's the player, looking for those opening engagements, looking for those first bloods. But I think that's been the key differentiating factor right now between these two teams. If Snoopy wins that first blood, they are good.
Yeah. It's a battle of subs between Snoopy and Real. And if they can get going, if Omit can unlock the frog here. Sorry, Boston.
Feels weird, right?
This is going to be a new look for this team. It's 4-2 for Heretics. Not 4-4 right now. Again, you're looking for that first blood here if you're awakening. Here's the streak from Real. So they want to put the dagger in. They want to look for that round 5 or that fifth round. And hoping that the cruise missile can draw it. Just not going to find any marks.
Cruise missile down for the count. Team Heretics will force Boston Breach all the way back into their spawn. You're just draining time off the clock here. Boston looking for a way in. Nade over the top. You know you got to take Lucky out of position. The nade will bring him down to 83 HP. Elsewhere, Metals and Real are falling out the round here. So the fact that Lucky is still alive is a miraculous feat. And Lucky's going to find value. Elsewhere, Vikal has also found another. And all of a sudden here, Purge left up, sandwiched between these last remaining players, just trying to dip and dive away. Will at the very least pick Lucky up. Now the 1v1.
28 seconds. Purge reading it right, but he looks away. The timing for Heretics. And Vikal's going to take the round. 5-2 for Team Heretics. And in that round, Lucky going monumental on the propane. Not one, but 2 kills towards the end there to back up Vikal. And this Heretics roster, they just continue to surprise you in the search and destroy. It's just so good at winning their individual fights.
Heretics finding a way to clutch up. Boston starting to claw back rounds here. Down in this search and destroy. Heretics looking for a way to close this one out. It's going to be Real, who sat inside the B site. You're not going to expect him if you're there. There's not an immediate trade. Real looking for this nade to bounce. Will it be a posthumous kill? Yes, it will. Wake might take Real down, but Real's nade is just a little bit better. 2 versus 2 we go.
Yeah, and Snoopy's going to keep this in a 2-on-2, so you got a minute left. Lucky's looking to make the play in around Brody. This could be a 2 versus 1. Cammy doesn't expect it. It's all down to Snoopy.
And you know where he is as well. Snoopy is in such a tough spot here. Deddy activated. He's going to run right into Metal. Stunned up. Lucky will finish him off. Heretics now closer and closer to the tying up this series at 1-1. Fist bumps out.
And that's going to be that for the search and destroy Brody. Team Heretics winning things out there by isolating Snoopy and taking the map so they tie up the series heading in towards the control. This Boston Breach team, you can see that they're not really fazed by that at all. I mean, you know that these 3 members that have been added to this roster, they have that composure to play through the gauntlet that is challengers. And Snoopy, he's been there, he's done that. So you know that they can go the distance. You know that they can fight against adversity. And now after losing that search and destroy, heading into the control, you're back into the respawn, which they just took away from the likes of Heretics in a very comfortable fashion towards the latter end of that Rio. So I mean, this is a Boston team that, though you're not winning your search and destroys it just yet, the respawns were looking good there.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit confused towards the end of that because we had a 4-2 up on our screen. I was like, why is this 4-2? And I was convinced that it wasn't the end of the search and destroy because we were being told incorrect information. But it's okay. That's why it actually did end 5-2. It's all right. It was a dominant search and destroy there from Team Heretics. And, I think, just early on in that search and destroy, the SMG started to heat up. There's no real way for them to do anything about it. And I think even the couple of rounds where they didn't feel that convincing. So Boston Breach outclassed in the search and destroy despite what we saw from them in the Challenger season as Omit Brooklyn. So 1-1 now in the series. Team Heretics able to tie things up. We're going to the swing game in control very soon, but first we're going to go to a break. On the other side, swing game control. We'll see you there.
We are being sabotaged.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
set, go.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back here to the Esports World Cup. We finally have a series that's not a 3-0 on our hands here on the B broadcast between Boston Breach and the Team Heretics side. Team Heretics feel like they've stabilized now after losing yet another hard point. Maybe the woes have continued from champs. Now, though, they 6-2 the Search and Destroy. And next up, we have a Control, our first swing game of the day.
I think a lot of things change for these teams in terms of heading in towards this tournament. I think for, Miami, they're just fully solidifying this this roster, but for Boston, the whole roster change for themselves. Still having Search and Destroy issues, and Heretics still having hardpoint issues, Brody. So at least some things stay the same when we're heading into these matches. But for an Invasion Control coming up next for map number 3, this is a big point for the side of Boston to keep their respawns strong, because you got Wake and Cammy heading into a map like Invasion that is going to play very good towards these two. And if Cammy can perform like he did back on that Rio where he was just putting in unbelievable slaying numbers, I think then you'll start to see players like Snoopy and Purge work through the map like you expect the subs on Invasion to take that space. So lots of eyes on towards the ARs of Boston, and for the other side, on their counterparts. I think right now for their opponents, you kind of like look to do the same. If you are Heretics, you're looking to try to make those openings for Real to get those pop-off moments, because Real is just keeping them alive in that hard point on Rio. And if you cannot give him that space, you're going to struggle against this Boston team.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think this Boston team right now, I think, off the back of that number 2, my worry is that they're not going to be feeling it, right? That they're going to be kind of shaken by what was a pretty dominant scoreline in the Search and Destroy in favor of Team Heretics. Now Team Heretics are underway here in this series. Can they continue things momentum in towards the Control? Let's see, as we get into this map number 3, it's Invasion. We want the Search and Destroys to get Control early on for Team Heretics. That might be the case. Vehicle will find one, but immediately shut down.
Yeah, Cammy, Wake,
Big shutdown there, but trades still ensue. Wake's going to be on this B zone, and it looks like Metal's going to take a look there. Nice shots from Metals to take that pressure off B for now. Still, Boston have to fight for this and find some kills, and Cammy's looking to provide that support, but the kills do not come through. Heretics is going to get that wipe over towards B, and I look to push up this map with Wake going down. Now, Boston suddenly in trouble of a potential spawn trap.
Yeah, Vehicle trying to play his life, though. Big double coming through from Snoopy there as Team Heretics now looking to get control. Trophy system going to be down now from Cammy. Boston Breach in control. If you're lucky up top, I was going to say you're going to try and play your life and play all sneaky-like for the rest of the Team Heretics side to do something about this B approach. I don't think they can anymore.
I think you got to chalk up B at this moment. Awakening is in such a good spot to cut off the rotations that are Heretics players looking to get aggressive through that A street. Metal's going to be spotted. Real as well looking to take this fight. Awakening has to back down, but you look at the pressure from Boston as they're hunting down these players. Another 2 down in the feed. Nobody's going to be able to get towards that A zone just yet, but Heretics are struggling to find some control here.
Heretics going to have to hit a reset. Purge is still hanging about here, trying to be sneaky. And they're on the hunt for him. You can see like the way the player number 5, Lucky, is spinning about on the map right now. They are hunting for these players. Cammy and Snoopy will now activate, and that should give the go signal here to Purge to also look for the kill. He'll do exactly that activation against Lucky. Now, how much more value can Purge find on this flanking play? Another kill against Real. Boston Breach are here to play, and Purge is now on 5 in a row as well.
Yeah, Purge looking for that streak. You got a triple stack on towards A and so many trophies. Snoopy gonna be watching the cross with the MCW in hand. He's just looking to buy some time. Nobody's gonna get there to touch. And Boston with an explosive take on towards that A zone with only 9 lives. Wow, what a round.
Man, that is an insane round. Honestly, I got to give props to Purge to be the player I think that really did get everything done there for Boston Breach. You're absolutely fuming if you're a Team Heretics. Purge plays his life perfectly, and I'll give credit to Team Heretics because it felt like at least for a moment they were on the hunt for them. They didn't have anybody in map positioning to deal with the players coming off the respawn, and as soon as more kills came through for Boston Breach, Purge goes ultra towards the end of that control round. He activates on 5 in a row now, wants to continue that momentum in towards the next, and there is player number 6.
Yeah, there's the cruise missile now for an extra tool on Boston Breach. Their dominance in the respawn still continuing as the slaying has just leveled up for the Breach. Purge finally going to drop, and Metals will extend over towards that A zone for a second, but Snoopy catches him before things get out of hand for Boston, and now looks like the Breach are going to have to group together to see if they can slowly retake this B zone. Unfortunately for them, only 1 player is sitting there for Heretics, so they have time.
Yeah, if you're awake now, you're just trying to play your life. Reposition here against Real. Shots through the wall. Not going to connect to anything, but closer towards home, closer towards the point. Cammy is doing everything. He only needs the foot of Vehicle to pick up that kill. Only 2 ticks were given away towards Heretics here before they're sent back towards their spawn point. And now you've got players in power positions. Purge push forward will at the very least get shut down. But you're going to be looking at 4 ARs here from Boston Breach just staring you down as you've come off the spawn.
Yeah, the spawn trap is in for the Heretics, trying to work out of their spawn right now. They don't want to go down 0-2 in this controls. They need to reach this B zone and extend the time, but now Snoopy's on 5 in a row. He's looking for a cruise of his own, punching at his teammates. Can he get that streak? Yeah. So 2 cruise missiles for Boston, 32 seconds for Heretics to try to bring things back in this control, but I think Boston are just going to use one of those cruise missiles right now. Yeah, it finds nothing, but it buys time for Boston to set up.
That's not the end of the world. You've garnered yourself a, 9 life advantage now, down to 7. Vehicle finds 1. Good trades from Lucky. That's going to be B gone. And a good read on towards Cammy. He was trying to put a flanking play together as well. So for Boston here, it's not actually as secure as it once was. Boston having to deal with all these encroaching players. Vehicle gets found out, as does Lucky. Team Heretics, they're trying to make something happen individually here in the transition, but it's not really working.
Purge is going to get caught. It's another set of kills for Heretics working out of their spawn. Next up to bat is going to be Wake, setting up towards the middle of the map. But you have 3 players pressuring out the spawns of Boston. And Metal's going unaware. Snoopy's going to jump around the corner. It's a 2-for-2 trade. No. Metal's being hunted. Cammy with a big win, and 3 down for the Heretics. Puts them back off the respawn with only 5 lives left.
Yep. That's the biggest problem at the moment. Heretics, not really many chances to win this control. They've definitely tried with some individual efforts. You just saw one there from Metals. Snoopy now heating up. Oh, switches weapon at the wrong time. Will not be able to win the fight against Metals. It's okay, though. The team trades are looking pretty good. Cammy traded out by Real, but it's just down to the subs now. Real and Vickle in this situation. 15 seconds left for them to produce a miracle, turn water into wine. And I don't know if we're going to get that. Vickle, he's a phenomenal player. A 1 versus 10, though, I think is even out of his reach.
I'm going to keep gassing up the breach because this roster change is just so good for them in the respawns. And Cammy is playing unbelievably well today inside of both the hardpoint and now into the control as well. He's 16 and 8 here. He was doing all the work in the AR role back on that Rio for the comeback that they did make. And this is giving me some flashbacks to Cold War Cammy, the way that he played back with that Craig. I mean, he is shooting some beamers with this MCW, Brody, and it is so delightful to watch. Everybody really playing well here, though, on the breach side. And Heretics down 0-2 in the control. This will not lose you the series, but you do not want to lose it this convincingly.
Boston Breach. 2-0 up in this control. Team Heretics looking for a way to put a stop to all of that craziness. It's not looking like it's going to happen. Still one player hanging about around the B point on defense here. It's Real. Boston Breach well aware of it. They're just trying to run rings around him. And, well, they'll lose one man in the play. It does not really make that much of a difference. There's a bit of a split offense here as well for Boston Breach. They're putting players onto both of these points. There's no way Snoopy gets away with yet another frag. He will not. But for Boston Breach, you're okay with this. You've got options. You've got ways to play out this round. Metals, though, comes through with a double by B and might have put a stop to one of them.
And for Heretics, you've really limited the success of Boston off of that splish push that they had, because only one segment over towards B, they get nothing at A. And now Boston are really bottlenecked in what they can do. So they're going to send 3 members over towards this A zone, and they lose one on the cross. So it's just these last 2 players hoping to get some segments here at A.
It's a good start for Vickle. Purge down to his last life. Yeah, he's going to get shut down as well. So I will say on the whole here, Team Heretics have done a really good job of keeping Boston Breach at bay. Lucky now wants yet another frag here. He's got backup on the way for the rest of the team. For the moment, though, Lucky's going to have to get it done all by himself. He's going to get shut down by Cammy. So Boston Breach now can once again stop the clock with 39 seconds. Double headshots coming through. Wake finds value through the middle of the map. Surely yet not another one. Wake, what on earth is that absolutely bananas play from Wake? And he looks like he's not going to stop. Lucky will finally get it done. But Wake getting those 3 kills is the reason that they're able to capture B.
Yeah, Wake is going to absolutely giga on this control right now. He should be cleaned up, and with that, the confirmation of a potential round 5 defense for Boston if we do reach it. But Boston have closed this advantage that Heretics once had. It's now 15 lives playing 12. Boston have a minute 30, and now 4 down. This could be it for Invasion.
This could be it. Team Heretics having to deal with players watching their spawn. Wake, not again! Surely not! They're beaming all the way through them! Boston Breach are making Team Heretics look like the previous amateurs. And a 3-0 in this control is one of the most dominant scorelines we've seen all day.
I mean, you come into this series saying there's 2 amateur teams in your group, and Boston are playing you like a fiddle in the respawns. A clutch up in towards the Rio hardpoint and a 3-0 sweep in the control. And they have activated here today, Brody, at EWC. You can see the coaches come on board as we're getting ready for that hardpoint in map number 4. But I'm sure there's some stuff to talk about there for the Heretics to clean up, especially considering all the map control they kept on giving up onto both sides. Some overcommitments on reacting to the A pressure. There's players doubling up and getting 2-pieced over and over again over on that defense. And I think for this hard point, you're a little bit worried here if you're the Heretics. Your respawns just have not been there.
I don't know what else to say, mate. To be honest with you, that control was so quick. It was so damn quick from Boston Breach, especially that final round where the ARs just take full control. Heretics just didn't really even look like they were in the conversation for the most part. They were just being shut out pretty much at every single turn. Heretics did not really have that much of a response, especially again, those last 2 rounds, and you point towards the respawns, right? At the very least, Heretics were competitive in the first hard point of this series,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it's the same story that Heretics have had for basically the entirety of like, what, Champs to now, right? Where they didn't win a hard point at Champs, albeit the games were close. You not won a hard point in this series, albeit that game was close. But still, like, it's felt like for that control, certainly, Boston Breach in the driver's seat, absolutely 100% of the time.
Yeah, and now heading into a 6-star for that 4th map. Across the season, Heretics, they have a lot of reps on this map mode combo, 4 and 7 to be exact, for the 6-star hardpoint. On the other side, you didn't really see a lot out of the Boston team before they made these changes. They were 1 and 7 on the 6-star hardpoint. It wasn't the map that they felt most comfortable on, but after watching that performance on the Rio and the way that Cammy has been playing here, it's been providing a lot of opportunity for Snoopy to really reach his max potential like we've been expecting Snoopy to do. And if you let Snoopy, again, reach that level here on the 6-star, it can get super mixy. This is a very fast-paced map. There's a lot of routes to be ran. And I hope that Heretics can finally get a grasp on this Boston pressure, start finding some lanes and locking it down.
Yeah, it feels kind of weird in a way, right? Because if Boston now win this series here, if they get this done in 4, this, technically speaking, wouldn't count as a victory for the Challengers teams, because obviously it's Boston, right? Boston have, like, basically uplifted the Challengers teams, basically promoted 3 of those players to the CDL as part of their roster. But it still does feel, at least for you and us, right? It's like, yeah, this is like the first Challengers victory. This is basically the Omit Brooklyn side from the 2024 Challengers season. It does definitely feel that way, even though even that has its own kind of asterisk on the conversation, right? Because at this point, the top level of Challengers, and this is something we noted about the kind of the Challengers Grand Finals, if you will, it's basically all just ex-CDL players or CDL players that are subs.
I want to kind of put a little asterisk on that as well, because although you look at your lore and some of them are former CDL players, haven't really been in the league for a while, on this Boston team, you have 4 members who started in the CDL this year. Cammy on 100 Thieves, Awakening on Minnesota Rocker, and Purge on Las Vegas Legion. These are 3 players who fell this year into the CDL. So they've been into the CDL, they fell out, now they're back into a CDL roster. I mean, they have those reps, they've been around the block, and you know, for others who have been out of the CDL for a while, it's not the same for this Boston team. So as they do elevate back into the breach, Brody, I feel like this is where these players belong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. This is a chance now for these players to prove that this is where they deserve to be, right? And I think, you know, for all 3 of the players, really, I want to give a special shout out, to be fair. And this isn't an indictment against Purge or something. Purge plays his role perfectly. But I think specifically looking at Cammy and Awakening for the side of Boston Breach, I think this team is just, you know, I think looking at them, you know, those players in Challengers, very often players in Challengers will just kind of go down to Challengers from CDL and they won't do that well. For these guys, they drop down to Challengers and they just fry. Like, that's exactly what you want to see. Yeah, they won things. So I think for those guys in particular, got to give them some love, leading all the way back towards Season 2 of Challengers Elite. It looks like they want some momentum going in towards this map number 4, though. They want to get this one done here. They opened things up with a wave of gunfights to begin with.
Yeah, an immediate 4 down, 2 out of Wake. Purge is going to be watching that water side of the map. He's getting the early shots in, slides with the Renetti and cleans up Lucky. You have full lockdown right now for Boston. A couple members from Heretics are looking to battle their way in. Awakening gets overwhelmed by pressure, but now it's Purge's turn. Back and forth for the Heretics as they need to start getting in towards this time. But again, they're shut out. This time it's Snoopy to pop off with 3.
Brilliant 3-piece coming through from Snoop. Boston Breach now off the back of that. Looking for control. Real for the middle of the map, though, will double up here. So good start from Real at 4 and 2. It's not going to do Heretics any good. They're going to have to be the ones to break over by New. And Real already starting things off in a good way. Wake will find 1 trades, though, looking pretty good. If you're a Boston Breach, you're going to continue to get help from those back spawns as well. All of a sudden, Fecal, the last one left alive, as Purge doubles up. He can't do anything.
Yeah, you have a full setup from Breach yet again with near a 32-point lead. Awakening's going to be playing through the middle of the map, and for Heretics, they need to start finding these kills and putting some pressure on towards that hard point, which they're not going to have. It's just Purge here trying to defend, and that's 3 down for Boston, and they get the spawns in the back, but now some time that Heretics need to lock down.
Got to win this time. And those back spawns, I think, are just the biggest issue, right? Snoopy comes through for the double. Boston Breach, once again, we will be able to win the back set of time. Heretics here in trouble. They're going to have to reset for new. At the very least, Lucky doing a good job at keeping these guys at bay through the middle of the map. But you don't have anybody by that P3 hard point, or P4 hard point, excuse me. So for Team Heretics, you're reliant on the fact that you hold these back spawns, you hold close to this hill. Boston
You're gonna
Breach.
get a split push.
Yep.
2 people through the middle of the map looking to flank this one. Elp, Brody, Purge, and Snoopy looking to make some work here, and Fickle's in trouble.
Oh, gets overwhelmed by Snoopy towards the front of the hard point. All of a sudden here, Boston Breach have won the opening set of gunfights. Disaster strikes for Heretics, and Purge makes the situation even worse as well. He doubles up. One more player to the backline to contend with. It's Real, who is being hunted down. Purge knows he's there. Real, you can try to stay hidden if you want. It's not going to work.
And it's just the pressure that Boston puts on for those breaks from not only the back of the hill, but the front of the hill. They hit it at the exact timing that they needed to. And the breaks just look so dang easy for Boston. Heretics will battle in for at least stopping Boston from getting the back half of this time easily. But you need to start seeing the Heretics not only work these rotations, but set up on those power positions and hold the rotations, because they are getting broken way too easily.
Not again. Surely not again. Purge and Snoopy combined for 3. Heretics could not hit the wide side of a barn door right now. Everything is just going awry for them. Snoopy now starting to force the issue once again. And you can definitely tell Boston are feeling themselves here. The SMGs have not only woken up, they are fully in control of this game. Purge for yet another double. Fecal trying to play his life, overwhelmed by Awakening on the point every single time. It looks like Heretics have something to say. They are shut down. They are silenced by Boston.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it being Snoopy and Cammy back in the first hard point, but this time it's Snoopy and Purge, the sub-duo. Just relentless pressure. Purge now with that cruise missile in the back pocket as well for the breach. Their lead 126-32. Purge is snapping at backing up his teammates over towards the second set of rotations. I mean, Heretics down a whole 100 points. You feel like it has to be now or never that you put together a solid set of time in these hills.
There we go. Heretics, you need to start things strong now. Otherwise, you're going to be in the lower bracket of your group before you know it. Good
Cruise
start,
missile.
though. On the second set. Yeah, Cruise Missile coming through here from Boston Breach. It's going to unsettle Heretics. I think it's going to be a slow Cruise Missile as well. Purge actually finds a kill with it. You need to find for turn 5 for Heretics, and it's just not to be.
Yeah, they push the extremities and they lose their battles. Boston with another break with 30 seconds left on this time. They can push their lead to 160, and Snoopy now flooding in towards the outside of the map. Another kill for Purge and Snoopy, and Heretics are deflating on 6-star.
I don't even know if it's deflating. I don't know if they were ever inflated, to be honest with you, mate. Heretics here just have not had anything to work with whatsoever. For the first time in this game, it feels like they've actually got a rotation that should be theirs, and they'll continue to get back spawns as well. Snoopy overwhelmed. Good set of gunfights here for Heretics. Finally, something positive to talk about.
Yeah, Fickle just needs to slow down, hold his life through mid, but there's a spawn in the back for Boston, and that might be trouble. It's Snoopy through the fence. Can he get the break? He will. Lucky taken away, and that's going to send Heretics, everybody turning around to look to back things up, and Snoopy running routes around. They cannot catch this frog.
He's looking for it, looking for more. Snoopy's still finding value here somehow. Snoopy is providing a masterclass in movement right now, just being a constant nuisance for Team Heretics. Has he bought enough time and space, though? Lucky can't find him. Snoopy's still playing his life around here. He's done exactly what he needs to do. Awakening and Cammy find their way through the front. Awakening also finding more value. And it's worth saying as well, those back spawns for Heretics are still there. This is not good for a rotation.
Yeah, Cammy working on holding things down. It's going to be Purge watching the back spawns for new. Caught on the rotation, and everything looking good for Boston. Nothing looking good for Heretics. Another 100-point lead for the Boston Breach, and Awakening set up through mid, won't win that battle, but everybody from Heretics funneling on through from 1 point.
How does this keep on happening? Just across the board right now, Heretics do not look like the same Heretics we've seen in hardpoint pre-champs. Things just not working out for them whatsoever. Real, the only one to find any value whatsoever in that ensemble of fights, and he's going to get shut down as well. Team Heretics forced away. Boston Breach looking for kills. Cammy and Purge will find them. Real going to trade things out, as is Metals, though. Now, Heretics, they're knocking at the door at the very least. They're looking to use the neutralize the contest spot, but Real is going to get shut down. Nothing is working for Heretics.
Nothing at all, Brody. 209 to 77. This is a masterclass in the hard point, and Snoopy is tearing them apart. 20. This is Boston's game to lose.
This is the Snoopy that was promised. Boston Breach putting a beating down on Heretics at this point. Once again, another rotation loss. Boston just 20 points away from victory. Heretics here. One last hurrah towards the point. Lucky gonna find something. Vehicle for the contest on the other side. Purge on the hunt for the kill. He will find it. And now Snoopy overextending in towards the office to bring this game home in behind enemy lines. He finds a couple of kills. Lucky for one. Is that good enough here? Heretics still desperately trying to contest.
Awakening around the corner. Heretics still in it. Purge next up. He finds one, but he's going to have to back up. And there's still members here from Boston. There's still time to put it away.
Flanking play from Real. Does that find any value? Yes, it does. Trade looking good for Awakening. Purge towards the point will only find one. Good double from Metals. Snoopy's going to utilize the streak here. No matter what, Boston Breach can't finish things off this hard point, so you might want to bring it down towards the middle of the map and all. That's not that great. Cammy going to get shut down by a cruise missile from the team. Vehicle off the back of it will double up. So there is life yet in Heretics, but it's worth saying they are on life support.
I mean, they're not going to wither out of this game just yet, Brody. Still only 13 seconds for Boston to win this game, so Heretics need to play perfect, but it's a clean 4 down, and this is it.
This might be it. Can Heretics even get close at the end of this game? They might be done. Hardpoint once again. The thing that befalls them here in this game, players aren't even moving away from the spawn. And Boston Breach, they blew it up, and it was the right decision as they take a series away from Heretics and start the Esports World Cup strong.
The first win for Boston Breach, and I don't know how long we didn't get to see them at Champs. They reshaped their roster, and their hardpoints look unreal. The big worry was how this team was going to perform with little to no practice amongst the majority of them altogether, but Snoopy fits into this roster like a glove. Incredible comeback over towards the Rio hardpoint. A fantastic 3-0 in the control. Maybe the search and destroy does not go your way, Brody, but that hardpoint at the end on 6-star, that's one that we're going to be talking about all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that hardpoint, that control, right? The back half of the series was incredibly indomitable for Boston Breach. They just stepped it up a notch after the back of the search and destroy. And I don't really know whether the search and destroy, the things just were not going right for them. And they were like, all right, look, let's just take a chill pill here, guys. We're going to take a breather off the back of this S&D and come out firing on all cylinders for map number 3 onwards. If that's the case, if that's the play call, they did exactly that. A phenomenal series from Boston Breach.
I gotta give some respect to the Heretics for the way that they played that search and destroy. There was not a lot Boston could do on that high rise. I'm not sure if this, ex-Omit team, now Boston Breach team, is still struggling with high rise search and destroy in a whole after losing it back at Challengers Finals, but Heretics, they make quick work with that, but as the least of Boston's worries right now, they still have time to clean up that search and destroy in future series to go, as they're going to be moving in through the winners bracket now of their group. The side of Heretics, I mean, who would have thought that Heretics going to be dropping into the lower bracket now to fight their way on elimination? Let's take a look at that, Brody, and you can see above them, Stallions and Ultra for Heretics. No matter who you play out of that series, that's a worrisome one.
Yeah, I mean, Heretics are going to have a tough time versus that Stallions roster, I think. For those of you guys who don't know who they are, they're effectively the former FaZe Clan Black roster that had reached the grand finals of every single Challengers Open except from Champs, where Champs, I think it was, a top 6 finish? I think it might actually be 3rd for them, excuse me.
Wasn't a good one.
It wasn't a good one. It wasn't the finals, and I think that was not great for FaZe Black. They're going to want redemption. I got to imagine, I think Ultra should probably be expecting to win that series. Heretics should probably be expecting to play Stallions in that lower round 1 matchup. But nonetheless, I mean, it is a difficult match. And I think if Heretics are struggling versus Boston Breach, I don't think Stallions are going to be an easy match.
No, I think that you still look at the issues from today, look at the issues from this matchup. And I mean, for the Heretics, if you're not winning those hard points, Stallions are going to rip you apart. They're a fantastic hard point team. And that is going to be the main thing for Heretics that we're going to be looking at, Brody, to kind of change things heading into that lower bracket game, or they might be saying sayonara to this bracket a little bit earlier than expected.
Alrighty, what is goodbye in Spanish? I don't even know, really, to be fair. Someone can tell me. I'll have to ask Duolingo or something. Regardless, let's take a look at our MVP for this series. And I wasn't even really talking about it. It's Purge, right? I mean, Purge showed up in that final hard point. I think, 20 and 12 there. We finish off with him, but he had a better KD at the end of the game than that. A constant two-piece machine in that final map and through the series as well, as providing hell of a lot of support for the roster. He is the MVP of that series then for Boston Breach, who close out a series over Team Heretics 3-1. Colin, any final thoughts?
I mean, it's just rightfully so. It's deserved for Boston. That's a good feeling after changing up the whole team, pulling up Omid from that Challengers Final second place finish. And it pays off in dividends, Brody. What a wonderful day that you and I had today. Some fantastic matches. We don't get a 3-0 to close it out for you and I, but it was still a great show no matter what.
Absolutely. Well, finally, we don't get a 3-0, as you said. I'm so glad we got a competitive series. Maybe not so much on the hard points there for the final series of the day for us, but that's not the final series of the broadcast, of course. We're going to bring some more Brits in. It's going to be a Brit takeover here for the better, I assume, as well, as Bryce and Tung come in for the back half of today. Next up on broadcast, 100 Thieves versus Law Gaming. It's the match of the day that we designated. Trust me, Challengers Champs versus one of the teams that made constant improvements over the CDL, of course, the 2024 season. You guys aren't going to want to miss that. We'll see you then.
If all that it's saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers again. The fire's the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just a little piece of data. Just a change it all. We can 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 change it all. This is the moment chosen for the game.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup, and I am joined by Joe Deceives of 100 Thieves.
What's good, Miles?
Everything's good, Joe. Thanks very much. Man. How you doing?
Pretty good, you know. Feeling excited.
Chilling. You've been here, what? You got late last night?
Yeah, I got here super late last night, yeah.
Yeah, you enjoying yourself so far?
Yeah.
Having fun?
Place is insane.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's
Yeah.
cool. Really cool.
Player lodge is insane. The hotel's insane.
Insane. You know what else was insane, Joe? You guys at Champs. Well done, man. What a great run that was. You beat Ultra. That was a big surprise. Obviously, the crowd was crazy. You in particular, I thought you had a really good tournament. You were so exciting to watch. You were chatting a lot of this. How did all that feel? How was that event for you?
I mean, it felt great. You know, obviously, like, some of the losses hurt a lot, but, I mean, just, you know, playing those matches, having those close matches, you know, winning with that first round versus Toronto, taking my headset off, hearing the crowd go insane, best feeling in the world.
Yeah. You want to play Toronto again this event?
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah.
Right Always fun.
Always fun.
Always fun.
Right on. We've seen your team progress quite a lot throughout the year. A lot has changed. Has much changed since Champs? Because obviously this is the first time in a very long time that there's been an event after a CDL championship. How's it going?
I mean, I feel like a lot has definitely changed in, like, a positive way. I feel like our teamwork's gotten even better, which is insane to say, I feel like. I feel like we've just gotten more confident in each other, especially after, you know, how we played at Champs, so, yeah.
That's really cool, man. It's exciting to see what's going to happen this weekend. Joe, you were a Challengers player for a single event last year. What does this event mean to you as a rookie or as a young player, as a chance to show your skill? Do you think this is a big deal with the Esports World Cup?
100% it's a big deal, you know? I mean, the prize pool's big. You know, there's a lot of teams here, international competition. I mean, it's a really big event, you know? It's just another big event. I'm excited. I'm always happy to play at these.
What do you think this means to younger players like you were to get a shot against CDL pros and to play on the biggest stage COD's ever seen?
I mean, you know, for my first event last year, I got to play at the Pro-Am, and playing against those, you know, I played FaZe, London, Seattle, you know, playing against those teams that I watched a lot, you know, growing up when I was thinking, you know, I could go pro, and playing against them was a great feeling. So I know how it feels for those challenger teams, those young players. I know how it feels to play against them for the first time.
Cool, man. Well, it sounds like you're very confident going into this one, and good vibes all round going into the tournament. Let's put on like a hypothetical question now.
Yeah.
Black Ops 6, 2 months away. What do you want to see in the game as a submachine gun player? What are you excited about?
I mean, it's always the map. I feel like, you know, a lot of these games that we play have great mechanics, but the maps just aren't always, you know, the best. But yeah, I feel like the maps are just make or break.
Oh, interesting. What about the ARs? Anything there?
Nerf patch multiplier, please.
I think you're safe. Don't worry, man. I think you're safe. Speaking of that, there's been a lot of maps where in this game, in MW3, 3 ARs, you know, 3 SMGs, a lot of changes there. Is that something you like as a player? Is that something you think adds a layer of skill to the game?
I think so, yeah. I think having flexible players like that just make the game more fun, because like you said, you see 3 subs, which I know viewers love seeing, you know, Rio, stuff like that. I know 3 ARs is a bit boring, but even just like as a skill thing, I feel like having that, like a player like that that's super flexible, I think it's always great to see.
Always great to see, man. Well, dude, last question for you. Who do you want to play in the tournament? Who do you want to absolutely body this week?
FaZe.
Didn't hesitate for a second. Joe, thank you very much, man. Good luck in the tournament. I'm Miles Ross here at the Esports World Cup with RSTs of Law Gaming, and we are playing Who Is. Alec, you ready?
I'm always ready.
That's my guy, like Blade. Who is most likely to clutch a 1v4?
Me.
Done.
Money. What? Second KD and S&D challenges? I don't know about the Pro League. That one.
He brought the stats
but
as well.
You know who has the #1 above me?
No.
The guy that replaced me. 0-4. He just got to outdo me everything.
The plot thickens.
That's my son, too.
Who is most likely to choke on your team?
What do we mean choke?
In game.
I'd say 2-Real because his controller is always spazzing.
Really? Okay. Who's the best trash talker?
Best trash talker? I think it came out of me. I think it might be me.
Oh, I love that.
The Challengers kids brought it out of me.
Who is most likely to team kill?
Yuli. Oh my God, every day there's 3 now. He has Ghosty beat by miles. I promise you.
That's their big shoes, man. Ghosty's been brought up a lot today. Who's most likely to pull off a crazy play?
Crazy play?
Yeah. Or who's most likely to go rogue?
I'd say Paul X.
Yeah.
Paul, he's just in a world of his own sometimes. I don't know if he's an AR or a sub player, but he's running that flex. But sometimes he just gets in La La Land and just goes rogue.
The menace.
Him and Spar have like a similar like game style. It's like, I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing it. It works for them.
Who is most dedicated to practice?
Too Real. I give him hands down best one of the best sub teammates I've had. And I showing up practice, being early, always on time, always wanting to watch VOD. Him, Simp, and Envoy are up there for top 3, like most dedicated teammates.
That's real sick.
Simpson, different man.
Who is most likely to make everyone laugh?
Yuli. The words that come out of his mouth are insane.
Who is the most improved player?
Me. I'll take that to heart. That's me.
Right on, man. Who is the most reliable under pressure?
I don't even think I put a name up there. I think the pressure gets to him. These guys got second every event before I got. They look like FaZe and Vanguard. Holy daggers everywhere.
This is so good.
I miss you, FaZe boys. At least it's not 12.
Who is the best team player?
Team player? I'd say Too Real good.
Yeah.
Again, dedicated. He just wants to. He'll do anything to win. Doesn't matter what KD he has. But like he's one of those players. Like he reminds me of Prestini. When they go off, we're getting slammed. Like every time Preston went off on United, we got slammed. Now if it's with Brendan or Too Real, we're just getting slammed. But he's like 35 kills plus. I'm like, that's on us.
Right on. All right. Who's most likely to get a surprise ace, like out of nowhere?
Surprise ace. Again, I'd give it to Paul. Just like he's in La La Land sometimes. He's got one on this side of the map, then he goes all the way back over here. It's like, where are you going, man? Just hold a lane.
We might have already said this one, but who is most likely to be late to practice?
Paul.
Yeah?
Paul.
Instant.
It's every day.
You locked that one in quick.
that was kind of disgustingly quick. Sorry, Paul.
Who is most likely to rage quit a game?
Me.
Yeah?
Me. And it's not because of the other team, it's because of my teammates. Like, what are you guys doing, bro? I've been in scrims so much in the last, like, 2 weeks, bro. I'm like, bro, are you guys even trying? I'm going to get off. We lose the next map like 100 to 250. I'm like, all right, that's it. Sorry. I had to text the other team. Sorry, guys.
Thank you so much for this, man. Appreciate it, dude. That was a legendary Who Is. Legendary.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات. وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صدق.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the Esports World Cup. We are ready with some more Call of Duty action. I am here with, of course, my duo. We haven't cast together in a little while, but Ton, how are you doing?
It's been, well, maybe it needs to be a longer time, Brycey, but they thought they'd bring us back. I'm very, very well. I've had quite the day watching the games and getting myself into a position where I could actually cast. Internet going down the day of EWC starting wasn't necessarily on my bingo card today, but we are very excited to get into tonight's games. It's already been a few very, very good games on this broadcast and on the main screen, but we're very excited to see how things go here on Bravo, of course.
Yeah, we certainly are. Not real any massive upsets for anybody in the groups. Maybe Boston versus Heretics was the one we could say, but it's more challenger teams trying to rise to the occasion here against some of the cream of the crop of the CDL. And this one's a great example. Basically the #1 team, or the team most people anticipate to do very well coming out of this one against 100 Thieves, Tom.
Yeah, for Law, looking at them, they're very much the team in challenges that everyone would expect to maybe make some moves. I'm sitting here as not to just be a shill, but I think realistically I would love to see what Falcons can do as well. I'm sure that game's going to be ongoing at the same time. But yeah, for Law, they're absolutely the favorites coming into this in terms of challenger teams who actually can cause some sort of issue. But to be fair, Brycey, we have had a couple of challengers team take maps away from squads. It has looked like they have the potential, but whether or not they can convert them or not is another thing. And this is going to be a good example to see if they can do that.
Yeah, it certainly is. And obviously, this is a great format as well. Kind of have to win two before you lose two, giving everyone an opportunity to really set their own destiny. No worrying about tiebreakers, no worrying about getting enough points to get through the groups. You just have to win before you are eliminated. And that coming into it, it means that every single one of these games is very, very important. You have to make sure you work against the teams you are playing against. And if you get a big win early, it certainly can set you up for success.
Yeah, look, I think, getting that win early is always really, really important, but it's about getting the first two wins before the first two losses. Can either one of these two teams manage to pull that off? For Thieves, look, they'll be coming into this as absolute favorites, but if you were to be going up against any of the challengers teams, Law were the team you did not want to face, and it is a bit of an awkward situation for them in that case, but Thieves, look, realistically, they finished top 4 champs. They are a very, very good squad. We've seen them building over the entirety of the season. Let's see what they can do against this Law roster.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we're hoping to see as we go through it as well. And 100 Thieves looking pretty in a bit of a new color scheme for them as well, but Ghosty, Nasty, Joe Steves, and Kremp. A team certainly seemed to be on the rise for a lot of people in their estimations coming towards the end of the CDL season. The only question remains is this: is it still rising, or did they find their peak? And Law Gaming should still be a very good bit of competition for them.
Absolutely should be, but in regards to the Steve's team, look, I mean, we kind of seen what Nade was tweeting at the beginning of the year in terms of how things are looking. We're taking a risk, in terms of the salary budget that we have, it's a bit awkward, but realistically speaking, it can be deemed a success this year, especially for Thieves. Really did build on what was a bit of a poor start from them, but since then, they've looked a very, very solid outfit, but so did the team they're going up against.
They certainly did, and this is the team everybody's expecting to just do so much work. Nobody challenges yet able to overcome it, but Uli Arsees, Paul X, and 2Real will be the team to go over the top. And I'm curious, for me, this is a great game for benchmarking. Both these two squads have done some work. Obviously, for Law, it'll be in the challengers side of things. But for 100 Thieves, they're certainly not the top 4 at the moment, but they are touching that.
Yeah, look, I think for both these two squads, it's an important first game in terms of setting a marker out as well. I think it's interesting in that aspect because for Law, I feel like the pressure's on them a little bit more than the other Challengers teams, although I would say that there's less pressure on those guys than there is on the so-called, the CDL teams. But for the side of Thieves, this is a game that they will be looking to win. They will absolutely be the favorites heading into this, irrelevant of Law's success towards the latter stages of the season. Still a 4th place for Thieves, and Champs was a massive placement for them, and they are going to be very, very difficult to beat. Touching on the roster, and Shane looks absolutely fantastic in that new jersey, by the way. I did want to point that out. But like the roster, for me, a very, very exciting team. They have a lot of good positives about them. Ghosty has been fantastic in this lineup. But looking over towards Law, when we're going to talk about the matchup specifically, their Search and Destroy in Challengers Finals was absolutely sublime. A 10-1 record, Brycey. Yes, okay, it's against Challengers teams as well. You are going up against the big dogs. Now, that is where this series could potentially be won and lost, especially for Law.
Yeah, and I think we're actually seeing the teams just about get ready for this one, and the fist bumps first go in. Going to be a little bit nervous, always, on an opening game in any major tournament. And I've been watching each other. Got to think there's a lot of VOD for both these teams to really do their homework on the run-up to this tournament, Ton.
Yeah, especially for Law, right? I mean, you've had the entire CDL season to go back through, but you will really have been concentrating on both these two teams when you're looking at that VOD from Champs only a few weeks ago. That's really where the concentration on a lot of these research is going to be coming from. Teams trying to load into the game right now. Hopefully, will be in very, very shortly. And, well, not quite ready to go yet, but I'm really excited for this one, Brycey. Honestly, I think it's one of those matchups that a lot of us have looked at in terms of what we're expecting. And yes, okay, a lot of people will be sort of saying Thieves should be able to win this one, absolutely. But I'm just interested to see what Law we're going to get from the squad here. See how they can turn up against some of the big boys. That's the really interesting story heading into this.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And yeah, again, we just keep coming back to this same story. This is the game we kind of looked at on the schedule and said, hey, either one of these teams could genuinely win it. We have had a bit of disparity in some of the earlier games, realistically. You know, you see the teams come out of challenges, they're always going to do pretty well, and they have taken maps off of some of the CDL teams. But you think the teams that they've played in the CDL so far are Optic and New York Subliners, or now C9 New York. But those are the 1 and 2 from just 3 weeks ago, right? They were at the championship, they were in the grand final. It is not an easy game for them to win. This is a little bit different. Obviously, LA Thieves, a little bit more middle of the pack against one of the best challenger teams, and a dominant challenger team at that. How does this stack up? How do these two teams actually work out playing against each other? That's the question everybody is waiting to answer.
Yeah, and the question that we're hopefully getting an answer to very, very shortly. I am curious about this one when we do head into it in terms of how Thieves are going to look when we do come out, see how things are going to work out to kick things up. But the Search and Destroy is the real stickler for me. How are they going to look specifically in that mode up against this very, very strong Search and Destroy side? I mean, if you look at it, like, S&D was the better game mode for Thieves, especially towards the latter stages of the season, and their hard point and control was kind of mixy, especially in terms of the control, but their Search and Destroy is very, very strong as well. So that's where this game is potentially going to be won and lost, Brycey.
It certainly will be. Well, it looks like we're into it as well, and pretty quick start here for Law. They're going to get that first flurry into that hard point as well, as both teams start feeling it out and start working out exactly where they can cause the pain, as Paul X and 2 Real get a wipe.
Yeah, you take a 4 down straight away off the rip. Now they can start to work on spawns potentially here. We'll try and force that out, but Thieves have set themselves up on this side anyway, so they'll be in a decent enough position, but it's about the second wave of kills you could potentially find. Good job from 2 Real to find one more. Arcides couldn't quite find the second. The good job so far from Law. You take 40 seconds and now rising on P1 all day long. Paul X on a 5 spree, Yuli on a 2. Wonderful start from Law.
Yuli going to try and hold this. His health has come back. Going to find one as well, staying alive. Rest of his teammates reinforcing. You can see the Thieves now just trying to get back in from this back spawn, but not able to do it yet. Not getting the trades to go the way they want to either. Eventually they will get through. Benefits of a close spawn will get them into this point, and the first point should come towards them, even with a ferocious fight there from Yuli. It will be 100 Thieves now looking to secure the rest of this time.
Yeah, fantastic work from Crump. The second kill really breaks that open. 35 seconds to play for over towards P2. The breaks come through the middle of the map. You've got to do some good work here. If you're cramped again, can't find the second. Lily will be there to pick that one up. Really good job here from Law to try and put the pressure on. They do more than that with 20 seconds to play for. They managed to break back through. Kill towards the back is now found. And if you're Thieves, now you are scrambling for P3 rotations. You've lost scrap time, potentially most of it. You could probably do with the final 10 seconds. Are you going to be able to get it? Yes, you are. You needed that, if anything, because P3 could be painful.
Well, here we go. The push already. Kremp trying to move forward, but that stun check, well, they'll know where he is as well. It's a massive chow. Will be traded out by Nasty, but it slows them down just a few seconds. 100 Thieves looking to recover now as they move towards this back spawn and try and take control. A little bit of a pinch coming through. Multiple angles being hit. They just need to win the trades. Haven't won them as effectively as they would like. Paul X will get the last kill, but the spawns have flipped. Job done for Thieves.
Yeah, really good push coming from the bridge side of things. That's what's broke it up, and Paul did his job, sitting at 11-3 for Law. Fantastic start so far to the side of Law Gaming. The Thieves, though, I mean, I don't like to point it out too much. Ghosty ain't gonna kill yet over towards P3. That might be a big reason as to why things are really struggling from the side of 100 Thieves, but they have control now of P3. They found the break that they needed to. 20 seconds still on offer here, but it's going to be about the rotation coming through from boxes. Need to start finding these gunfights over towards Garage as well. Can't find that one, but some valuable time for the side of Thieves. Some valuable kills heading over towards the next hill as well. They managed to set themselves up very well here. Joe deceives the point of the spear. Can find a couple more. Nice rotation coming in from Thieves. They've finally arrived to Rio.
Now holding Nasty, just waiting for the pressure. He knows it's coming. There's going to be a lot of nades, a lot of tacticals, just bouncing straight into this point. And eventually a lot of players as well, as Nasty fights for his life, will go down. Law Gaming, what a fantastic retake there in the end. Thieves had made their way back into this game, but weren't able to hold on to that rotation.
Big 40 seconds for both two teams. For Laura would represent a very solid lead if you can manage to take every single second. Kremp is going to say no to that. Arcides did find two with the cleanup kills. Which way they're coming in from, it's going to be Thieves. They'll just about get a hold of it. But for Thieves, I think you pick up this final 20. You then take the lead after what has been not necessarily the strongest of starts. Ghosty's found himself 3 kills to his name now anyway, so as soon as he starts waking up, I suppose he can start to say it from the point of, well, Ghosty's really had a slow start, and yet they still have the lead. When Ghosty starts shooting, which he will, this could be a problem for Law.
You got to remember, some of the narrative around Ghosty has been just how good he has been, especially in those big games and those hard points that matter. Right now, just a second off the pace, but that second will not last an eternity. Already got 4 back into this game, and Thieves slowly but surely turning up the tempo.
Yeah, really big kills. Find a couple over towards the stairs, and that just opens things up now. A bit of a split spawn for Law. Are they going to be able to read this, Thieves? That's going to be your issue. Well, you can't read that. That's coming from the sky. There's the Predator missile coming in from Polex. Now, all of a sudden, is that going to maybe make things work here for Law? No, because Joe's going to answer back with one of his own straight onto Polex's forehead. Mid-map push has come through to Real, and Arcides found a couple. They are going to be able to find a break there, but not clean for either one of these two squads. Just trading back and forth, but Thieves still with that lead.
Really trying to get some work in towards Bridge, but just nobody support, nobody to watch his cross, and down he falls as well as Law Gaming. A great start and not great second half for this first rotations. As we go back towards P1, they'll be hoping to hit the reset button and get some points back on the board. You can see Joe Deceives already 17-10, looking to put the pressure up as well. Yuli taking him down, but will fall as well. It will be Law Gaming that are in here for just a few seconds, but bodies stacked everywhere.
I just want to bear in mind as well, though, Bryce. I mean, P1 was super successful for Law Gaming. You take that out of the equation, they will be significantly behind. Paulax still doing a really good job. 3 spree for him. They found 40 over towards P1 straight off the rip. They're doing well to find a good 20 here or so far. Closing that gap once again. Thieves need to find a way through.
Polex looking for another one, not going to be able to get it, and just trying to keep this pressure up as players fly around. Yuli doing it again. That's a 3 streak for him. 20 seconds on offer here. Thieves will push through this. They're not going to let it sit as more players come to bump him off the hill to give him a better position. Finds his 4th. Still going. Still frying. There's a 5th as well. Here comes the 6th. The pistol is not good enough for the streak, but the streak is good enough to give them control as they head towards P2.
And well and truly back into this game. P1 conversion from Law. Something special. Managing to do a great job there. Now you can see already the cutoffs have been sort of made here by the side of Lord Gaming, but did they put enough over towards the back side? Thieves now going to gain control of that preferred spawn, but the pressure from Law is very much going to be there. Ghosty finds the kill on Arcides. That might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. You have to find these kills if you're Law, because now you're spawning out, now you're in danger, now you're all dead.
And they have this again. Thieves have been better on P2. And here comes the hard push, the headbutt. Lord Gaming, they don't have a flank, they don't have any other direction. What they are about to be is flanked by Ghosty. 2 real will get 2, Kreb and Ghosty will combine for 3 though. And now they are completely pushed out. The spawn is flipped magnificently here for Thieves, putting them on the back foot. And Lord Gaming, it's no scrap time for them. They just have to overextend.
Yeah, Arcid is really slowed down. Ghosty has started to heat up. He was 0 and 8, now 13 and 18. So a nice conversion from him over the second half of that first rotation and for the first couple of hills here. Kills are not everything though, as Thieves will have the main point in the scoreline. Sitting at around 40 points in the lead right now. Need to find a good break here though, because Low have got themselves set up. Nice break that's going to come through initially for them. Finding a couple of kills as well. They need some good time here.
Real just trying to hold down the fort in every single direction, but eventually Thieves just able to apply the pressure as Arcides goes scrambling at the back and falls. And while Paul X will be in here, he is massively outnumbered. There is no trade for him. Thieves are confidently back in this, and they could hold it for the rest of the time.
Feels like the breaks from Thieves are just coming a little easier now. But again, I kind of want you all to bear in mind at home how much time Low Gaming have had at P1 specifically. Need to keep themselves within touching distance and have another good P1 over towards the third rotation if we even get there. But the way that Thieves are frying right now, I'm not too sure we will. Cramp will find one back. Can he find the second one on early dipping and diving? But it's going to be about the rotation. That's coming in 5 seconds. First ones there are Thieves. Low Gaming very, very close here. Brycey that could do with the break.
Got to get past these players waiting for him as well. Nasty and Ghosty ready to put anybody to the sword, and they're trying just to find any way through. This game could end on this hill. Nasty being careful. Paul X is going to get him off that first point, but it's still a way back into this. The rest of Lord Gaming are going to try and headbutt it as their flank player does go down, but they aren't really able to make a lot of progress.
For all they find that kill on the Ghosty. I'm one on the Nasty. Everybody else from Thieves is very much still here. Joe Deceives will find another. And you're still right, Brycey. They can very much win it here over towards P4. Low Gaming going a little 1-by-1, but it's shocking. Oh, it has to be that. They have to move very, very quickly. Thieves cannot win it here anymore. Low Gaming have let this one bleed big time. Need to find a good rotation. Cannot let Thieves in whatsoever.
Oh, Joe Deceives finds it. And Law looking a little bit lost. They're not on this rotation. They don't have the bodies up, and this may actually end without a gunfight. Joe Deceives will get that player, but they're not even close, and there's a complete wipe in the dying seconds of the game. 100 Thieves, slow start, explosive after that, though.
Sensational work by Thieves. After, yeah, as you said, a very, very slow start. Law came out of the gates very, very quickly. But after that, I mean, not really a lot to write home about. I think realistically, it's kind of odd to see them get so much time at P1 and then not a lot of time anywhere else. So for them, something to work on Rio Hardpoint. Their record at Challengers Champs was 3-2 on this map, so, you know, relatively solid. But for them, I think there'll be disappointment in the fact that, you know, they were very much in that game, Brycey. They were doing well. They let a couple of hills slip, and Thieves make them pay. Thieves will find the win, and we'll be heading into a search and destroy. And Law will find themselves behind.
Yeah, well, you got to remember just how good Thieves have been on hard points, though. And yeah, I think the real story of it, just a bit of a slow start, but Thieves, once they got control, played it very, very perfect. Got to give credit to that P2 to P3 flip on the spawns as well. Played P2 so well on this map. Law just weren't able to match them. Realistically, if you're able to convert what is essentially a perfect P2 to P3, if you can get in there, hold it from the spawn side that's good for P2, and in the last 20 seconds, flip them into that spawn, well, you know that the game's only really going one way. It's just a huge reversal of fortune. And now, 100 Thieves are up 1-0 against Law Gaming, who will have to try and get it back in the Search and Destroy.
By the way, just to recall as well, Ghosty with one of the slowest starts I've seen from him. What was he, 0 and 8 on stage?
Yes, it was, yeah.
It was over towards P3 before he picked up his first kill. You can just know, you know for a fact that comms right there, he would have just been trying to get them out there, frustrated within himself, but very much did step it up for the squad. I know it's not all about kills, but when Ghosty doesn't have any by the time you get over towards the third hill, it sometimes can be a bit concerning. But he actually ended up doing all right over the majority, nearly even, I want to say, throughout the rest of it. So good job from Ghosty to bring that one back. But for Law, it's a short, sharp shock straight into the high-end competition. I mean, look, all of these guys on this roster have played there. They know exactly what to expect, but still a tough one. Looking over towards their record overall for Hardpoint, it was sitting at, in particular, 8-3 over the entirety of COD Challengers champs. So it was something for them to rely on. The controls dead even at 4-4, but S&D 10-1. This is where they know they have an opportunity to cause some issue, and you've got to just try and nick a respawn, force a map number 5, and maybe you can take down 100 Thieves.
Well, we'll certainly see. Obviously, a little bit of a pep talk going in. Coaches jumping in here to probably just give them the push they need on both sides of the stage. 100 Thieves, obviously, way more confident now after getting that first map out the way. You got to remember as well, you know, scrims don't always translate to tournament play, especially when there is so much up for grabs here. These teams fighting to get out of the groups. A win here certainly will help Thieves in their kind of progress of making their way through. And just a reminder of the format, because it's a format you may not have seen before this year. Essentially, you have to win 2 before you lose 2. It's a mini bracket within the groups, which means that every single game is very, very important. There will be no tiebreakers. There will be no games that mean nothing. It is always essential every time we load into a map.
I'm a big fan of this format, actually.
Absolutely,
absolutely. Yeah, I absolutely love it. I think, you know, some people get confused. Like, what does GSL mean and all these things? All you need to know is you got to win 2 before you lose 2, and that is the important thing. But, I mean, looking over towards this group in particular, though, Brycey, I mean, it's going to be tough for one of these two teams to make it. It's going to be Law and Falcons, the Challengers teams, coming into this. Of course, Falcons going up against FaZe first. Welcome to the big leagues. And then, of course, the 2 winners going up against each other and the 2 losers. Law against Falcons, by the way. Falcons very much in their home territory as well. That will be a super interesting game. We've got plenty to play through before we get anything like that. Plenty of results to actually have to go the right way for us to get that stage. Here we are into the Search and Destroy. And this is where Law have potential in this series. Can they find it here on Hi-Res?
And I do love this. Like I said before, a lot of times when you come deep into the season, teams will have played each other on these maps hundreds of times. For these 2 teams, it's just VOD review. They will have to work out everything they need to as the game progresses. And right now, everybody being a little bit shy. You got to remember, round 1, a little bit of an anomaly. No trophies. And now, Turil just being careful. Nasty gets tagged up a little bit, but still not a kill ton.
Nothing to be had. Deceives will eventually break them hold. He finds the kill. Perhaps going to eventually get traded out. Arcides early, working well and getting out as well, but the trade comes back through 2v2.
We're going to be careful, Arcides will find him. And now, a 1 versus 2. Ghosty flying about, looking for them in the last 20 seconds. Has been seen, though, just trying to get away. Desperately flying for his life, but he is weak, being chased by Arcides. And it is going to be a pinch. They will not allow him to escape. Law Gaming get the first round on the board.
Good job from Law. Squeezing that one out. And it's sometimes a bit of a tough one to win in round number 1 when you're on the attacking side of things, but get the job done. Important one for them to find as well, especially after a hard point in such a way where you found such a good start. You get that hope. It gets dashed in front of your very eyes. But here we are at the Search. They find the first round, a nice momentum builder for them here on Hi-Res.
That's what they want as well. And you kind of feel just a little bit of pressure from both teams in that opening break. Neither really wanted to commit straight away. Here we go. A big push here from 100 Thieves. They're going straight through it. That trophy will be essential. Yuli, will he spot anyone first? Another nade going out here. More pressure coming through, and they've seen it as well. Arcides puts the nade down, and Law Gaming reacted to this straight away. Jodeci's in a horrible position. Down they fall as well. A 2 versus 4 in the opening seconds.
Counter to the push coming in. Really good job, really good defensive nade coming through from the side of Arcides. The experience paying off, and that S&D prowess from Law, very much an example in front of our very eyes. Another kill for Arcides. It's a fantastic round from Law. 1 attack, 1 defense underneath their belts. But really, you know, I think it comes into that rush that we see to kick things off. As soon as Arcides shuts that down, if he loses that gunfight, if things go the opposite direction, Things are maybe looking a little slow, but they will find the round. 2-0 up. Good play coming in from Ozzy.
And this is where they want to continue this momentum. The respawn did not go their way, but getting the search and destroy brings it all to even keel. And Nasty's on 4-0 right now, and just watching the cross, looking for a little bit of information. For Thieves, it's all out into the middle of the map by the look of it, trying to get a bit of control. You can see them holding down towards bottom B. For Law Gaming, they're trying to sneak a player through. You saw that player in towards blue looking, but not really making a lot of progress up the map yet.
Yeah, just holding tight. Sitting down there. Bit difficult to see him, of course, with the Codcaster color not exactly being the ideal one, but Uli will find the kill on Joe Deceives, and that just opens the door immediately to jump on the bomb. It's another kill coming through here for the silo. Make it another. They are playing this one to absolute perfection. Cramp needs a 1v4 if he wants to find the round. Hell, he doesn't find the kill. But look, silver lining for Thieves there is they do lose the round. You get rid of Arcides. He's no longer on that spree. Didn't find much in that round either, so no Predator Missile going to be coming in on your forehead quite yet. It's an important tool to potentially have here on High Rise. They don't get a hold of it low, but they will find another round. Really, really good player coming through from the Challenger side here.
They're feeling very good. Some smiles on the Law side. At the moment, it's all going their way on this search. And now on the attack will be the Thieves. Hoping to maybe perform a little bit better this time around. Nasty taking a few bullets and throwing a few back. Cramp looking at that nade's going to hit somebody. Surely it will. There's a little bit of a check. Yuli will have to back away.
Good info for Thieves, though. Well, somebody was tempting the push, and they have got a bit of bad timing. That was a good timing on Uli's side. Can he find the kill? Yes, he can. Crimp just trying to deny the inevitable. Uli will find him. Now Thieves get a little bit more aggressive over towards the B side, trying to make something happen. They are 3 rounds down now. 3 versus 3, though. It will be answered back. Or 3 versus 2, I should say. It was Paul X who found Nasty. Really difficult position now for Thieves. Ghosty left hole on his own.
It's in the scenario before. Didn't go well for Ghosty then. Will it go well this time? A little bit difficult with the barman players really overwatching. As soon as they see exactly where he is, they will tighten this net just a bit. But Ghosty's been found. He's super weak, and down he will fall. Wow. The Thieves are being taken apart on High Rise. It is 4-0 to Law Gaming.
Oh, I mean, they are being dragged around High Rise right now. Law showing that prowess. I love it when that happens, when you call something out and say, oh, they're pretty good at search and destroy. It makes me look smarter than I am, Bryce.
Well, I'll let you have that one. I think it's fair at this point in the year. But this really is now about adapting. For 100 Thieves, they will have to work out something different. They are not finding the kills. They're not finding the trades. No bomb blasts, no defuses, nothing. In fact, if that scoreboard is to be believed, only 5 kills now across 4 rounds.
Yeah. Tough viewing. Not necessarily gone to plan, but that's one of the first bloods I think they've found. They might have got one in round number 1. The Thieves will find a second, so this is looking more and more likely that Thieves will eventually get themselves on the board here. Over the really good start. I think for Law now in this 2 versus 4, getting a Predator Missile in Uli's back pocket is something you take away from this situation all day long.
Just looking for the pick. This is all about finding something exploitable, hoping that Thieves make a mistake, and right now they are, although they found one. A player's gone over the top here. Yuli will find a second, and the 2 versus 4 advantage has slipped away for them. Joe Deceives almost takes a few bullets in the face. The benefit here for Thieves is time, and Nasty will put that one down as well. Yuli in a 1 versus 2.
He's got eyes on one of them though, but you can already see both teammates on the side of Thieves converging over towards each other. He's going to get a bit of good timing though. Has he seen the second one line up? The shots are going to go in, so the gunfight is maybe going to transpire. Oh my goodness me! Spins and just beams him. Uli with another kill in the round. It's a Predator Missile and another round to Law. It's a 2 versus 4.
That is outrageous. We switched away, but he must have drilled him. I don't know if there's a final kill cam, but that is unbelievable. All Nasty had to do was not die, and they had it.
Humongous round from Law. And you would think that puts a nail in the coffin of this Search and Destroy. That was sublime from Uli. I think that might have been the ace. Was that the ace? I don't know. I think it might have been. He's got 8 kills in a row anyway. Give him his plaudits. Fantastic from Law. Sublime from Uli.
An 8 streak to potentially end it. A lot of pressure coming through as well. You can see the Thieves have pushed towards B Street. A 2 versus 4 clutch, and for 100 Thieves, they will get the first blood here in round number 6.
Just so tough from this position though. Low Gaming can take their time, and Thieves will have to find the full sail if they want this. It's looking like they will eventually get around Uli. Mind you, he's on an 8 spree. A 12 would be the one to get it finished in 6. He's going to find his 9th in a row, but it will eventually get cut down. But is the damage already done? That's the problem. Thieves in a really, really tough spot now. They will find a round back, but still, Uli, no usage of the Predator missile in that round. No opportunity, but you're likely to see it come in on the attacking side here. Can they do something with it? Oh, can Thieves continue this comeback?
This would be a truly epic comeback if they can do it. But there is a cruise missile waiting in the wings, as well as a very hot Uli. 10-2 so far. Arcades having a little bit of a gunfight all the way across the map. Is he waiting? It looks like he's waiting. I think he's going to call this in and try to catch somebody.
That's your plan. The problem is he's not going to be able to catch anybody because Thieves are very much aware to it. They have pushed up into more of an advanced position. Will he find anything with this? Absolutely nothing, but plenty of positioning. Bomb going down.
They've used that for information. They've used it for map control. 4 versus 4 with bomb down now. The rest of the Thieves are surging forward. They are trying to get map control back. Too Real already finds one. Uli will find another. And it's now a 2 versus 4. The Thieves will go out of this S&D if they do not find this round. And Ghosty is just having fun with 2 Real. 2 Real doesn't even bother going for the rechow. What a dominant search and destroy there from Law Gaming. 6-1.
An absolute clinic on high rise coming in from Law Gaming. But the straw that brought the camels back, not to use that saying too much, but was really that 2 versus 4 coming in from Law Gaming and from Uli specifically. I think he found 3 in that round, but the final 2 in the last 7 seconds around that Thieves should never, ever be losing there, Brycey. It was a 6-1 victory in the end for Law, and a very well-deserved one. Fantastic performance from them, Brycey, and we very much have a series on our hands.
Yeah, we certainly do. This is more of what we were expecting, obviously. With 100 Thieves taking that first hard point, we were curious, will this be the same story that has been playing out across the groups so far at the Esports World Cup? But truthfully, some of those teams won their games as well, a few maps, but it's very much back and forth. The truth is, it's 1-1. The controls up next. Who takes the lead? We will find out right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We are in a game that is all tied up. 100 Thieves versus Law Gaming. So far, we'll be going 1-1 into the control. A good start there from 100 Thieves. They took the hard point, but Law Gaming fired back with a broadside from a battleship, 6-1 on high-rise ton.
Yeah, very, very impressive performance, I would say, in map number 2 specifically. I think if you were to give anyone more plaudits for either one of their map wins, it would absolutely belong to Law after that one. A sensational 2 versus 4 to pretty much cap it off. A really, really good job in the search and destroy, which does present its own problem though, Brycey, because map number 1, they had another good start on Rio, but they didn't convert that into a win. They will need to find a respawn if they want to force another search and destroy, which they seem very prominent at. But can they find one of the next 2? That's going to be their big problem here. Control's coming up. It's by far their worst game mode. This could be a potential struggle for.
Well, we'll find out. You got to remember, there's been a little bit of prep time for both these teams coming into this event, trying to kind of get those weaknesses out and away, knowing that this is the biggest and best opportunities for everyone involved. For the challenger teams, obviously, a chance to make a name for themselves, a chance to show everybody why they deserve to be picked up next year. We know there are some squads looking to refill their ranks. On the other side of it, for teams like 100 Thieves, disappointment always at champs. Anything but first will always be. But again, another chance for them to shine, a chance to get over those losses, get some revenge, and of course, set the stage for any sort of progression next year as well. But that's a long way away. Right now, what they're most concerned about is map number 3. Getting the control under lock, getting the respawn done and dusted will give them the mental edge going forward. For Thieves, a massive map for them. If they win it, they'll be feeling very confident about the hard point. For Law Gaming, pretty much the opposite. They're probably not as confident on the hard point, feeling way more about their S&D. So map 5 would favor them, but everything's still up in the air as these two teams very close.
Yeah, very close game. We somewhat expected it. Look, I think I would still put Thebes as the favorite. One very good search and destroy performance on high rise doesn't necessarily give you the enthusiasm for a win in the series here for Law just yet. They absolutely do need to take away one of these respawns. They have to if they want to win the series, right? So let's see what they do in map number 3, which is going to be coming up very, very shortly. But change of pace is going to suit them. You know, I think they'll look back at map number 1, Bryce, and be a little bit disappointed. They were in a really good spot on a couple of occasions, found some breaks, found some rotations, found a hell of a lot of points at P1, actually. They weren't able to convert anything, though, especially in that second half. It was a really, really slow game of hard point for them, apart from the first couple of hills. So let's see if they can turn it around here in the control. We know the search and destroy is looking good based on what we just seen on high res, absolutely, but you still need to find something here in the control or in the hard point 2 more maps to force that map and fight, or maybe just win them both, Brycey. Maybe Rio was a bluff.
Oh, it's always one of these, isn't it? You kind of just going, well, they could do this, they could do that, but the truth being told, you definitely favour the Thieves in the hardpoint. You definitely favour Law in the search now, especially with how this one has gone. Law had a fantastic time in challenges with their search, is what they're relying on. The issue being, of course, is that the next search is map 5, so it's always the case of steal a respawn and see what you can do, or maybe just try to hit the full Neslo and take the control. But we will find out. I believe the map is getting ready to rock as we head towards high-rise, Tom.
Yeah. So far, touch wood, we've had no issues in this one. I think they just got them all out of the way with Brody.
Why would you say this?
Because
Why
what I
would
was
you
going
do
to
this
say,
to me?
because what I was going to say is they must have just saved them all for Brody and Seymour, which is, you know what? We can tell everybody home this. Obviously, I've had if anybody does follow me on social media, I have had my issues this morning with internet. So we were supposed to be on the first 3 games, so I think it just happened to them because of that reason. You can always blame me. I think that's always the sensible decision.
Yeah, that is always a sensible decision, but enough of blaming Ton and back into the battle zone. You can see the control is starting up as Law Gaming will be trying to get out of it, and Too Real just trying to stay alive. This is a little bit of dodge, and he stays with it as well. Yuli with the cover, and they're straight into B.
Good start. That's what you want. High Rise obviously is their playground right now. Too Real trying to get something done here on the outside. Thieves might have choked that one. Looks like they may be just pushing through the middle of the map, actually. It seemed as if they were willing to give that one up, but they find a kill on the outside. Will start to reposition themselves to try and do something about it. Next couple of kills, very, very important. Oh, they're all dead. They're all dead.
They've cleared it up, and this is where you can really hammer them here. Yuli going to be looking for anybody off the respawn. Unfortunately, they've all come out of the right window. He's not got anybody. 3 down as well. They will be looking behind them because they haven't found him. You can already see some of Thieves are turning around. He needs to stay alive at this point and help his team get out of that spawn. A 5-streak for him as well. A cruise missile dangling in the wind. Can he grab it? No, not with that movement. Down he falls. And now, unfortunately, Thieves have the lock.
Oh, that's tough for Law. It turns from a 4 dead on Thieves into you being near spawn 20 seconds later. Incredible work from Thieves to find those gunfights from the unfavorable position that they found themselves in, and then force their way forward. Law now stuck in between, well, literally a rock and a hard place. 2 ticks over towards B will not be deemed a good enough attack.
Yeah, start up the trumpets, play the violins. We are singing this one into the deep because Law Gaming cannot really break that 20-yard line. Back and back they go. Nobody out. Eventually, Too Real will try and dive into this point for the last 6 seconds. Has to go for it. Will be in here. Will there be enough bodies to keep him alive? No. The nade will take him down. 2.4 seconds left, and Ghosty will kill the last player with any hope of getting in. And just 2 ticks there in the end for Law after a great start.
Yeah, that's a tough one, especially when you had the 4 dead. You're inside of B, and they tried to maybe go for the kill a little bit too much. It's one that maybe look back on later, irrelevant of what happens in this map, or in this series, and say to themselves, right, we could have done more there. But hindsight is a wonderful thing, and we will be heading into round number 2, but that was an opportunity there from Law and the attacking side of things. They'll now move over towards defense, and we'll see what Thieves have got to try and take down A and B. You push over towards B, more than likely to kick things off, but curveball from Thieves wouldn't go amiss.
Lots of nades, lots of trophies, everybody throwing everything down B Street. The Law Gaming just want to make sure they don't do anything silly on this break, keep the defense up and try to punish them. You've got to remember, on their attack, only 2 ticks. That could prove crucial. We usually see teams manage to get B at the very least on this.
Good shots coming in from Cramp. That's what they need to do. 2 ticks in over towards B would be an absolute bonus for Thieves. Anything else they can work on, then they will have defense priority so far after 2 rounds if they can get a hold of it. Kill's starting to go the way, though, the side of Law. Starting to lock in a little bit more map control, which is absolutely paramount when it does come down. High-rise control. Too Real up top, sitting at 2 and 6. We have seen better from him so far. Can we see that right now? Drops down. Can he find the second? Doesn't need to. Teammate is there. Still, solid map control here from Law.
They have it at the moment, but they have it and they've lost it. Kremp has broken through. Slaps the reload in. Looks for another. There's 4. 5 is just on the cusp. Pulex will get away, but they are starting to get angles onto him as well. Too Real is going to be here. Kremp trying to get this health back. Is there anyone to help him keep alive? He finds the kill as well. Kremp still going.
What
That is
on earth?
unbelievable. A 6 streak for him in the end. And now they are putting them on fire. They're on the A point here, 100 Thieves. That first tick will go in. They have the lives, they have the time, and they are already putting even more hurt on Law Gaming.
Fine, I'll do it myself from Kremp. Absolutely putting the head down. B was locked in, 2 ticks over towards A. This might be done and dusted. What have Law got to bring to the table here? The answer is not a whole lot. 100 Thieves. What an attacking round. Kremp the Catalyst. Fantastic work down B Street. Opens it completely by himself. And that is the round. They just never look back from there. 2-0 up in the control. And respawns are looking so strong for Thieves, but Law need to see a lot more. If they do want to see a map number 5, they're going to have to find 2 in a row if they don't turn this map around.
Well, you got to say, realistically, the biggest issue there for Law was not able to deal with Kremp, and I don't mean the first few kills. They knew where he was. They couldn't get him out. And got to give credit as well to the rest of Thieves. They covered him. They made sure he would not go down. It was not an easy kill for them to make, and it all fell apart. For Law, they have to have that mental switch in their brain now, saying, right, ignore those last 2 rounds, play our game, we need this attack desperately.
Ridiculous shots from Turiel to try and open something up towards B. I think to try and put testament on what you just said there, though, Brycey, Law did have an opportunity in round number 1. They did have that potential to find something in their attacking round as well. Did they quite fumble, or did Thieves do really well? I think it's a bit of both, but irrelevant of that. Law know they have the potential to win the attacking round. They then go back over towards defense, lock it down a bit tighter. We could be very quickly heading to a round number 5 here in control. We know how fast opinions and momentum can change on this game mode, but right now they're locked in their spawn, so that's not looking too likely.
The blender is on. The bananas are being added. It could be a Law smoothie. Fortunately, a few kills here could break them out, but JodaSeeds wants to lock them back in. No turn and burn for him. A big fight going on now towards it is Ghosty looking for the players trying to slip out of the net. Paulx chasing him down. Ghosty will fall. Paulx can stop this clock. He can keep hope alive, but for how long? JodaSeeds has his scent. Is hunting him down. There's more bodies. Paulx will fall as well. The rest of Law Gaming have taken this opportunity to maybe break out of it at the same time. Arsenes falls as well, though. Yuli for the trade. More players pouring into this point.
Need to get something done here, though, if you are Law. 2-0 down, 19 seconds on the clock. B is ticking in very, very quickly, but you offer yourself up far too easily if you're Uli. Here comes the rest of Thieves. Everybody on Law very much dead.
And there was a tiny glimmer of hope in the clouds here, but Law Gaming, they have fallen, they have fell. This is over as the spawn trap is on for the last 5 seconds, and nobody can teleport, not even Paulx. And that'll be a 3-0 on the control. Thieves have just blown them out of the water.
Slapped them across the face there, didn't they? Irrelevant of the search and destroy. It does not matter. Thieves get the job done ever so quickly here in control and regain the lead of the series in the blink of an eye. And that is a sucker punch towards Law, who, round number 1, hey, look, things were looking promising. A bit of a slow start. You find a 4 dead, you find nothing from it. After that, you get spawn trapped. After that, you get spawn trapped. It seems to have been the theme. Really, really good job coming through from Thieves, though. You want to give them absolute credit. But Law, once again, like map number 1, kind of had their opportunities to get themselves in a good position on the map, to get themselves in a better position in this series. Yes, okay, they are very much still in it with 2 maps to play, but plenty of work to do.
We will see. We've been singing a song about how we thought this might go. Respawns, Thieves, S&D's Law. The issue facing Law now, of course, is that there is another respawn before the S&D. Can they find the hard point? Can they take this to map 5? And you are right. In that control, there were opportunities. But that opportunity, one of the biggest opportunities in round 1, was they actually got a 4-man wipe and they got locked in their spawn just 20 seconds later. That kind of thing can't happen if you want to take this next respawn.
Cannot let that happen. That's your opportunity. That is your moment to be able to do something in that map. You find the attacking round. Okay, you lose the next 2. You still have opportunities, right? You extend it. Look, I think hindsight's also a wonderful thing, but those are the moments where you want to be able to make those opportunities count. You are going up against CDL teams. You're going up against a team who finished the top 4 at champs. If they make a misstep, if they give you an opportunity, you need to make sure it count, and you make it count, and they didn't. So things change ever so slightly now in this series. We will be heading into a map number 4. Law will find themselves behind, but the pressure of what happened in map number 2 will absolutely be on Thieves' shoulders here, because they will be heading into this map knowing that they will be favorites. They will be favorites to close out this series. But you want to avoid a map 5 search and destroy against Low Gaming. Based on what happened in map number 2, you do not want to see that mode.
That's very true. But destiny is in their own hands. That's the key here. Make no mistake about it. All they've got to do is do what they've been so good at so far. And even then, you can just feel the tenseness in the shoulders there for Thieves. This game has not been easy for them, although the respawn there wasn't too bad. But they aren't underestimating Law Gaming, and neither should anybody else. Get your head right, get into the game, and make sure you play correctly. Any slip up at this stage in the tournament could be a nightmare. These groups are stacked, and everybody wants to make it out.
Let's see how things do indeed break down on this map specifically. It is an opportunity though for Law once again. Their hard point is not bad whatsoever. We've seen them in map number 1, Bryce. I'm trying to theorize here in terms of how they're going to find a route through. They had a fantastic start to map number 1. Then they somewhat faltered after that. Can they bring something different to the table here? But Thieves, look, I mean, Joe Deceives, he had that interview with Miles, says the team cohesion is very much there. It's got better over the little break in between Champs and EWC. And that is really being shown here, especially in maps 1 and 3. We head into map number 4. We head into a Vista. 5-7 record for the side of Thieves. It is not their best map by any stretch of the imagination. Can Law turn this one around here?
Well, not off this start. Not yet. Gonna try and break back in. 2Real and Arsty's getting a couple. Ghosty finding 2Real as well. Still, not a lot of pressure on the hill here for Law. They will try and fight through it. You can see them just throwing themselves into the gunfights, but one by one, and not winning a gunfight is not going to help either.
It's not the start you want. Having a look at the stats there, Brycey, just to try and getting some more information on how Law are going to play this. They were actually 2-0 over Champs on this map specifically, but that bad start will not help them at all. They will manage to find some decent rotation over towards P2 and a little bit of scrap time from P1. But that's already a chunk of damage done.
Rotation hasn't gone quite their way yet either, though. Perfect nade there. Takes him off the time. Kremp now going to have to go for it himself. Not got as many reinforcements as he was like. Paul X finds a kill. Kremp not able to get it. That stun just throws him off a little bit. And RCC gets one as well. Players fighting over it. And Uli will get that kill. And what could have been bad for Law has gone their way so far.
Now in a good position to get some good time at P2, though. 30 seconds to go, and you would very much take the lead. Still very early doors here in the Vista, but Paul X is deciding to turn up. There's 3 in a row, all on his own. Can now start working on a rotation over towards P3. That means Law now will be in a very, very good spot. 15 seconds to go here over towards P1, and it's time that Low Gaming should be able to find.
This is what they want. This is about the transition. Look at how Thieves have put themselves on this map. They are covering the angles. They've given up a little bit of map control. They've pushed themselves right back for this hill, but they want to catch the players in the corners. They've got him so far. Ghosty's got 2. Kremp trying to get his cover fire. Hasn't been able to. Ghosty, though, not going to get it either. And they combined and breaking. What was a good start for Thieves is no longer. Players spawning out. Law Gaming are swarming towards the point, but they have to get past Nasty.
Yeah, Nasty's holding this down. Joe Deceives is alongside of him, trying to do his best. Ghosty coming in off the respawn, but is the damage already done? Look at the spin from Joe. 2 out of absolute nothing, and they just about hold the fort. Oh my god.
Players moving a little bit mad here at the time, but 100 Thieves still absorbing this pressure, still winning just enough gunfights to keep this hill on them. For Law Gaming, they actually have a little bit of the better spawn now towards the back, ready for this next hill. And Thieves are trying to remedy it. They are hitting towards the back at the same time. Kremp trying to put bullets on the Uli. It hasn't worked out. Nasty to reinforce with Joe Deceives. But they don't know where the players are. They've got to wait for reinforcements. Not enough players here to make a difference as Joe Deceives will fall.
Incredible performance from Joe there, though, specifically on that hill. Those 2 kills may well have resulted in just a great amount of time for Thieves. Ghosty waiting for the push to come through. Doesn't actually. Eventually does. Uli will find one. Gets taken down. Rotation for Thieves will be there. So crucial that they held down to those spawns as well, Brycey. Keeping a hold of this side of the map, especially for the rotation over towards P4. Paramount if you want to find some good time. And there is plenty of more good time still to be found here. 30 seconds to go. Thieves, if they take all of this, their lead will be touching 80.
A little bit of pressure towards the back here. Nasty doesn't want to get himself killed. Nasty takes a little bit of a love tap, but it's not enough as Ghosty comes to the rescue. Ghosty once again just teasing the corner here. Just trying to play the time a little bit with them. You can see everybody throwing a few shoulders. Eventually they'll be left alone as we head over towards Bridge. Benefit for Law Gaming this time. They are there. There isn't really a contest. No one towards the back. They can lock this down for some serious points.
I quite like that from Law, though. You know, they put the pressure on. They find a couple of kills over towards P4. But they don't try and push for it. They very much concentrate on what was going on over towards the new hill. Arcity backs down, helps his teammates out. In a nice setup here for Law momentarily. They lost a couple of bodies, but they could do a hold in the hill.
Arcity needs to make a big kill there. Has done as well, but no reinforcements to keep him covered while he is weak. And down he falls as well. Still in control here, though, Law Gaming. You'll be up top. Pre-fire on a Krem will win the gunfight. More players stacking up. 2 real towards the top of the bridge. 3 players sitting in towards P1 there for Thieves. And eventually they come away for it, looking for that last player as Arcity with a gunfight on the Nasty. Reaching them, pulling them out of the fire. And for Law Gaming, they should be able to just get this scrap time away as we concentrate towards P1.
Yeah, they pick up the majority of the time over towards the bridge hard point, although saying that, Thieves, the final 8 seconds maybe leaves a sour taste in the mouth of Law Gaming, who did a really, really good job over towards that hill. Now P1 rotations coming through. This is one of the P1s you can't pick up a lot of time on. Rio wasn't typically one of them. Law Gaming did a good job there. Can they manage to find a break back through here on Vista?
Well, they're trying to. More gunfights flying in, but the same old story. You've probably read it before. Thieves winning those fights. And for Law, with 38 seconds left to go, they will try and swing this again. Players on the flank. Arcity just hit it as well. Paulex will get a massive kill there as well, giving them the advantage in these next few gunfights. Arcity finds it and cleans it up. Kremp trying to bail this boat out, but isn't going to be able to do enough with 24 seconds left. Thieves will fight for this one more time, but they also have players towards mid ready for the rotate.
Having a little look at this. That gap is still quite substantial, though. Will take a full 60 pretty much for Law Gaming to get themselves back into it. And is that maybe on the cards here over towards P2? They had some good success in the first rotation over towards this hill after a very poor start. They will gonna kind of go even throughout P1. They need some decent success here down towards the lower side.
Oh, this is a big fight. Arcity's trying to stay alive. He knows there's a bit of pressure around with him, and he goes straight for it. Not able to get it, but look at the mini-map here. Reinforcements from Law Gaming are a little bit closer. They're taking mid-control. 2 real will go down to Joe Steves. Yuli will trade out as well. Both players pouring into this point. Who comes out on top? Paulex with 3! That who wins the gunfight. And they have 30 seconds left to make this an almost tied game. But they will have to fight one more time and think about the rotation.
Oh my word, if from a third point of view there, that looked ridiculous from Paul. I wouldn't even want to dare what it looked like over towards his first person point of view. My God, Law Gaming, for all that Paul good work come through, have managed to not hold on towards P2 and now being forced just back just a little bit. Find a couple of kills here if you're Thieves. Now you're forcing Law back further and further. Thieves now setting themselves up for some good time potentially over towards P3. They found some good time on the first rotation. Can they break the 200-point mark here?
Everything's gone quiet. Yuli tried to find the route forward and calls it perfectly on the Joe Steves. Trying to stay alive. Will fall to Kremp. Players towards the back here for Law Gaming. They're coming up the stairs. Both sides as well. Nasty. No, she's in a little bit of trouble. Spinning. Not winning this time, though. Law win the trade and break. A great break from them.
That's a break, a brilliant break. They managed to find that over towards that hill, and now they have control, potentially for P4 as well. But we've got 25 seconds to play for here. Somebody has slept in that. That's going to be Ghosty Kremp waking alongside of him as well towards the backside. Paulex needs to pull off some magic once again.
He's waiting. He's looking forward. He's not able to win that chow either. More players coming through. 2 real will be here. Gonna check the corner, finds it, back onto the point for 10 seconds. The fight for next could very well be where this is all decided. You can see already Thieves are locked in, but Arcees has found just a small little opportunity. They've pushed them away. The reinforcements for Law are on the other side of the map. This is going to be a nightmare.
Oh, that was a big kill that come through from Too Real. Nasty was about to find a massive flank, but Krem can find one through the front door as well, and all of a sudden Arcees left all on his own and he's dead. Uli will find one. The reinforcements for Low Gaming are very much there quickly. There will be a second from Uli. Paul X, he'll get gun. Nasty finds two. Both these two teams scrappy over this one so far. My God, Nasty finds another. Neither one want to give an inch on this hill.
They don't. Nasty, last time around on this hill, just stayed alive, would not give them anything. And if Low Gaming had got it, we would certainly be talking about a very different narrative. But Nasty will eventually fall. Too Real doing just enough work. 18 seconds. As we hit the hot feet towards the other side of the map, Arcees with a huge win. It gives Law an opportunity, just a chance to get something going here on this rotation. The bodies are not with him. Arcees playing his life out towards the back. He knows he has to hold this as Too Real goes to work in the middle. Can they fight back from this point? Already, Thieves are across the 200-point mark.
Yeah, but they have closed the gap here. Low Gaming down to around 30. That is not the end of the world. That is achievable. Can they manage to close that gap further? Thieves now in control of the point. 45 seconds to go. They can just about win it here. Bricey, a full 40 over towards the bridge will be quite difficult though with the positioning coming through from Law, but still Thieves soaking up time.
Paul X finds one. Get him back off the point. Ghosty backpedaling. Now stun checked. Has to get away from it. EWC flying over the top of the rival 9, but it's not going to be good enough. Ghosty just contesting, fighting into the water of it, and Ghosty wins that with the MCW. You thought it was Law Gaming. They had the opportunity to convert that into some good times, but Law could not find the final kill.
Still plenty of crucial time to be playing over here. 10 seconds or so is a massive difference if it goes over towards Thieves, especially. Law could close that gap. They're not going to be able to. Thieves are going to find themselves less than 20 points away. P1 control absolute from them. Law Gaming need to find a break. Thieves need 18 seconds.
And here they go. Arcees will have to commit. Finds one. Looks for the second. Drills him out of the point. And that's what they needed. The rest of Law now running to reinforce Arcees, who has made just enough kills here to break them back into P1. Too Real looking for kills on the outslay. Not going to find them. Players going out towards the flanks as well. Paul X dancing on them in the end. EWC will fall. 35 seconds left onto this point, and Law Gaming are throwing every bullet they've got at it. They still need a hold. They still need to rotate, but hope is alive in the breast of Law Gaming.
Every single huge gunfight they had to win, they managed to win, but now the Thieves are managing to come back into this one. 13 seconds away. They can win it here at P1.
They certainly can. Law, they were sitting pretty for so long, but they were so far behind. Back into the hill. Nasty looking for it as well. Hasn't won that gunfight. They've still got it. 7 seconds to go. Thieves cannot win on that hill. It has to be a rotation. Already Too Real looking, hunting for the players. He must know he's here. Finds the first. Not the turn and burn. Too many bodies. Uli will now fly onto the point. A 1v1 as he gets it. And still alive here for Law Gaming.
Paul X finds a massive gunfight in the middle of the map as well. They can now lock this down. Now it's one more opportunity for Thieves to try and find a push through. They've got to find tough gunfights, and they've got to find them fast.
Holding though. Thieves have the numbers. It's technically a 2 versus 3. Reinforcements streaming in from them as well, and that's a wipe. It does not end with a Cinderella story. Too Real will try and find it, but too many bodies, too little opportunity, and they have put them out. Thieves win it in the end. A hard point, but not an easy one. Will give them the W in this situation.
Fantastic performance from Thieves in what could be a bit of a banana skin series. They get their job done. And that was a tough one in map number 4. That was a map that not necessarily fantastic for the side of Thieves. They get the job done anyway. For Law Gaming, that's one they'll have to walk away and lick their wounds on, because there was potential in every single one of the respawns to try and get something done. But it will eventually be Thieves. The CDL team get the job done against the Challengers boys, but a very, very good series, Bryce.
And just for a second, just for a minute, there was just an opportunity. You have to give them credit, though. Realistically, Law Gaming fought back like tigers to get that one close to the line. But outnumbered in that last challenge, 2 versus 3, they couldn't hold all the angles on P2, and eventually they fell. But what a fantastic hard point from both sides. What a fantastic series. And as we go through the incredible replays from that one as well. It certainly lived up to its hype.
Yeah, absolutely did. I think there will be massive disappointment from Law, to be honest with you. I think, as I kind of alluded to throughout, that there was opportunities. Map number 1, they had a decent lead. They put themselves in good positions, not just quite executing when it come down to the holds. Map number 2 was obviously fantastic. Their search and destroy absolutely does not need work. You got a really good example as to why they were so good at Challengers Champs with that one. Their 10-1 record, very much improved on if we're going to count these stats inside of it as well. But the control, poor. I think, you know, you had that opportunity in round number 1 to at least extend it, then you get 3-0 after finding 4 dead on the attacking round in a really good position. Look, I think, you know, maybe clutching at straws for a map win based off that, realistically, but map number 4, very, very close game. Low Gaming had their opportunities, but just a bit of a mountain to climb. They were finding themselves, I think 80 points behind was the worst they got it to. In the end, I think they lose by about 20 or 30. So a tough one, you know, you just don't have those bad couple of hills in the middle. There was, I mean, it's all ifs, buts, and maybe when it comes down to Call of Duty, right? It's not necessarily cut and dry of how you win a series or something like that, but there was opportunities there, Brycey, and they will know that.
Yeah, they certainly will as well. And one of the players to highlight for that series, Joe Deceives. Had a great time all the way through it as well. And 33, 34, and 18, I think on that first map, it was a huge score he put forward and always going to be one of the catalysts of this team. Just seems to always be where they need him, Ton.
Yeah, he's an incredible player. Look, we've only seen Joe really at the top of the game for around a year and a half now. And the kid's impressed me from the word go. Super humble guy as well, and just really starting to get into his rhythm as a pro Call of Duty player, and is very much one to watch for the future. But really good win for Thieves. Wonder where it puts him in the bracket.
Well, let's have a little look then and see how it's all playing out so far in our wonderful bracket here at the Esports World Cup. Now, we've had a few results flying in. It does give us the opportunity to start populating a little bit. In this Group D bracket, though, you can, of course, see Thieves take down Law Gaming 3-1. Alana FaZe and Team Falcons is currently ongoing. And I wish I could give you a score update, but I don't have it. I believe Alana FaZe won the first map.
Yeah, not too much of a surprise. That's a big step up for Falcons, right? A first game coming in against a CDL level team, and it's Atlanta FaZe. A tough one to say the least. And jury will be out on Falcons, you know, for their qualification coming in here as the team to represent the region in the Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia. And let's see how they do with that. But yeah, tough one to come in up against Thieves. The loser of that game goes on to play Low Gaming, though. That one will be a super interesting game. I think that one's our last game of the night, Brycey, so that should be an interesting one.
All right, we'll have to see how it all plays out. But of course, we're still just in the opening few games here at the Esports World Cup. Don't go anywhere, though. If you want more Call of Duty action, they will be all coming to your screens. We're going for a quick break, and we'll see you right after this.
something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We have our next game just on the horizon, creeping ever closer. And this one's a big one because it's our first elimination match of the day. The loser of this ton goes home.
Yeah, it should be a super interesting game. We're getting to those elimination games, Pricey, which get a little bit scary now, doesn't it? This whole thing, yeah, okay, you're into GSL and things look really good. And yeah, okay, I love this format. You don't love this format when you've already lost a game. That's the problem. You're heading into this second series, and this is really where things do get very interesting. It's of course going to be Bansenko going up against G2. Super interested to see how this one goes, Bryce. It should be a very close game.
Well, that's what we are foretelling for it as well, but who knows? General Mates didn't look terrible in their game, but neither did G2, although it was a 3-0 that they got knocked down into this position. Realistically, pressure's now mounting. They've gone a long way. They've put in the prep. They've been waiting for this tournament. To go out on day number one would be a bitter blow.
And I think for both these two teams, they will look at it as a winnable game. I think, you know, if you're G2, you're going up against one of the Challengers teams who have had a bit of an up and down year. Look, we've casted over these guys plenty of times in the European region and Challengers. There's kind of been an amalgamation of rosters over the entirety of the season for Gentle Mates, but realistically speaking, they are still a very solid team with plenty of experience, Bryce, and that is going to mean a lot in the series in terms of that experience. I mean, how much of it is there? Bans, Denza, Harry, been around for years and years, and Cobra on the come up as well. A very solid pickup for the roster, but we have major event winners in this roster here, Brycey. They know exactly what they have to do at this kind of stage, and they've got a hell of a coaching team behind them as well, Bryce.
They do, but is it enough? That is the question. This is not a minor tournament. This is not just another day of scrims. The biggest and baddest are here to play at the Esports World Cup, and you find yourself in the position where if you lose, your key gets crushed and you are gone from the event. General Mates will not want that to happen. They will be relying on all that veterancy to get them through.
But again, to kind of allude to their opponent just a little bit as well, you know, this is a roster that a lot of the Challengers teams would have looked at throughout the entirety of the season in the side of now G2 Esports, of course, and sort of said to themselves, right, okay, look, these are a lot of players who we've went up against for years and years and years. What can they do that we can't? And this is their opportunity to prove that they can come in against a team like G2 Esports, of course, formerly Minnesota Rocker. What can these guys do up against a squad who did have their struggles over the season?
They have. That is true. But the question is, it's not the path that defines them. It's what happens right now. You are right, not a great run from them, but maybe some redemption time. Is it possible? Is it plausible? Is it realistic that they can make a run here to upset the general consensus?
Well, it is realistic. You know, when you look at how these two teams kind of seasons went, both of them have had up and down moments, but they will all know each other very well. They've all played against each other multiple times. They will know each other's game very well. We talk about in terms of the experience against each other, in terms of the experience, the VOD, etc. All these teams will know each other. This is not a weird one where you're going up against, like, for instance, Phaser playing up against Falcons. They'll never, ever have played up against them. So it's maybe something a little bit different. But for these guys, they played against each other for years. This is another series that is kind of one that you come to expect, and nothing out of the ordinary for either one of these two teams.
Well, let's find out, though, what the world has in store for us, because only time can tell us as we load into this first hard point. Just to remind you again, if you are unfamiliar with what is happening, this is a GSL-style group. It basically is a mini bracket within the group. You have to win 2 games before you lose 2 games. These two teams have already lost 1. Meaning that the loser of this game is eliminated from the competition. The winner will get another chance to play again and try to get those wins on the board. But pressure has mounted for these two. All the way out here, all the hype, all the excitement, all the practice and all the scrims. It comes down to these next 5 maps as we will say goodbye to one of them.
Yes, all of that travel. It's nice to see that anybody on the North American content has actually had to do some traveling. Pricey. You know, it doesn't happen very often. It doesn't happen very often. We haven't had to do any traveling here, actually, candidly. But, you know, we usually would have a nice little whinge about it. Pricey, they get a bit of our medicine, so to speak.
Yeah, they certainly do. But speaking of medicine, right now, G2 seem to have taken theirs, but a little bit of a flurry into this one as Linz is looking for the third. It goes for the wrong angle and gets cut down. Reinforcements from General Mates do pile in, but not enough. And it will be one of these two teams that we say goodbye to, and that'll start coming into play at some point with the mental game.
Yeah, 100%. I think, you know, both these two squads, the pressure really is now on. Doesn't matter if you're from challengers, new rosters, whatever. You do not want to be going out in this kind of position. But I believe this should be a very, very good game. Looking at these two rosters on paper, it should be very interesting to see how things do transpire. P2 rotations start to come in here, though, on the side of G2. In a good spot themselves now as Gentlemates trying to find a break back from the lesser side, if you want to say that. Accuracy finding a couple with the cuts coming through. Diamondcon with one in the middle of the map as well. So good start so far from G2. Gentlemates trying to get themselves back into this and just trying to find the rotation over towards P3.
One of the criticisms from their last game was a little bit slow in the play style, and they've given them so much time on the P2 here, really not had an opportunity to really break in and take the points away from them. G2 now crossing the 50-point mark. And eventually, some scrap time. But even now, Gentlemates have not committed to getting onto the point they do, and they die.
I think they're being maybe a little bit precautious for P3 rotation, which is coming in very, very shortly. I want to lose anything over towards that side. So that now becomes a little bit of an issue that G2 are going to have to try and deal with, but dealing with it very, very easily. Harry gets wiped out, and all of a sudden, Gentlemates have nobody but Denza there who can do plenty. Finds two, spawns towards the back, in for Gentlemates. Good opportunity for some good time here.
And they need it. Denza looking for the player who's done the jump around the back. You can see Estriel has found it. Now in towards the point, looking for everybody. Finds one. Only one, though. The rest of his team's full. Finds a second, but not enough. His teammates needed a trade there to make it viable for him.
Oh, my God.
And yeah, that was kind of crazy by Linz. But at the moment, Gentlemates still in a bit of driving position, but they do have to get these points.
French compatriots going up against each other, and Linz and Cobra. So that'll be gunfights they'll be looking for every single time. Gentlemates will get the beneficial side of things when it does come over towards P3. They're not in too bad of a spot. Fighting over the scrap time, though, and rotation over towards P4 has just been a wide open door that G2 Esports can walk through, but Cobra will find two. And Accuracy, he will have found his way here, but he's very much alone. There's absolutely no way.
Those bursting through the doors can throw people off just a little bit, and that's kind of what happened here. But Gentlemates have taken the lead, and right now they're sitting in a very nice position. You can already see G2 starting to stack, starting to percolate around this point, ready for the break. Harry just waiting for the first person. That is awful timing, but his teammates get the kill for him anyway. They know there are players still on the hill, one remaining. Harry goes for the chow. Estriel will get it, but too many players from Gentlemates as Cobra is on a 7 streak.
Starting to heat it up. Seeing those gunfights going in up against Linz. Lost a crucial one, but will start to win a few more that are going very much in Gentlemates' favor. So there you go. That's a Predator missile underneath their belts. That's 13 more seconds going to go their way as well. Very, very good hold. Coming in from Gentlemates, make it a 9 spree, 10 spree for Cobra. We've got to be in his POV right now. He's absolutely frying.
There's 11, not going to get 12, though, as he will fall, but that is where they have fought back.
He's still alive.
Undying. Cobra, oh, I thought he'd gone down, but no, Cobra on 10. And he's calling in the cruise missile.
Yep.
The rest of his team have cleared them out. This will get them off the respawn. This will all be information for them to push forward if they can. Harry will find one as he swings it wide and still gets Estriel. Somehow still alive. And they are just sucking up the time here. Bant's eventually left alone. Cobra will fall, but damage might be done.
A lot of damage done. It's a 50-point lead now off the back of Cobra. Absolutely sending it. His brother Gataga, like just a legend in EU Call of Duty, trying to fill what are very, very big shoes in this legendary Call of Duty roster. When you look at some of the names, they are very much in a good position here at the one rotation of hills. 10 seconds to go here over towards the bridge, and it's still Gentlemates in control of the game. G2 Esports managing to get a little bit of scrap time. Some really good shots coming in from Diamondcon, but they will go into a second rotation. They all find themselves substantially behind.
All is not lost though. 40 points is plausible and possible here on P1. They have the control. They've spread out. They're holding the angles as well. You can see Gentlemates trying to find some egress into it as well, but DiamondCon flies into them. No setup for you, no stacking, no hope. 3 of them fall with nothing to answer for. And G2 Esports, they were behind, but DiamondCon has lit a fire with a 6 streak, and they are now just piling into them.
And I think a criticism of Gentlemates there, it felt like they were waiting for the perfect opportunity to find that break. Sometimes you just got to send it, and they did not over towards P1. They've now been flipped out. P2 rotations not in their favor. P3 spawns are not in their favor. And Back's now, all of a sudden, against the wall. G2 Esports just demolished that lead that was belonging to Gentlemates. They've now taken the lead. They were on 40 behind heading into P1.
Perfect, and this is where it didn't go great for Gentlemates last time. Very slow to break this and didn't get an awful lot of time. It was P3 and P4 where they made the difference, all off the back of Cobra. They will not want to repeat that mistake again. Harry will find one, but he is alone as his teammates are back into the respawn. The same story again. G2 Esports back in the lead one more time.
Gentlemates will not be stressing about it too much yet. A lot of their good work was done P3, 4, and then a decent one at 5. Let's see if they can do something over towards that latter stages of this rotation. But right now, they're trying to get themselves back over towards P2. 25 seconds to play for. Linz finds 2, and it's Estriel to find another. I thought Linz was about to follow up with his 3rd, but will get the job done. G2 Esports holding on to P2 very, very well.
Trying to look for it as well, and it's the same story again. Gentlemates really just not having a lot of success over P2. It's a little bit slow, it's a little bit pinch heavy. But they've sacrificed a lot here and don't have the rotation for P3. That fight has not gone their way as Bance gets traded out. But Cobra flies into accuracy. Still the better spawn here for G2. They have the opportunity to push them back. Gentlemates desperately trying to get their reinforcements in a fighting position. But with nades bouncing around, I don't even know who won that gunfight down low. I think it was Denza.
Denza managed to find a nade, and now he's actually went for the cut over to try and get the spawn player. So Estriel's going to be dealt with. Big heads up play coming in from Denza. Now has some backup, has the cuts that he needs. Cobra will find the gunfight. One player has slipped the net. Oh, that was Linz. He gets dealt with. What a break by Gentlemates. Fantastically done.
And they had to get in there at that point as well. 30 seconds left. It could have pushed G2 over that 200-point mark. Cobra going for the chow. That is a 4-man wipe. But keep an eye on the minimap. DiamondCon has slipped the net, but not enough. Harry has found him. They are in the driving seat. The engine is switched on, and the throttle bodies are revving. But Gentlemates will now have to hold. G2 Esports are here in force, and Harry is outnumbered.
Yeah, Cobra maybe just overheating through the middle of the map. He pushed really, really far forward. Didn't have any cuts. He was just sort of sitting over towards P1. Loses a little bit of control for Gentlemates over towards the spawn. They get broken, and G2 Esports, the door was wide open for them, and they skipped through it. Now have themselves about a 20-point lead and rising control over towards P4. And remember, this is where Gentlemates really did start to extend the game out. They had themselves a good lead heading in over towards the bridge. They need to find a break here.
They're looking for it. Comes the stack again. It's always going to be narrow when you're facing this spawn as well. Accuracy in the corner will find one. Easily in the end, the pre-fire comes through. Players both sides as Estriel just cleans it up. And with Cobra's going to be there, he wants to chow for this time. He knows he has to. Can't afford to give away 20 seconds. Unfortunately, he will be flanked and taken down by Linz. They will now hedge their hopes, their bets, and their dreams on this bridge rotation.
I'm going to find themselves around 50 or 60 points behind by the time they get there, though. And it's a hard one to hold for that amount of time. Originally, when Vista came in, a lot of people thought that this could have been a money hill, if you like, but it's a very difficult one to find. Cruise missile came in. I presume that was from the side of G2, and DiamondCon doesn't find anything, but has it caused enough disruption? The answer, well, by the looks of things from Cobra, says no. Should be a 4th kill coming in from Bance as well. Doesn't matter. DiamondCon can find 2 off the back of that. So all of a sudden, potential break here for G2. They need 25 points.
DiamondCon continuing to move forward as well, looking for the players off the respawn. Harry will take him down, but right now Gentlemates cannot get back into this hill. G2 are just keeping the pressure on them and keeping them away. Cobra has to wait for his life to come back before he rechows, desperately throwing bullets away as his teammates try to get in, but Estriel finds 2, Linz finds another, and every time you think Gentlemates can do something, G2 prove they are a cut above. 13 seconds left to go, and surely they cannot just end it here.
Denza trying to find a way through. He cannot. 5 seconds to go. and Gentlemates are nowhere to be seen. G2 Esports put their foot down and never look back. Map number 1 goes their way.
And G2 really took them to task. They were behind by 60 points and then never really gave them an opportunity to get back into it. An unbelievable rallying cry from G2 to put Gentlemates down in the end. After that 10 streak from Cobra, they were a little bit absent.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. It felt like they took their time maybe a little bit too much over towards P1 to find a break that allowed DiamondCon to then get hold of the streak, and then things kind of snowballed from there. It was such a good start by the side of Gentlemates. They will be very, very disappointed to find themselves 1-0 down. How many times have we said that about some of the Challengers teams, though? This weekend so far, or this week so far, it's felt like they have good starts, and they may well take map number 1, or they may well lose it, but it always feels like they come out the gates firing. They've got something to prove, but they aren't able to quite get the job finished in map number 1 in particular. We will be heading into map number 2, and it will be G2 with a lead heading into Search and Destroy, which is an important thing to have. But Gentlemates will be disappointed that they couldn't have brought that one back.
Yeah, they certainly will, and you got to feel for them as well. I think realistically, you just have to be honest. G2 looked better. That is the honest truth. There was a P3 and a P4 in there that you said, hey, Gentlemates have done so well. Will they take this hard point? The truth is, P1, not great. P2, really quite disappointing from them.
Yeah.
Never able to break, never able to really contest it at any point. Bridge Hill was okay, but unfortunately, when it comes down to splitting hills, the numbers and the math was not on your side. And from a flurry from Cobra, the highlight of the game, just not good enough.
Yeah, I think realistically, though, for me, what I'll probably look towards if we had another look at it there was the second rotation. It was the rotation over towards P3, where Gentlemates actually managed to find a very, very nice break over towards that side. And then I don't want to blame him solely, because if it wasn't for him, they really were cooking. But I want to say that Cobra maybe overextended, give some spawns over towards the side of G2 that then allowed them to find a push over towards P4, maybe just a little bit too easily. You would have liked to see him find those kills, drop back, help his teammates out, or just hold the cuts. I think he was nearly past P2 at one stage and not give the spawns over potentially. But look, if we were to nitpick, that's maybe where I'd go with it. But realistically, a very decent showing from Gentlemates, but we'll have to show a little bit more if they want to continue here in EWC. But a really good job from G2 to bring that one back. You find yourself down, what was it, 50 or 60 points at one stage and win it fairly comfortably. So really good job from G2. They'll be feeling good about themselves heading into map number 2.
Yeah, they certainly will. The players obviously putting themselves in the right mental state for this next one, of course. But G2 will take that first little mental edge, knowing they've got one map of the 3 they need to continue in this tournament. For Gentlemates, though, I'm kind of actually watching them here on our other monitor to see what's going on. Not a lot of comment going on, not a lot of communications. Clearly not happy, and well, that makes a lot of sense, really. You've not managed to kind of cover yourself in glory in that first map time.
Yeah, I think it will. Look, it'll be disappointing from the sense of that they will look at this game as a winnable one for them. You know, it's an amalgamation of a couple of different teams from the CDL that didn't necessarily set anything on fire this year, especially, you know, when you look at Accuracy and Linz, the Minnesota team that showed promise for them, but weren't able to really convert it into anything. But for the side of Gentlemates, kind of a roster that had promise as well throughout the EU Challenger season, had a couple of moments, absolutely, but never able to take away the title, never really able to do a great deal on that side of things, never really able to cause too much issue when it did come down to line on the Challenger side. This is their last chance in MW3 to prove how good they are. And to prove, look, I mean, you made a fair point there before when we were talking about it in terms of you're proving to people that you can still very much hang at the top, or you can start to hang at the top. This is a big opportunity that teams don't usually get to show where they are towards the end of the season. And of course, we are not far away from October 25th, Brycey. A new game is going to be coming thick and fast.
It is. Looks like there's a bit of a conversation going on with the coaches there as well as we look back in onto Gentlemates. There is definitely some conversation going on the side of G2. And there's maybe just some settings going on as well. You can see the coach there at the back, just probably talking them through here. They've had a few minutes to kind of just settle their nerves and go forward. And if I was a man who could guess things correctly, I'd say this is about coming towards the end of the coach talk.
How do you deduce these things, Brycey? Was it because he walked away? Or was that, you know?
It might be. It might be. It's one of those. Sometimes it just comes to me like a vision almost.
Yeah, what an analytical mind you have.
Hey, not everybody can see something happening and tell people on stream that is happening. Anyway, speaking of happening, I believe the next map is starting as we do go into the S&D, and it will be Karachi between these two squads. Obviously, you do not want to go down 0-2 if you're General Mates. They'll be looking to get this one back onto it. Very subdued, though. During that little break we just had, a lot of movement, not a lot of team talk going through them. Might just be Bant, realistically. He does that the breathing exercises to keep the energy level rather than spike at times, but we will find out if that has worked.
So, Genomates over towards COD Challengers Champs were actually perfect on this map, but they only played it once, so how much you want to read into that, I'm not too sure. But Search and Destroy was probably their weakest mode, so the one here for the side of G2 Esports would really put them in a commanding position. They will feel as if they can do it, and how often have we seen this guy, Linz, light it up on Karachi specifically? Let's see if he can do it here up against Genomates in map number 2.
Pressure on both sides of the map as well. G2 have split it, and Linz will find that first blow onto Bants. Heading over towards it. Will he get the trade here? This is a little bit dangerous. Denza flying away, but Harry rescues him at 3 versus 2. Genomates do have the advantage, but that bomb is going down. With numbers, will they be able to retake?
Difficult one here. Now for the side of G2. Oh, accuracy if you could have found that kill, but still. For the side of Genomates, you're the ones who have to get something done here. They're hunting out. They want to try and get rid of accuracy first.
2 versus 2. Going against them here, and Cobra's been found as well. Accuracy will take this one easily in the end, but no, not able to quite get it now, fighting for his life. Cobra will get him. Just one player left, Diamond Con. All he has to do is play time. Denza flying over to see him, but hasn't found him at the right angle, and he will get him at the same time. That's a clutch. It's all done. Diamond Con will win that round. Runs away. Denza can't even find him. He's like, where'd he go?
Disappeared like a thief in the night. Gets away from it. Really good job from Diamond Con. Knows that the pressure probably was going to come in from Denza. Snaps onto the bomb and gets the player defusing. Just ran down enough time. That was the thing from accuracy. The gunfight from him wasn't quite as clean as we would like to see, but ultimately, waste more than enough time. And I think you're right. You know, we've seen a little bit of a view from Gentlemates in between the maps, Brycey, and they did look somewhat despondent. Heading into round number 2. That's a big round for G2 to find Gentlemates now onto the attacking side themselves.
Bit of mid control. Going straight through the mid here as well. Denza trying to find something, but Diamond Con finds him first. Vance looking to try and get something back here. Knows where at least one is. Timing not really on his side, but once that bomb back, goes back to a 3 versus 3 as Cobra picks up Linz. Everybody everywhere at the moment, though.
Accuracy will find Harry. It's a big gunfight to find. Cobra now rocking a hard place. Vance does find Diamond Con to even the odds somewhat. 2 versus 2 now. Difficult spots here for Gentlemates. They don't have the bomb whatsoever. Accuracy is going to get taken down though, making a 1 versus 2 now for Estriel. An easier situation now for the side of Gentlemates. Oh, that gunfight had to come off in their favor. Still don't have the bomb though for your Gentlemates here. If Estriel knows where it is, that's not a bad spot to be in.
Oh, he's trying to get out of it as well. Are they going around to find him? They are! Cobra will grab bomb and just run away though.
Yep.
I don't think Estriel knew. We're going to put this one down. You've got to remember, some of these maps have changed a little bit in the fact that nobody's using smokes right now. Estriel, that is a great fight. The bomb is going to be planted. Knows where he is. Cobra 1v1 versus Estriel, and Cobra will win it. The change to the Renetti does not pay. A 1v1 ties it up 1-1. But sweat must be starting to just crease onto the brow of Gentlemates because that was a little bit closer than it should have been.
Yeah, it was the problem for them is they lost the bomb in the middle of the map. So it was a bit of a difficult situation. They kind of had good positioning, so they didn't want to give that up, but they also need to get the bomb to make good use of that good positioning. But they get the round done anyway. Good job coming through from Gentlemates. They will secure that round 1 apiece here in the Search and Destroy. G2 Esports, what can you work on here on your attacking side? You had opportunities there in that last round. 1 versus 1 allows Gentlemates onto the board.
Heavy defense so far over towards B. Gentlemates have the bodies, but Denza has been taken out. Opportunities now for G2 Esports to jump onto it. They know where Bance is going to be. Do they know where Cobra is? Don't need to.
Bance didn't know where Linz was. Linz are back. 2 versus 3 in favor of G2. Make it now 3 versus 1. This should be a G2 round unless Harry can pull off a madness. Hold tight.
Finds the first. Another 1v1.
This would be for the 1 versus 3. This would be the 1 versus 3. Harry with the shots in. Estrel staying down.
Looking for him. This is a horrible fight to take. Estrel will hope to catch him sprinting. That's what he's waiting for. He knows he has to come towards him. Now he knows he's on the bridge. Looking for it. Harry wins the gunfight. Clutches up and takes it. Estrel had all the opportunities and all the positioning, but not the gun he done.
Problem is for Estrel, he's in that position where he has to be the reactionary. It's really about Harry. He has the positioning to dictate the gunfight. He can move in a couple of different directions. Estrel knows he can't move at all. And Harry will find the 1 versus 3. Gentlemen, it's very much in this one now. It was looking like a G2 round all day long. They let that one stumble away. I believe find themselves behind.
Well, let's see how this continues. And yeah, they will be very upset about it. On the attack here, Gentlemates looking for it. And they're going for B again. They're just leaving Bance playing the island, something he frequently will do in an S&D. Try to find a flank, try to find a player, try to find something. Lin's being very aggressive and taking top 3 control.
That's now a bit of a problem for Gentlemates. I think they've got an idea that he might be up there. Might have been spotted. You can see the positioning. I believe it's of Denza and Cobra. Yeah, they were the ones to spot him over there. Linz actually starts to get a little bit more defensive, getting away if he can. Look at the movement from Bance. Knows there's somebody there. Diamond Con was waiting for it. Bance could just smell blood in the water, but unfortunately it was his own. Estria will find another. This should be a round coming back here for G2 Esports.
Oh, making it look easy. And Harry now fighting from the back foot. A player has got past him there. COD timing in its finest. They will find Linz. Surely he can't clutch up again. No. Opportunity denied. Harry's on a 5 streak as well.
Wonderful work from the side of G2. Bringing this one back, but that previous round, that Harry 1 versus 3, hopefully it doesn't play on their minds too much, because it is something that can potentially linger. But never mind. I won't worry about that right now. 2-2. Close game between these two squads so far. Relatively close map number 1 until really it wasn't. The search and destroy back and forth at the moment.
Let's see how this one plays out though. Already, Nade's going down. Estrel will know that he's going to be in a gunfight very, very shortly as he tries to stay alive, but almost finds one as well. But no, a complete shutdown. Only accuracy left alone. 1 versus 4, and down he falls. Very quick round. Back to Gentlemates. Nothing much to break down there, Ton.
No, you know, if that gunfight's maybe even 1 against Cobra, then still in a difficult position. G2 not able to do a great deal there. Gentlemates put themselves in a good spot now.
That's what they were looking for. G2 tried to take control of mid-map, and as soon as that first grenade hit, the rest of Gentlemates said, all right, well, there they are. Throw in more, get them off kilter, and just throw bodies in for the trades. They didn't even really need the trades in the end. They just won all the gunfights, but advantage to them now in the S&D.
It has really been that way for the majority of the time. Feels like they're the ones finding those rounds to find this lead, and Linz is just going to be caught with his Bance down. Bance waiting for that one. Linz now left to watch, and 3 members of G2 having to take on Gentlemates. Gentlemates, as mentioned, statistically, at least at Challengers Champs, S&D was their weaker game mode. They're making it look pretty good here on Karachi.
Only has to be better than G2. that is the key. Oh,
hold
on. Oh, that would have certainly been memed if it had gone the wrong way, but Bance finds the kill that he needs to. The rest of the team finds another one. They're kind of just serving them up to him. Eventually, Esther will find it, but we'll still be in a 1 versus 3. Nobody even near him. That bomb's going over towards B.
Bance was the red herring. Sadly for G2 Esports. He'll get taken down now. 1 versus 3 for Astral in this position with a rival 9. Yeah, gun's good. It ain't got that good. And gentlemen, it's another round. Looking good here in the search and destroy. Bricey, just the good island player coming in from Bance. Finds a minimum of 2. And that breaks the round wide open for the rest of the squad just to waltz on through over towards their side. And it's an easy round in the end. Get a hold of it. Still retain that lead and start to build it, actually, if anything.
Yeah, it's a weird position, the island player, really, because there are benefits and negatives to it. Benefits being is you don't have to watch anybody else's trade, giving you a chance to maybe take a little bit better position at times. But on the other side of it, not only are you alone, but you could potentially let players through a cut that they might think you have. So it can really be a double-edged sword. That time it plays out, and for General Mates, 4-2, certainly a happy enough score for them so far. Right now, though, G2 Esports looking to go back in towards B. It's the first kind of exchanges of gunfire.
Not able to find a great deal here. Sure, actually just jumped on the bomb. They don't really have control of the site, and he says, I actually don't seem to care. Didn't get it down. Didn't get it down, chose to jump off it. Did he jump off it too early? Am I, like, faded? What's going on?
There's a little bit of caution, I think, and 2 versus 2, they're going to go for it again. I don't think anyone's going to stop them, although he gets it down and does not get out. A 1 versus 2 for Diamond Con. They do not know where he is. Finds it, checks another angle. We'll find this first kill. No! Cobra looks in the right direction at the right time. COD timing going against G2 Esports there. Diamond Con thought maybe he could just pick a player and run away. And Bance furiously pointing at something on his screen. Hey, have you seen this? That's where I could have got him. Strategizing. Moving forward into what could be their round to tie the map up, Ton.
Really nice position now if you are Gentlemates. Heading into this search, I was curious. Especially after the way they lost map number 1. Especially how they looked after that as well. But they have come out roaring. 5 spree now for Denza. Harry having a very good game. His 1 versus 3 really is a difference maker here. Would have been sitting at 4. We should be at 4-3 to Gentlemates. And as it goes, it's 5-2. Diamond Con should be dead to rights. I mean, how is he able to just jump off the top of 3 and find a kill like that? Astral was able to answer back. Diamond Con gets aggressive and finds the kill on the Cobra. Maybe turns the round on its head. There's a lot of search to be played here, but it's a 2 versus 3 for Gentlemates.
Bance has just fluffed that a little bit. Needed that kill to go through. Didn't get it. Harry now left in a 1 versus 3 again. Does lightning strike twice. No bomb. Really no map position, including the high ground. We'll have to fight for every single inch if he wants to make another one happen.
He's done another one, a 1v3 before, but I think this one is maybe just a little bit more difficult. All staring towards him, all relatively close to each other. At worst, a trade here for the side of G2 Esports. They don't even need that. They make it 5-3 now. Close game. Either one of these two teams want to be going home from EWC. Long old travel day, as mentioned, out to Riyadh, and they want to stay there.
Well, still very much up in the air. For S&D, it's not impossible for them to come back. It's not even implausible. G2 still very much in this. They just need to win 3 more rounds before Gentlemates win 1. There's a push towards the middle again here. Very aggressive. They haven't been nated out of it. Estriel going to go straight up here and look for anyone over towards B. They haven't found anyone yet. Gentlemates actually anticipating an A push. Might be caught out of position just a bit.
Yeah, they've given up site control here. So we're getting that bomb into a position to plant it. Because they do have total control over this B site. They're thinking about it and they're going to go for it now. Getting aggressive, actually, if anything. To head over towards A, but that's why the Predator missile was on its way in. You now have to back on down. Now you can start to make your move. Still that control over towards the B side. Absolute paramount. Linz can back down now. Is he going to get caught? He's got the bomb here, by the way. This is a disastrous place to die if you do. And he has done.
Defines two. Cobra has to back away from that nade. Estra will pick it up and try to bring it back to safety, but where does he go? Does he try to cross towards A here? That's exactly what he's going for. Slipped the net, got through Church. And they have no idea where they are now, all the way over to A. Gentlemates just had a small gap in the defense.
Quite literally like ships in the night. Cobra shots across towards Steiner. Not solid enough. That one player pushing around from behind is going to be accuracy, looking to try and find something here. What's the timing going to be like? Oh, it's got enough accuracy to survive. Now they know they've got one player isolated, and that's Estriel. And he gets a how has he survived?
Still staying alive, they're looking for him. Checking the corner, he's going to find him as well. Gets it, but accuracy finds Harry. This is all timing. And actually being careful, Cobra just said, all right, I'll just go for it then. Timing is paramount here, and Cobra is going to get the defuse. No, accuracy got it! Oh, the tiniest of timings. Wait, was it defused? Did it go back?
Did we hold towards the end? I'm not too sure.
It looked like it was on it.
Well, Gentlemates will be celebrating a win, and there you go, headsets off. So yeah, the job is done. There's my deduction for the player counts that we get this time. Gentlemates will find themselves a map. Just about. My goodness. That got scary for a second, but a big diffuse coming through. Accuracy just taking the long route there. And to be fair, though, they had an idea that Cobra was where he was because of the positioning of the first kill. So for him to go all the way around for that check through the apartments, a little bit of a misinformational play, but Gentlemates will find the map there, Brycey, and tie this series up one apiece.
They really will, and I was just waiting to kind of get confirmation on that one. But yeah, it did look like the bomb got defused and accuracy shot him, but sometimes you have to be a bit careful before calling that before ready, Ton.
Yeah, you have to be very, very careful. But you now have time to get yourself settled and get yourself a drink because we're going to go to a very short break here at EWC. Map number 3 is going to be coming up the other side of this break.
Set. Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. And I feel like I've said this one before, but we're all tied up heading into the control. These two squads going at it once again.
Well, I mean, the Challenger team's shown that they have SD prowess, absolutely. They've been managing to find them at least over the last 2 games. So it has been now for an interesting series. We'll be heading into the control with things tied up, as you mentioned. So it should be an interesting game, but still hard to really ascertain which way this one's going to go. It felt like for a long time that G2... I mean, for the first couple of rounds, it felt quite comfortable for them in that search and destroy. Suddenly, the 1 versus 3 from Harry happens, and then things turn around very, very quickly. So, Gentlemates now have themselves a route into this series, but can they take one of the next 2 maps to force map number 5, or can they even just do it in 4?
Well, that's something we are looking forward to watching. I can confirm the players are seated, and obviously just getting ready for this one. Everybody locking in. We've spoken about this at the start of the series, but just a reminder for anybody who may have jumped between streams, or maybe you've just got home from work and are looking to watch some Call of Duty. The way that this works in groups, it is a double elimination bracket, essentially. You've got to win 2 games before you lose 2 games. These 2 teams have already lost 1 so far in the tournament. If they lose a second, they are eliminated, and they will go home. And that is just how it works. But basically, it's all still to play for. You win this, you have an opportunity to play another game. You win it, you get into the bracket. So, pressure mounting. 3 more maps to decide, guaranteed, who moves on from this one as we move into the control time.
We do. We stay on Karachi. Both these squads who can take an advantage heading into map number 4. It's one you would love to hold. It's going to belong to either one of these 2 squads. Interested to see how this one goes, though. As far as statistics be damned sometimes, of course, as I did mention for Gentlemates, Search and Destroy was immediately their worst game mode across the whole of Challengers Champs, but they only played 1 control map over that entirety of that tournament, and that was, of course, High Rise. So they haven't played Karachi as of recent. Let's see how they do here against one of the big boys from the CDL. Should be an interesting one though here on Karachi. Of course, it is one of the more fluid control maps, and we are very much into it.
Let's see how these teams are starting off. So, lots to play for. And already you can see, Gentlemates, just trying to get into position around B. They're going for this early. Can they win this next few gunfights? That's going to be huge. Harry's found a massive 2. They're looking for this quickly.
Big opportunity to get a hold of B. And you want to take those opportunities if you can. 3 inside the point. That might be gone already, Bryce.
Band's just waiting, but not pre-aimed. Will eventually go down, but still too many bodies into this one, surely. Got to be careful. Denza stays alive, and they are into it. And also, Harry getting a few more kills. They're going straight into the next point. Harry 6-1.
Flowing like blooming water here, Brycey. It's ridiculous from Gentlemates. Harry will find another. One tick in over towards A. This has been a relentless attacking round. Can they manage to secure this one? Every single tick mattering. G2 Esports have barely even been in this game, but they will find a couple of kills. Cobra can find 2 back of his own, though. And all of a sudden, it's just get down inside the point, see what he can do. Bant's all on his own. Last fight, 1v1 for the round. Is he going to be able to find it? Bant staying alive. The beatdown through. Gentlemates run through G2 in round number 1.
That is an outrageous opener to control here. I didn't see any blue face paint on Marky B, but he must have given him an inspiring Braveheart speech to kick them off in that sort of gear.
Don't. I'll start saying it. I don't know verbatim, so I would definitely embarrass myself, but irrelevant. I'm getting G'd up even thinking about it.
Wow, that was incredible. Harry basically just destroyed them, and G2 will have to recover from this because that was not close. More standard start here from G2 though.
Yeah, it's not a round you want to see at all. You hate to lose them like that. That was obliteration by Gentlemates onto G2. Bit more of an even start to this round though, as G2 trying to find a way through. Harry on this map has been absolutely indomitable. 9-2 already here in the control. Had a fantastic S&D as well. And looking to add to it here. Really good positioning coming through from Gentlemates. G2 finding some crucial gunfights still. Denza and Bant answering back, but the defensive line has been broken somewhat.
And to be looking for a few kills off the respawn here as well, and G2 know this. He's playing on his own again. Diamond Con trying to hold the bridge, isn't going to be able to. That second tick just a few seconds away here for G2, but they've got to hold it. Denza dives into the point, but outnumbered. Linz will find him. Harry and Bats get back into it, though. They are not even letting A go without a fight. Currently do have life advantage, but bleeding this away second by second. Second tick here in for G2, as they are desperate to get A locked in and stop having to deal with their own spawn.
I was about to say trades would work out for Gentlemates in terms of how that whole battle in the middle of the map went down, but will go the way of G2 Esports. Diamond Con finding 2, eventually waking up into this map. Harry sitting at 12-4, but is this a route through already? You don't quite get there if your accuracy. Gentlemen, just have to be careful here not to overheat. They have now got themselves in a decent enough position. Yes, okay, they have to defend B for a minute and a half, but not in too bad of a spot to do so.
Estrel looking for a fight down low, finds Cobra as well. The rest of his team now ready to strike. Red control, looking for a bit of fire control as well. Trades going in. Harry will find another. Diamond goes for the player into spawn. There's a wipe. There's an opportunity for Gentlemates to try and slam the door. You can see them already trying to get in position. I don't think it's as locked as they would like. G2 are out.
Thing is, though, Denza made that flank play, and it was such a risky one to make, because it then kind of sent G2 over towards the other side of the map when it did manage to pull off. So, worked out in the end. Risky plays. Coming away with the rewards. Gentlemates in a good position in terms of the lives, but it takes one good break from G2, but they only have 7 lives remaining.
Harry slamming at the moment. He will just try and make this as difficult as possible. He's pushed them all the way out towards Market. They have to go through Church now, essentially, and Top Fire to get towards this point. They still can't kill Harry. Denza also on a 4 streak. Harry's trying to be protected by his teammates. Looking for him again. Lind will eventually find him here. 5 versus 11. If G2 can find this kill, they might have an opportunity. Bant's backpedaling. He knows it's trouble for them now. Cobra to the rescue. Rest of the team now flooding over the wall as Bant's will fall. It's a 4 versus 10, a 3 versus 10. There are only 2 players onto the point here. This should be a lock for Gentlemates.
Yeah, you win the next couple of gunfights if you are G2. Maybe you have an opportunity to them inside the point, but you're not close enough, and the gunny is solid. Gentlemates finding another round here. 2-0 up in the control. 1 apiece in the series. This is a huge map in this series now.
You've got to give some credit to Harry. Just ridiculous. Everything he has done so far in his control has looked a cut above. They could not dig him out of the positions he wanted to be in. The question is now this. The Gentlemates try and end this right here.
Well, based on what you were able to do in your first attacking round, I'd absolutely try to. It's a ridiculous attacking play on control. Get themselves in over towards A and very quickly wiped out of it. Denza dead to rights, nade at his feet, well placed. But now what's the play here? Do you really go for it? Are you able to close this out 3-0? You need 1 or 2 decent breaks, and they're already heading over towards B. They've got a little bit of a foothold in it, but it has to be said, D2 Esports do have members here.
Oh, never mind. A wipe. Complete and total. Harry left alive, and I don't think they know he's here. He's trying to get the kill to allow his teammates to escape and not get locked in, though. Diamond Con has found him, but hasn't managed to find Harry, and this is just going bad for G2. This is not the trades they want in the end, Linz. Just a little bit of hope that they need.
Harry is doing absolute God's work over towards the back of B. He's giving his teammates a little bit of time. Oh, gets a bit of bad timing though. Lindsay will find that, but ultimately it has made that little bit of room for the rest of his teammates to find a way through, but they do get wiped in the end. Shots in from Denza, but just because of Harry, they have stepped up the map, but they only have 25 seconds here on this attacking round. Do you just bite the bullet, go for towards A? The G2 Esports defense over towards B is quite heavy.
That is what they're doing. They might just try and stop the clock here, but Harry finds 2 again. Harry looking for his 3rd. Behind the door, gets it at the same time, shooting at the 4th. Linz is running scared from Harry, but he's going to get the gunfight as well. Eventually, Gentlemates have to get onto A. It's basically a Harry one-man show with pressure. He's 23-9, but somehow Gentlemates still weren't able to convert that B.
He is absolutely cooking right now. Cobra will find another. That should be a gun. Cobra finds a 3rd. He's watching Harry and thinking, yeah, okay, this is my brother's organization. I want to be able to keep up with him. Denzel will find another. The transitional kills over towards B. Looking good. Next couple of gunfights massive in this round.
Santa's had to flank there. Cobra finds another one. 2 players left. Estriel
never.
gets grilled and flambéed. And Gentlemates are in here. They have a stack as well. There are 3 bodies into it as well. G2 will now have to move very, very quickly. They are piling through the corridor. There is only one kind of egress for them, but already the 2nd tick is in. Bance is laying down. Denza's getting kills. Denza finding 1 more. Bance finds the last. Harry going to be last alive in this hill, and that is the map done. A 3-0 on the control. Harry is humongous, heroic, and oh my God, did they just batter them.
Harry with a standout map, my word. What a performance from him, but I'm going to give a lot of credit for Cobra towards the end that last round as well. That gunfight, that chow on Estriel towards the back stairs is absolutely out of this world. Incredible gunfight to find. And now G2 find themselves on the precipice. They are 1 map away from dropping out of EWC at the fastest route possible.
They still look calm and collected. And we spoke about that mental game. We spoke a little bit about how this could go. As we move on to the next map, you've got to feel for G2. They have just faced the wrath of Harry.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to say I feel for them, but they've got to do better there. You got smoked in round number 1. Round number 2, okay, it was relatively close to a certain degree, but again, round number 3, just far too weak on the defensive side of things, really not working out whatsoever. It was a very poor performance on the control, especially from guys as storied as accuracy. Like, you need to be able to find more up against these rosters, but, you know, it's something as I kind of alluded to at the beginning of the series, Brycey. Everybody on this Gentlemates roster has kind of been there. As far as I'm aware, the only player that hasn't actually featured on this roster, actually, well, Cobra as well, but Denza never did either. But Harry and Bance have had their opportunities. They're both very, very good players. I mean, Bance is he's what, the winningest EU Call of Duty player of all time? Maybe. Actually, no, not anymore. That was a little bit while ago.
Come on.
Yeah.
Go
Okay.
on.
No, I was look. I just
in the
you know
past.
yeah, we're very much living in the past. We always try to do that in European Call of Duty, but when things kind of get going tough, he does have that experience. This roster has that certain aura, that level of play. They will have played up against these players plenty of times on G2. It's not too much of a surprise to see them actually offering the goods here. But 2-1 to the good, map number 4 incoming. You're guaranteed to see another search and destroy at least where, okay, you didn't necessarily stomp them, but you looked pretty good in. If you're G2 Esports, I'd be quite scared right now.
Well, I'd be scared just of how good Harry was playing. That was a ridiculous takeover on the control in the end, winning both attacking rounds and the defensive round. And truth being told, those last 2 rounds were kind of crazy. You got to say that Harry just started to go to work, finding threes, just wouldn't really die. Just ridiculous from him. And it must have been very frustrating for G2 to say, oh, he's still there, he's in our spawn, or he's still in this power position, he's broken through into our point, and nobody winning a gunfight against him. When you've got a player going 24 and 10 across 3 rounds, you kind of know how the control has gone. The next respawn, though, that's where these players will have to try and step it up. We've spoken about this at length, but I will remind you, the loser of this one is eliminated. And I think they may be the first elimination of the entire tournament as well. And it could rest on this next map. But truthfully, who wins? I'm not sure, Ton.
Yeah, it's hard to really call it out, to be honest with you still. I mean, we're heading into this hard point. I think if you're gentle, mate, you maybe look at map number 1 and sort of say, could we have done better there? Possibly, but I mean, I'm not 100% sure what map we're heading into, map number 4, but it'll be interesting to see how the stats kind of lie for Gentleman, where they kind of feel as if they have their strengths. I'm not 100% sure whose pick it was in map number 1, but we'll figure that out very, very quickly with when we see what map number 4 is. So should be interesting to see which way it's going to go. For G2, though, the fact that you have to find 2 maps in a row up against Gentlemates who have had your number so far, pushed you very close in map number 1, which did eventually go your way. It's a scary position to be in now. This is the end of your year, full stop, in Modern Warfare 3 if you lose this map.
Well, we'll have to see who goes out top 16. Something not possible during the main season. Will we find a CDL franchise heading that first, or will it be the CDL Challengers? We'll have to find out. It looks like on our other stream that they are getting ready for it. I see the coaches have started to leave the stage, and the players look like they are starting to focus back in. Everybody ready. The lean forward, as everybody calls it, as they get ready to do battle one more time.
Let's see how things are going to go here in this hard point. As said, it is a must-win on the side of G2, which was given their final couple of prep points. Who is going to blink? Who is going to find that little bit of an advantage they need to maybe take map number 4? If it's Gentlemates, then G2 are crashing out of this tournament.
It all rests now on this, and we've seen the thumbs up from the ref. We've seen the coaches walk off of the stage. Destiny is upon us, and the stories will be told. Who comes out on top, though? And truth being told, it wouldn't surprise me to see this go map 5.
No, it wouldn't. I think, you know, we looked at this series, Brycey, we knew it was probably the one that we were going to get to see when we seen the matchups. And we knew that this could be an absolute banger. The game coming up next as well will not actually be Falcons blessing our side of things. They will get the home crowd buff when they go up on the main stage. Going to be another banger, though. Irrelevant of what is coming up, but this one still has potentially some ways to go. But map number 4 incoming here. It's going to be Rio Hardpoint, which should be a super interesting map between these two. And again, I think it's just a hard one to call, but into it we go.
Here comes the opening flurry. Vance will go down first, as it will be. G2 into the point first, but a little bit of a trade going through as Cobra starts off the way he ended that last map, getting a few kills. Tendra was looking desperately for the player who slipped. Fortunately picked up by a teammate, and now he pushes forward.
Oh, a bit of a split spawn actually coming through for the rotation that's coming to come over towards next. Wouldn't have been expecting that player, but the gunfight's starting to come through, and all of a sudden Vance is left all on his own. Does well to find one, will do fantastic to find a second, cannot. And G2 Esports will garner some sort of control. They've got the spawns they want for in 20 seconds time. We head over towards P2 and control at P1. And getting some good time here. Estriel finding 2 and the 3rd. My goodness me, given the 4th, it would have been absurd. Estriel breaking it open on his own. And there's going to be about 30 seconds over towards the side of G2 to kick things off. That's absolutely the confidence that you want to kick off map number 4.
Linz will be looking for any kill he can find here. Finds the first. Can he find the second? No. Cobra will shut him down, but they are fighting for mid-map control. Gentlemates don't even know where P2 is yet, although they do get the spawn. Harry towards the back, the rest of the team as well. Bance is looking for the flank.
Trying to break through. Cobra will find one on Estriel. So that opens up the middle of the map. He is going to be coming back in very, very quickly, but Linz is already dispatched with 2 players. The front and the back. Now all of a sudden the push from Gentlemates here is going to look very one-dimensional if you don't find a gunfight in the middle of the map. Bance is going to fall to his own teammate's stun. Not the best of starts for Gentlemates here on the hard point.
Yeah, certainly having a few troubles as well, but G2 doing a fantastic job. Estriel and DiamondCon holding it down, refusing to bow under this pressure. And they will get the rest of that scrap time as well. You can even see Gentlemates not really going to swing for it properly, and Harry will fall. The rotation here will have to be handled. Gentlemates will have it to begin with, but so far it's not been very good.
Yeah, you need a good rotation here. Things could potentially start to get out of hand. Didn't have too bad of a record over Challengers Champs. Didn't play too much, actually, Gentlemates, so it's not necessarily one of their better picks. And they have been wiped off it over towards P3 here at G2 Esports. Starting absolutely fantastically. Gentlemates have to wake up very, very quickly if they don't want to see a map number 5.
I don't think they have woken up. They're hoping that something will go well for them. But right now, they are just being a little bit battered, looking for the last bit of time here as they move forward and trying desperately to hold on as Bance, but still not getting the time. Only 20 points scored across the last 3 hills, and it doesn't look like they're going to get an awful lot more onto this one. They're going to have to hope this rotation is good.
And the rotation is looking good, and they do get those final 10 seconds, so potential route back in. Yeah, that's a big gunfight for Denza to win, but a big push over towards Old, actually. The side of G2, they want to try and find a push over through the boxes side and, of course, down ramp. It's a really important job here coming up for Bance to stay alive. He gets wiped off the face of the planet very, very quickly. Cobra doesn't turn in time. And that is the break. G2 Esports making this look easy.
Well, we said this probably will go map number 5 at the moment. It's coming in really fast fashion. Actually looking to put even more hurt on. Bance trapped behind the van. Turns, burns. Harry falls as well. This is not the same team we just saw on the control. They are being shook to their very core. Very little time able to be garnered here from Gentlemates. G2 just battening down the hatches and giving them nothing.
I mean, you think you have players who really did perform in that previous map. It was Cobra, but it was mostly Harry. Sitting at 6 and 11 to kick things off here. Yes, okay, KD isn't absolutely everything at all. But if you had a bit of a better performance from him, would it have really made up that gap, which is now 80 points and rising? I somewhat doubt it. Trade that kind of works in the favor of Gentlemates here as we head over towards another hill. They've had a few rotations, Pricey. I think the last 3 hills, they've been the first ones there. They had 35 points to kind of show that, which is nowhere near good enough.
It really isn't it? It's getting worse as the time goes on. G2 are destroying. Harry will find 2, but there's no points to be garnered here. Surely Linz will take him down, and again, G2 in the driving seat. Having even more. Linz will look for his 4th, finds it, tries to get out alive. Denzel will cut him down before he can do any more damage, but so far, so good for G2. Gentlemates really not able to get much going.
It's nearly 100-point difference after 1 rotation. This is disastrous from Gentlemates so far. Estriel, DiamondCon combining so well over towards that top side. And that's looking like another 15 seconds. That's going to go their way. This lead is going to be ridiculous as they head into a second rotation. Well over 100 points now. And if you are Gentlemates, you need to turn it on very, very quickly.
Well, hoping for it, but Bance left alone here. Doesn't have the reinforcements as he fights desperately for his life. And this is not just a question of the 100-point club, but it may be the question of the 50-point club because they just cannot find any momentum. They need a massive hold here onto P1 and then to combine it with a perfect P2 rotation. But right now, just fighting for their lives is all they can do.
And so hard to just find anything. The thing is with Gentlemates here, 1 good hold gets you back into this game, but that lead is just to the point of where you maybe need to to even get within touching distance. Are now going to be forced away from this, and it's just been so difficult. He has started to wake up into this game just a little bit. Is it too little, too late? 20 seconds to play for here over towards P1. Looking like it's going to go G2's way. Rotation is once again going to be there kind of for Gentlemates, although it's a bit of a 50-50, and now it's just not there whatsoever. G2 wiped them and have complete control of P2.
They will have to find something born out of a storybook because they are just fighting for, well, any gunfight really. It's not even ready for positioning. Gently trying to get back up onto this map, but already time just ticking away from them even further as they go for the pinch. Estriel going to work over and over again. G2 Esports are killing them every single time they try to make this perfect pinch. They cannot find a gunfight. Linz is pushed out all the way down the street. Gentlemates don't get anything here. Just chaos and destruction sown among their ranks. And now they're wondering, should we rotate? We've got the pinch. Do we have anything else?
Well, G2 Esports have actually kind of been sold a little bit there. They had one player spawn towards the back, but two players for Gentlemates spawning here as well. So a good opportunity for some okay time for the side of Gentlemates, but they need this okay time. They need perfect time over the next two hills. G2 Esports are going to just be about 50 points away by the time we head over towards our second P3. This is an absolutely electric performance from G2 to keep them in the tournament. You still need to find another map once they do find this one, which is looking all but guaranteed. Gentlemates, this will be quite the comeback if they manage to pull it off.
And it's easier said than done, though. Already across the 200-point mark and showing no real signs of slowing down. Estriel and Linz have just destroyed Gentlemates to their very core. What was a great control here from Gentlemates has turned into a disaster on the next respawn. 2:15 now, G2 crossing that threshold. Gentlemates only on 69 points after so many hills. And while they are in here for a few seconds, they don't have the spawn. They are going to need to trade so much more effectively than they have been.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 8th hill we've seen Bricey. They barely managed 10 seconds on average over every single hill. It has been a really, really poor showing from the side of Gentlemates. They have been blown out of the water. This next rotation over towards Garage is probably where we'll see the last of this map. And map number 5 is pretty much beckoning now.
And T2 just doing such a good job. They were outnumbered onto that point and still won all the gunfights. Still completely destroyed Gentlemates. And with 10 seconds left to go, Gentlemates need a miracle and need a divine intervention and probably need a map reset as 4 seconds go. Nothing here for Gentlemates. 70-point club is beckoning, and so is map 5.
Just ridiculous from G2. And absolutely nothing to show from Gentlemates. It's the kind of map that you do not want to lead into a map number 5, but that is what has beckoned for us here in this series. G2 roaring back into this game. And it's anyone's to play for now. That will be a bitter blow for the side of Gentlemates. But I think they probably knew that one was over quite some time ago. Head out of that game, prep yourself for map number 5, because that's where we're going.
Don't even really know what to make of it, Ton, if I'm perfectly honest.
Yeah.
After the control, you felt pretty confident going into this next map, but apparently Gentlemates did not. A slow start, bad rotations. At some point, it didn't even really seem like they were that far behind in the slaying department. They just weren't making the kills where they needed to make them. And it was just a perfect storm of disappointment. But we are going to a map 5. That, though, will be after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you for the conclusion to this right after our break.
that you if I heard that you if I heard that you if I heard that you
Ready, set, go.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We are heading to a map 5. Either of these teams now faces elimination. First to 6 wins, the loser goes home. Tan, how do you think it's going to go?
Oh, I think it's really, really hard to actually figure it out, to be honest with you. I think both these two teams have played well in parts. I mean, map number 1 was super close. Map number 2 was, again, relatively close. Map number 3 and 4 were not. So where did we kind of lie in between these two teams as we head into map number 5? I'm really not sure. It's going to be an interesting one. Whatever happens here, though, Bricey, map number 5s are always interesting. But it's going to be Search and Destroy, and I believe it's going to be Rio. And looking towards the statistics, I mean, it's not necessarily the best of maps for Gentlemates whatsoever. So was it just a flash in the pan on Karachi, or do they have some actual S&D prowess here up against G2? We'll find that out very shortly.
We certainly will. Both sides will have taken their opportunity in the break to work out what breaks they're going to use on S&D, to raise morale, to put themselves in the right headspace. Two very weird maps are the ones that have just passed us. Control, dominance from Gentlemates. But then G2, 70-point club them on the Rio hardpoint. And We are heading back to Rio, but this time for Search and Destroy.
Let's see how this one goes. Map number 5, loser. Your year is done. Let's see who's going to be able to take it. Rio was not good viewing if you are the side of Gentlemates, but G2 enjoyed it very much. Can they convert that to a Search and Destroy win as well, though? Let's find out. Map number 5s are just built different. Who's got the ice in this one, Brycey? It's a massive, massive game for both these two teams.
Oh, it is. That it is. Here we go. One last opportunity for one of these teams. Someone will have to leave us. But who will it be? At the moment, you can already see G2 being very aggressive. They've taken B control. Nobody here from Gentlemates yet.
It's one of those ones that is a little bit easier to take control of. No trophies available for either two teams, so it's about who wants to take that risk. But 4 men up the escalators here for Gentlemates. That's going to be the play.
Harry finds 2. 2 versus 2, though. With this bomb being down, it's a difficult retake still. Time ticking away. Amicon trying to check the flank here. He's hoping for good timing. Denzer looking for him as well. Catches him in the corner. A 1 versus 2. Accuracy going all the way around. They're trying to work out where he could be. They're going for the chow as well. Accuracy has been found. He's weak. He's trying to get out of it. They're chasing him and they found him. Harry catches him. And Bance nodding his head. Knows he's done well to win that one. And what could have been a great start there for G2 is not to be done.
3 kills in the round for Harry. He really has been the star man for Gentlemates throughout this series. It's been a big reason as to why they have found moments. You think about that control, you think about the 1 versus 3 in map number 2. He's a massively influential times in the series. He's just found round number 1 here in the Search and Destroy in map number 5.
G2, accuracy must have thought he'd done just enough. Was hoping for the kill, but he could have got away. They would have second-guessed where he would have been. That's what he was hoping for. Not going to work out. Harry from the control returns.
It's hard to take your eyes off him, to be honest with you, when he is playing as well as he has done over a couple of these maps. But G2 very much do have the experience. They have the talent to be able to turn this one around. I think you want to bear in mind, you look over towards map number 2 in the S&D, that did go the way of Gentlemates. As you can see already, Diamondcon has kind of been forced away here. If it wasn't for the Harry 1 versus 3, that game would have been significantly closer. It just felt like it was maybe a little bit one-sided, but there was a massive moment there. There might need to be a massive moment for G2 to retake this one.
Harry will move into it as well. Cobra actually finds bullets in both bodies, but kills going down. Denzer's found 2 as well. He's cleared out one of the flanks. And now G2 Esports a little bit lost at sea, and Harry will find Linz as well. Estro in a 1 versus 3, not even going to get the first one. Gentlemates go up 2-0.
And I really love the position. I mean, this feels like a Harry Lovin right now, but I love the position where he was because he knew there wasn't an immediate flank coming. He said he would have been communicating to his teammates if there's a flank coming, it's coming from the double doors. They're watching it, the bullets were in, they back down, they allow Harry to reposition, they find another. Massive plaudits over towards Denzer as well. He finds 2 over towards the garage side, trades out his teammates, and then some. Sensational job so far from Gentlemates. They just seem to have G2's number in this search.
Still a lot of search to go, though, and adjustments can be made. Looks like another adjustment here. It's going to be a straight headbutt. Linz will find Bance on the first. Linz will find the second on the Cobra. Head made of steel as he just runs and guns. Here's a fight, though. Harry will find 1. Called the second as well. That is outrageous from him. Will he find Linz? Linz goes down to Denzer. How is this flipped on its head? It's now a 1 versus 2 for accuracy.
Harry knows every page of that book. Finds the gunfight. Finds another as well. Harry is frying right now.
I don't even think Harry's actually got a seat for that chair. He's just floating 7 inches above the stage. Cannot miss. And Bance is very, very happy watching back the kill cam.
Well, you just know Denzer be giving it a bit of smack to it. They've been told to tone it down a little bit, but I think in the moment, map number 5, so that might go out the window. G2 need to turn this around very, very quickly. Find themselves 3 rounds down in the blink of an eye. Harry, 7 spree for him. There will be a cruise missile in the back pocket. A couple of bullets in his head as well.
Harry play for the Cruise here. Now he does.
Yep.
All information. Calling this out, you can already see a reaction. They're going to try and take A control out for this. They don't have a lot of players here. They're just trying to make a play for it as well, but they've kind of got caught out. They don't have the bodies for this. They're going for DiamondCon. They've lost it. Gentlemates, maybe an overextend with that. The Cruise gave you information, but it didn't give you 2 extra players.
Yeah, stomping around the back of the map as Cobra. He's going to get caught out. The problem is that G2 Esports have done a fantastic job. As soon as that Cruise comes in, they just all position themselves very closely over towards A. One player in garage, one player in elbow towards boxes. And as soon as the Predator missile is coming towards them, they dip out, expecting Gentlemates to be there, and they read it so well. They find the gunfights to find the round. They find the lifeline here in map number 5.
Well, that cruise missile has been burned. Not only that, but G2 probably feeling a little bit more relaxed after they finally get back onto it and stop the monster that's Harry. And they're going for this again, straight back into B by the look of it. They know there's no real contest here for it as they deploy every grenade and tactical to catch anybody out, but this might be a big flank from Gentlemates. 3 men round the back.
Final player in Harry. Just trying to find some information. These next couple of gunfights absolutely crucial. Accuracy. He survived. How long gets out as well? That's massive. He survives and will now start to call it out. That is players on the flanks. Which way did G2 go? They're going to force their way out through escalators. Harry needs to stay alive. He gets dealt with. Bance will find one. 3v3.
Accuracy just putting enough bullets in to slow them down as well. Still have the advantage. 22 seconds left to go, and Gentlemates don't have control of this bomb site. They don't have the numbers of 2 versus 2. You will have to move. It's Bance in a 1 versus 2. Surely he isn't going to have the time. Loses the gunfight to Linz, who styles on him with the movement. And after that kind of accuracy, managing to make that play to stay alive, you just felt like it was G2's round.
It's just the reflank that comes in from Linz as well. I think for the side of G2, accuracy staying alive on that flank as long as he did. I mean, he didn't even die, but the fact that he got out of that position, absolutely ginormous moment for G2 there. They lose accuracy on the flank. Things all of a sudden get very, very scary. But they found back-to-back rounds, and cruise missile was used from Gentlemates, remember, as well, so that advantage is gone. They've played 2 rounds. Still have a lead, but will not be as comfortable one as it was a couple of minutes ago.
Being a bit careful here, and Bance will find Linz this time, but Estra also had a little bit of trouble as Denzel will catch him. And now they have the advantage. For Gentlemates, this is all about risk aversion. Stay alive, don't let anything else go. Accuracy, trying to get the player off the bomb, and that's what I was talking about. Not going straight for the plant after getting 2 down. It can seem a bit weird, but accuracy fell for it.
They get the information. They get another round their way. Stop the bleeding a little bit after 2 rounds in a row coming in from G2. Gentlemates doing very well to find that one. Comes in through the aggression, and you call it out perfectly in terms of that setup. Find the 2 players, they back away from the site. They know that the pressure is going to have to come in from G2. They're going to have to find some sort of pick. Where's that pick usually going to come from? Somebody planting the bomb. Psych, he ain't there.
Still a while to go. Advantage here in Gentlemates, 4-2. Can they get it to map point? Can G2 fire back on the attack here? Linz will be leading them one more time, but does run into a stun. I think they're going to know he's here this time. 5 health and a dream. He's eventually being chased down. Bance will find Estriel. Linz still alive. Just going to throw Estriel into the fire. Says, all right, you can have him. Never mind.
The sacrificial lamb somewhat. We back down now if you're G2. Gentlemates. Well, if anything, have backed down themselves, but now starting to get aggressive over towards the bridge side. Bomb is going down to B, but they're looking for one player, and that's going to be DiamondCon. They should just about weed him out. 4 versus 2 in favor of Gentlemates now.
They're going for the flank here. Harry's looking for the players on it. I don't think anyone knows who they are. Bance is going to call it out as well, and Bance will find both. They line up for them. And that will now be map point. 5-2.
And that is now 5 in a row for Bance. We'll put him in a fantastic spot to find a cruise missile. If they even need it, Bryce. 5-2 up. They just seem to have had G2's number in the search and destroy. They need 4 rounds in a row if they want their Modern Warfare 3 season to continue.
Well, this is now all about locking in. and not throwing it away. G2 Esports need to regain. They must win 4 flawlessly to stay alive in this tournament.
Even if Bance is to find one more kill here and they don't find the round, it is another bonus. In the back pocket of Gentlemates. Bomb's going to be going down over towards B. The trophy seems to be there. The cover seems to be there. And it will have to be a 4v4 retake from G2 to stay in the season.
Then finds the first Cobra on Overwatch as well. Bance will take down Lins before he can do anything else. Bance actually just flying at them now as well. Here he goes on the Diamond Con and finds his 7th of this one. And it is now just accuracy in a 1 versus 4. He finds the first, but not the second. And G2 have got to go. And they will be out first here. Top 16 at the Esports World Cup. Oh my goodness.
It's an upset, but not one that was out of the realms of possibility. Gentlemates, a fantastic performance from them. It's the Neslo that gets the job done, but full credit to them. The Search and Destroy looked fantastic, but the control was outstanding on Karachi. To find a 3-0 there is a massive, massive result. And I don't want to give every single credit towards him, but when Harry was turning up, Gentlemates looked absolutely fantastic. He's a big reason as to why they walk away into the next section of this GSL group. They still have one more game to win if they want to advance, Pricey, but they get the first job done.
They certainly do. As we go through the highlights for this map, you've got to say as well, that last S&D, G2 threw away a couple of rounds they got clutched up on, and that's not what you need to happen when your tournament life is on the line. For Gentlemates, though, a hard-fought battle. Certainly, you're going to have to fix that hard point, though. You won't go much further if you don't.
Yeah, look, map number 1 wasn't too bad from them, to be fair. The scoreline, you know, they weren't too far away. It was relatively comfortable for them in a couple of different situations, and maybe just overstepped on a couple of occasions that really cost them. But map number 4, yeah, okay, maybe we don't see Rio again from them throughout the rest of the tournament, but let's see what they can do with that. But their control on Karachi looked absolutely phenomenal. They were so easy to flow in between the sites. They kind of knew exactly what they were doing. They were finding ridiculous gunfights on top of that as well, and Harry just dropping an all-time performance across every single map that Gentlemates did win. Fantastic in the Search and Destroy as well. You know, they found their clutches, they found their close rounds, the 1v1s, everything you could possibly want from performance from Gentlemates in terms of how they wanted to get this job done. They will be very, very happy with that result.
They certainly will. And we're going to talk a little bit more about Harry now as we look through some of his highlights, because truly a sublime performance. Obviously, the hardpoint's not as fun as they could have been, but when it came to some of the other modes, he was untouchable. This control certainly was a highlight for many. And then obviously kicked it off in that final S&D as well. Just catching fire when they needed him to.
Yeah, look, you think of that moment in the Search and Destroy, they started off well, but then it was that round where Harry found a couple of kills all on his own. Sensational work from him, and that was really what started off things so well. Yeah, okay, he didn't use the cruise missile fantastically, but he used it at the time where he felt as if it was the best moment, and he was the player who really did carry them over the line in the first couple of rounds. Really just a fantastic job from Harry, and deserved MVP of that series. But looking towards the bracket and how it's now worked out, Gentlemates will move into the qualifying match, which will be tomorrow. Cloud9 against Surge going to be coming up against those two, and they will face up against the loser of that one, which will be a super interesting game. Cloud9 really did deal with them in that first series. Gentlemates showed something. They'll have to show a little bit more if you do want to, of course, advance into bracket play, but they have a very good chance, Pricey.
They certainly do, but just a chance, of course, with this tournament format. They have to win that next game, and we'll find out how that all goes a little bit later on, but we didn't see them go out at the same time. You got to say, is this an upset? I was wondering about this while we were talking. You said it earlier. Is this an upset? I think any Challengers team beating a CDL team could have kind of be with it as well, but you were right saying this one would be close regardless.
Yeah, you know, I would still call it an upset. Look, Gentlemates are not the top Challengers team coming into this. Did they have the capacity to do this? Absolutely. We know them as players, have been around for a long time. It's what I alluded to. They have the quality on their roster. They have the experience on their roster to be able to do this, and they proved that.
They certainly do. Well, more games coming up here at the Esports World Cup, but all of those and another elimination game here on the B stream will be right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup, and I'm joined by Rex of Stallions, and we are playing Who Is. Dylan, real fast. Who is on your team? Who is the most likely to clutch a 1v4?
Brack, because he's slow and he's calculated and he's icy.
Nice. Who is the most likely to choke on your team?
Exceed.
You didn't hesitate for a second. Who is the best trash talker?
Exceed.
Nice. Who is most likely to team kill you with a nade?
Brack.
Nice. Who's most
And Exceed. And Exceed. Honestly, Sim too. All three of them.
A lot of love on that squad. Most likely to pull off a crazy play?
Sim or Brack.
Who's the most dedicated to practice?
All three of us. All four of us.
Love that. Absolutely love that. Who's most likely to make everyone laugh?
Exceed.
That's definitely true. Who's the most improved player?
I think all of us, honestly. We have a lot to prove.
You got to pick one.
Exceed.
Right on, man. Who is the most reliable under pressure?
Brack.
Who's the best team player?
Sim.
Who's the player most likely to get a surprise ace?
Sim.
Who's most likely to quit the game? Rage quit the game?
Exceed.
Who is most likely to be late to practice?
Brack.
Oh, that was a nice sort of spread answer across everyone. Rex, thank you very much, man. That is Who Is.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات. وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Dylan Rex of Stallions. Dylan, good to meet you, man. You've been around challenges for a while, but I think it's the first time we've met.
Yeah, it actually is our first time. Well, first time talking to you. So
Yeah,
I'm
man.
excited, yeah.
Dude, right on. This should be cool. Welcome to Saudi Arabia. This is quite an experience. Riyadh's been hot so far. Have you had any sort of time to explore, or have you just been in the
no,
hotel?
not yet. I just got here late last night, but so far everything has looked amazing. So, you know, I can't wait to compete.
It's pretty crazy. Well, I'm glad you brought up competing. This will be the first time that you and your team will have a chance to go up against not only CDL pros, we've got other Challengers players, and of course Falcons. How are you feeling about the kind of competition and going into the World Cup?
I have a lot of confidence in my team. I think that we have a lot to prove, and that chip on our shoulder, I think will make us play better and have that extra fuel, to play against these pro teams. I think we have a lot to prove, and I think we just as a team we are better on land. So, and it's been proven in challenges as well.
Dude, Ryan, you guys have been running challenges. You've been great results. Dipped out a little early at champs. I mean, what kind of result would satisfy you here?
As long as we make some noise and prove to everyone in the Pro League that we are capable players and we deserve to be in the league. I think that's what we're shooting for, and I think we expect nothing less other than that.
That's pretty cool. That's cool, man. Well, I think it's going to be a great tournament, whatever happens, but very, very excited to see how you guys are going to perform. This is where the questions get a little spicy. Who do you think are better, top challengers teams or lower-end CDL teams?
I think it depends on the lower end of challengers team, or the lower end of the Pro League teams and the top end of the challenger teams. I think our team and Lore, I think we are really good, and I think we could, those two teams, us and Lore, we could beat some of the lower end challenger or lower end pro teams for sure. I think we have confidence, and we have the ability to go up against those players, and I think if the league was bigger, we would be in the Pro League. All 8 of us, yeah.
Love that confidence, man. That's very, very exciting. This is it's a bit more of a theoretical question, but given your career and everything that you've experienced so far as a player, would you rather still be a top challengers player, or would you rather be in one of those bottom CDL teams, but still be in the league?
That's a good question, because for me, I want to be the best at anything I do. So I don't want to be on a lower end pro team and be just a waste of a name. I want to be up there with the best of them, and I think I have the ability to do so. I just need to showcase it to everyone.
Then how important is this 16-team pool play experience for you as a player or as a challengers player?
I think it's a big opportunity because for me, since I've never been in the league, and there's a lot of players that never really got their chance, either because they don't have the personal connections, or there's a lot of luck that goes into getting your shot into the league, and if you do, it's usually not the best shot. So having that more teams gives that opportunity for more players to showcase their talents, and I think some of those talents can get wasted because there's such a short pool of players that they can actually go into the league for. So it's just, I don't know, it's really tough, and it's a draining experience because everyone's fighting for that one spot.
I think you're in the right place to do that here at the Esports World Cup. Dylan, thank you so much for your time, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We have another elimination game battering down our door. One of these two teams will say goodbye. The other will continue on for a second chance of making the bracket. But this is our final game of the night, Tan, and it seems to be a good one.
Yeah, these are very much always the fun ones when it comes down to elimination matches in a kind of cruel, twisted way. Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one. It's going to be Heretics, taking on Stallions, formerly FC Black. So a very interesting roster, and I'm curious to see which way this one's going to go. Both these two teams are coming into it with a bit of pressure on them, though, has to be said. Brycey, it's not necessarily cut and dry for either one of them, similar to what we had in our last series, but I think this one could be even closer. Should be an absolute banger. Very much looking forward to it.
It will be as well, and we spoke last game about a little bit of pressure between them, and I think the pressure, again, still mounting. They know they could be another team to go home today. If 2 have gone so far, 2 more will be by the end of these games here on B&A stream. Nobody wants to go out the first day, even if you do eventually make it out. You want to go a little bit further, but it's all in your own hands. That's the key here. If you lose this, you are out. You just have to beat the team that's sitting in front of you. So both of these two teams will not be holding anything back as they move forward. On one side, a challenger team looking to upset another CDL franchise. On the other, of course, that CDL franchise now called something a little bit different, but still looking to stay in the tournament to keep their pride done.
Yes, of course. I mean, both these two teams will want to get the job done here, but there's the maps and modes coming up. Double Karachi 6-star, Karachi again, and then sub-base search and destroy. That is that right? I'm not 100% sure. Irrelevant. Let's see how things are going to go down between these two squads. See which way the series is going to go. I'm excited though, Brycey. It's going to be an interesting one, but we start on Karachi. Which way is this series going to go? I mean, look, I think for Stallions, this is a massive opportunity. Heretics didn't look too hot in their first game of the day just beforehand. Can they turn it around, or can Stallions show what they're made of?
Well, we're going to find out. The players are ready. The map is loading. Everybody ready to put everything on the line for this. And who comes out hot? That is the question. As they face down from each other. Everybody's been a little bit subdued today. They know it's a slog to get out of these groups. And for challenger teams, they are chomping to get some of the flesh of CDL teams. But it's not easy, and it certainly hasn't been easy today. I think only one team has taken that scalp, and that's the last game we saw.
Yeah, it's a very difficult task to be able to actually do, but I mean, a couple of teams have shoved things closely. But can Stallions go a step further again, just like Gentlemates did, and extend their stay here out in Riyadh?
At the moment, straight on with it, and these two teams will fly into this P1, trying to get a bit of control here as Asim will open proceedings up, but taken down by Vehicle Nade.
Yeah, and for both these two teams, I think they will, again, it's a very, very similar situation to our previous game, where both of them will look at it and sort of say, right, there is potential to win this series. Both of them would very much have taken it as their second game. I think, you know, for Stallions, they were pretty much one of the best teams throughout the entirety of the Challenger season, and they have started this one nice and hot. 30 seconds and rising as we head in towards P2 in just a second. Heretics really struggling to start things off here, but there's a 4 dead. That's a nice time to find it. P2 coming up in just a couple of seconds.
And with that time giving away on P1, they'll be looking to lock it down. Real in a good position, but has to be better than good. And so far it is, staying alive, and they will have to get him out of here eventually. You can already see reinforcements coming through. Lucky just trying to play his life as well. They are causing issues for them. Can't even let them get close.
And that's what you want to do, though. If you lose so many points over towards P1, you want to make sure you get plenty when you go over towards the second. But here's a potential break coming through from Stallions. They can find a couple of kills here. Seem Brack not necessarily combining in the best way. They were able to continue that on. Well, they find the break anyway. Brack makes up for it, finds Vehicle. The Stallions will find a way through with 20 seconds to play for here. Brycey, this is some good time that was potentially on the cards and absolutely is not anymore. Real and Lucky combining so well to find a couple of kills, and there's the scrap time and the rotation going over towards Heretics.
And this could be a massive swing. This is all about this first engagement on the rotation. Stallions will be looking to make this a little bit chaotic to break this perfect setup. Brack's already done a really good job here as Metals flies across, somehow stays alive. There's a player on the flank as well, though. Real will get exceed before he can do any more damage. The squeeze is here for Stallions, but can they squeeze hard enough to crack Heretics?
They're in a position to potentially find a break here, but time is leaking over towards Heretics. Good amount of pressure coming in on the other side of the map, though. Can they do anything about it here? Lucky with some good shots isn't able to finish them off, but everybody else in Heretics is. We'll find 3, and that is perfect time on the hard point so far. 25 seconds remaining. Real beaming there as well. Vehicle holding it down. A wonderful rotation and hold from Heretics, who now will have themselves a hefty little lead after what felt like a very good start from Stallions. They've done absolutely nothing since.
They haven't, as we head over towards P4. They have a little bit of a better position here, but you can see Heretics, they're fighting for it as well. And nobody really committing to the point until they get those kills where they need them. So we can expect this to be empty for a few more seconds as it goes down, but Stallions with those flurry of kills may now try and make an opportunity.
There's only so many opportunities you can make over towards P4, though. Heretics are in a good position, actually soak up some time here. It is going to be more so about the rotation over towards junk when we do get there. 35 seconds plus remaining here, though, for Heretics to try and soak up us Stallions to, well, try and keep them off it. Good shots coming through. A couple of kills under their belt as well. More than a couple of kills, actually. They will nearly wipe them. So an opportunity for Stallions to get a couple of points, but it's all about this rotation. You can't give it up if you're Stallions because it's a potential 60-pointer if you can lock down those first couple of kills.
That's what they're fighting for still. Just being careful. Will come down to Dylan Rex. Huge kill. Lucky will not get into it first. Menelaus is going to be here, though. Will find him. Has to be careful. No teammates around this rotation at all. Finds a scene, but doesn't manage to finish him and will be flanked before he can do any more here. Stallions will now look to lock this in. They have the positioning. Real with a pistol finds the kill as well. Somehow they are finding these kills here, Heretics, until that point.
Yeah, it was a lovely pinch. Comes in from Dylan Rex. He finds a couple of kills just to ease that pressure. Stallions had that side of the map controlled for, well, the majority of the previous hill. Nearly let it slip, but will find those transitional kills. 35 seconds still remaining here. They will throw themselves well and truly back into this game if they can hold on. But look at the pinch that's been set up here by Heretics. You have to be perfect if you're Stallions to find a couple of kills. The kills now traded. Next couple of gunfights, massive. Going to be a 1v1 on the site. Staying alive if you're Dylan Rex. You've got one more player to deal with. You can't get it done. Vikel with some big kills and a big moment for Heretics to break that hold.
Don't know if they're really going to worry about the time too much. More about denying it to the Stallions, and done a good enough job of that. Back into P1 here. You've got to remember the Stallions, I think they come out of this with like 38 points last time around. Haven't had a good time on the rest of the rotation, so maybe another good P1 is just what the doctor ordered. And he'll jump straight into it though. Cut down before he can dip below that wall.
Looking towards, though, the first rotation for Heretics, you take that all day long. Stallions had a really good start over towards P1. They're threatening to do pretty much the same thing here as well. Trying to find some good time, but some nice kills coming through from Heretics. Nice and patient after they find a couple of first ones. Will eventually find this break. You would like to think. There it is. Real will get himself inside. Now it's about the rotation over towards P2 for Stallions. You don't want to linger around too long trying to fight for this final 25. But Heretics will be happy with that first rotation and happy about the start of the second one as well.
Well, this is now where it gets dangerous for Stallions. They have the rotation. They have Brack in a position. They do not want to break here and go even further behind, and Brack doing everything. That's a huge wipe from them in the end. It's putting Heretics in that spawn that causes you to hit the choke points. An opportunity for a clean 60 here, Tom.
Big opportunity. It's the one that they absolutely need to take. Heretics were in a good spot to try and do this themselves. You can't let these kills slip, though, because your spawn out's not necessarily that close. You need to hold this down. Exceed gets gunned, and all of a sudden Real and Co are in a good position to try and break this. Vikel will get dealt with. Good play coming in from Brack, but you need to hold tight.
Now, this is exactly what I was talking about. A full 60 is more than plausible. They have held it every single second so far. Brack waiting for the push over. Vikel takes him down.
My
God.
God.
That is a wild gunfight for him to win. Takes away what could have been a perfect storm there for the Stallions, and they will get this scrap time. Off to the rotation already, though. Heretics will have to break again here on a subsequent hill.
I mean, look, if you're Stallions there, that was another 20 seconds you could have potentially found. If you were sitting at 135, Heretics wouldn't have got anything else. The game's all but tied. As it is, though, you go into the next hill, you are now 40-plus points behind instead of the game being tied up. That's how quickly things can change here on Hardpoint. But over towards P3 we go. This is where we've seen Heretics hold a full 60. Stallions will have to repeat and do the same thing if they want to take a lead. Over towards P3. First gunfight's going to go Asim's way. Vikel will find one back, though. Very, very weak if you're Asim. Vikel finds another. Lucky with one more. You got to try and defend. If you're Brack, you get wiped out. Wonderful from Heretics. Stallions not able to hold again.
And this is just dangerous to not be able to hold it for as long as you want. You're basically just splitting points. When you have the rotation, that is not your goal. Vikel trying to stay alive towards the back, hasn't managed to. There's an opportunity here for Stallions to push the tempo and get back into it. You see they're going to try and make a play, and Exceed staying alive just about. Real going for the chow and will get it at the same time, but they deflected a few points as we head over towards the P4, and Real just doing Real things.
I think the disappointment for Stallions here, though, is P2 and P3 especially. You've really struggled on. When you had a hold of P2, you kind of let it slip, and all that good work that you did go the wrong way over towards the last 20 or 30 seconds. Both times, rotation over towards P3. I think Heretics have got about 90 points or something like that from that hill alone over 2 rotations. But a nice break from Stallions. I found a couple of kills. And it's time that you don't often see over towards P4 going their way. Teams have got better of this as the year has gone on. And a good example of that now from Stallions, who are quickly closing the gap. Not something you see too often at this hill.
Looking for it, and still fights erupting all over the place as Asim stays alive with a 3 streak. Going for it again, looking for the player. They're basically just pinning that player in by themselves as well as Asim just runs around as fast as possible. Eventually going to go down. Will be a few seconds here for Heretics. Looks like Vehicle will just soak, but the rest of the team are looking to lock in. Stallions about to head but this with the bodies. Real waiting for them. The trophy's deflecting a lot of pressure so far.
See, one player actually, Asim's went all the way around to get rid of Vehicle, so they know there's not a pinch coming, and just relying on his teammates doing the job without him. Brack can find 2, Metals can answer back with 1, but Exceed is there to pick up the pieces. Stallions find a really nice break. 50 seconds to play for here. This would put them in the lead if they can hold on to it again, but that has been the problem, holding on to these hills when you get a hold of them. Can they continue to lock this one down? Asim is doing God's work here. 3 in a row from him.
Just wonderful deflections there from Asim, and he was just being a nuisance. And then Heretics could not concentrate. This will bring them into the lead. You can already see, though, a bit of pressure towards the back here as Metals makes a kill. They're now looking every single direction. It's got them off of the point here. Heretics looking to pinch. Can they get the kills going through? Rex! Not able to get it. Lucky gets another one, but Brack is going to be up top. A 1v1 for scrap time, and Brack picks the wrong corner. Where has he gone? He's looking for him now, and it will be Brack. The Renetti just better at that range.
Finds the final 3 seconds, and that will make this pretty much a 10-point game as we head into a 3rd rotation between these 2 squads. Stallions well and truly back into this one. Much better 2nd rotation. And it kind of comes from, I want to say P4. They picked up some really good time there, found the break at P5, made the most of that. And we very much have a game on, and we have a lead change. Stallions, the first ones to break 200. And are starting to potentially run away with this one. 1st rotation, they had a really, really good hold at P1. Can they do it again?
Vico looking for the kills here, but being down low, it's not easy to try and find them as well. They want to snap into this as fast as possible, but Vico, he puts a few bullets in, but he's gone down. His teammates have gone down as well, and they have all the time they need remaining. Dylan Rex on a 5 streak as well. They are heading towards B. They found the rotation. Not a kill to be found for Heretics, and this may be the final flurry.
Stallion's going to be 5 seconds away by the time that P2 pops. Heretics have got to find the worst gunfight possible over the top of the dumpster. They found a couple of, though, potential here for Heretics. They have to be perfect the rest of the hard point, though, Brycey.
Well, it's Metals that managed to get that kill as well, and Metals takes down Brack. Real finds a seam. Surely not like this. The Stallions have lost 3 players. They're back to the respawn. They're back for this now. Vico will be hoping to trade his life. It's not going to be easy for the rest of his team to cover him here. Real will be looking at it as well. Asim's already got through. Asim finds one. The players are getting out of position. Real finds Asim as well. They're just going to win these next few gunfights. This is all on the trades. Everybody has to win in this position to make it happen at the moment. It's Heretics with the advantage. They can still win this here.
15 seconds away for Heretics. You have one more push, one more good push from Stallions. They need to put it together. Heretics are less than 10 seconds away.
Here it comes. Rack takes down Lucky. The rest of the Stallions will now move into this. They're looking for them. They are running towards the point. Vehicle will find 2. Metals flies out of it as well. They get them into the point as well.
1v1.
At the same time, a 1v1. He's not going to get it. Exceeds, holds on.
Can't win it.
And they've got the rotation. The Stallions are here. They've managed to get into the point as well. I don't think Heretics can do anything. They cannot. And just the last break, the Stallions take it away.
What a map number 1 between these 2. Phenomenal game. Oh, and Exceed is letting them know. What a game that was. So back and forth. They left it to the dying seconds to get in towards P2. They find the break. They find the points they needed. And they were already on the rotation. Risky scenario, leaving it that late. But it paid off in the end. And Stallions will have themselves a lead.
They certainly will. And that really did go down the wire. Heretics had the opportunity. They just had to hold for 10 seconds. But the Stallions played it smart. Realistically, if you watch that back, you will see the Stallions stack before they attempt the hit. And once they found that first kill, they just dived towards the point, hoping that Heretics would panic. And panic they did. Exceed winning the 1v1 as well towards the end. I know Metals was weak, but you still had to make the kills, and that's how it ends up falling. Wow.
Yeah.
Stallions up 1-0, Ton.
Yeah, look, it felt like, especially in that first rotation, they were almost leading the dance somewhat, but Heretics were the ones who were really finding those moments. When Heretics had an opportunity, had a good hold, they made it count, whereas Stallions they weren't necessarily picking up huge time every single time that they were in until that final rotation, that second to last rotation, I should say, when they managed to find some really good time at P4, put them right back in the game, great rotation over towards P5, and it's game on from there. Fantastic work at P1. I think they found like another 40 seconds there, which you would think makes their lives a lot easier over towards P2, but Heretics do a really good job at finding that break. And back and forth we went. It came down to a 1-versus-1. A 1-versus-1 that, had Heretics won, they would have won the map because they had the scrap time. Everybody else from both these two teams had to go towards the next hill and just hope your teammate wins it. It was, of course, Exceed who won it from the side of Stallions, and they found the rotation as well. What a map, number one. If the next, well, I mean, presumably 4 maps are going to be that good, Brycey. We're locked in for a good series.
We really are. Pressure makes diamonds, and the pressure is going to be on. Everybody needs to get this win moving forward. Otherwise, they will go out. And you can see on our other screen, there are team talks occurring for both sides. The coaches are in. They are trying to maybe just pick the Heretics up a little bit by the look of it. Sort of get them back into fighting form, because they would certainly be more jubilant if they had won, but it's not the case. And to lose in that fashion, Ton, it certainly is a dagger to the heart.
Yeah, that's always a really, really tough way to lose, of course, for both these two teams. It comes down to literally a couple of gunfights. I mean, ultimately, it would have come down to different decisions during the game, but it feels like those final moments where you really could have made it count. They didn't. They will be heading into a search and destroy, finding themselves behind. Interested to see how this one goes, though. Heretics are always a bit of a strange team during the regular season. We see streaky moments from them. But, I mean, look, how long have we cast over these guys, Brycey? Yes and yes and yes, and we know exactly what they're like. At the blink of an eye, they really can turn it on. But are they going to be able to answer back to the Stallions, who are a super strong outfit? I mean, you look at every single player, apart from Dylan Rex, who has been in a serious team. They have been in the CDL for quite some time, a lot of these players. Let's see if they can bring it to the table here, though. Both these two teams seemingly evenly matched after one map, but it will be Stallions who take a lead into the search and destroy.
Can they keep converting? One of the things we've seen from challenger teams today is prowess on S&D. Will this be the case that the Heretics fall here in the search and destroy, and we get a potential another huge upset on the stream? Truthfully, I don't know. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about the Stallions team being very, very good when they need to be. Obviously disappointing earlier when they faced off against one of the top 4, but it's one of the top 4. It's just how it is, right?
Yeah, it's always like, you know, you come into these situations, be like, can't wait to go up against the CDL teams, and then you play one of the top 4 teams, you're like, oh, yeah, right. Yeah, no, these guys are pretty good. So, yeah, okay, they may well have been dealt with, but I think for, you know, a lot of this roster, for people like Stallions, you're fighting for careers up against teams like Heretics. I mean, it's not a great start. Real's going to find 2. But these are super important series for both these two squads. Exceed will find 1 back. Now we're 3 versus 1 in the favor of Team Heretics.
Bit of a back pedal. Really, what he needs here is an opportunity. Find a kill, get out. You've still got plenty of time to play for. Finds a player, but does not find the kill, and the rest will go for this trade as well. Easily in the end from Lucky, but Heretics strike first.
Yeah, off the back of Real finding 2. Straight through towards Office. I mean, that's always a bit of a dagger for an attacking round when you get dealt with like that. Real finds 2. And that's pretty much the round. Good job. Coming through from the side of Heretics, and they will... I always feel like that first round, after you just lose a close one, or even just any kind of map in map number 1, finding that first round in Search and Destroy can just alleviate that pressure. You very quickly forget about the previous map. Moving into this Search and Destroy, you find yourself in the lead now if you're Heretics.
They're giving up a bit of map control here. Very slow start, no real mid control. They're just maybe hoping that Stallions get aggressive. You can see them taking the angles and looking for information, but not a lot else developing here on the minimap. The Stallions still probably also playing for control. They're being very careful with their lives. Bracken Exceed trying to see if anybody's trying to get through. Real makes the first opening engagement, but nobody down so far, Ton.
It's a bit of a passive attack here from Heretics and aggressive defense from Stallions, which they get caught out with. I mean, that's exactly what Heretics have been waiting on. I call it passive. They know exactly what the side of Stallions are going to try and do. Then Rex gets dealt with. You know, all of a sudden, yes, okay, you're on the defensive side, but the numbers are not with you. Heretics flirting with the idea of a push over towards B, which might just become a reality in a second. Everybody from Stallions is rotated off the site, and they will just waltz on through. If you're Heretics, this bomb will be going down, and they have the numbers.
I see him. Timing is key here.
You see him.
Finds the first. This S&D really has changed with the smokes not being in this tournament, and oh my goodness, the seam! Not going to find medals, though. Bragg will get lucky. Down to a 2 versus 2. Still a hard retake here onto B. Medals goes for the flank.
Did Exceed see him? Did he see him?
Find it.
He's seen him. Push comes through. Heretics get dealt with there. Really, really good job from Stallions, who are in a bit of an awkward position. They get the round back, though. Exceed finding that final kill. And I was curious if he did see Real coming over towards the top side. In the end, they do. Good job. One apiece.
Good opportunity for them there, really. After they lost the first blood, that's what you got to remember. Heretics managed to get the point onto it, but maybe just left a little too open, really, to lock it down, because B is such a hard retake once you have numbers and that bomb down as well. For Stallions to make that is certainly an achievement.
Next round we go. Exceed with the opening blood. Goes their way this time. Stallions over towards this A side, and this bomb is going to go down. Dylan Rex finds another. A little acute angle through the middle of red. It's a 4v2 retake needed here from Heretics, and that is just going to be an impossible situation. Stallions wipe them off the face of Karachi.
They're very happy about that one. They're waiting for this opportunity all year as well. You've got to remember, Challenger players have certainly been speaking highly of themselves in interviews and other places. There are teams in the CDL we can certainly take on. Fortunately, I don't think any of them said they'll take on the top 4, but the rest of them are open. And there have been some cases made. Obviously, it's not been dominating for the Challenger squads. But one has managed to overtake a CDL franchise, and the others have certainly all taken maps. Will we see anything here from the Stallions to push that narrative further?
One apiece in these opening trades, but Exceed will find another. That's a 5 spree now for him. He's one of these players who's just... He's such a loudmouth, isn't he? And you do sometimes see him kind of eat his words. Not right now. 5 in a row, 6 in 1 here in the Search and Destroy. He finds himself a cruise missile here. And Stallions find the round. It's their Search and Destroy to lose, Bright.
This may all come down to lucky. Oh no, Exceed manages to win that gunfight. Lucky the strafe took him out of the action, and when he tried to get back, he was at a disadvantage, and Stallions get another round onto the board. Lucky had to make that kill and end up getting burned.
Exceed letting them know. Stallions are starting to run away with this one. If they find the Search and Destroy, a 2-0 lead. Heretics look despondent. Got to turn this around.
You got to wonder how they're feeling. A story team like this, a lot of people considered Heretics maybe solid 6, solid mid-pack team all year. The Stallions, though, beat them on the first map. Very close fashion, admittedly. But now up 3-1 in the S&D and a first blood in round number 5. Is this going to be a rotate from the Stallions? It looks like they're trying to work out if Red is safe.
Yeah, because the team finds a kill over towards that side, so it gives them that temptation. That temptation It's going to continue. Real will be able to find one, but can he find any more? He needs to. Stun problem there. And he gets caught, and that's going to be over as well. Massive amounts of teamwork there from the Stallions as they're starting to feel the pressure. And the big smiles, big celebrations. The Stallions are here to play. It's that opening break from Asim. It feels like, you know, Heretics, they need to be in that advantageous situation to find these rounds. To be honest, they have had those moments. The first round, okay, Real found first 2 kills and then they walked away with the rest of the round. But other than that, yeah, okay, they've had their opportunities. They have not made them count. There was another round from Stallions. Exceed still has that cruise missile. And he's very much dead, though. Metals takes him out of the game. Well-placed grenade. And that is a wide-open Heretics. This is a big opportunity for a round. Bomb is going to go down. Vehicle finds Dylan Rex as well. Will be a player on the flank, and the team will find it, bringing it back to a 2 versus 3. But wait, did Brack slip the net? Brack slip the net. Needs to find a kill, though. Does. Eventually gets traded out by Real, and it's now 1 versus 2. Asim left alone, and will he find this kill mid? Oh my god, they're right next to each other. It's just so close. Basically standing on top. Asim will have to make a move. Finds the freest kill of his life. There's Vehicle. Now 1 versus 1, and Real Charles and wins the gunfight. And Heretics get it back. Goes for the child because he knows exactly where he's coming from. It's an easy gunfight to win. Doesn't even get a bullet in off him. And Exceed will be a bit disappointed by that. It's a little bit of a late nade over the top that catches him off guard. And that all of a sudden just opens that door as wide as possible over towards the B site. And it's just pretty much the round from there. It's so easy once you get to that point over towards the A side, I should say. So a really, really good job from the side of Heretics. The nade working out and being a catalyst for that round. But Stallions still with the cruise missile, still with a 2-round lead, and very much still in the driving seat. Cruise missile's in. Hasn't found anything. A little bit of information. A little bit of an opportunity now for Stallions to push forward. Asim thought about it, but is somebody else going to be here for the trade? They are. Vehicle can find Dylan Rex, so now it's a 3 versus 3, but you've got the positioning around the site now. Now, do they commit to getting this down? Exceed, still waiting to find any more players. At the moment, they're just burning a little bit of time. Stallions do not have to move yet. And this has always been a bit more difficult. There are no smokes available. Probably so used to seeing it, but not this time. Oh my goodness! Brack almost destroyed him. Exceed will get his trade, and now Real in a 1 versus 3. That bomb is still not down. Oh no, and he spins on him as well. It was a difficult gunfight for Real. But one player you don't want that big done to you by is Exceed, because he's going to let you know about it. That is a huge moment now. He is screaming at them. And for Stallions, the center victory on this map is so close. To go up 2-0 in the position they are currently in would be sublime. They cannot afford to let anything go. Heretics can and will fight back tooth and nail if they are given the opportunity. Already you can see Heretics splitting the map and waiting. Asim now with his own cruise missile. That one slipped under the radar. And one of the Heretics side. You're in a bit of trouble now. Are you potentially over towards the market side? No. So they get nothing from it apart from a little bit of information. You can see the stuns going over towards top red. They know there's a 1 player waiting on it, and they may well just wolfpack towards him. You can see that player just waiting. Yeah. Do they check this? They're being very careful. Both teams are Heretics. Oh, the timing here for Real is perfect in the end. It will draw those players away. It should be a plant for Heretics as well. Real will get dealt with. That is, again, going to open that door over towards the B side. The bomb's going to be going down. Metals will find another kill as well. Heretics, a good spot. Metals with the gunny on to Exceed. This is a round where cruise missile was invested. You are not finding a thing here if you're Stallions. No shot whatsoever. Brack now in a world of trouble. It's a big round for Heretics to find 5-3.
And maybe just a little bit too worried about that A side. Maybe too much committing. Gave her a little bit too much map control. Even with the cruise missile, we saw Heretics play slow towards B and essentially just take it.
It's a little bit too easy. And honestly, it was really on Real, though, over towards the other side of the map. Just invite so much pressure. Have to come over towards that side of the map. So much presence, so much resource from Stallions used. 5-3. Feels like a very different scoreline to 5-2, doesn't it? Pressure through the middle of the map, though. They just run straight into Metals, who will have the freest two-piece of his life. Dylan Rex finds one at Lucky, at least making it attainable here for Stallions. But now a 2 versus 3 on the attacking side. Heretics have got super aggressive. Dylan Rex should be dead to rights any second now. He is. And all of a sudden, this game is turning on its head. Heretics with another round, 5-4.
This is what I said. You cannot afford to slow down even a little bit. The Heretics will take every centimeter you give them. And they are doing it. The cruise missiles have been expended. Each round is its own individual island. You don't get bonus points unless you have a streak from previous rounds. So for the Heretics, just need to keep winning.
5-4. I wonder if Stallions have maybe just taken their foot off the pedal, or have Heretics just found something. Metals on a 5 spray. If he can make it a 6, he's not going to find it. A scene with the cover. It's a first blood for Stallions that they needed to stop the bleeding. 4 versus 3 in their favor.
Vehicle looking for an opportunity to strike back. At the moment, they have a little bit of mid-control, but Real's being very, very careful not to pop his head up. Doesn't have cover. I think Lucky might be in a position just to allow him to get out of here. That's what he's doing. A little bit of cover from Lucky has allowed him to move in towards Red, and Real will find the kill because of it. Back down to a 3 versus 3 as Stallions and Heretics try and trade across this map. Real's in trouble. Wants to get out of it. The team's trying to reinforce. Nobody willing to throw their life into the fire quite yet.
Team had to back down, seeing the player up top 3. Knew he was potentially in a lot of trouble, and Vico has just ghosted over towards a one player deep over towards the bridge, and Dylan Rex is quite literally a lifetime away from this bomb site. Real, if he can survive in the middle of the map, if he can find one kill, will be absolutely huge. He can find one onto Dylan Rex, looking for the second on his right-hand side, just lingering around, and will just eventually get taken down. 2 versus 2 now.
Bomb down gives the advantage to Heretics. 27 seconds left. The team will check every corner. They don't know exactly where they are yet. That picture is forming.
Did Vigo see him?
Looking, they're still checking. They do not know that they're both sitting there. One planted for it. Brack finds the first, though. This could be a disastrous. Vehicle just has to make a kill, and he has done, and he's got just enough, and Vehicle will find the second. We're going to a round 11 here onto this one. I said, do not give the Heretics even a glimpse of the daylight, or they will take it, and take it they have.
That 5-2 lead with the 2 cruise missiles has disintegrated in front of us. 5-5, round 11. Huge map in the grand scheme of things. If Stallions take a 2-0 lead into control, how on earth do they let the series go from there? If Heretics can even things up, it's anybody's game.
Exceed is 11-5, and they may lose this.
I think importantly for Stallions, they are on the defensive side, and I don't think Heretics have anything to work with in the cruise missile side of things. I think one player was pretty close, but did not quite get there. But still, A seems to be quite successful for Heretics, and that seems to be where they've sent Real to maybe try and work on something.
Only Real out, really. The rest of them just waiting for the opportunity. Lucky dialed in. Just not giving them the information, though, and eventually we'll find Brack. This might be a rotation towards A. Keep an eye on that mini-map. You can already see Vehicle making his way across. Lucky gets a kill, though. It means that Stallions cannot commit one way or the other.
Stallions are all over the place here. Exceed has to find this gunfight and does. The tightest of angles gets out as well. But they presume everything's going over towards the A side. Real was waiting for him. Brack trades it 2v2.
And this bomb's going down. Brack tries to make something happen, but players on Overwatch. The only place they can go is towards the bridge, and the bridge they have gone. A little bit of time here for Stallions to try and split the map. Exceed versus Lucky. Trade's not good enough. Vehicle coming up as well. Exceed gets into a little bit of a better position.
It's all about who blinks first. Yeah, 25 seconds. You got to move it for Stallions.
Comes the pressure, but time is burning away for them. This is such a hard retake at the
Gotta
best of
go.
times. Lucky just staying alive
Gotta fly.
over and over again. Exceed
He
gets
gets
it and... Oh
They
my
got him.
God! They've managed to get through. Snaking doesn't matter. Only the Venom count and Stallions hit him with the hooves. Unbelievable retake.
Came down to the final seconds again. It's a 2-point hard point. It's a 1-round search and destroy. But it's a Stallions 2-0 lead.
We just saw Exceed stand up and shout there. Well, that was a really close one. Unlucky to you. And for the Heretics, they must have thought they had it in the bag. Bridge control. That is one of the hardest retakes you can do in an S&D if you do not have extra numbers. But the Stallions worked it very, very well. They kept splitting the angle. They kept their heads down. And when they struck just in time. A lost gunfight at any point there would have cost them the map. But the Stallions have it.
I mean, it was the pressure they were putting in. I kind of said it in those gunfights before that we've seen in the previous series. I think it was Harry who was in a certain kind of position. He's the one that has to make those moves, but he's the one who can kind of dictate which way he wants to go. The aggression comes through from Exceed. He finds the first. They clean it up just in time. I mean, there is a round and about 3 points separating these two, but it's a 2-0 scoreline in favor of Stallions here, Brycey, which is the important thing.
It certainly is. Well, we go on to Control next, but before we get there, we're going to take a quick break while our players recuperate, rejuvenate, and regain as they go into this next one. Don't go anywhere. You'll miss the thrilling conclusion to this game right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. I think my co-caster Tunners had a little bit of a mistake gone on. He is resetting and hopefully will rejoin us shortly. But if you're just joining us, don't worry, because I'm here to tell you the tale of what has happened so far. Heretics and Stallion are going at it. For the Stallions, they're all good. They're setting up 2-0 in this story. But for Heretics, two very close map losses. I think it was 3 points, 2 points on the hard point, and just one round on the S&D. And even that, the round 11 went down to a 2v2 with 16 seconds left to go. They got the defuse with 9 seconds left to go. So for Heretics, it is not a fun time at all. They have not managed to get these maps over the line. And truth being told, if they do it again, they go out of the tournament. Nothing is going right for them, even when they snake a lot on the S&D, which we will kind of pass over. That would be a red card, I believe, normally, but they lost, so no good. Speaking of good, though, Control is up next. And we've spoke about pressure. We spoke about how much this means. Right now, the Heretics could go out of this on the first day to a challenger team. A lot has been said of the Heretics throughout the year. They've looked very, very good, but have struggled at some major tournaments. This will be another disappointing major tournament for them if it goes wrong on the Control or any of the other maps, depending on how much this goes the distance. For the Stallions, they have talked a big game in some of the interviews you may have seen about how they believe they can take down some of the franchises and the franchise teams. This is their opportunity. Not a great showing earlier in the day, but that was a top 4 team. This is not. Will they keep hopes alive for one more day? Do the Heretics have backbones made of steel and are ready to fight back? A fight back that they have done a few times. But fighting back is only good if you get the win in the end. You have to get enough points. You have to get far enough in this competition. And only time will tell us the results as these two get ready to settle in to a wonderful Control. Both sides of the equation looking for a W. And for me now, I'm wondering just who walks away with it. Realistically, the Stallions have the momentum, but it has been a very, very close series of maps. For the Heretics, pride is at stake. The last chance that they have the opportunity to prove themselves as a top CDL team into this one. And I think Tun is rejoining me here. I'm unsure if he's ready to go.
I'm good to go, mate. I just thought I'd let you carry for a little bit, you know, just for a change.
I was just waxing lyrical. I was just saying wonderful songs. You know me.
Nice things about me, or?
Oh, no. I was talking about the Heretics and Stallions. What?
Oh, okay.
I don't know why I talk about you. But anyway, we're talking about this going into this next map here, the Control. Tan, just before we went to the break, actually, before you had a little problem, you were talking about how you think it's going to go.
Yeah, look, I think realistically speaking, it's to the stage now where you need to turn it around. If you're the side of Heretics, that's obvious. But in this position now, you've lost the last 2 maps so closely. Can you manage to pull something off of map number 3? I'm not too sure. I think it's too much of a task now. Stallions will smell blood in the water. But can they actually convert it to a series win?
Well, that's certainly a wipe. And this could be the lock here. They've only really got Control out here towards Junk. He's going to take a few little love taps and Brack will back down, but
Right now, Heretics will have to try and get out of spawn.
That's a difficult start. It's not good for Heretics. That's literally the last thing that you want to happen, and Brack's going to find those 2 kills as well. Welcome to the potential blender, if you are Heretics, to get a couple of players out. But that is just a disastrous start for Heretics. It's now going to make it really, really difficult. You're going to have to check your corners. There's so many different gunfights you're going to have to take before you even touch a point.
Seems to have running to their spawn. That should spawn out towards market, but I say that, but Exceed is there as well. They are really just hunting them down. Players from Heretics have escaped, but with 27 seconds left to go, what can they do?
Well, they've done the first right thing. They tracked back and made sure they got rid of one of the players that was behind. Lucky should just be dead to rights here, and his crossover doesn't get gunned though, so that's going to offer the opportunity. The rest of the team are on their way, but they have to win the gunfights, and it's only Real and Lucky who can do it. Lucky, he can't find the next one. Exceed will take him down. Real left all on his own momentarily. Dylan Rex trying to slow it down. There should be a touch over towards B for Heretics, but they can't make a misstep.
They've got some bodies in here, and they have a decent setup. Lucky's already found 2. Exceed's going to go down as well, as he will fall, and Heretics out of nothing may have control of B, and it completely locked in. I don't know if Stallions can rescue this.
Sometimes a Hail Mary is all you need. And that should be B gone. Third tick coming on through. Stallions will not look to contest. I'd imagine they look to contain. Exceed off the top. I mean, that is just overzealous to say the least. B will be locked in. And they will only have a minute. But it was looking a lot more dire for Heretics not too long ago. Lucky doing his damnness to try and get this one going. Metals and Lucky actually combining well together. So a little bit of pressure over towards A here. Stallions have to be careful. And that's free.
Trying to make the kills go through. Now, this is a difficult route for Heretics. A is not impossible to hold here for Stallions if you get the bodies in the right place. A bit of top 3 control. You can see where they've split it as well. But at the moment, they're doing okay. Got to bear in mind, this might not come down to lives on the case of Stallions simply because the time will tick away from them. First tick is going to be in. 4 versus 10.
Have to stop
Everyone surrounded, Ton.
They have to stop this. They're just sitting on the point, and Stallions are yet to do anything about it. Third tick starting to come through, and eventually they will close the gap. There you go. A late execution from Stallions, but an effective one anyway. Stallions will find a round. It was looking like it was going to be finding a round before Heretics even touched a control point. In the end, they get themselves 5 ticks, Bricey, so not the end of the world. But that round could have been a lot worse.
It really could. You've got to give credit to the Heretics. They managed to get a lot of ticks, and those ticks may pay off later in this control. Stallions, from what was an incredible start, almost scrambling to just not lose in the end. But a win is still a win. Whether or not it's a good enough win, we'll find out as we find out just how many ticks everybody gets later into this. But now it's the Stallions' turn. Pretty standard breakout towards A.
To be fair, though, it's not one of the maps that's definitively a very strong defensive side of map, of course, in Karachi. It's one of those that can flow. So it's not the end of the world how many ticks you give away or anything like that if it does get to around number 5. Of course, on the wrong side of things for the top side, of course, it is Stallions with a 1-0 lead in terms of the overlay, so we'll get that switched over, but irrelevant of that, Heretics trying to find something here themselves. Good defensive hold, especially for Vikal sitting around junk. That's really slowed things down, but Dylan Rex on a 6 spree. That's come out of absolutely nothing. A push starting to come in through. Stallions working on something here in the attacking round of control.
Dylan Rex, wow, huge kill straight out of the gate. It's going to cause problems for the Heretics. You can already see Real wants the kill here, wants a good trade. Will certainly find one array and does get away as well. Playing his life so superbly. Real will get the 3rd. Just shutting them down completely, and they still have control of A as well. Pushing all the way out towards market. Lucky will get 1, will fall. For Stallions, this will be about damage control. Get back in the way, get that over so they get the extra minute.
Yeah, I mean, look, they had a really decent hold over towards A, but smelled a bit of blood in the water over towards B side. Give them the temptation. They weren't able to execute. Real's going to be able to do more than that, though. There's 5 in a row now from him. His spree over towards B shut them down. He shuts them down over towards A within the same life. And now all of a sudden, Stallions in a bit of a tough situation. 2 ticks is all they've managed to find here. But 1 good break back is all it takes to get back into the round. Heretics showed that. Real will find the cruise missile, though, and Stallions in a woeful position.
Looking for a way out. Not going to get it if you can't get past Real. All players going for it. Asim has caught it wrong and trying to stay alive. I think Real fell off the edge there at the same time, but 8 seconds to go. The Stallions are going to throw their bodies at this. They know they have an opportunity. They'll hope for a hero play. I don't think they're going to have anything else but that hero play, and, well, nothing comes of it. Heretics, sitting pretty, will, I think, have a 2-tick advantage moving forward.
It might be a 3. Heretics are really good defense there. I think the thing is, though, like, Stallions were in a really, really good spot, actually, to do something significant in that round. And maybe just try to take a little bit more than they needed. It's a step-by-step process sometimes. But if you find that opportunity to get on to B, you're more than likely going to try and take it. They didn't. Real found himself a cruise missile, and then a couple of kills after that as well. 15 and 7 from him. What a fantastic start to that round from Heretics that was. And now can they do something on their attacking round? Here's their second opportunity.
That was the push already, and Venom Rex will just slow them down for a second, and Asim catches Real before he can do any more damage. And Asim finds another. Now, it was a good start last time around for Stallions, and it is a good start this time. They must not allow it to break at 3.2 seconds again.
Yeah, Metals is having an absolute stinker right now, but here we go. This is why you get a cruise missile. It's to open up doors for you. It's to give you a bit of map control, and you're going to get that now as you're pushing over towards A if your Heretics can. You make it count, though. Exceed finds one back onto Real. There's your linchpin gone, and there's everybody else starting to get gunned as well. Metals will find one back, but Brack and Asim answer back themselves. Cruise missile in, finds absolutely nothing.
See, just trying to hold them in here, take away their options, and he just kind of squaring up with him, but he's going to die to that grenade. Asim, though, staying alive in mid here. It's a tenuous position at best. Fortunately, Dylan Rex comes to the rescue. Asim trying to get out of this. Now he knows he has a streak potential. But this is the same story as round number 1. All Heretics have the same little bit of luck they need. Beagle makes a kill. They'll try to get into 8-ton.
Bit of positioning here. You can see Dylan Rex, he wanted to go for the flank, but he's holding that other player who's coming in off the respawn back. Progress over towards A as Heretics will find a way through. One player inside, one player covering. Stallions don't want to overstep here. They know they're in a good position in the round. Be in better position if you can get them off A.
How are Heretics doing this every time? Oh, wow. The last little bit of flurry and 8 points secured. They're trying to get over this one for a quick go for it, and Metals almost gets flat-footed. I don't know how it happened with that gunfight. Both sides were terrible, but somehow he gets away with it. And now the long road. For Heretics, can they find their way into B?
That's just a huge kill coming in from Dylan Rex. It just slows everything down, and an even bigger one for the second one on the vehicle. Heretics now 7 lives down. Have to really dot their I's, cross their T's on the way to this B site. But we've seen them once. Just find that flurry of gunfights. It opened up the door, and they sprinted through it. You can do that again here, though. 5 spree for Dylan Rex again. He's having a crazy game. Lucky 21 and 15. Having an all-star performance as well. Vehicle now on the flank to try and shut this one down. Here we go. Opportunity for Heretics now.
Vehicle dives into the fight, but Exceed is ready for it. New magazine in, and he's going to fall there eventually. Heretics about to run at this point. They have a bunch of bodies. The cruise missile slows them down for just a few seconds. It gets one. Brad gets another vehicle. Trying to stay alive, but with 10 seconds to go, they're going for another stack. They want in, and they want in at this point. They find 2. That's huge. Lucky now moving forward, ready to stop the clock. A player already going to be in for them at the same time. Lucky just playing his life, just causing all kinds of issues. Eventually will fall down, but Vehicle, the man for Heretics, alone, outnumbered. Is he outgunned? He is. That'll be the fall. Real can't get in either. And the Stallions get their defense.
Well played from Stallions. A really good job from Stallions, actually, because it got a little bit scary for a second. Heretics never give up. It happens more often than not, doesn't it, when teams actually manage to find a breakthrough in those final few seconds, because they have to try something, so you try something different, and it sometimes works if just everybody sprinting towards the point. They find those gunfights. It's the chaos that they kind of revel in, but They will find themselves behind again. 2-1 down in this control. 2-0 down in the series. Do or die time for Heretics now.
See him jump straight into it, but goes down very, very quickly. Stallion's getting onto the point here with Brack, but they don't probably have as much cover as he would like. As the top 3 player falls as well, Asim. Just trying to get the player away from in spawn. It's going to be Vehicle causing them issues.
Oh, he's found himself up top here as well. Can now give a little bit of cover to his teammates. Is he going to get some good timing on the metals here as well? Yes, he is. Asim in a really dangerous spot now. Team Heretics are going to have to dig him out before they even get anywhere near it. He's actually going to start working on something over towards B. He took a couple of bullets, though. He will eventually fall, but Dylan Rex and Exceed doing a really good job over towards the A side. Exceed can't find another. Metals answers back, but that might be A gone as well.
Just the slow roll. Metals is going to try and stop this.
He's going to get there.
Stay alive. And oh, they get into it. Oh, that's devastating. Time taken away. Means he will have to go back there at some point, but bodies towards B. These next few trades matter.
Can Real find a gunfight here? Oh, he's found a way through, though. Isn't going to be able to find anything himself, but everybody else was distracted because of him, and then the rest of Heretics can come rumbling through. Dylan Rex, though, can he find anything? Oh, thought he had the kill. Vehicle shuts him down. And now all of a sudden it's back to square one for Stallions, but square one was 8, and you've managed to get it. 18 versus 15. The lives are in favor of Heretics, but only ever so slightly. Those couple of kills, though, will ease that pressure. I think really for Stallions now, you look at the positioning of Asim. He may be the one to try and find a route to try and break open this defense. They've got a minute and a half to do so.
Lucky, round and round he goes. Eventually we'll find Brack. For Heretics, massive life advantage. Also have the tick advantage at this point, but you can already see Asim is all the way over towards B. What he needs is either to stop this clock, which he doesn't have to do quite yet, or is for his team to make some kills. At the moment, they're a little bit trapped.
Yeah, he wants somebody to try and make a kill, but honestly, if he jumps on it, it means Heretics have to be drawn back to it, which might just give his teammates that breathing room to get out, and it has done. 2 kills are now being found. Now all of a sudden, Real's the only one in position who can do anything from this left-hand side. He is going to be able to clean up the kill onto Asim, but Stallions are out, all because of the plate. They won't find that gunfight onto Brack either. Stallions are in.
Here we go. Pressure mounting. Vehicle's going to fall in a horrible position. Lucky needs to make this pinch work. He's come all the way around the back. He has to find a kill here to just relieve pressure, and he does, and Metals will find one as well. Asim cuts one more down, but that is huge for Lucky. Lucky by nature, good by name. And oh my goodness, that could have been a disaster for Heretics, but they have held.
A 32 kill game for Lucky within 4 rounds. Phenomenal performance from him. He is trying to keep Heretics in this series, in this season of MW3. There may well be not much of it left, but Heretics want to linger on as long as they possibly can. They've found the round to force around number 5.
Well, one more round in this control. I think for a good portion of it, I favored Heretics. I think they have defense. I could be wrong because there was 5 ticks there captured by Stallions. We will see exactly which way it goes when we load back into it. Yep. Heretics will get the defense. They were just a little bit better in their attacking rounds.
Oh, it's a brilliant start as well. Vehicle shuts that down. Stallions now on the attacking side. Oh, and they're trying to do something through the root of Asim. He will find a couple, and now they can push over towards A. Lucky, once again, just surviving. 33 kills to his name, having an absolute stormer.
And now pressure mounting for the Stallions to win an attack on a so far 4 defense map. Asim gets that first tick into it as well. Heretics not really throwing a lot of bodies at this yet. Dylan Rex staying alive as well. Asim getting caught from everybody. They've got off the A point. Dylan Rex went back one onto Real now. For Stallions, this seems to be a game of don't get trapped in spawn.
Yeah, they're trying their best just to not lose anything, and that will be called out as well. They should know that the push is going to be coming through there. Metals does find one before Brack is able to offer that cover, and one player on a massive flank here. Vikal will find one on a 4 spree. Looking to make it a 5 and 6. Can't quite get the job done. A lot of bodies being thrown over towards A, and maybe too many there for the side of Heretics. Stallions, the route through to B is absolutely clear. Into the diner we go.
There goes a trophy over the top. There goes medals over the top. Exceed has not got as much there as he would want to.
Wins.
Reinforcements now coming across the map here, but so is Real. He's been magnificent for them in so many places. Finds Exceed. Esseem will find Real though, and Esseem will get back onto the point. That first tick will be gone. Reinforcements flooding from both sides. Unfortunately, the Stallions have spawned all the way out towards Market. Players trying to cut off the reinforcements as well. Lucky desperately to hold this one down, as the Stallions have got off the point. That clock is not stopped. It's not ticking forward. It's chaos on the minimap.
They're just trying to get some sort of control, but as you mentioned, they've spawned absolutely miles away. Exceed is going to have to do a couple of different jobs here. He's found Lucky. He's will finding that kill as well. The time is ticking ever so slowly. Heretics now in a dangerous position. You got to win this gunfight. If you are Real, you find one, you get taken down. Brack is inside it. That second tick is in. The third one not far behind.
And him going down as well. I think that's going to be it. I don't think they can do anything more here. They have to go through the choke point, and it will be done. Stallions will take down the Heretics 3-0. And oh my goodness. The trash talk, a little bit more muted than we would expect from Exceed. But nobody saw a 3-0 there for the Stallions, and they have made it happen. That key is going over to the Stallion side and being crushed.
Exceed absolutely loves it, doesn't he? He'll find the win, and Stallions will march on. A statement win from them as well. Not just beating a CDL team, 3-0ing them. Sensational job from the side of Stallions, and they've shown they are a potential player in this tournament now. Okay, look, Heretics are not one of the top sides, but they were a champs. I mean, these guys are a good, solid squad, and they've just been beaten 3-0. Some context, okay, it was a 2-second hard point in map number 1. It was a 1-round search and destroy and a 1-round control, but the clutch moments went Stallions' way, and they deservedly find the win.
They do, and they stay alive in this competition. The Heretics, an exit at the end of the first day. Probably one of the worst positions you could be in. Not the first day of the tournament, but still not having a good time. They didn't win a game here at all at the Esports World Cup, and their prize is to exit and to lose their key, Tom.
Yeah, that's really, really tough for them. I think, you know, coming into the end of the season, not performing too badly, and then to go out, I think for them to go out in this fashion, losing 2 games in a row on the first day is really, really going to sting. For them, you know, they would have expected to, you know, have a very, very tough group, absolutely, but one that they could definitely get out of. To then kind of go down in this fashion, though, is going to hurt them. So, yeah, for Stallions, a massive win for them, but for Heretics, a one that will absolutely sting, and sting quite a bit.
Okay, well, and as we walk through these highlights, you can see just how it could have gone other ways. Stress for both sides, really, throughout the entire combat. And those do breed the most kind of over-the-top celebrations. You can see just how great it is. Great excitement from them in the end, from the player cams, for good reason. When you win maps like they have won, 2 points, 1 round, and a 1v1, 8.6 seconds or whatever it was, and then a final round of control, those are when your heart is hammering. Those are when you care the most. And they won all 3 of them. And we spoke about somebody who is usually pretty outspoken and certainly reacts very, very passionately when he wins it. It's Exceed.
Yeah, and he was fantastic throughout this entire series, especially the first 2 maps. He was so good for the squad. And just putting up the numbers when needed. Look, I think Exceed, last year, he struggled when he did come into the league. There was those moments that really didn't go great for him, but he's a very, very good player and showed what he was made of there in that series. A 3-0 win for Stallions, I will repeat myself. A massive statement. And let's have a look at through the rest of the brackets here, Brycey, to see how things align for everybody else. We've got a hell of a day tomorrow as well.
We certainly do. As you can see, a few results going through, but qualifying match tomorrow, Optic Gaming versus the Ravens. On the other side of it, we said goodbye to Brooklyn. They have already left the tournament here. Into Group B, Cloud9 versus Vancouver Surge will play out tomorrow. We've said goodbye to G2 Esports. Gentlemates will be waiting for the loser of that Cloud9 and Vancouver Surge game. both will be qualifying matches for who goes into the bracket. Tomorrow, also Ultra versus Breach. And we've said goodbye to Heretics. We've only managed to win one map here so far at the tournament. They will have to go home. And the Stallions. And last but not least by any stretch, it's Thieves versus FaZe. And I believe Law Gaming and Team Falcons is still ongoing to find out which team we say goodbye to, Ton.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting game. Obviously, we haven't been able to keep an eye on it, but that's one I really did have an eye on. Of how Falcons are going to do up against other strong competition from the Challenger side. A big game for both those two squads, but hey, look, it's been a crazy day, number one. We've had a couple of upsets, especially here in the knockout games, Brycey, with what we didn't really expect, but we knew was a possibility. We got that possibility, and it's put us in a good little spot for tomorrow, which should be absolutely fantastic.
Well, before we go to tomorrow, let's look at the best plays from today. These are the ones that have shown the brightest from everybody involved. And as we go through them, Ton, I think it's certainly been one for everybody to kind of up their game. We've seen some team changes, we've seen some new rosters formed, and we've seen the Challenger teams walk into this tournament ready for blood, and it may have brought the best out of people.
Yeah, 100%. I think if I'm going to point to one particular result, and no EU bias in this one absolutely at all, but Gentlemates finding their win up against G2. Massive result for them, because I mean, Gentlemates, look, they've had their opportunities during the season. They haven't done anything like sensational with their season, but to find a win against the CDL team like that is absolutely huge for them, advancing on to the second day. Let's see how they do.
Yeah, that's the key here as well. Some of them have survived to day number 2, but that's all from here on the B stream. It's been a wonderful day of games. The games don't stop though. I believe you can go over to the A stream, catch the end of the Law Falcons game, and there'll be more action at the Esports World Cup here tomorrow. So thank you all for watching, and we'll see you next time.